Chapter 31. Henry VIII. 1527. Notwithstanding the submissive deference paid to papal authority before the Reformation, the marriage of Henry with Catherine of Aragon, his brother's widow, had not passed without much scruple and difficulty. The prejudices of the people were in general bent against a conjugal union between such near relations. And the late king, though he had betrothed his son when that prince was but 12 years of age, gave evident proofs of his intention to take afterwards a proper opportunity of annulling the contract. He ordered the young prince, as soon as he came of age, to enter a protestation against the marriage, and on his deathbed he charged him, as his last injunction, not to finish an alliance so unusual, and exposed to such insuperable objections. After the king's accession, some members of the Privy Council, particularly Warham, the primate, openly declared against the resolution of completing the marriage. And though Henry's youth and dissipation kept him, during some time, from entertaining any scruples with regard to the measure which he had embraced, there happened incidents sufficient to rouse his attention, and to inform him of the sentiments generally entertained on that subject. The States of Castile had opposed the Emperor Charles's espousals with Mary, Henry's daughter, and among other objections, had insisted on the illegitimate birth of the young princess. And when the negotiations were afterwards opened with France, and mention was made of betrothing her to Francis or the Duke of Orleans, the Bishop of Tarbes, the French ambassador, revived the same objection. But though these events naturally raised some doubts in Henry's mind, there concurred other causes, which tended much to increase his remorse, and render his conscience more scrupulous. The Queen was older than the King by no less than 6 years. And the decay of her beauty, together with particular infirmities and diseases, had contributed, notwithstanding her blameless character and deportment, to render her person unacceptable to him. Though she had borne him several children, they all died in early infancy, except one daughter, and he was the more struck with this misfortune, because the curse of being childless is the very threatening contained in the Mosaical law against those who espouse their brother's widow. The succession, too, of the crown was a consideration that occurred to every one, whenever the lawfulness of Henry's marriage was called in question. And it was apprehended, that if doubts of Mary's legitimacy concurred with the weakness of her sex, the King of Scots, the next heir, would advance his pretensions, and might throw the kingdom into confusion. The evils, as yet recent, of civil wars and convulsions arising from a disputed title, made great impression on the minds of men, and rendered the people universally desirous of any event which might obviate so irreparable a calamity. And the king was thus impelled, both by his private passions and by motives of public interest, to seek the dissolution of his inauspicious, and, as it was esteemed, unlawful marriage with Catherine. Henry afterwards affirmed that his scruples arose entirely from private reflection, and that on consulting his confessor, the Bishop of Lincoln, he found the prelate possessed with the same doubts and difficulties. The king himself, being so great a casuist and divine, next proceeded to examine the question more carefully by his own learning and study. And having had recourse to Thomas of Aquin, he observed that this celebrated doctor, whose authority was great in the church, and absolute with him, had treated of that very case, and had expressly declared against the lawfulness of such marriages. The prohibitions, said Thomas, contained in Leviticus, and among the rest that of marrying a brother's widow, are moral, eternal, and founded on a divine sanction. And though the Pope may dispense with the rules of the Church, the laws of God cannot be set aside by any authority less than that which enacted them. The Archbishop of Canterbury was then applied to, and he was required to consult his brethren. All the prelates of England, except Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, unanimously declared, under their hand and seal, that they deemed the king's marriage unlawful. Wolsey also fortified the king's scruples, partly with a view of promoting a total breach with the emperor, Catherine's nephew, partly desirous of connecting the king more closely with Francis, by marrying him to the Duchess of Alençon, sister to that monarch. And perhaps, too, somewhat disgusted with the queen herself, who had reproved him for certain freedoms, unbefitting his character and station, but Henry was carried forward, though perhaps not at first excited, by a motive more forcible than even the suggestions of that powerful favorite. And Bullen, who lately appeared at court, had been appointed maid of honor to the Queen, and having had frequent opportunities of being seen by Henry, and of conversing with him, she had acquired an entire ascendant over his affections. This young lady, whose grandeur and misfortunes have rendered her so celebrated, was daughter of Sir Thomas Bullen, who had been employed by the king in several embassies, and who was allied to all the principal nobility in the kingdom. His wife, mother to Anne, was daughter of the Duke of Norfolk, his own mother was daughter of the Earl of Ormond, his grandfather, Sir Geoffrey Bullen, who had been mayor of London, had espoused one of the daughters and co-heirs of Lord Hastings. And herself, though then in very early youth, had been carried over to Paris by the king's sister, when the princess espoused Louis XII. of France. And upon the demise of that monarch, and the return of his dowager into England, this damsel, whose accomplishments even in her tender years were always much admired, was retained in the service of Claude, Queen of France, spouse to Francis. And after the death of that princess, she passed into the family of the Duchess of Alençon, a woman of singular merit. The exact time when she returned to England is not certainly known. But it was after the king had entertained doubts with regard to the lawfulness of his marriage with Catherine, if the account is to be credited which he himself afterwards gave of that transaction. Henry's scruples had made him break off all conjugal commerce with the queen. But as he still supported an intercourse of civility and friendship with her, he had occasion, in the frequent visits which he paid her, to observe the beauty, the youth, the charms of Anne Boleyn. Finding the accomplishments of her mind nowise inferior to her exterior graces, he even entertained the design of raising her to the throne. And was the more confirmed in this resolution, when he found that her virtue and modesty prevented all hopes of gratifying his passion in any other manner. As every motive, therefore, of inclination and policy seemed thus to concur in making the king desirous of a divorce from Catherine, and as his prospect of success was inviting, he resolved to make application to Clement. And he sent Knight, his secretary, to Rome for that purpose. That he might not shock the haughty claims of the pontiff, he resolved not to found the application on any general doubts concerning the papal power to permit marriage in the nearer degrees of consanguinity, but only to insist on particular grounds of nullity in the bull which Julius had granted for the marriage of Henry and Catherine. It was a maxim in the court of Rome, that if the Pope be surprised into any concession, or grant any indulgence upon false suggestions, the bull may afterwards be annulled. And this pretense had usually been employed wherever one pope had recalled any deed executed by any of his predecessors. But Julius's bull, when examined, afforded abundant matter of this kind. And any tribunal favorable to Henry needed not want a specious color for gratifying him in his applications for a divorce. It was said in the preamble, that the bull had been granted upon his solicitation. Though it was known that, at that time, he was under 12 years of age, it was also affirmed, as another motive for the bull, that the marriage was requisite, in order to preserve peace between the two crowns. Though it is certain that there was not then any ground or appearance of quarrel between them. These false premises in Julius's bull seemed to afford Clement a sufficient reason or pretense for annulling it, and granting Henry a dispensation for a second marriage. But though the pretext for this indulgence had been less plausible, the Pope was in such a situation that he had the strongest motives to embrace every opportunity of gratifying the English monarch. He was then a prisoner in the hands of the Emperor, and had no hopes of recovering his liberty on any reasonable terms, except by the efforts of the league which Henry had formed with Francis and the Italian powers, in order to oppose the ambition of Charles. When the English secretary, therefore, solicited him in private, he received a very favourable answer, and a dispensation was forthwith promised to be granted to his master. Soon after, the march of a French army into Italy, under the command of Lautrec, obliged the imperialists to restore Clement to his liberty. And he retired to Orvieto, where the secretary, with Sir Gregory Casale, the king's resident at Rome, renewed their applications to him. They still found him full of high professions of friendship, gratitude, and attachment to the king, but not so prompt in granting his request as they expected. The emperor, who had got intelligence of Henry's application to Rome, had exacted a promise from the Pope, to take no steps in the affair before he communicated them to the imperial ministers. And Clement, embarrassed by this promise, and still more overawed by the emperor's forces in Italy, seemed willing to postpone those concessions desired of him by Henry. Importuned, however, by the English ministers, he at last put into their hands a commission to Wolsey, as legate, in conjunction with the Archbishop of Canterbury, or any other English prelate, to examine the validity of the king's marriage. And of Julius's dispensation, he also granted them a provisional dispensation for the king's marriage with any other person, and promised to issue a decretal bull, annulling the marriage with Catherine. But he represented to them the dangerous consequences which must ensue to him, if these concessions should come to the emperor's knowledge. And he conjured them not to publish those papers, or make any further use of them, till his affairs were in such a situation as to secure his liberty and independence. And his secret advice was, whenever they should find the proper time for opening the scene, that they should prevent all opposition, by proceeding immediately to a conclusion, by declaring the marriage with Catherine invalid, and by Henry's instantly espousing some other person. Nor would it be so difficult, he said for himself, to confirm these proceedings, after they were passed, as previously to render them valid by his consent and authority. 1528. When Henry received the commission and dispensation from his ambassadors, and was informed of the Pope's advice, he laid the whole before his ministers, and asked their opinion in so delicate a situation. The English councillors considered the danger of proceeding in the manner pointed out to them. Should the Pope refuse to ratify a deed which he might justly call precipitate and irregular, and should he disavow the advice which he gave in so clandestine a manner, the king would find his second marriage totally invalidated, the children which it might bring him declared illegitimate, and his marriage with Catherine more firmly riveted than ever. And Henry's apprehensions of the possibility, or even probability, of such an event, were much confirmed when he reflected on the character and situation of the sovereign pontiff. Clement was a prince of excellent judgment, whenever his timidity, to which he was extremely subject, allowed him to make full use of those talents and that penetration with which he was endowed. The captivity and other misfortunes which he had undergone by entering into a league against Charles, had so affected his imagination, that he never afterwards exerted himself with vigor in any public measure, especially if the interest or inclinations of that potentate stood in opposition to him. The imperial forces were at that time powerful in Italy, and might return to the attack of Rome, which was still defenseless, and exposed to the same calamities with which it had already been overwhelmed. And besides these dangers, Clement fancied himself exposed to perils which threatened still more immediately his person and his dignity. Charles, apprised of the timid disposition of the Holy Father, threw out perpetual menaces of summoning a general council, which he represented as necessary to reform the Church, and correct those enormous abuses which the ambition and avarice of the court of Rome had introduced into every branch of ecclesiastical administration. The power of the sovereign pontiff himself, he said, required limitation, his conduct called aloud for amendment, and even his title to the throne which he filled might justly be called in question. That pope had always passed for the natural son of Julian of Medicis, who was of the sovereign family of Florence, and though Leo X, his kinsman, had declared him legitimate, upon a pretended promise of marriage between his father and mother, few believed that declaration to be founded on any just reason or authority. The canon law, indeed, had been entirely silent with regard to the promotion of bastards to the papal throne. But, what was still dangerous, the people had entertained a violent prepossession, that this stain in the birth of any person was incompatible with so holy an office. And in another point the canon law was express and positive, that no man guilty of simony could attain that dignity. A severe bull of Julius II had added new sanctions to this law, by declaring that a simoniacal election could not be rendered valid, even by a posterior consent of the cardinals. But unfortunately Clement had given to Cardinal Colonna a billet, containing promises of advancing that cardinal, in case he himself should attain the papal dignity by his concurrence. And this billet Colonna, who was in entire dependence on the emperor, threatened every moment to expose to public view. While Charles terrified the Pope with these menaces, he also allured him by hopes, which were no less prevalent over his affections. At the time when the emperor's forces sacked Rome, and reduced Clement to captivity, the Florentines, passionate for their ancient liberty, had taken advantage of his distresses, and revolting against the family of Medicis, had entirely abolished their authority in Florence, and re-established the democracy. The better to protect themselves and their freedom, they had entered into the alliance with France, England, and Venice, against the emperor. And Clement found that by this interest, the hands of his confederates were tied from assisting him in the restoration of his family, the event which, of all others, he most passionately desired. The emperor alone, he knew, was able to effect this purpose. And therefore, whatever professions he made of fidelity to his allies, he was always, on the least glimpse of hope, ready to embrace every proposal of a cordial reconciliation with that monarch. These views and interests of the Pope were well known in England. And as the opposition of the emperor to Henry's divorce was foreseen, both on account of the honor and interests of Catherine, his aunt, and the obvious motive of distressing an enemy, it was esteemed dangerous to take any measure of consequence. In expectation of the subsequent concurrence of a man of Clement's character, whose behavior always contained so much duplicity, and who was at present so little at his own disposal, the safest measure seemed to consist in previously engaging him so far, that he could not afterwards recede, and in making use of his present ambiguity and uncertainty, to extort the most important concessions from him. For this purpose, Stephen Gardiner, the cardinal's secretary, and Edward Fox, the king's almoner, were dispatched to Rome, and were ordered to solicit a commission from the Pope, of such a nature as would oblige him to confirm the sentence of the commissioners, whatever it should be, and disable him on any account to recall the commission, or evoke the cause to Rome. But the same reasons which made the king so desirous of obtaining this concession, confirmed the Pope in the resolution of refusing it. He was still determined to keep the door open for an agreement with the emperor. And he made no scruple of sacrificing all other considerations to a point, which he deemed the most essential and important to his own security, and to the greatness of his family. He granted, therefore, a new commission, in which Cardinal Campeggio was joined to Wolsey, for the trial of the king's marriage, but he could not be prevailed on to insert the clause desired of him. And though he put into Gardiner's hand a letter, promising not to recall the present commission, this promise was found, on examination, to be couched in such ambiguous terms, as left him still the power, whenever he pleased, of departing from it. Campeggio lay under some obligations to the king, but his dependence on the Pope was so much greater, that he conformed himself entirely to the views of the latter. And though he received his commission in April, he delayed his departure under so many pretenses, that it was October before he arrived in England. The first step which he took was to exhort the king to desist from the prosecution of his divorce. And finding that this counsel gave offence, he said, that his intention was also to exhort the queen to take the vows in a convent, and that he thought it his duty previously to attempt an amicable composure of all differences. The more to pacify the king, he showed to him, as also to the cardinal the decretal bull, annulling the former marriage with Catherine, but no entreaties could prevail on him to make any other of the king's council privy to the secret. In order to atone in some degree for this obstinacy, he expressed to the king and the cardinal the Pope's great desire of satisfying them in every reasonable demand. And in particular, he showed that their request for suppressing some more monasteries, and converting them into cathedrals and episcopal sees, had obtained the consent of His Holiness. These ambiguous circumstances in the behavior of the Pope and the legate, kept the court of England in suspense, and determined the king to wait with patience the issue of such uncertain counsels. 1529. Fortune, meanwhile, seemed to promise him a more sure and expeditious way of extricating himself from his present difficulties. Clement was seized with a dangerous illness. And the intrigues, for electing his successor, began already to take place among the cardinals. Wolsey, in particular, supported by the interest of England and of France, entertained hopes of mounting the throne of St. Peter. And it appears, that if a vacancy had then happened, there was a probability of his reaching that summit of his ambition. But the Pope recovered, though after several relapses. And he returned to the same train of false and deceitful politics, by which he had hitherto amused the court of England. He still flattered Henry with professions of the most cordial attachment, and promised him a sudden and favorable issue to his process, he still continued his secret negotiations with Charles, and persevered in the resolution of sacrificing all his promises, and all the interests of the Romish religion, to the elevation of his family. Campeggio, who was perfectly acquainted with his views and intentions, protracted the decision by the most artful delays, and gave Clement full leisure to adjust all the terms of his treaty with the emperor. The emperor, acquainted with the king's extreme earnestness in this affair, was determined that he should obtain success by no other means than by an application to him and by deserting his alliance with Francis, which had hitherto supported, against the superior force of Spain, the tottering state of the French monarchy. He willingly hearkened, therefore, to the applications of Catherine, his aunt, and promising her his utmost protection, exhorted her never to yield to the malice and persecutions of her enemies. The Queen herself was naturally of a firm and resolute temper, and was engaged by every motive to persevere in protesting against the injustice to which she thought herself exposed. The imputation of incest, which was thrown upon her marriage with Henry, struck her with the highest indignation. The illegitimacy of her daughter, which seemed a necessary consequence, gave her the most just concern. The reluctance of yielding to a rival, she believed, had supplanted her in the king's affections, was a very natural motive. Actuated by all these considerations, she never ceased soliciting her nephew's assistance, and earnestly entreating an evocation of the cause to Rome, where alone, she thought, she could expect justice. And the emperor, in all his negotiations with the Pope, made the recall of the commission which Campeggio and Wolsey exercised in England a fundamental article. The two legates, meanwhile, opened their court at London, and cited the king and queen to appear before it. They both presented themselves, and the king answered to his name, when called, but the queen, instead of answering to hers, rose from her seat, and throwing herself at the king's feet, made a very pathetic harangue, which her virtue, her dignity, and her misfortunes rendered the more affecting. She told him, that she was a stranger in his dominions, without protection, without counsel, without assistance, exposed to all the injustice which her enemies were pleased to impose upon her, that she had quitted her native country without other resource than her connections with him and his family, and had expected that, instead of suffering thence any violence or iniquity, she was assured in them of a safeguard against every misfortune, that she had been his wife during 20 years, and would here appeal to himself, whether her affectionate submission to his will had not merited better treatment, than to be thus, after so long a time, thrown from him with so much indignity, that she was conscious, he himself was assured, that her virgin honor was yet unstained when he received her into his bed, and that her connections with his brother had been carried no further than the ceremony of marriage, that their parents, the kings of England and Spain, were esteemed the wisest princes of their time, and had undoubtedly acted by the best advice, when they formed the agreement for that marriage, which was now represented as so criminal and unnatural, and that she acquiesced in their judgment, and would not submit her cause to be tried by a court, whose dependence on her enemies was too visible, ever to allow her any hopes of obtaining from them an equitable or impartial decision. Having spoken these words, she rose, and making the king a low reverence, she departed from the court, and never would again appear in it. After her departure, the king did her the justice to acknowledge, that she had ever been a dutiful and affectionate wife, and that the whole tenor of her behavior had been conformable to the strictest rules of probity and honor. He only insisted on his own scruples with regard to the lawfulness of their marriage, and he explained the origin, the progress, and the foundation of those doubts, by which he had been so long and so violently agitated. He acquitted Cardinal Wolsey from having any hand in encouraging his scruples, and he craved a sentence of the court agreeable to the justice of his cause. The legates, after citing the queen anew, declared her contumacious, notwithstanding her appeal to Rome, and then proceeded to the examination of the cause. The first point which came before them was, the proof of Prince Arthur's consummation of his marriage with Catherine, and it must be confessed, that no stronger arguments could reasonably be expected of such a fact after so long an interval. The age of the prince, who had passed his 15th year, the good state of his health, the long time that he had cohabited with his consort, many of his expressions to that very purpose. All these circumstances form a violent presumption in favor of the king's assertion. Henry himself, after his brother's death, was not allowed for some time to bear the title of Prince of Wales, in expectation of her pregnancy. The Spanish ambassador, in order the better to ensure possession of her jointure, had sent over to Spain proofs of the consummation of her marriage. Julius's bull itself was founded on the supposition that Arthur had perhaps had knowledge of the princess, in the very treaty, fixing Henry's marriage. The consummation of the former marriage with Prince Arthur is acknowledged on both sides. These particulars were all laid before the court, accompanied with many reasonings concerning the extent of the Pope's authority, and against his power of granting a dispensation to marry within the prohibited degrees. Campeggio heard these doctrines with great impatience, and notwithstanding his resolution to protract the cause, he was often tempted to interrupt and silence the king's council, when they insisted on such disagreeable topics. The trial was spun out till the 23rd of July, and Campeggio chiefly took on him the part of conducting it. Wolsey, though the elder cardinal, permitted him to act as president of the court. Because it was thought, that a trial managed by an Italian cardinal would carry the appearance of greater candor and impartiality, than if the king's own minister and favorite had presided in it. The business now seemed to be drawing near to a period, and the king was every day in expectation of a sentence in his favor. When, to his great surprise, Campeggio, on a sudden, without any warning, and upon very frivolous pretenses, prorogued the court till the 1st of October. The evocation, which came a few days after from Rome, put an end to all the hopes of success which the king had so long and so anxiously cherished. During the time that the trial was carried on before the legates at London, the emperor had by his ministers earnestly solicited Clement to evoke the cause, and had employed every topic of hope or terror which could operate either on the ambition or timidity of the pontiff. The English ambassadors, on the other hand, in conjunction with the French, had been no less earnest in their applications, that the legates should be allowed to finish the trial. But though they employed the same engines of promises and menaces, the motives which they could set before the Pope were not so urgent or immediate as those which were held up to him by the Emperor. The dread of losing England, and of fortifying the Lutherans by so considerable an accession, made small impression on Clement's mind, in comparison of the anxiety for his personal safety, and the fond desire of restoring the Medici to their dominion in Florence. As soon, therefore, as he had adjusted all terms with the emperor, he laid hold of the pretence of justice, which required him, as he asserted, to pay regard to the Queen's appeal. And suspending the commission of the legates, he adjourned the cause to his own personal judgment at Rome. Campeggio had beforehand received private orders, delivered by Campana, to burn the decretal bull with which he was entrusted. Wolsey had long foreseen this measure as the sure forerunner of his ruin. Though he had at first desired that the king should rather marry a French princess than Anne Boleyn, he had employed himself with the utmost assiduity and earnestness to bring the affair to a happy issue. He was not, therefore, to be blamed for the unprosperous event which Clement's partiality had produced. But he had sufficient experience of the extreme ardor and impatience of Henry's temper, who could bear no contradiction, and was wont, without examination or distinction, to make his ministers answerable for the success of those transactions with which they were entrusted. And Boleyn also, who was prepossessed against him, had imputed to him the failure of her hopes. And as she was newly returned to court, whence she had been removed, from a regard to decency, during the trial before the legates, she had naturally acquired an additional influence on Henry. And she served much to fortify his prejudices against the cardinal. Even the Queen and her partisans, judging of Wolsey by the part which he had openly acted, had expressed great animosity against him, and the most opposite factions seemed now to combine in the ruin of this haughty minister. The high opinion itself, which Henry had entertained of the cardinal's capacity, tended to hasten his downfall. While he imputed the bad success of that minister's undertakings, not to ill fortune or to mistake, but to the malignity or infidelity of his intentions. The blow, however, fell not instantly on his head. The king, who probably could not justify by any good reason his alienation from his ancient favorite, seems to have remained some time in suspense. And he received him, if not with all his former kindness, at least with the appearance of trust and regard. But constant experience evinces how rarely a high confidence and affection receives the least diminution, without sinking into absolute indifference, or even running into the opposite extreme. The king now determined to bring on the ruin of the cardinal with a motion almost as precipitate as he had formerly employed in his elevation. The Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk were sent to require the Great Seal from him. And on his scrupling to deliver it without a more express warrant, Henry wrote him a letter, upon which it was surrendered. And it was delivered by the king to Sir Thomas More, a man who, besides the ornaments of an elegant literature, possessed the highest virtue, integrity, and capacity. Wolsey was ordered to depart from York Place, a palace which he had built in London, and which, though it really belonged to the See of York, was seized by Henry, and became afterwards the residence of the kings of England. By the title of Whitehall. All his furniture and plate were also seized, their riches and splendor befitted rather a royal than a private fortune. The walls of his palace were covered with cloth of gold or cloth of silver, he had a cupboard of plate of massy gold, there were found 1,000 pieces of fine Holland belonging to him. The rest of his riches and furniture was in proportion. And his opulence was probably no small inducement to this violent persecution against him. The cardinal was ordered to retire to Ashur, a country seat which he possessed near Hampton Court. The world, that had paid him such abject court during his prosperity, now entirely deserted him on this fatal reverse of all his fortunes. He himself was much dejected with the change. And from the same turn of mind which had made him be so vainly elated with his grandeur, he felt the stroke of adversity with double rigor. The smallest appearance of his return to favor threw him into transports of joy unbecoming a man. The king had seemed willing, during some time, to intermit the blows which overwhelmed him. He granted him his protection, and left him in possession of the sees of York and Winchester. He even sent him a gracious message, accompanied with a ring, as a testimony of his affection. Wolsey, who was on horseback when the messenger met him, immediately alighted. And, throwing himself on his knees in the mire, received in that humble attitude these marks of his Majesty's gracious disposition towards him. But his enemies, who dreaded his return to court, never ceased plying the king with accounts of his several offences. And Anne Boleyn, in particular, contributed her endeavours, in conjunction with her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, to exclude him from all hopes of ever being reinstated in his former authority. He dismissed, therefore, his numerous retinue, and as he was a kind and beneficent master, the separation passed not without a plentiful effusion of tears on both sides. The king's heart, notwithstanding some gleams of kindness, seemed now totally hardened against his old favourite. He ordered him to be indicted in the Star Chamber, where a sentence was passed against him. And, not content with this severity, he abandoned him to all the rigour of the Parliament, which now after a long interval, was again assembled. The House of Lords voted a long charge against Wolsey, consisting of 44 articles. And accompanied it with an application to the king for his punishment, and his removal from all authority. Little opposition was made to this charge in the upper house, no evidence of any part of it was so much as called for. And as it chiefly consists of general accusations, it was scarcely susceptible of any. The articles were sent down to the House of Commons, where Thomas Cromwell, formerly a servant of the cardinal's, and who had been raised by him from a very low station, defended his unfortunate patron with such spirit, generosity, and courage, as acquired him great honour, and laid the foundation of that favour which he afterwards enjoyed with the king. Wolsey's enemies, finding that either his innocence or his caution prevented them from having any just ground of accusing him, had recourse to a very extraordinary expedient. An indictment was laid against him, that, contrary to a statute of Richard II, commonly called the Statute of Provisors, he had procured bulls from Rome, particularly one investing him with the legatine power, which he had exercised with very extensive authority. He confessed the indictment, pleaded ignorance of the statute, and threw himself on the king's mercy. He was perhaps within reach of the law, but besides that this statute had fallen into disuse, nothing could be more rigorous and severe than to impute to him as a crime what he had openly, during the course of so many years, practiced with the consent and approbation of the acquiescence of the Parliament and Kingdom. Not to mention what he always asserted, and what we can scarcely doubt of, that he had obtained the royal license in the most formal manner, which, had he not been apprehensive of the dangers attending any opposition to Henry's lawless will, he might have pleaded in his own defence before the judges. Sentence, however, was pronounced against him, that he was out of the king's protection, his lands and goods forfeited, and that his person might be committed to custody. But this prosecution of Wolsey was carried no further. Henry even granted him a pardon for all offences, restored him part of his plate and furniture, and still continued, from time to time, to drop expressions of favour and compassion towards him. The complaints against the usurpations of the ecclesiastics had been very ancient in England, as well as in most other European kingdoms. And as this topic was now become popular everywhere, it had paved the way for the Lutheran tenets, and reconciled the people, in some measure, to the frightful idea of heresy and innovation. The Commons, finding the occasion favourable, passed several bills restraining the impositions of the clergy, one for the regulating of mortuaries, another against the exactions for the probates of wills, a third against non-residents and pluralities, and against churchmen's being farmers of land. But what appeared chiefly dangerous to the ecclesiastical order, were the severe invectives thrown out, almost without opposition, in the House, against the dissolute lives of the priests, their ambition, their avarice, and their endless encroachments on the laity. Lord Herbert has even preserved the speech of a gentleman of Gray's Inn, which is of a singular nature, and contains such topics as we should little expect to meet with during that period. The member insists upon the vast variety of theological opinions which prevailed in different nations and ages, the endless inextricable controversies maintained by the several sects, the impossibility that any man, much less the people, could ever know, much less examine, the tenets and principles of every sect, the necessity of ignorance and a suspense of judgment with regard to all those objects of dispute, and, upon the whole, he infers, that the only religion obligatory on mankind is the belief of one supreme being, the author of nature, and the necessity of good morals, in order to obtain his favour and protection. Such sentiments would be deemed latitudinarian, even in our time, and would not be advanced, without some precaution, in a public assembly. But though the first broaching of religious controversy might encourage the sceptical turn in a few persons of a studious disposition, the zeal with which men soon after attached themselves to their several parties served effectually to banish for a long time all such obnoxious liberties. The bills for regulating the clergy met with some opposition in the House of Lords. Bishop Fisher, in particular, imputed these measures of the Commons to their want of faith, and to a formed design, derived from heretical and Lutheran principles, of robbing the Church of her patrimony, and overturning the national religion. The Duke of Norfolk reproved the prelate in severe, and even somewhat indecent terms. He told him, that the greatest clerks were not always the wisest men. But Fisher replied, that he did not remember any fools in his time who had proved great clerks. The exceptions taken at the Bishop of Rochester's speech stopped not there. The Commons, by the mouth of Sir Thomas Audley, their speaker, made complaints to the King of the reflections thrown upon them, and the bishop was obliged to put a more favourable construction on his words. Henry was not displeased that the court of Rome and the clergy should be sensible that they were entirely dependent on him, and that his parliament, if he were willing to second their inclinations, was sufficiently disposed to reduce the power and privileges of the ecclesiastics. The Commons gratified the king in another particular of moment. They granted him a discharge of all those debts which he had contracted since the beginning of his reign, and they grounded this bill, which occasioned many complaints, on a pretence of the king's great care of the nation, and of his regularly employing all the money which he had borrowed in the public service. Most of the king's creditors consisted of friends to the cardinal who had been engaged by their patron to contribute to the supply of Henry's necessities, and the present courtiers were well pleased to take the opportunity of mulcting them. Several also approved of an expedient which, they hoped, would ever after discredit a method of supply so irregular and so unparliamentary. The domestic transactions of England were at present so interesting to the king, that they chiefly engaged his attention, and he regarded foreign affairs only in subordination to them. He had declared war against the emperor. But the mutual advantages reaped by the commerce between England and the Netherlands had engaged him to stipulate a neutrality with those provinces. And, except by money contributed to the Italian wars, he had in effect exercised no hostility against any of the imperial dominions. A general peace was this summer established in Europe. Margaret of Austria and Louisa of Savoy met at Cambrai, and settled the terms of pacification between the French king and the emperor. Charles accepted of 2 millions of crowns in lieu of Burgundy. And he delivered up the 2 princes of France, whom he had retained as hostages. Henry was, on this occasion, so generous to his friend and ally Francis, that he sent him an acquittal of near 600,000 crowns, which that prince owed him. Francis's Italian confederates were not so well satisfied as the king with the peace of Cambrai. They were almost wholly abandoned to the will of the emperor, and seemed to have no means of security left but his equity and moderation. Florence, after a brave resistance, was subdued by the imperial arms, and finally delivered over to the dominion of the family of Medici. The Venetians were better treated. They were only obliged to relinquish some acquisitions which they had made on the coast of Naples. Even Francis Sforza obtained the investiture of Milan, and was pardoned for all past offences. The emperor in person passed into Italy with a magnificent train, and received the imperial crown from the hands of the Pope at Bologna. He was but 29 years of age. And having already, by his vigor and capacity, succeeded in every enterprise, and reduced to captivity the 2 greatest potentates in Europe, the one spiritual, the other temporal, he attracted the eyes of all men. And many prognostications were formed of his growing empire. But though Charles seemed to be prosperous on every side, and though the conquest of Mexico and Peru now began to prevent that scarcity of money under which he had hitherto labored, he found himself threatened with difficulties in Germany. And his desire of surmounting them was the chief cause of his granting such moderate conditions to the Italian powers. Sultan Solomon, the greatest and most accomplished prince that ever sat on the Ottoman throne, had almost entirely subdued Hungary, had besieged Vienna, and, though repulsed, still menaced the hereditary dominions of the House of Austria with conquest and subjection. The Lutheran princes of the empire, finding that liberty of conscience was denied them, had combined in a league for their own defense at Smalcald, and because they protested against the votes passed in the imperial diet. They thenceforth received the appellation of Protestants. Charles had undertaken to reduce them to obedience, and on pretense of securing the purity of religion, he had laid a scheme for aggrandizing his own family, by extending its dominion over all Germany. The friendship of Henry was one material circumstance yet wanting to Charles, in order to ensure success in his ambitious enterprises. And the king was sufficiently apprised that the concurrence of that prince would at once remove all the difficulties which lay in the way of his divorce, that point which had long been the object of his most earnest wishes. But besides that the interests of his kingdom seemed to require an alliance with France, his haughty spirit could not submit to a friendship imposed on him by constraint. And as he had ever been accustomed to receive courtship, deference, and solicitation from the greatest potentates, he could ill brook that dependence to which this unhappy affair seemed to have reduced him. Amidst the anxieties with which he was agitated, he was often tempted to break off all connections with the court of Rome. And though he had been educated in a superstitious reverence to papal authority, it is likely that his personal experience of the duplicity and selfish politics of Clement had served much to open his eyes in that particular. He found his prerogative firmly established at home. Lai observed that his people were in general much disgusted with clerical usurpations, and disposed to reduce the powers fine privileges of the ecclesiastical order. He knew that they had cordially taken part with him in his prosecution of the divorce, and highly resented the unworthy treatment which after so many services and such devoted attachment, he had received from the court of Rome. And Boleyn also could not fail to use all her efforts, and employ every insinuation, in order to make him proceed to extremities against the Pope. Both as it was the readiest way to her attaining royal dignity, and as her education in the court of the Duchess of Alassa, a princess inclined to the reformers, had already disposed her to a belief of the new doctrines. But notwithstanding these inducements, Henry had strong motives still to desire a good agreement with the sovereign pontiff. He apprehended the danger of such great innovations, he dreaded the reproach of heresy, he abhorred all connections with the Lutherans, the chief opponents of the papal power. And having once exerted himself with such applause, as he imagined, in defense of the Romish communion, he was ashamed to retract his former opinions, and betray from passion such a palpable inconsistency. While he was agitated by these contrary motives, an expedient was proposed, which, as it promised a solution of all difficulties, was embraced by him with the greatest joy and satisfaction. Dr. Thomas Cranmer, Fellow of Jesus College in Cambridge, was a man remarkable in that university for his learning, and still more for the candour and disinterestedness of his temper. He fell one evening by accident into company with Gardiner, now Secretary of State, and Fox, the King's Almoner. And as the business of the divorce became the subject of conversation, he observed that the readiest way either to quiet Henry's conscience, or extort the Pope's consent, would be to consult all the universities of Europe with regard to this controverted point. If they agreed to approve of the king's marriage with Catherine, his remorses would naturally cease. If they condemned it, the Pope would find it difficult to resist the solicitations of so great a monarch, seconded by the opinion of all the learned men in Christendom. When the king was informed of the proposal, he was delighted with it, and swore, with more alacrity than delicacy, that Cranmer had got the right sow by the ear. He sent for that divine, entered into conversation with him, conceived a high opinion of his virtue and understanding, engaged him to write in defense of the divorce, and immediately, in prosecution of the scheme proposed, employed his agents to collect the judgments of all the universities in Europe. Had the question of Henry's marriage with Catherine been examined by the principles of sound philosophy, exempt from superstition, it seemed not liable to much difficulty. The natural reason why marriage in certain degrees is prohibited by the civil laws, and condemned by the moral sentiments of all nations, is derived from men's care to preserve purity of manners. While they reflect, that if a commerce of love were authorized between near relations, the frequent opportunities of intimate conversation, especially during early youth, would introduce a universal dissoluteness and corruption. But as the customs of countries vary considerably, and open an intercourse, more or less restrained, between different families, or between the several members of the same family, we find that the moral precept, varying with its cause, is susceptible, without any inconvenience, of very different latitude in the several ages and nations of the world. The extreme delicacy of the Greeks permitted no communication between persons of different sexes, except where they lived under the same roof. And even the apartments of a stepmother and her daughters were almost as much shut up against visits from the husband's sons, as against those from any stranger or more distant relation. Hence, in that nation, it was lawful for a man to marry not only his niece, but his half-sister by the father. A liberty unknown to the Romans, and other nations, where a more open intercourse was authorized between the sexes. Reasoning from this principle, it would appear, that the ordinary commerce of life among great princes is so obstructed by ceremony and numerous attendants, that no ill consequence would result among them from marrying a brother's widow. Especially if the dispensation of the supreme priest be previously required, in order to justify what may in common cases be condemned, and to hinder the precedent from becoming too common and familiar. And as strong motives of public interest and tranquility may frequently require such alliances between the foreign families, there is the less reason for extending towards them the full rigor of the rule which has place among individuals. But in opposition to these reasons, and many more which might be collected, Henry had custom and precedent on his side, the principle by which men are almost wholly governed in their actions and opinions. The marrying of a brother's widow was so unusual, that no other instance of it could be found in any history or record of any Christian nation. And though the popes were accustomed to dispense with more essential precepts of morality, and even permitted marriages within other prohibited degrees, such as those of uncle and niece, the imaginations of men were not yet reconciled to this particular exercise of his authority. 1530. Several universities of Europe, therefore, without hesitation, as well as without interest or reward, gave verdict in the king's favor. Not only those of France, Paris, Orleans, Bourges, Toulouse, and Gers, which might be supposed to lie under the influence of their prince, allied to Henry, but also those of Italy, Venice, Ferrara, Padua. Even Bologna itself, though under the immediate jurisdiction of Clement. Oxford alone and Cambridge, made some difficulty. Because these universities, alarmed at the progress of Lutheranism, and dreading a defection from the Holy See, scrupled to give their sanction to measures whose consequences they feared would prove fatal to the ancient religion. Their opinion, however, conformable to that of the other universities of Europe, was at last obtained. And the king, in order to give more weight to all these authorities, engaged his nobility to write a letter to the Pope, recommending his cause to the Holy Father, and threatening him with the most dangerous consequences in case of a denial of justice. The convocations, too, both of Canterbury and York, pronounced the king's marriage invalid, irregular, and contrary to the law of God, with which no human power had authority to dispense. But Clement, lying still under the influence of the emperor, continued to summon the king to appear, either by himself or proxy, before his tribunal at Rome. And the king, who knew that he could expect no fair trial there, refused to submit to such a condition, and would not even admit of any citation, which he regarded as a high insult and a violation of his royal prerogative. The father of Anne Boleyn, created Earl of Wiltshire, carried to the Pope the king's reasons for not appearing by proxy. And, as the first instance of disrespect from England, refused to kiss His Holiness's foot, which he very graciously held out to him for that purpose. The extremities to which Henry was pushed, both against the Pope and the ecclesiastical order, were naturally disagreeable to Cardinal Wolsey. And as Henry foresaw his opposition, it is the most probable reason that can be assigned for his renewing the prosecution against his ancient favourite. After Wolsey had remained some time at Asher, he was allowed to remove to Richmond, a palace which he had received as a present from Henry, in return for Hampton Court. But the courtiers, dreading still his vicinity to the king, procured an order for him to remove to his see of York. The cardinal knew it was in vain to resist. He took up his residence at Cawood, in Yorkshire, where he rendered himself extremely popular in the neighbourhood by his affability and hospitality. But he was not allowed to remain long unmolested in this retreat. The Earl of Northumberland received orders, without regard to Wolsey's ecclesiastical character, to arrest him for high treason, and to conduct him to London, in order to his trial. The cardinal, partly from the fatigues of his journey, partly from the agitation of his anxious mind, was seized with a disorder which turned into a dysentery, and he was able, with some difficulty, to reach Leicester Abbey. When the abbot and the monks advanced to receive him with much respect and reverence, he told them that he was come to lay his bones among them, and he immediately took to his bed, whence he never rose more. A little before he expired, he addressed himself in the following words to Sir William Kingston, Constable of the Tower, who had him in custody. I pray you have me heartily recommended unto his Royal Majesty, and beseech him on my behalf to call to his remembrance all matters that have passed between us from the beginning, especially with regard to his business with the Queen. And then will he know in his conscience whether I have offended him. He is a prince of a most royal carriage, and hath a princely heart, and rather than he will miss or want any part of his will, he will endanger the one half of his kingdom. I do assure you, that I have often kneeled before him, sometimes 3 hours together, to persuade him from his will and appetite. But could not prevail. Had I but served God as diligently as I have served the king, he would not have given me over in my grey hairs. But this is the just reward that I must receive for my indulgent pains and study, not regarding my service to God, but only to my prince. Therefore, let me advise you, if you be one of the Privy Council, as by your wisdom you are fit, take care what you put into the king's head, for you can never put it out again. Thus died this famous cardinal, whose character seems to have contained as singular a variety as the fortune to which he was exposed. The obstinacy and violence of the king's temper may alleviate much of the blame which some of his favourites' measures have undergone. And when we consider, that the subsequent part of Henry's reign was much more criminal than that which had been directed by Wolsey's counsels, we shall be inclined to suspect those historians of partiality, who have endeavoured to load the memory of this minister with such violent reproaches. If, in foreign politics, he sometimes employed his influence over the king for his private purposes, rather than his master's service, which, he boasted, he had solely at heart. We must remember, that he had in view the papal throne. A dignity which, had he attained it, would have enabled him to make Henry a suitable return for all his favours. The Cardinal of Amboise, whose memory is respected in France, always made this apology for his own conduct, which was, in some respect, similar to Wolsey's. And we have reason to think, that Henry was well acquainted with the views by which his minister was influenced, and took a pride in promoting them. He much regretted his death, when informed of it, and always spoke favourably of his memory. A proof that humour, more than reason, or any discovery of treachery, had occasioned the last persecutions against him. 1531. A new session of Parliament was held, together with a convocation. And the king here gave strong proofs of his extensive authority, as well as of his intention to turn it to the depression of the clergy. As an ancient statute, now almost obsolete, had been employed to ruin Wolsey, and render his exercise of the legatine power criminal, notwithstanding the king's permission, the same law was now turned against the ecclesiastics. It was pretended, that every one who had submitted to the legatine court, that is, the whole church, had violated the statute of provisors, and the Attorney General accordingly brought an indictment against them. The convocation knew, that it would be in vain to oppose reason or equity to the king's arbitrary will, or plead that their ruin would have been the certain consequence of not submitting to Wolsey's commission, which was procured by Henry's consent, and supported by his authority. They chose, therefore, to throw themselves on the mercy of their sovereign, and they agreed to pay £118,840 for a pardon. A confession was likewise extorted from them, that the king was the protector and the supreme head of the church and clergy of England. Though some of them had the dexterity to get a clause inserted, which invalidated the whole submission, and which ran in these terms, in so far as is permitted by the law of Christ. The Commons, finding that a pardon was granted the clergy, began to be apprehensive for themselves, lest either they should afterwards be brought into trouble on account of their submission to the legatine court, or a supply, in like manner, be extorted from them, in return for their pardon. They therefore petitioned the king to grant a remission to his lay subjects, but they met with a repulse. He told them, that if he ever chose to forgive their offence, it would be from his own goodness, not from their application, lest he should seem to be compelled to it. Some time after, when they despaired of obtaining this concession, he was pleased to issue a pardon to the laity, and the Commons expressed great gratitude for that act of clemency. 1532. By this strict execution of the statute of provisors, a great part of the profit, and still more of the power of the court of Rome was cut off, and the connections between the Pope and the English clergy were in some measure dissolved. The next session found both king and parliament in the same dispositions. An act was passed against levying the annates or first fruits, being a year's rent of all the bishoprics that fell vacant. A tax which was imposed by the court of Rome for granting bulls to the new prelates, and which was found to amount to considerable sums. Since the 2nd of Henry VII, no less than £160,000 had been transmitted to Rome on account of this claim, which the Parliament, therefore, reduced to 5% on all the episcopal benefices. The better to keep the Pope in awe, the king was entrusted with a power of regulating these payments, and of confirming or infringing this act at his pleasure. And it was voted, that any censures which should be passed by the court of Rome on account of that law, should be entirely disregarded, and that Mass should be said, and the sacraments administered, as if no such censures had been issued. This session, the Commons preferred to the king a long complaint against the abuses and oppressions of the ecclesiastical courts. And they were proceeding to enact laws for remedying them, when a difference arose, which put an end to the session before the Parliament had finished all their business. It was become a custom for men to make such settlements, or trust deeds, of their lands by will, that they defrauded not only the king, but all other lords, of their wards, marriages, and reliefs. And by the same artifice the king was deprived of his premier season, and the profits of the livery, which were no inconsiderable branches of his revenue. Henry made a bill be drawn to moderate, not remedy altogether, this abuse. He was contented, that every man should have the liberty of disposing in this manner of the half of his land. And he told the Parliament in plain terms, if they would not take a reasonable thing when it was offered, he would search out the extremity of the law, and then would not offer them so much again. The Lords came willingly into his terms. But the Commons rejected the bill, a singular instance, where Henry might see that his power and authority, though extensive, had yet some boundaries. The Commons, however, found reason to repent of their victory. The king made good his threats. He called together the judges and ablest lawyers, who argued the question in chancery, and it was decided that a man could not by law bequeath any part of his lands in prejudice of his heir. The Parliament being again assembled after a short prorogation, the king caused the two oaths to be read to them, that which the bishops took to the Pope, and that to the king, on their installation. And as a contradiction might be suspected between them, while the prelates seemed to swear allegiance to two sovereigns. The Parliament showed their intention of abolishing the oath to the Pope, when their proceedings were suddenly stopped by the breaking out of the plague at Westminster, which occasioned a prorogation. It is remarkable, that one Temps ventured this session to move, that the House should address the King, to take back the Queen, and stop the prosecution of his divorce. This motion made the King send for Audley, the Speaker, and explain to him the scruples with which his conscience had long been burdened. Scruples, he said, which had proceeded from no wanton appetite, which had arisen after the fervours of youth were past, and which were confirmed by the concurring sentiments of all the learned societies in Europe. Except in Spain and Portugal, he added, it was never heard of, that any man had espoused two sisters, but he himself had the misfortune, he believed, to be the first Christian man that had ever married his brother's widow. After the prorogation, Sir Thomas More, the Chancellor, foreseeing that all the measures of the King and Parliament led to a breach with the Church of Rome, and to an alteration of religion, with which his principles would not permit him to concur, desired leave to resign the Great Seal. And he descended from his high station with more joy and alacrity than he had mounted up to it. The austerity of this man's virtue, and the sanctity of his manners, had nowise encroached on the gentleness of his temper, or even diminished that frolic and gaiety to which he was naturally inclined. He sported with all the varieties of fortune into which he was thrown, and neither the pride naturally attending a high station, nor the melancholy incident to poverty and retreat, could ever lay hold of his serene and equal spirit. While his family discovered symptoms of sorrow on laying down the grandeur and magnificence to which they had been accustomed, he drew a subject of mirth from their distresses, and made them ashamed of losing even a moment's cheerfulness on account of such trivial misfortunes. The king, who had entertained a high opinion of his virtue, received his resignation with some difficulty. And he delivered the Great Seal soon after to Sir Thomas Audley. During these transactions in England, and these invasions of the papal and ecclesiastical authority, the court of Rome was not without solicitude. And she entertained just apprehensions of losing entirely her authority in England, the kingdom which, of all others, had long been the most devoted to the Holy See and which had yielded it the most ample revenue. While the imperial cardinals pushed Clement to proceed to extremities against the king, his more moderate and impartial counsellors represented to him the indignity of his proceedings. That a great monarch, who had signalized himself, both by his pen and his sword, in the cause of the Pope, should be denied a favour which he demanded on such just grounds, and which had scarcely ever before been refused to any person of his rank and station. Notwithstanding these remonstrances, the Queen's appeal was received at Rome, the King was cited to appear, and several consistories were held, to examine the validity of their marriage. Henry was determined not to send any proxy to plead his cause before this court, he only dispatched Sir Edward Carne and Dr. Bonner, in quality of excusators, so they were called, to carry his apology, for not paying that deference to the papal authority. The prerogatives of his crown, he said, must be sacrificed, if he allowed appeals from his own kingdom. And as the question regarded conscience, not power or interest, no proxy could supply his place, or convey that satisfaction which the dictates of his own mind alone could confer. In order to support himself in this measure, and add greater security to his intended defection from Rome, he procured an interview with Francis at Boulogne and Calais. where he renewed his personal friendship as well as public alliance with that monarch, and concerted all measures for their mutual defense. He even employed arguments, by which he believed he had persuaded Francis to imitate his example in withdrawing his obedience from the Bishop of Rome, and administering ecclesiastical affairs without having further recourse to that see. And being now fully determined in his own mind, as well as resolute to stand all consequences, he privately celebrated his marriage with Anne Boleyn, whom he had previously created Marchioness of Pembroke. Rowland Lee, soon after raised to the bishopric of Coventry, officiated at the marriage. The Duke of Norfolk, uncle to the new queen, her father, mother, and brother, together with Dr. Cranmer, were present at the ceremony. Anne became pregnant soon after her marriage, and this event both gave great satisfaction to the king, and was regarded by the people as a strong proof of the queen's former modesty and virtue. 1533. The Parliament was again assembled. And Henry, in conjunction with the great council of the nation, proceeded still in those gradual and secure steps, by which they loosened their connections with the See of Rome, and repressed the usurpations of the Roman pontiff. An act was made against all appeals to Rome in causes of matrimony, divorces, wills, and other suits cognizable in ecclesiastical courts, appeals esteemed dishonorable to the kingdom, by subjecting it to a foreign jurisdiction. And found to be very vexatious by the expense and the delay of justice which necessarily attended them. The more to show his disregard to the Pope, Henry, finding the new queen's pregnancy to advance, publicly owned his marriage. And in order to remove all doubts with regard to its lawfulness, he prepared measures for declaring, by a formal sentence, the invalidity of his marriage with Catherine, a sentence which ought naturally to have preceded his espousing of Anne. The king, even amidst his scruples and remorses on account of his first marriage, had always treated Catherine with respect and distinction. And he endeavored, by every soft and persuasive art, to engage her to depart from her appeal to Rome, and her opposition to his divorce. Finding her obstinate in maintaining the justice of her cause, he had totally forborne all visits and intercourse with her, and had desired her to make choice of any one of his palaces, in which she should please to reside. She had fixed her abode for some time at Amphill, near Dunstable, and it was in this latter town that Cranmer, now created Archbishop of Canterbury, on the death of Warham, was appointed to open his court for examining the validity of her marriage. The near neighbourhood of the place was chosen, in order to deprive her of all plea of ignorance, and as she made no answer to the citation, either by herself or proxy, she was declared contumacious. And the primate proceeded to the examination of the cause. The evidences of Arthur's consummation of his marriage were anew produced. The opinions of the universities were read, together with the judgment pronounced 2 years before by the convocations both of Canterbury and York, and after these preliminary steps, Cranmer proceeded to a sentence. And annulled the king's marriage with Catherine as unlawful and invalid. By a subsequent sentence, he ratified the marriage with Anne Boleyn, who soon after was publicly crowned queen, with all the pomp and dignity suited to that ceremony. To complete the king's satisfaction on the conclusion of this intricate and vexatious affair, she was safely delivered of a daughter, who received the name of Elizabeth, and who afterwards swayed the sceptre with such renown and felicity. Henry was so much delighted with the birth of this child, that soon after he conferred on her the title of Princess of Wales, a step somewhat irregular, as she could only be presumptive, not apparent heir of the crown. But he had, during his former marriage, thought proper to honor his daughter Mary with that title. And he was determined to bestow on the offspring of his present marriage the same mark of distinction, as well as to exclude the elder princess from all hopes of the succession. His regard for the new queen seemed rather to increase than diminish by his marriage. And all men expected to see the entire ascendant of one who had mounted a throne from which her birth had set her at so great a distance, and who, by a proper mixture of severity and indulgence, had long managed so intractable a spirit as that of Henry. In order to efface as much as possible all marks of his first marriage, Lord Mountjoy was sent to the unfortunate and divorced queen, to inform her, that she was thenceforth to be treated only as Princess Dowager of Wales. And all means were employed to make her acquiesce in that determination. But she continued obstinate in maintaining the validity of her marriage, and she would admit no person to her presence who did not approach her with the accustomed ceremonial. Henry, forgetting his wonted generosity towards her, employed menaces against such of her servants as complied with her commands in this particular, but was never able to make her relinquish her title and pretensions. When intelligence was conveyed to Rome of these transactions, so injurious to the authority and reputation of the Holy See, the conclave was in a rage. And all the cardinals of the imperial faction urged the Pope to proceed to a definitive sentence, and to dart his spiritual thunders against Henry. But Clement proceeded no further than to declare the nullity of Cranmer's sentence, as well as that of Henry's second marriage. Threatening him with excommunication, if before the 1st of November ensuing he did not replace everything in the condition in which it formerly stood. An event had happened from which the pontiff expected a more amicable conclusion of the difference, and which hindered him from carrying matters to extremity against the king. The Pope had claims upon the Duchy of Ferrara for the sovereignty of Reggio and Modena, and having submitted his pretensions to the arbitration of the Emperor, he was surprised to find a sentence pronounced against him. Enraged at this disappointment, he hearkened to proposals of amity from Francis. And when that monarch made overtures of marrying the Duke of Orleans, his second son, to Catherine of Medicis, niece of the Pope, Clement gladly embraced an alliance by which his family was so much honored. An interview was even appointed between the Pope and French king at Marseilles, and Francis, as a common friend, there employed his good offices in mediating an accommodation between his new ally and the King of England. Had this connection of France with the court of Rome taken place a few years sooner, there had been little difficulty in adjusting the quarrel with Henry. The king's request was an ordinary one. And the same plenary power of the Pope which had granted a dispensation for his espousing of Catherine, could easily have annulled the marriage. But, in the progress of the quarrel, the state of affairs was much changed on both sides. Henry had shaken off much of that reverence which he had early imbibed for the Apostolic See. And finding that his subjects of all ranks had taken part with him, and willingly complied with his measures for breaking off foreign dependence, he had begun to relish his spiritual authority, and would scarcely, it was apprehended, be induced to renew his submissions to the Roman pontiff. The Pope, on the other hand, now ran a manifest risk of infringing his authority by a compliance with the king. And as a sentence of divorce could no longer be rested on nullities in Julius's bull, but would be construed as an acknowledgment of papal usurpations, it was foreseen that the Lutherans would thence take occasion of triumph, and would persevere more obstinately in their present principles. But notwithstanding these obstacles, Francis did not despair of mediating an agreement. He observed that the king had still some remains of prejudice in favor of the Catholic Church, and was apprehensive of the consequences which might ensue from too violent innovations. He saw the interest that Clement had in preserving the obedience of England, which was one of the richest jewels in the papal crown. And he hoped that these motives on both sides would facilitate a mutual agreement, and would forward the effects of his good offices. 1534. Francis first prevailed on the Pope to promise, that if the king would send a proxy to Rome, and thereby submit his cause to the Holy See, he should appoint commissioners to meet at Cambrai, and form the process. And he should immediately afterwards pronounce the sentence of divorce required of him. Belay, Bishop of Paris, was next dispatched to London, and obtained a promise from the king that he would submit his cause to the Roman consistory, provided the cardinals of the imperial faction were excluded from it. The prelate carried this verbal promise to Rome, and the Pope agreed that, if the king would sign a written agreement to the same purpose, his demands should be fully complied with. A day was appointed for the return of the messengers. And all Europe regarded this affair, which had threatened a violent rupture between England and the Romish Church, as drawing towards an amicable conclusion. But the greatest affairs often depend on the most frivolous incidents. The courier who carried the king's written promise was detained beyond the day appointed. News was brought to Rome that a libel had been published in England against the court of Rome, and a farce acted before the king in derision of the Pope and cardinals. The Pope and cardinals entered into the consistory inflamed with anger, and by a precipitate sentence the marriage of Henry and Catherine was pronounced valid, and Henry declared to be excommunicated if he refused to adhere to it. 2 days after, the courier arrived. And Clement, who had been hurried from his usual prudence, found that though he heartily repented of this hasty measure, it would be difficult for him to retract it, or replace affairs on the same footing as before. It is not probable that the Pope, had he conducted himself with ever so great moderation and temper, could hope, during the lifetime of Henry, to have regained much authority or influence in England. That monarch was of a temper both impetuous and obstinate, and having proceeded so far in throwing off the papal yoke, he never could again have been brought tamely to bend his neck to it. Even at the time when he was negotiating a reconciliation with Rome, he either entertained so little hopes of success, or was so indifferent about the event, that he had assembled a parliament, and continued to enact laws totally destructive of the papal authority. The people had been prepared by degrees for this great innovation. Each preceding session had retrenched somewhat from the power and profits of the pontiff. Care had been taken, during some years, to teach the nation that a general council was much superior to a pope. But now a bishop preached every Sunday at Paul's Cross, in order to inculcate the doctrine that the pope was entitled to no authority at all beyond the bounds of his own diocese. The proceedings of the Parliament showed that they had entirely adopted this opinion. And there is reason to believe that the king, after having procured a favorable sentence from Rome, which would have removed all doubts with regard to his second marriage and the succession, might indeed have lived on terms of civility with the Roman pontiff, but never would have surrendered to him any considerable share of his assumed prerogative. The importance of the laws passed this session, even before intelligence arrived of the violent resolutions taken at Rome, is sufficient to justify this opinion. All payments made to the apostolic chamber, all provisions, bulls, dispensations, were abolished, monasteries were subjected to the visitation and government of the king alone, the law for punishing heretics was moderated, the ordinary was prohibited from imprisoning or trying any person upon suspicion alone, without presentment by two lawful witnesses. And it was declared, that to speak against the Pope's authority was no heresy, bishops were to be appointed, by a congé d'élire from the crown, or, in case of the dean and chapter's refusal, by letters patent. And no recourse was to be had to Rome for pales, bulls, or provisions. Campeggio and Ganucci, two Italians, were deprived of the bishoprics of Salisbury and Worcester, which they had hitherto enjoyed, the law which had been formerly made against paying annates or first-fruits, but which had been left in the king's power to suspend or enforce, was finally established, and a submission which was exacted 2 years before from the clergy, and which had been obtained with great difficulty, received this session the sanction of Parliament. In this submission, the clergy acknowledged that convocations ought to be assembled by the king's authority only, they promised to enact no new canons without his consent. And they agreed that he should appoint 32 commissioners, in order to examine the old canons, and abrogate such as should be found prejudicial to his royal prerogative. An appeal was also allowed from the bishop's court to the king in chancery. But the most important law passed this session was that which regulated the succession to the crown. The marriage of the king with Catherine was declared unlawful, void, and of no effect. The primate's sentence annulling it was ratified, and the marriage with Queen Anne was established and confirmed. The crown was appointed to descend to the issue of this marriage, and failing them, to the king's heirs forever. An oath likewise was enjoined to be taken in favor of this order of succession, under the penalty of imprisonment during the king's pleasure, and forfeiture of goods and chattels. And all slander against the king, queen, or their issue, was subjected to the penalty of misprision of treason. After these compliances, the Parliament was prorogued. And those acts, so contemptuous towards the Pope, and so destructive of his authority, were passed at the very time that Clement pronounced his hasty sentence against the king. Henry's resentment against Queen Catherine, on account of her obstinacy, was the reason why he excluded her daughter from all hopes of succeeding to the crown. Contrary to his first intentions, when he began the process of divorce, and of dispensation for a second marriage, the king found his ecclesiastical subjects as compliant as the laity. The convocation ordered that the act against appeals to Rome, together with the king's appeal from the Pope to a general council, should be affixed to the doors of all the churches in the kingdom, and they voted that the Bishop of Rome had By the law of God, no more jurisdiction in England than any other foreign bishop. And that the authority which he and his predecessors had there exercised, was only by usurpation, and by the sufferance of English princes. 4 persons alone opposed this vote in the lower house, and 1 doubted. It passed unanimously in the upper. The bishops went so far in their complaisance, that they took out new commissions from the crown, in which all their spiritual and episcopal authority was expressly affirmed to be derived ultimately from the civil magistrate, and to be entirely dependent on his good pleasure. The oath regarding the succession was generally taken throughout the kingdom. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, and Sir Thomas More, were the only persons of note that entertained scruples with regard to its legality. Fisher was obnoxious on account of some practices into which his credulity, rather than any bad intentions, seems to have betrayed him. But More was the person of greatest reputation in the kingdom for virtue and integrity. And as it was believed that his authority would have influence on the sentiments of others, great pains were taken to convince him of the lawfulness of the oath. He declared that he had no scruple with regard to the succession, and thought that the Parliament had full power to settle it. He offered to draw an oath himself which would ensure his allegiance to the heir appointed. But he refused the oath prescribed by law, because the preamble of that oath asserted the legality of the king's marriage with Anne, and thereby implied that his former marriage with Catherine was unlawful and invalid. Cranmer, the primate, and Cromwell, now Secretary of State, who highly loved and esteemed More, entreated him to lay aside his scruples, and their friendly importunity seemed to weigh more with him than all the penalties attending his refusal. He persisted, however, in a mild though firm manner, to maintain his resolution, and the king, irritated against him as well as Fisher, ordered both to be indicted upon the statute and committed prisoners to the Tower. The Parliament, being again assembled, conferred on the king the title of the only supreme head on earth of the Church of England, as they had already invested him with all the real power belonging to it. In this memorable act, the Parliament granted him power, or rather acknowledged his inherent power, to visit, and repress, redress, reform, order, correct, restrain, or amend all errors, heresies, abuses, offences, contempts, and enormities, which fell under any spiritual authority or jurisdiction. They also declared it treason to attempt, imagine, or speak evil against the king, queen, or his heirs, or to endeavour depriving them of their dignities or titles. They gave him a right to all the annates and tithes of benefices which had formerly been paid to the court of Rome. They granted him a subsidy and a 15th. They attainted More and Fisher for misprision of treason. And they completed the union of England and Wales, by giving to that principality all the benefit of the English laws. Thus the authority of the popes, like all exorbitant power, was ruined by the excess of its acquisitions, and by stretching its pretensions beyond what it was possible for any human principles or prepossessions to sustain. Indulgences had in former ages tended extremely to enrich the Holy See, but being openly abused, they served to excite the first commotions and opposition in Germany. The prerogative of granting dispensations had also contributed much to attach all the sovereign princes and great families in Europe to the papal authority. But meeting with an unlucky concurrence of circumstances, was now the cause why England separated herself from the Romish communion. The acknowledgement of the king's supremacy introduced there a greater simplicity in the government, by uniting the spiritual with the civil power, and preventing disputes about limits, which never could be exactly determined between the contending jurisdictions. A way was also prepared for checking the exorbitances of superstition, and breaking those shackles by which all human reason, policy, and industry had so long been encumbered. The prince, it may be supposed, being head of the religion, as well as of the temporal jurisdiction of the kingdom, though he might sometimes employ the former as an engine of government, had no interest, like the Roman pontiff, in nourishing its excessive growth. And, except when blinded by his own ignorance or bigotry, would be sure to retain it within tolerable limits, and prevent its abuses. And on the whole, there followed from this revolution many beneficial consequences, though perhaps neither foreseen nor intended by the persons who had the chief hand in conducting it. While Henry proceeded with so much order and tranquility in changing the national religion, and while his authority seemed entirely secure in England, he was held in some inquietude by the state of affairs in Ireland and in Scotland. The Earl of Kildare was Deputy of Ireland, under the Duke of Richmond, the king's natural son, who bore the title of lieutenant. And as Kildare was accused of some violences against the family of Ossory, his hereditary enemies, he was summoned to answer for his conduct. He left his authority in the hands of his son, who, hearing that his father was thrown into prison, and was in danger of his life, immediately took up arms, and joining himself to one Ale, Aucherall, and other Irish nobility, committed many ravages. Murdered Alan, Archbishop of Dublin, and laid siege to that city. Kildare meanwhile died in prison, and his son, persevering in his revolt, made applications to the emperor, who promised him assistance. The king was obliged to send over some forces to Ireland, which so harassed the rebels, that this young nobleman, finding the emperor backward in fulfilling his promises, was reduced to the necessity of surrendering himself prisoner to Lord Leonard Grey, the new deputy, brother to the Marquis of Dorset. He was carried over to England, together with his 5 uncles, and after trial and conviction, they were all brought to public justice, though 2 of the uncles, in order to save the family, had pretended to join the king's party. The Earl of Angus had acquired the entire ascendant in Scotland. And having gotten possession of the king's person then in early youth, he was able, by means of that advantage, and by employing the power of his own family, to retain the reins of government. The Queen Dowager, however, his consort, bred him great disturbance. For having separated herself from him on account of some jealousies and disgusts, and having procured a divorce, she had married another man of quality, of the name of Stuart. And she joined all the discontented nobility who opposed Angus's authority. James himself was dissatisfied with the slavery to which he was reduced, and by secret correspondence he incited first Walter Scott, then the Earl of Lennox, to attempt by force of arms the freeing him from the hands of Angus. Both enterprises failed of success, but James, impatient of restraint, found means at last of escaping to Stirling, where his mother then resided. And having summoned all the nobility to attend him, he overturned the authority of the Douglases, and obliged Angus and his brother to fly into England, where they were protected by Henry. The King of Scotland, being now arrived at years of majority, took the government into his own hands, and employed himself with great spirit and valor in repressing those feuds, ravages, and disorders, which, though they disturbed the course of public justice, served to support the martial spirit of the Scots, and contributed by that means to maintain national independency. He was desirous of renewing the ancient league with the French nation. But finding Francis in close union with England, and on that account somewhat cold in hearkening to his proposals, he received the more favourably the advances of the emperor, who hoped, by means of such an ally, to breed disturbance to England. He offered the Scottish king the choice of 3 princesses, his own near relations, and all of the name of Mary. His sister, the Dowager of Hungary, his niece, a daughter of Portugal, or his cousin, the daughter of Henry, whom he pretended to dispose of unknown to her father. James was more inclined to the latter proposal, had it not, upon reflection, been found impracticable, and his natural propensity to France at last prevailed over all other considerations. The alliance with Francis necessarily engaged James to maintain peace with England. But though invited by his uncle Henry to confer with him at Newcastle, and concert common measures for repressing the ecclesiastics in both kingdoms, and shaking off the yoke of Rome, he could not be prevailed on, by entering England, to put himself in the king's power. In order to have a pretext for refusing the conference, he applied to the Pope, and obtained a brief, forbidding him to engage in any personal negotiations with an enemy of the Holy See. From these measures Henry easily concluded that he could very little depend on the friendship of his nephew. But those events took not place till some time after our present period. Chapter 32. Henry VIII. 1534. The ancient and almost uninterrupted opposition of interests between the laity and clergy in England, and between the English clergy and the court of Rome, had sufficiently prepared the nation for a breach with the sovereign pontiff. And men had penetration enough to discover abuses which were plainly calculated for the temporal advantages of the hierarchy, and which they found destructive of their own. These subjects seemed proportioned to human understanding. And even the people, who felt the power of interest in their own breasts, could perceive the purpose of those numerous inventions which the interested spirit of the Roman pontiff had introduced into religion. But when the reformers proceeded thence to dispute concerning the nature of the sacraments, the operations of grace, the terms of acceptance with the deity, men were thrown into amazement, and were, during some time, at a loss how to choose their party. The profound ignorance in which both the clergy and laity formerly lived, and their freedom from theological altercations, had produced a sincere but indolent acquiescence in received opinions. And the multitude were neither attached to them by topics of reasoning, nor by those prejudices and antipathies against opponents, which have ever a more natural and powerful influence over them. As soon, therefore, as a new opinion was advanced, supported by such an authority as to call up their attention, they felt their capacity totally unfitted for such disquisitions, and they perpetually fluctuated between the contending parties. Hence the quick and violent movements by which the people were agitated, even in the most opposite directions, hence their seeming prostitution in sacrificing to present power the most sacred principles, and hence the rapid progress during some time, and the sudden as well as entire check soon after, of the new doctrines. When men were once settled in their particular sects, and had fortified themselves in an habitual detestation of those who were denominated heretics, they adhered with more obstinacy to the principles of their education. And the limits of the two religions thenceforth remained fixed and unchangeable. Nothing more forwarded the first progress of the reformers, than the offer which they made of submitting all religious doctrines to private judgment, and the summons given every one to examine the principles formerly imposed upon him. Though the multitude were totally unqualified for this undertaking, they yet were highly pleased with it. They fancied that they were exercising their judgment, while they opposed to the prejudices of ancient authority more powerful prejudices of another kind. The novelty itself of the doctrines, the pleasure of an imaginary triumph in dispute, the fervent zeal of the reformed preachers, their patience, and even alacrity, in suffering persecution, death, and torments, a disgust at the restraints of the old religion, an indignation against the tyranny and interested spirit of the ecclesiastics, these motives were prevalent with the people, and by such considerations were men so generally induced, during that age, to throw off the religion of their ancestors. But in proportion as the practice of submitting religion to private judgment was acceptable to the people, it appeared in some respects dangerous to the rights of sovereigns, and seemed to destroy that implicit obedience on which the authority of the civil magistrate is chiefly founded. The very precedent of shaking so ancient and deep-founded an establishment as that of the Romish hierarchy, might, it was apprehended, prepare the way for other innovations. The republican spirit which naturally took place among the reformers, increased this jealousy. The furious insurrections of the populace, excited by Munzer and other Anabaptists in Germany, furnished a new pretense for decrying the Reformation. Nor ought we to conclude, because Protestants in our time prove as dutiful subjects as those of any other communion, that therefore such apprehensions were altogether without any shadow of plausibility. Though the liberty of private judgment be tendered to the disciples of the Reformation, it is not in reality accepted of. And men are generally contented to acquiesce implicitly in those establishments, however new, into which their early education has thrown them. No prince in Europe was possessed of such absolute authority as Henry, not even the Pope himself, in his own capital, where he united both the civil and ecclesiastical powers. And there was small likelihood, that any doctrine which lay under the imputation of encouraging sedition could ever pretend to his favor and countenance. But besides this political jealousy, there was another reason which inspired this imperious monarch with an aversion to the reformers. He had early declared his sentiments against Luther. And having entered the lists in those scholastic quarrels, he had received from his courtiers and theologians infinite applause for his performance. Elated by this imaginary success, and blinded by a natural arrogance and obstinacy of temper, he had entertained the most lofty opinion of his own erudition, and he received with impatience, mixed with contempt, any contradiction to his sentiments. Luther also had been so imprudent as to treat in a very indecent manner his royal antagonist. And though he afterwards made the most humble submissions to Henry, and apologized for the vehemence of his former expressions, he never could efface the hatred which the king had conceived against him and his doctrines. The idea of heresy still appeared detestable as well as formidable to that prince. And whilst his resentment against the See of Rome had corrected one considerable part of his early prejudices, he had made it a point of honor never to relinquish the remainder. Separate as he stood from the Catholic Church, and from the Roman Pontiff, the head of it, he still valued himself on maintaining the Catholic doctrine, and or guarding, by fire and sword, the imagined purity of his speculative principles. Henry's ministers and courtiers were of as motley a character as his conduct, and seemed to waver, during this whole reign, between the ancient and the new religion. The Queen, engaged by interest as well as inclination, favored the cause of the Reformers. Cromwell, who was created Secretary of State, and who was daily advancing in the king's confidence, had embraced the same views. And as he was a man of prudence and abilities, he was able, very effectually, though in a covert manner, to promote the late innovations. Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, had secretly adopted the Protestant tenets. And he had gained Henry's friendship by his candor and sincerity, virtues which he possessed in as eminent a degree as those times, equally distracted with faction and oppressed by tyranny, could easily permit. On the other hand, the Duke of Norfolk adhered to the ancient faith, and by his high rank, as well as by his talents, both for peace and war, he had great authority in the King's Council. Gardiner, lately created Bishop of Winchester, had enlisted himself in the same party. And the suppleness of his character, and dexterity of his conduct, had rendered him extremely useful to it. All these ministers, while they stood in the most irreconcilable opposition of principles to each other, were obliged to disguise their particular opinions, and to pretend an entire agreement with the sentiments of their master. Cromwell and Cranmer still carried the appearance of a conformity to the ancient speculative tenets, but they artfully made use of Henry's resentment to widen the breach with the See of Rome. Norfolk and Gardiner feigned an assent to the king's supremacy, and to his renunciation of the sovereign pontiff. But they encouraged his passion for the Catholic faith, and instigated him to punish those daring heretics who had presumed to reject his theological principles. Both sides hoped, by their unlimited compliance, to bring him over to their party. The king, meanwhile, who held the balance between the factions, was enabled, by the courtship paid him both by Protestants and Catholics, to assume an unbounded authority, and though in all his measures he was really driven by his ungoverned humor, he casually steered a course which led more certainly to arbitrary power than any which the most profound politics could have traced out to him. Artifice, refinement, and hypocrisy, in his situation, would have put both parties on their guard against him, and would have taught them reserve in complying with a monarch whom they could never hope thoroughly to have gained. But while the frankness, sincerity, and openness of Henry's temper were generally known, as well as the dominion of his furious passions, each side dreaded to lose him by the smallest opposition, and flattered themselves that a blind compliance with his will would throw him cordially and fully into their interests. The ambiguity of the king's conduct, though it kept the courtiers in awe, served, in the main, to encourage the Protestant doctrine among his subjects, and promoted that spirit of innovation with which the age was generally seized, and which nothing but an entire uniformity, as well as a steady severity in the administration, could be able to repress. There were some Englishmen, Tyndale, Joy, Constantine, and others, who, dreading the exertion of the king's authority had fled to Antwerp, where the great privileges possessed by the Low Country provinces served, during some time, to give them protection. These men employed themselves in writing English books against the corruptions of the Church of Rome, against images, relics, pilgrimages. And they excited the curiosity of men with regard to that question, the most important in theology, the terms of acceptance with the Supreme Being, in conformity to the Lutherans and other Protestants. They asserted that salvation was obtained by faith alone, and that the most infallible road to perdition was a reliance on good works, by which terms they understood as well the moral duties as the ceremonial and monastic observances. The defenders of the ancient religion, on the other hand, maintained the efficacy of good works. But though they did not exclude from this appellation the social virtues, it was still the superstitions gainful to the Church which they chiefly extolled and recommended. The books composed by these fugitives, having stolen over to England, began to make converts everywhere, but it was a translation of the Scriptures by Tyndale that was esteemed the most dangerous to the established faith. The first edition of this work, composed with little accuracy, was found liable to considerable objections. And Tyndale, who was poor, and could not afford to lose a great part of the impression, was longing for an opportunity of correcting his errors, of which he had been made sensible. Tunstall, then Bishop of London, soon after of Durham, a man of great moderation, being desirous to discourage, in the gentlest manner, these innovations, gave private orders for buying up all the copies that could be found at Antwerp. And he burned them publicly in Cheapside. By this measure he supplied Tyndale with money, enabled him to print a new and correct edition of his work, and gave great scandal to the people, in thus committing to the flames the word of God. The disciples of the Reformation met with little severity during the ministry of Wolsey, who, though himself a clergyman, bore too small a regard to the ecclesiastical order to serve as an instrument of their tyranny. It was even an article of impeachment against him, that by his connivance he had encouraged the growth of heresy, and that he had protected and acquitted some notorious offenders. Sir Thomas More, who succeeded Wolsey as Chancellor, is at once an object deserving our compassion, and an instance of the usual progress of men's sentiments during that age. This man, whose elegant genius and familiar acquaintance with the noble spirit of antiquity had given him very enlarged sentiments, and who had in his early years advanced principles which even at present would be deemed somewhat too free, had, in the course of events, been so irritated by polemics, and thrown into such a superstitious attachment to the ancient faith, that few inquisitors have been guilty of greater violence in their prosecution of heresy. Though adorned with the gentlest manners, as well as the purest integrity, he carried to the utmost height his aversion to heterodoxy, and James Bainham, in particular, a gentleman of the Temple, experienced from him the greatest severity. Bainham, accused of favouring the new opinions, was carried to More's house. And having refused to discover his accomplices, the Chancellor ordered him to be whipped in his presence, and afterwards sent him to the Tower, where he himself saw him put to the torture. The unhappy gentleman, overcome by all these severities, abjured his opinions, but feeling afterwards the deepest compunction for his apostasy, he openly returned to his former tenets, and even courted the crown of martyrdom. He was condemned as an obstinate and relapsed heretic, and was burned in Smithfield. Many were brought into the bishops' courts for offences which appear trivial, but which were regarded as symbols of the party, some for teaching their children the Lord's Prayer in English, others for reading the New Testament in that language, or for speaking against pilgrimages. To harbour the persecuted preachers, to neglect the fasts of the Church, to declaim against the vices of the clergy, were capital offences. One Thomas Bilney, a priest, who had embraced the new doctrine, had been terrified into an abjuration, but was so haunted by remorse, that his friends dreaded some fatal effects of his despair. At last, his mind seemed to be more relieved. But this appearing calm proceeded only from the resolution which he had taken of expiating his past offence by an open confession of the truth, and by dying a martyr to it. He went through Norfolk, teaching the people to beware of idolatry, and of trusting for their salvation either to pilgrimages, or to the cowl of St. Francis, to the prayers of the saints, or to images. He was soon seized, tried in the bishop's court, and condemned as a relapsed heretic, and the writ was sent down to burn him. When brought to the stake, he discovered such patience, fortitude, and devotion, that the spectators were much affected with the horrors of his punishment. And some mendicant friars who were present, fearing that his martyrdom would be imputed to them, and make them lose those alms which they received from the charity of the people, desired him publicly to acquit them of having any hand in his death. He willingly complied, and by this meekness gained the more on the sympathy of the people. Another person, still more heroic, being brought to the stake for denying the real presence, seemed almost in a transport of joy. And he tenderly embraced the faggots which were to be the instruments of his punishment, as the means of procuring him eternal rest. In short, the tide turning towards the new doctrine, those severe executions, which, in another disposition of men's minds, would have sufficed to suppress it, now served only to diffuse it the more among the people, and to inspire them with horror against the unrelenting persecutors. But though Henry neglected not to punish the Protestant doctrine, which he deemed heresy, his most formidable enemies, he knew, were the zealous adherents to the ancient religion, chiefly the monks, who, having their immediate dependence on the Roman pontiff, apprehended their own ruin to be the certain consequence of abolishing his authority in England. Peto, a friar, preaching before the king, had the assurance to tell him, that many lying prophets had deceived him, but he, as a true Makaja, warned him, that the dogs would lick his blood, as they had done Ahab's. The king took no notice of the insult, but allowed the preacher to depart in peace. Next Sunday he employed Dr. Corrin to preach before him, who justified the king's proceedings, and gave Peto the appellations of a rebel, a slanderer, a dog, and a traitor. Elston, another friar of the same house, interrupted the preacher, and told him that he was one of the lying prophets, who sought to establish by adultery the succession of the crown, but that he himself would justify all that Peto had said. Henry silenced the petulant friar, but showed no other mark of resentment than ordering Peto and him to be summoned before the council, and to be rebuked for their offense. He even here bore patiently some new instances of their obstinacy and arrogance, when the Earl of Essex, a privy councillor, told them that they deserved for their offence to be thrown into the Thames. Elston replied that the road to heaven lay as near by water as by land. But several monks were detected in a conspiracy, which, as it might have proved more dangerous to the king, was on its discovery attended with more fatal consequences to themselves. Elizabeth Barton, of Aldington, in Kent, commonly called the Holy Maid of Kent, had been subject to hysterical fits, which threw her body into unusual convulsions, and having produced an equal disorder in her mind, made her utter strange sayings, which, as she was scarcely conscious of them during the time, had soon after entirely escaped her memory. The silly people in the neighborhood were struck with these appearances, which they imagined to be supernatural. And Richard Masters, vicar of the parish, a designing fellow, founded on them a project, from which he hoped to acquire both profit and consideration. He went to Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, then alive, and having given him an account of Elizabeth's revelations, he so far wrought on that prudent but superstitious prelate, as to receive orders from him to watch her in her trances, and carefully to note down all her future sayings. The regard paid her by a person of so high a rank, soon rendered her still more the object of attention to the neighborhood. And it was easy for Masters to persuade them, as well as the maid herself, that her ravings were inspirations of the Holy Ghost. Knavery, as is usual, soon after succeeding to delusion, she learned to counterfeit trances, and she then uttered, in an extraordinary tone, such speeches as were dictated to her by her spiritual director. Masters associated with him Dr. Barking, a canon of Canterbury, and their design was to raise the credit of an image of the Virgin which stood in a chapel belonging to Masters, and to draw to it such pilgrimages as usually frequented the more famous images and relics. In prosecution of this design, Elizabeth pretended revelations which directed her to have recourse to that image for a cure. And being brought before it, in the presence of a great multitude, she fell anew into convulsions, and after distorting her limbs and countenance during a competent time, she affected to have obtained a perfect recovery by the intercession of the Virgin. This miracle was soon bruited abroad, and the two priests, finding the imposture to succeed beyond their own expectations, began to extend their views, and to lay the foundation of more important enterprises. They taught their penitent to declaim against the new doctrines, which she denominated heresy, against innovations in ecclesiastical government, and against the king's intended divorce from Catherine. She went so far as to assert, that if he prosecuted that design, and married another, he should not be a king a month longer, and should not an hour longer enjoy the favor of the Almighty, but should die the death of a villain. Many monks throughout England, either from folly or roguery, or from faction, which is often a complication of both, entered into the delusion, and one Deering, a friar, wrote a book of the revelations and prophecies of Elizabeth. Miracles were daily added to increase the wonder, and the pulpit everywhere resounded with accounts of the sanctity and inspirations of the new prophetess. Messages were carried from her to Queen Catherine, by which that princess was exhorted to persist in her opposition to the divorce. The Pope's ambassadors gave encouragement to the popular credulity. And even Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, though a man of sense and learning, was carried away by an opinion so favorable to the party which he had espoused. The king at last began to think the matter worthy of his attention. And having ordered Elizabeth and her accomplices to be arrested, he brought them before the Star Chamber, where they freely, without being put to the torture, made confession of their guilt. The Parliament, in the session held the beginning of this year, passed an act of attainder against some who were engaged in this treasonable imposture, and Elizabeth herself, Masters, Barking, Deering, Rich, Risby, Gold, suffered for their crime. The Bishop of Rochester, Abel, Addison, Lawrence, and others were condemned for misprision of treason, because they had not discovered some criminal speeches which they heard from Elizabeth, and they were thrown into prison. The better to undeceive the multitude, the forgery of many of the prophetess's miracles was detected, and even the scandalous prostitution of her manners was laid open to the public. Those passions which so naturally insinuate themselves amidst the warm intimacies maintained by the devotees of different sexes, had taken place between Elizabeth and her confederates. And it was found that a door to her dormitory, which was said to have been miraculously opened, in order to give her access to the chapel, for the sake of frequent converse with heaven, had been contrived by Barking and Masters for less refined purposes. 1535. The detection of this imposture, attended with so many odious circumstances, both hurt the credit of the ecclesiastics, particularly the monks, and instigated the king to take vengeance on them. He suppressed 3 monasteries of the Observantine friars, and finding that little clamor was excited by this act of power, he was the more encouraged to lay his rapacious hands on the remainder. Meanwhile he exercised punishment on individuals who were obnoxious to him. The Parliament had made it treason to endeavour depriving the king of his dignity or titles. They had lately added to his other titles, that of supreme head of the church. It was inferred, that to deny his supremacy was treason. And many priors and ecclesiastics lost their lives for this new species of guilt. It was certainly a high instance of tyranny to punish the mere delivery of a political opinion, especially one that nowise affected the king's temporal right, as a capital offence, though attended with no overt act. And the Parliament, in passing this law, had overlooked all the principles by which a civilized, much more a free people, should be governed, but the violence of changing so suddenly the whole system of government, and making it treason to deny what during many ages it had been heresy to assert, is an event which may appear somewhat extraordinary. Even the stern, unrelenting mind of Henry was at first shocked with these sanguinary measures, and he went so far as to change his garb and dress, pretending sorrow for the necessity by which he was pushed to such extremities. Still impelled, however, by his violent temper, and desirous of striking a terror into the whole nation, he proceeded, by making examples of Fisher and More, to consummate his lawless tyranny. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, was a prelate eminent for learning and morals, still more than for his ecclesiastical dignities, and for the high favour which he had long enjoyed with the king. When he was thrown into prison, on account of his refusing the oath which regarded the succession, and his concealment of Elizabeth Barton's treasonable speeches, he had not only been deprived of all his revenues, but stripped of his very clothes. And, without consideration of his extreme age, he was allowed nothing but rags, which scarcely sufficed to cover his nakedness. In this condition he lay in prison above a 12-month. When the Pope, willing to recompense the sufferings of so faithful an adherent, created him a cardinal, though Fisher was so indifferent about that dignity, that, even if the purple were lying at his feet, he declared that he would not stoop to take it. This promotion of a man merely for his opposition to royal authority, roused the indignation of the king, and he resolved to make the innocent person feel the effects of his resentment. Fisher was indicted for denying the king's supremacy, was tried, condemned, and beheaded. The execution of this prelate was intended as a warning to More, whose compliance, on account of his great authority both abroad and at home, and his high reputation for learning and virtue, was anxiously desired by the king. That prince also bore as great personal affection and regard to More, as his imperious mind, the sport of passions, was susceptible of towards a man who in any particular opposed his violent inclinations. But More could never be prevailed on to acknowledge any opinion so contrary to his principles as that of the king's supremacy. And though Henry exacted that compliance from the whole nation, there was as yet no law obliging any one to take an oath to that purpose. Rich, the Solicitor General, was sent to confer with More, then a prisoner, who kept a cautious silence with regard to the supremacy. He was only inveigled to say that any question with regard to the law which established that prerogative was a two-edged sword. If a person answer one way, it will confound his soul, if another, it will destroy his body. No more was wanted to found an indictment of high treason against the prisoner. His silence was called malicious, and made a part of his crime. And these words, which had casually dropped from him, were interpreted as a denial of the supremacy. Trials were mere formalities during this reign. The jury gave sentence against More, who had long expected this fate, and who needed no preparation to fortify him against the terrors of death. Not only his constancy, but even his cheerfulness, nay, his usual facetiousness, never forsook him, and he made a sacrifice of his life to his integrity, with the same indifference that he maintained in any ordinary occurrence. When he was mounting the scaffold, he said to one, "Friend, help me up, and when I come down again, let me shift for myself." The executioner asking him forgiveness, he granted the request, but told him, "You will never get credit by beheading me, my neck is so short." Then laying his head on the block, he bade the executioner stay till he put aside his beard, for, said he, it never committed treason. Nothing was wanting to the glory of this end, except a better cause, more free from weakness and superstition. But as the man followed his principles and sense of duty, however misguided, his constancy and integrity are not the less objects of our admiration. He was beheaded in the 53rd year of his age. When the execution of Fisher and More was reported at Rome, especially that of the former, who was invested with the dignity of cardinal, every one discovered the most violent rage against the king. And numerous libels were published by the wits and orators of Italy, comparing him to Caligula, Nero, Domitian, and all the most unrelenting tyrants of antiquity. Clement VII had died about 6 months after he pronounced sentence against the king. And Paul III, of the name of Farnese, had succeeded to the papal throne. This pontiff, who while cardinal, had always favored Henry's cause, had hoped that personal animosities being buried with his predecessor, might not be impossible to form an agreement with England, and the king himself was so desirous of accommodating matters, that in a negotiation which he entered into with Francis a little before this time, he required that monarch should conciliate a friendship between him and the court of Rome. But Henry was accustomed to prescribe, not to receive terms, and even while he was negotiating for peace, his usual violence often carried him to commit offences which rendered the quarrel totally incurable. The execution of Fisher was regarded by Paul as so capital an injury, that he immediately passed censures against the king, citing him and all his adherents to appear in Rome within 90 days, in order to answer for their crimes. If they failed, he excommunicated them, deprived the king of his crown, laid the kingdom under an interdict, declared his issue by an bull illegitimate, dissolved all leagues which any Catholic princes had made with him, gave his kingdom to any invader, commanded the nobility to take arms against him, freed his subjects from all oaths of allegiance, cut off their commerce with foreign states, and declared it lawful for any one to seize them, to make slaves of their persons, and to convert their effects to his own use. But though these censures were passed, they were not at that time openly denounced. The Pope delayed the publication till he should find an agreement with England entirely desperate, and till the Emperor, who was at that time hard pressed by the Turks and the Protestant princes in Germany, should be in a condition to carry the sentence into execution. The king knew that he might expect any injury which it should be in Charles's power to inflict, and he therefore made it the chief object of his policy to incapacitate that monarch from wreaking his resentment upon him. He renewed his friendship with Francis, and opened negotiations for marrying his infant daughter, Elizabeth, with the Duke of Angoulême, third son of Francis. These two monarchs also made advances to the princes of the Protestant League in Germany, ever jealous of the emperor's ambition. And Henry, besides remitting them some money, sent Fox, Bishop of Hereford, as Francis did Belay, Lord of Langley, to treat with them. But during the first fervours of the Reformation, an agreement in theological tenets was held, as well as a union of interests, to be essential to a good correspondence among states. And though both Francis and Henry flattered the German princes with hopes of their embracing the Confession of Augsburg, it was looked upon as a bad symptom of their sincerity. That they exercised such extreme rigor against all preachers of the Reformation in their respective dominions. Henry carried the feint so far, that, while he thought himself the first theologian in the world, he yet invited over Melanchthon, Bucer, Sturmius, Draco, and other German divines, that they might confer with him and instruct him in the foundation of their tenets. These theologians were now of great importance in the world. And no poet or philosopher, even in ancient Greece, where they were treated with most respect, had ever reached equal applause and admiration with those wretched composers of metaphysical polemics. The German princes told the king, that they could not spare their divines. And as Henry had no hopes of agreement with such zealous disputants, and knew that in Germany the followers of Luther would not associate with the disciples of Zuinglius, because, though they agreed in everything else, they differed in some minute particulars with regard to the Eucharist, he was the more indifferent on account of this refusal. He could also foresee, that even while the League of Smalcald did not act in concert with him, they would always be carried by their interests to oppose the emperor, and the hatred between Francis and that monarch was so inveterate, that he deemed himself sure of a sincere ally in one or other of these potentates. 1536. During these negotiations, an incident happened in England, which promised a more amicable conclusion of those disputes, and seemed even to open the way for a reconciliation between Henry and Charles. Queen Catherine was seized with a lingering illness, which at last brought her to her grave. She died at Kimbolton, in the county of Huntingdon, in the 50th year of her age. A little before she expired, she wrote a very tender letter to the king, in which she gave him the appellation of, her most dear lord, king, and husband. She told him that as the hour of her death was now approaching, she laid hold of this last opportunity to inculcate on him the importance of his religious duty, and the comparative emptiness of all human grandeur and enjoyment. That though his fondness towards these perishable advantages had thrown her into many calamities, as well as created to himself much trouble, she yet forgave him all past injuries, and hoped that his pardon would be ratified in heaven. And that she had no other request to make, than to recommend to him his daughter, the sole pledge of their loves, and to crave his protection for her maids and servants. She concluded with these words, I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things. The king was touched, even to the shedding of tears, by this last tender proof of Catherine's affection. But Queen Anne is said to have expressed her joy for the death of a rival beyond what decency or humanity could permit. The emperor thought that, as the demise of his aunt had removed all foundation of personal animosity between him and Henry, it might not now be impossible to detach him from the alliance of France, and to renew his own confederacy with England, from which he had formerly reaped so much advantage. He sent Henry proposals for a return to ancient amity, upon these conditions, that he should be reconciled to the See of Rome, that he should assist him in his war with the Turk, and that he should take part with him against Francis, who now threatened the Duchy of Milan. The king replied, that he was willing to be on good terms with the emperor, provided that prince would acknowledge that the former breach of friendship came entirely from himself, as to the conditions proposed. The proceedings against the Bishop of Rome were so just, and so fully ratified by the Parliament of England, that they could not now be revoked. When Christian princes should have settled peace among themselves, he would not fail to exert that vigor which became him, against the enemies of the faith. And after amity with the emperor was once fully restored, he should then be in a situation, as a common friend both to him and Francis, either to mediate an agreement between them, or to assist the injured party. What rendered Henry more indifferent to the advances made by the emperor was, both his experience of the usual duplicity and insincerity of that monarch, and the intelligence which he received of the present transactions in Europe. Francis Sforza, Duke of Milan, had died without issue. And the emperor maintained that the duchy, being a fief of the empire, was devolved to him, as head of the Germanic body, not to give umbrage, however, to the states of Italy. He professed his intention of bestowing that principality on some prince who should be obnoxious to no party, and he even made offer of it to the Duke of Angoulême, third son of Francis. The French monarch, who pretended that his own right to Milan was now revived upon Sforza's death, was content to substitute his second son, the Duke of Orleans, in his place, and the emperor pretended to close with this proposal. But his sole intention in that liberal concession was to gain time till he should put himself in a warlike posture, and be able to carry an invasion into Francis's dominions. The ancient enmity between these princes broke out anew in bravadoes, and in personal insults on each other, though becoming persons of their rank, and still less suitable to men of such unquestioned bravery. Charles soon after invaded Provence in person, with an army of 50,000 men, but met with no success. His army perished with sickness, fatigue, famine, and other disasters. And he was obliged to raise the siege of Marseilles, and retire into Italy with the broken remains of his forces. An army of imperialists, near 30,000 strong, which invaded France on the side of the Netherlands, and laid siege to Peronne, made no greater progress, but retired upon the approach of a French army. And Henry had thus the satisfaction to find, both that his ally Francis was likely to support himself without foreign assistance, and that his own tranquillity was fully ensured by these violent wars and animosities on the continent. If any inquietude remained with the English court, it was solely occasioned by the state of affairs in Scotland. James, hearing of the dangerous situation of his ally Francis, generously levied some forces. And embarking them on board vessels which he had hired for that purpose, landed them safely in France. He even went over in person. And making haste to join the camp of the French king, which then lay in Provence, and to partake of his danger, he met that prince at Lyons, who, having repulsed the emperor, was now returning to his capital. Recommended by so agreeable and seasonable an instance of friendship, the King of Scots paid his addresses to Magdalene, daughter of the French monarch. And this prince had no other objection to the match than what arose from the infirm state of his daughter's health, which seemed to threaten her with an approaching end. But James having gained the affections of the princess, and obtained her consent, the father would no longer oppose the united desires of his daughter and his friend. They were accordingly married, and soon after set sail for Scotland, where the young queen, as was foreseen, died in a little time after her arrival. Francis, however, was afraid lest his ally Henry, whom he likewise looked on as his friend, and who lived with him on a more cordial footing than is usual among great princes, should be displeased that this close confederacy between France and Scotland was concluded without his participation. He therefore dispatched Pomeroy to London, in order to apologize for this measure, but Henry, with his usual openness and freedom, expressed such displeasure, that he refused even to confer with the ambassador. And Francis was apprehensive of a rupture with a prince who regulated his measures more by humor and passion than by the rules of political prudence. But the king was so fettered by the opposition in which he was engaged against the Pope and the Emperor, that he pursued no further this disgust against Francis. And in the end, everything remained in tranquillity both on the side of France and of Scotland. The domestic peace of England seemed to be exposed to more hazard by the violent innovations in religion. And it may be affirmed that, in this dangerous conjuncture, nothing ensured public tranquillity so much as the decisive authority acquired by the king, and his great ascendant over all his subjects. Not only the devotion paid to the crown was profound during that age, the personal respect inspired by Henry was considerable. And even the terrors with which he overawed every one, were not attended with any considerable degree of hatred. His frankness, his sincerity, his magnificence, his generosity, were virtues which counterbalanced his violence, cruelty, and impetuosity. And the important rank which his vigor, more than his address, acquired him in all foreign negotiations, flattered the vanity of Englishmen, and made them the more willingly endure those domestic hardships to which they were exposed. The king, conscious of his advantages, was now proceeding to the most dangerous exercise of his authority. And after paving the way for that measure by several preparatory expedients, he was at last determined to suppress the monasteries, and to put himself in possession of their ample revenues. The great increase of monasteries, if matters be considered merely in a political light, will appear the radical inconvenience of the Catholic religion. And every other disadvantage attending that communion seems to have an inseparable connection with these religious institutions. Papal usurpations, the tyranny of the Inquisition, the multiplicity of holidays. All these fetters on liberty and industry were ultimately derived from the authority and insinuation of monks, whose habitations, being established everywhere, proved so many seminaries of superstition and of folly. This order of men was extremely enraged against Henry, and regarded the abolition of the papal authority in England as the removal of the sole protection which they enjoyed against the rapacity of the crown and of the courtiers. They were now subjected to the king's visitation, the supposed sacredness of their bulls from Rome was rejected. The progress of the Reformation abroad, which had everywhere been attended with the abolition of the monastic orders, gave them reason to apprehend like consequences in England. And though the king still maintained the doctrine of purgatory, to which most of the convents owed their origin and support, it was foreseen, that, in the progress of the contest, he would every day be led to depart wider from ancient institutions, and be drawn nearer the tenets of the reformers, with whom his political interests naturally induced him to unite. Moved by these considerations, the friars employed all their influence to inflame the people against the king's government. And Henry, finding their safety irreconcilable with his own, was determined to seize the present opportunity, and utterly destroy his declared enemies. Cromwell, Secretary of State, had been appointed Vicar-General, or Vicegerent, a new office, by which the king's supremacy, or the absolute uncontrollable power assumed over the Church, was delegated to him. He employed Leighton, London, Price, Gage, Petre, Bellasis, and others, as commissioners who carried on everywhere a rigorous inquiry with regard to the conduct and deportment of all the friars. During times of faction, especially of the religious kind, no equity is to be expected from adversaries. And as it was known, that the king's intention in this visitation was to find a pretence for abolishing monasteries, we may naturally conclude, that the reports of the commissioners are very little to be relied on. Friars were encouraged to bring in informations against their brethren, the slightest evidence was credited, and even the calumnies spread abroad by the friends of the Reformation, were regarded as grounds of proof. Monstrous disorders are therefore said to have been found in many of the religious houses, whole convents of women abandoned to lewdness, signs of abortions procured, of infants murdered, of unnatural lusts between persons of the same sex. It is indeed probable, that the blind submission of the people, during those ages, would render the friars and nuns more unguarded and more dissolute than they are in any Roman Catholic country at present. But still the reproaches, which it is safest to credit, are such as point at vices naturally connected with the very institution of convents, and with the monastic life. The cruel and inveterate factions and quarrels, therefore, which the commissioners mentioned, are very credible among men, who, being confined together within the same walls, never can forget their mutual animosities, and who, being cut off from all the most endearing connections of nature, are commonly cursed with hearts more selfish, and tempers more unrelenting, than fall to the share of other men. The pious frauds practiced to increase the devotion and liberality of the people, may be regarded as certain, in an order founded on illusions, lies, and superstition. The supine idleness also, and its attendant, profound ignorance, with which the convents were reproached, admit of no question. And though monks were the true preservers, as well as inventors, of the dreaming and captious philosophy of the schools, no manly or elegant knowledge could be expected among men, whose lives, condemned to a tedious uniformity, and deprived of all emulation, afforded nothing to raise the mind or cultivate the genius. Some few monasteries, terrified with this rigorous inquisition carried on by Cromwell and his commissioners, surrendered their revenues into the king's hands, and the monks received small pensions as the reward of their obsequiousness. Orders were given to dismiss such nuns and friars as were below 24, whose vows were, on that account, supposed not to be binding. The doors of the convents were opened, even to such as were above that age. And every one recovered his liberty who desired it. But as all these expedients did not fully answer the king's purpose, he had recourse to his usual instrument of power, the Parliament. And in order to prepare men for the innovations projected, the report of the visitors was published, and a general horror was endeavored to be excited in the nation against institutions, which, to their ancestors had been the objects of the most profound veneration. The king, though determined utterly to abolish the monastic order, resolved to proceed gradually in this great work. And he gave directions to the Parliament to go no further, at present, than to suppress the lesser monasteries, which possessed revenues below £200 a year. These were found to be the most corrupted, as lying less under the restraint of shame, and being exposed to less scrutiny, and it was deemed safest to begin with them, and thereby prepare the way for the greater innovations projected. By this act 376 monasteries were suppressed, and their revenues, amounting to £32,000 a year, were granted to the king. Besides their goods, chattels, and plate, computed at £100,000 more. It does not appear that any opposition was made to this important law, so absolute was Henry's authority. A court, called the Court of Augmentation of the King's Revenue, was erected for the management of these funds. The people naturally concluded from this circumstance, that Henry intended to proceed in despoiling the Church of her patrimony. The act formally passed, empowering the king to name 32 commissioners for framing a body of canon law, was renewed, but the project was never carried into execution. Henry thought, that the present perplexity of that law increased his authority, and kept the clergy in still greater dependence. Further progress was made in completing the union of Wales with England, the separate jurisdictions of several great lords, or marchers, as they were called, which obstructed the course of justice in Wales, and encouraged robbery and pillaging, were abolished. And the authority of the king's courts was extended everywhere. Some jurisdictions of a like nature in England were also abolished this session. The Commons, sensible that they had gained nothing by opposing the king's will when he formerly endeavoured to secure the profits of wardships and liveries, were now contented to frame a law, such as he dictated to them. It was enacted, that the possession of land shall be adjudged to be in those who have the use of it, not in those to whom it is transferred in trust. After all these laws were passed, the king dissolved the Parliament. A Parliament memorable, not only for the great and important innovations which it introduced, but also for the long time it had sitten, and the frequent prorogations which it had undergone. Henry had found it so obsequious to his will, that he did not choose, during those religious ferments, to hazard a new election, and he continued the same Parliament above 6 years, a practice at that time unusual in England. The Convocation which sat during this session was engaged in a very important work, the deliberating on the new translation which was projected of the Scriptures. The translation given by Tyndale, though corrected by himself in a new edition, was still complained of by the clergy as inaccurate and unfaithful. And it was now proposed to them, that they should themselves publish a translation which would not be liable to those objections. The friends of the Reformation asserted, that nothing could be more absurd than to conceal, in an unknown tongue, the word of God itself, and thus to counteract the will of heaven, which, for the purpose of universal salvation, had published that salutary doctrine to all nations, that if this practice were not very absurd, the artifice at least was very gross, and proved a consciousness. That the glosses and traditions of the clergy stood in direct opposition to the original text, dictated by supreme intelligence, that it was now necessary for the people, so long abused by interested pretensions, to see with their own eyes, and to examine whether the claims of the ecclesiastics were founded on that charter which was on all hands acknowledged to be derived from heaven, and that, as a spirit of research and curiosity was happily revived. And men were now obliged to make a choice among the contending doctrines of different sects, the proper materials for decision, and above all, the Holy Scriptures, should be set before them. And the revealed will of God, which the change of language had somewhat obscured, be again, by their means, revealed to mankind. The favourers of the ancient religion maintained, on the other hand, that the pretence of making the people see with their own eyes was a mere cheat, and was itself a very gross artifice. by which the new preachers hoped to obtain the guidance of them, and to seduce them from those pastors whom the laws, whom ancient establishments, whom heaven itself had appointed for their spiritual direction, that the people were by their ignorance, their stupidity, their necessary avocations, totally unqualified to choose their own principles. And it was a mockery to set materials before them, of which they could not possibly make any proper use, that even in the affairs of common life, and in their temporal concerns, which lay more within the compass of human reason, the laws had in a great measure deprived them of the right of private judgment, and had, happily for their own and the public interest, regulated their conduct and behavior, that theological questions were placed far beyond the sphere of vulgar comprehension. And ecclesiastics themselves, though assisted by all the advantages of education, erudition, and an assiduous study of the science, could not be fully assured of a just decision, except by the promise made them in Scripture, that God would be ever present with his church, and that the gates of hell should not prevail against her, that the gross errors adopted by the wisest heathens, proved how unfit men were to grope their own way through this profound darkness. Nor would the Scriptures, if trusted to every man's judgment, be able to remedy. On the contrary, they would much augment those fatal illusions, that sacred writ itself was involved in so much obscurity, gave rise to so many difficulties, contained so many appearing contradictions, that it was the most dangerous weapon that could be entrusted into the hands of the ignorant and giddy multitude, that the poetical style in which a great part of it was composed, at the same time that it occasioned uncertainty in the sense, by its multiplied tropes and figures, was sufficient to kindle the zeal of fanaticism, and thereby throw civil society into the most furious combustion, that 1,000 sects must arise, which would pretend, each of them, to derive its tenets from the Scripture, and would be able, by specious arguments, or even without specious arguments, to seduce silly women and ignorant mechanics into a belief of the most monstrous principles, and that if ever this disorder, dangerous to the magistrate himself, received a remedy, it must be from the tacit acquiescence of the people in some new authority. And it was evidently better, without further contest or inquiry, to adhere peaceably to ancient, and therefore the more secure establishments. These latter arguments, being more agreeable to ecclesiastical governments, would probably have prevailed in the Convocation, had it not been for the authority of Cranmer, Latimer, and some other bishops, who were supposed to speak the king's sense of the matter. A vote was passed for publishing a new translation of the Scriptures, and in 3 years' time the work was finished, and printed at Paris. This was deemed a great point gained by the Reformers, and a considerable advancement of their cause. Further progress was soon expected, after such important successes. But while the retainers to the new religion were exulting in their prosperity, they met with a mortification which seemed to blast all their hopes. Their patroness, Anne Boleyn, possessed no longer the king's favour, and soon after lost her life by the rage of that furious monarch. Henry had persevered in his love to this lady during 6 years that his prosecution of the divorce lasted. And the more obstacles he met with to the gratification of his passion, the more determined zeal did he exert in pursuing his purpose. But the affection which had subsisted, and still increased under difficulties, had not long attained secure possession of its object, when it languished from satiety, and the king's heart was apparently estranged from his consort. Anne's enemies soon perceived the fatal change, and they were forward to widen the breach, when they found that they incurred no danger by interposing in those delicate concerns. She had been delivered of a dead son. And Henry's extreme fondness for male issue being thus for the present disappointed, his temper, equally violent and superstitious, was disposed to make the innocent mother answerable for the misfortune. But the chief means which Anne's enemies employed to inflame the king against her, was his jealousy. Anne, though she appears to have been entirely innocent, and even virtuous in her conduct, had a certain gaiety, if not levity of character which threw her off her guard, and made her less circumspect than her situation required. Her education in France rendered her the more prone to those freedoms, and it was with difficulty she conformed herself to that strict ceremonial practised in the court of England. More vain than haughty, she was pleased to see the influence of her beauty on all around her. And she indulged herself in an easy familiarity with persons who were formerly her equals, and who might then have pretended to her friendship and good graces. Henry's dignity was offended with these popular manners. And though the lover had been entirely blind, the husband possessed but too quick discernment and penetration. 3 instruments interposed, and put a malignant interpretation on the harmless liberties of the Queen, the Viscountess of Rochford, in particular, who was married to the Queen's brother, but who lived on bad terms with her sister-in-law. Insinuated the most cruel suspicions into the King's mind. And as she was a woman of a profligate character, she paid no regard either to truth or humanity in those calumnies which she suggested. She pretended that her own husband was engaged in a criminal correspondence with his sister. And not content with this imputation, she poisoned every action of the Queen's, and represented each instance of favour, which she conferred on any one, as a token of affection. Henry Norris, groom of the Stole, Weston and Brereton, gentlemen of the King's Chamber, together with Mark Smeton, groom of the Chamber, were observed to possess much of the Queen's friendship. And they served her with a zeal and attachment, which, though chiefly derived from gratitude, might not improbably be seasoned with some mixture of tenderness for so amiable a princess. The King's jealousy laid hold of the slightest circumstance. And finding no particular object on which it could fasten, it vented itself equally on every one that came within the verge of its fury. Had Henry's jealousy been derived from love, though it might on a sudden have proceeded to the most violent extremities, it would have been subject to many remorses and contrarieties. And might at last have served only to augment that affection on which it was founded. But it was a more stern jealousy, fostered entirely by pride. His love was transferred to another object. Jane, daughter of Sir John Seymour, and maid of honour to the Queen, a young lady of singular beauty and merit, had obtained an entire ascendant over him, and he was determined to sacrifice everything to the gratification of this new appetite. Unlike to most monarchs, who judge lightly of the crime of gallantry, and who deem the young damsels of their court rather honoured than disgraced by their passion, he seldom thought of any other attachment than that of marriage. And in order to attain this end, he underwent more difficulties, and committed greater crimes than those which he sought to avoid by forming that legal connection and having thus entertained the design of raising his new mistress to his bed and throne. He more willingly hearkened to every suggestion which threw any imputation of guilt on the unfortunate Anne Boleyn. The King's jealousy first appeared openly in a tilting at Greenwich, where the Queen happened to drop her handkerchief, an incident probably casual, but interpreted by him as an instance of gallantry to some of her paramours. He immediately retired from the place, sent orders to confine her to her chamber, arrested Norris, Brereton, Weston, and Smeton, together with her brother Rochford, and threw them into prison. The Queen, astonished at these instances of his fury, thought that he meant only to try her, but finding him in earnest, she reflected on his obstinate, unrelenting spirit, and she prepared herself for that melancholy doom which was awaiting her. Next day, she was sent to the Tower, and on her way thither, she was informed of her supposed offences, of which she had hitherto been ignorant. She made earnest protestations of her innocence. And when she entered the prison, she fell on her knees, and prayed God so to help her, as she was not guilty of the crime imputed to her. Her surprise and confusion threw her into hysterical disorders. And in that situation she thought that the best proof of her innocence was to make an entire confession, and she revealed some indiscretions and levities, which her simplicity had equally betrayed her to commit and to avow. She owned that she had once rallied Norris on his delaying his marriage, and had told him that he probably expected her when she should be a widow. She had reproved Weston, she said, for his affection to a kinswoman of hers, and his indifference towards his wife. But he told her that she had mistaken the object of his affection, for it was herself, upon which she defied him. She affirmed that Smeton had never been in her chamber but twice, when he played on the harpsichord. But she acknowledged that he had once had the boldness to tell her that a look sufficed him. The King, instead of being satisfied with the candour and sincerity of her confession, regarded these indiscretions only as preludes to greater and more criminal intimacies. Of all those multitudes whom the beneficence of the Queen's temper had obliged during her prosperous fortune, no one durst interpose between her and the King's fury. And the person whose advancement every breath had favoured, and every countenance had smiled upon, was now left neglected and abandoned. Even her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, preferring the connections of party to the ties of blood, was become her most dangerous enemy. And all the retainers to the Catholic religion hoped that her death would terminate the king's quarrel with Rome, and leave him again to his natural and early bent, which had inclined him to maintain the most intimate union with the Apostolic See. Cranmer alone, of all the Queen's adherents, still retained his friendship for her, and, as far as the king's impetuosity permitted him, he endeavoured to moderate the violent prejudices entertained against her. The Queen herself wrote Henry a letter from the Tower, full of the most tender expostulations and of the warmest protestations of innocence. This letter had no influence on the unrelenting mind of Henry, who was determined to pave the way for his new marriage by the death of Anne Boleyn. Morris, Weston, Brereton, and Smeton were tried, but no legal evidence was produced against them. The chief proof of their guilt consisted in a hearsay from one Lady Wingfield, who was dead. Smeton was prevailed on, by the vain hopes of life, to confess a criminal correspondence with the Queen. But even her enemies expected little advantage from this confession, for they never dared to confront him with her, and he was immediately executed, as were also Brereton and Weston. Norris had been much in the king's favour, and an offer of life was made him, if he would confess his crime and accuse the Queen. But he generously rejected the proposal, and said that in his conscience he believed her entirely guiltless, but for his part, he could accuse her of nothing, and he would rather die 1,000 deaths than calumniate an innocent person. The Queen and her brother were tried by a jury of peers consisting of the Duke of Suffolk, the Marquis of Exeter, the Earl of Arundel, and 23 more. Their uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, presided as High Steward. Upon what proof or pretence the crime of incest was imputed to them, is unknown. The chief evidence, it is said, amounted to no more than that Rochford had been seen to lean on her bed before some company. Part of the charge against her was that she had affirmed to her minions, that the king never had her heart, and had said to each of them apart, that she loved him better than any person whatsoever. Which was to the slander of the issue begotten between the king and her. By this strained interpretation, her guilt was brought under the statute of the 25th of this reign, in which it was declared criminal to throw any slander upon the king, queen, or their issue. Such palpable absurdities were at that time admitted. And they were regarded by the peers of England as a sufficient reason for sacrificing an innocent queen to the cruelty of their tyrant. Though unassisted by counsel, she defended herself with presence of mind. And the spectators could not forbear pronouncing her entirely innocent. Judgment, however, was given by the court, both against the Queen and Lord Rochford, and her verdict contained, that she should be burned or beheaded at the king's pleasure. When this dreadful sentence was pronounced, she was not terrified, but lifting up her hands to heaven, said, O Father! O Creator! Thou who art the way, the truth, and the life, thou knowest that I have not deserved this fate. And then turning to the judges, made the most pathetic declarations of her innocence. Henry, not satisfied with this cruel vengeance, was resolved entirely to annul his marriage with Anne Boleyn, and to declare her issue illegitimate. He recalled to his memory, that a little after her appearance in the English court, some attachment had been acknowledged between her and the Earl of Northumberland, then Lord Piercy. And he now questioned that nobleman with regard to these engagements. Northumberland took an oath before the 2 archbishops, that no contract or promise of marriage had ever passed between them. He received the sacrament upon it, before the Duke of Norfolk and others of the Privy Council. And this solemn act he accompanied with the most solemn protestations of veracity. The Queen, however, was shaken by menaces of executing the sentence against her in its greatest rigour, and was prevailed on to confess in court some lawful impediment to her marriage with the king. The afflicted primate, who sat as judge, thought himself obliged by this confession to pronounce the marriage null and invalid. Henry, in the transports of his fury, did not perceive that his proceedings were totally inconsistent, and that if her marriage were from the beginning invalid, she could not possibly be guilty of adultery. The Queen now prepared for suffering the death to which she was sentenced. She sent her last message to the king, and acknowledged the obligations which she owed him, in thus uniformly continuing his endeavors for her advancement, from a private gentlewoman, she said, he had first made her a marchioness, then a queen. And now, since he could raise her no higher in this world, he was sending her to be a saint in heaven. She then renewed the protestations of her innocence, and recommended her daughter to his care. Before the lieutenant of the Tower, and all who approached her, she made the like declarations. And continued to behave herself with her usual serenity, and even with cheerfulness. The executioner, she said to the lieutenant, is, I hear, very expert, and my neck is very slender, upon which she grasped it in her hand, and smiled. When brought, however, to the scaffold, she softened her tone a little with regard to her protestations of innocence. She probably reflected, that the obstinacy of Queen Catherine, and her opposition to the king's will, had much alienated him from the Lady Mary, her own maternal concern, therefore. For Elizabeth prevailed in these last moments over that indignation which the unjust sentence by which she suffered naturally excited in her. She said that she was come to die, as she was sentenced, by the law, she would accuse none, nor say anything of the ground upon which she was judged. She prayed heartily for the king, called him a most merciful and gentle prince. And acknowledged that he had always been to her a good and gracious sovereign, and if any one should think proper to canvass her cause, she desired him to judge the best. She was beheaded by the executioner of Calais, who was sent for as more expert than any in England. Her body was negligently thrown into a common chest of elm tree, made to hold arrows, and was buried in the Tower. The innocence of this unfortunate queen cannot reasonably be called in question. Henry himself, in the violence of his rage, knew not whom to accuse as her lover. And though he imputed guilt to her brother, and 4 persons more, he was able to bring proof against none of them. The whole tenor of her conduct forbids us to ascribe to her an abandoned character, such as is implied in the king's accusation. Had she been so lost to all prudence and sense of shame, she must have exposed herself to detection, and afforded her enemies some evidence against her. But the king made the most effectual apology for her, by marrying Jane Seymour the very day after her execution. His impatience to gratify this new passion caused him to forget all regard to decency. And his cruel heart was not softened a moment by the bloody catastrophe of a person who had so long been the object of his most tender affections. The Lady Mary thought the death of her stepmother a proper opportunity for reconciling herself to the king, who, besides other causes of disgust, had been offended with her on account of the part which she had taken in her mother's quarrel. Her advances were not at first received, and Henry exacted from her some further proofs of submission and obedience. He required this young princess, then about 20 years of age, to adopt his theological tenets, to acknowledge his supremacy, to renounce the Pope, and to own her mother's marriage to be unlawful and incestuous. These points were of hard digestion with the princess. But after some delays, and even refusals, she was at last prevailed on to write a letter to her father, containing her assent to the articles required of her, upon which she was received into favor. But notwithstanding the return of the king's affection to the issue of his first marriage, he divested not himself of kindness towards the Lady Elizabeth. And the new queen, who was blessed with a singular sweetness of disposition, discovered strong proofs of attachment towards her. The trial and conviction of Queen Anne, and the subsequent events, made it necessary for the king to summon a new parliament. And he here, in his speech, made a merit to his people, that, notwithstanding the misfortunes attending his 2 former marriages, he had been induced for their good to venture on a third. The speaker received this profession with suitable gratitude. And he took thence occasion to praise the king for his wonderful gifts of grace and nature. He compared him, for justice and prudence, to Solomon, for strength and fortitude, to Samson, and for beauty and comeliness, to Absalom. The king very humbly replied, by the mouth cf the chancellor, that he disavowed these praises, since, if he were really possessed of such endowments, they were the gift of Almighty God only. Henry found that the Parliament was no less submissive in deeds than complaisant in their expressions, and that they would go the same lengths as the former in gratifying even his most lawless passions. His divorce from Anne Boleyn was ratified. That queen and all her accomplices were attainted, the issue of both his former marriages were declared illegitimate, and it was even made treason to assert the legitimacy of either of them. To throw any slander upon the present king, queen, or their issue, was subjected to the same penalty. The crown was settled on the king's issue by Jane Seymour, or any subsequent wife. And in case he should die without children, he was empowered, by his will or letters patent, to dispose of the crown, an enormous authority, especially when entrusted to a prince so violent and capricious in his humor. Whoever, being required, refused to answer upon oath to any article of this act of settlement, was declared to be guilty of treason. And by this clause a species of political inquisition was established in the kingdom, as well as the accusations of treason multiplied to an unreasonable degree. The king was also empowered to confer on any one, by his will or letters patent, any castles, honors, liberties, or franchises. Words which might have been extended to the dismembering of the kingdom, by the erection of principalities and independent jurisdictions. It was also, by another act, made treason to marry, without the king's consent, any princess related in the first degree to the crown. This act was occasioned by the discovery of a design formed by Thomas Howard, brother of the Duke of Norfolk, to espouse the Lady Margaret Douglas, niece to the king, by his sister the Queen of Scots and the Earl of Angus. Howard, as well as the young lady, was committed to the Tower. She recovered her liberty soon after, but he died in confinement. An Act of Attainder passed against him this session of Parliament. Another accession was likewise gained to the authority of the Crown. The king or any of his successors was empowered to repeal or annul, by letters patent, whatever Act of Parliament had been passed before he was 24 years of age. Whoever maintained the authority of the Bishop of Rome by word or writ, or endeavoured in any manner to restore it in England, was subjected to the penalty of a praemunire, that is, his goods were forfeited, and he was put out of the protection of law. And any person who possessed any office, ecclesiastical or civil, or received any grant or charter from the crown, and yet refused to renounce the Pope by oath, was declared to be guilty of treason. The renunciation prescribed runs in the style of, "So help me God, all saints, and the holy evangelists." The Pope, hearing of Anne Boleyn's disgrace and death, had hoped that the door was open to a reconciliation, and had been making some advances to Henry, but this was the reception he met with. Henry was now become indifferent with regard to papal censures, and finding a great increase of authority, as well as of revenue, to accrue from his quarrel with Rome, he was determined to persevere in his present measures. This Parliament also, even more than any foregoing, convinced him how much he commanded the respect of his subjects, and what confidence he might repose in them. Though the elections had been made on a sudden, without any preparation or intrigue, the members discovered an unlimited attachment to his person and government. The extreme complaisance of the Convocation, which sat at the same time with the Parliament, encouraged him in his resolution of breaking entirely with the court of Rome. There was secretly a great division of sentiments in the minds of this assembly. And as the zeal of the reformers had been augmented by some late successes, the resentment of the Catholics was no less excited by their fears and losses, but the authority of the king kept every one submissive and silent. And the new assumed prerogative, the supremacy, with whose limits no one was fully acquainted, restrained even the most furious movements of theological rancor. Cromwell presided as Vicar General. And though the Catholic party expected, that on the fall of Queen Anne, his authority would receive a great shock, they were surprised to find him still maintain the same credit as before. With the Vicar General concurred Cranmer the Primate, Latimer, Bishop of Worcester, Shaxton of Salisbury, Hilsey of Rochester, Fox of Hereford, Barlow of St. David's. The opposite faction was headed by Lee, Archbishop of York, Stokesley, Bishop of London, Tunstall of Durham, Gardiner of Winchester, Longland of Lincoln, Sherburne of Chichester, Nix of Norwich, and Kite of Carlisle. The former party, by their opposition to the Pope, seconded the king's ambition and love of power; the latter party, by maintaining the ancient theological tenets, were more conformable to his speculative principles, and both of them had alternately the advantage of gaining on his humor, by which he was more governed than by either of these motives. The Church in general was averse to the Reformation. And the lower House of Convocation framed a list of opinions, in the whole 67, which they pronounced erroneous, and which was a collection of principles, some held by the ancient Lollards, others by the modern Protestants or Gospelers, as they were sometimes called. These opinions they sent to the upper house to be censured, but in the preamble of their representation, they discovered the servile spirit by which they were governed. They said, that they intended not to do or speak anything which might be unpleasant to the king, whom they acknowledged their supreme head, and whose commands they were resolved to obey. Renouncing the Pope's usurped authority, with all his laws and inventions, now extinguished and abolished, and addicting themselves to Almighty God and his laws, and unto the king and the laws made within this kingdom. The convocation came at last, after some debate, to decide articles of faith. And their tenets were of as motley a kind as the assembly itself, or rather as the king's system of theology, by which they were resolved entirely to square their principles. They determined the standard of faith to consist in the Scriptures and the three creeds, the Apostolic, Nicene, and Athanasian. And this article was a signal victory to the Reformers. Auricular confession and penance were admitted, a doctrine agreeable to the Catholics. No mention was made of marriage, extreme unction, confirmation, or holy orders, as sacraments. And in this omission the influence of the Protestants appeared. The real presence was asserted conformably to the ancient doctrine, the terms of acceptance were established to be the merits of Christ, and the mercy and good pleasure of God, suitably to the new principles. So far the two sects seem to have made a fair partition by alternately sharing the several clauses. In framing the subsequent articles, each of them seems to have thrown in its ingredient. The Catholics prevailed in asserting, that the use of images was warranted by Scripture, the Protestants, in warning the people against idolatry, and the abuse of these sensible representations. The ancient faith was adopted in maintaining the expedience of praying to saints, the late innovations in rejecting the peculiar patronage of saints to any trade, profession, or course of action. The former rites of worship, the use of holy water, and the ceremonies practiced on Ash Wednesday, Palm Sunday, Good Friday, and other festivals, were still maintained. But the new refinements, which made light of these institutions, were also adopted, by the convocations denying that they had any immediate power of remitting sin, and by its asserting that their sole merit consisted in promoting pious and devout dispositions in the mind. But the article with regard to purgatory contains the most curious jargon, ambiguity, and hesitation, arising from the mixture of opposite tenets. It was to this purpose, since, according to due order of charity, and the Book of Maccabees, and divers ancient authors, it is a very good and charitable deed to pray for souls departed. And since such a practice has been maintained in the Church from the beginning, all bishops and teachers should instruct the people not to be grieved for the continuance of the same. But since the place where departed souls are retained before they reach paradise, as well as the nature of their pains, is left uncertain by Scripture, all such questions are to be submitted to God, to whose mercy it is meet and convenient to commend the deceased, trusting that he accepteth our prayers for them. These articles, when framed by the convocation, and corrected by the king, were subscribed by every member of that assembly. While, perhaps, neither there nor throughout the whole kingdom, could one man be found, except Henry himself, who had adopted precisely these very doctrines and opinions. For though there be not any contradiction in the tenets above mentioned, it had happened in England, as in all countries where factious divisions have place, a certain creed was embraced by each party, few neuters were to be found. And these consisted only of speculative or whimsical people, of whom two persons could scarcely be brought to an agreement in the same dogmas. The Protestants, all of them, carried their opposition to Rome further than those articles. None of the Catholics went so far, and the king, by being able to retain the nation in such a delicate medium, displayed the utmost power of an imperious despotism of which any history furnishes an example. To change the religion of a country, even when seconded by a party, is one of the most perilous enterprises which any sovereign can attempt, and often proves the most destructive to royal authority. But Henry was able to set the political machine in that furious movement, and yet regulate and even stop its career. He could say to it, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no farther," and he made every vote of his parliament and convocation subservient. not only to his interests and passions, but even to his greatest caprices. Nay, to his most refined and most scholastic subtleties. The concurrence of these two national assemblies served, no doubt, to increase the king's power over the people, and raised him to an authority more absolute than any prince in a simple monarchy, even by means of military force, is ever able to attain. But there are certain bounds, beyond which the most slavish submission cannot be extended. All the late innovations, particularly the dissolution of the smaller monasteries, and the imminent danger to which all the rest were exposed, had bred discontent among the people, and had disposed them to revolt. The expelled monks, wandering about the country, excited both the piety and compassion of men. And as the ancient religion took hold of the populace by powerful motives, suited to vulgar capacity, it was able, now that it was brought into apparent hazard, to raise the strongest zeal in its favor. Discontents had even reached some of the nobility and gentry, whose ancestors had founded the monasteries, and who placed a vanity in those institutions, as well as reaped some benefit from them, by the provisions which they afforded them for their younger children. The more superstitious were interested for the souls of their forefathers, which, they believed, must now lie during many ages in the torments of purgatory, for want of masses to relieve them. It seemed unjust to abolish pious institutions for the faults, real or pretended, of individuals. Even the most moderate and reasonable deemed it somewhat iniquitous, that men who had been invited into a course of life by all the laws, human and divine, which prevailed in their country, should be turned out of their possessions, and so little care be taken of their future subsistence. And when it was observed, that the rapacity and bribery of the commissioners and others, employed in visiting the monasteries, intercepted much of the profits resulting from these confiscations, it tended much to increase the general discontent. But the people did not break into open sedition till the complaints of the secular clergy concurred with those of the regular. As Cromwell's person was little acceptable to the ecclesiastics, the authority which he exercised, being so new, so absolute, so unlimited, inspired them with disgust and terror. He published, in the king's name, without the consent either of Parliament or Convocation, an ordinance by which he retrenched many of the ancient holy days, prohibited several superstitions gainful to the clergy, such as pilgrimages, images, relics, and even ordered the incumbents in the parishes to set apart a considerable portion of their revenue for repairs and for the support of exhibitioners and the poor of their parish. The secular priests, finding themselves thus reduced to a grievous servitude, instilled into the people those discontents which they had long harbored in their own bosoms. The first rising was in Lincolnshire. It was headed by Dr. Mackrell, prior of Barlings, who was disguised like a mean mechanic, and who bore the name of Captain Cobbler. This tumultuary army amounted to above 20,000 men. But notwithstanding their number, they showed little disposition of proceeding to extremities against the king, and seemed still overawed by his authority. They acknowledged him to be supreme head of the Church of England. But they complained of suppressing the monasteries, of evil counsellors, of persons meanly born raised to dignity, of the danger to which the jewels and plate of their parochial churches were exposed. And they prayed the king to consult the nobility of the realm concerning the redress of these grievances. Henry was little disposed to entertain apprehensions of danger, especially from a low multitude whom he despised. He sent forces against the rebels, under the command of the Duke of Suffolk, and he returned them a very sharp answer to their petition. There were some gentry whom the populace had constrained to take part with them, and who kept a secret correspondence with Suffolk. They informed him, that resentment against the king's reply was the chief cause which retained the malcontents in arms, and that a milder answer would probably suppress the rebellion. Henry had levied a great force at London, with which he was preparing to march against the rebels, and being so well supported by power, he thought that, without losing his dignity, he might now show them some greater condescension. He sent a new proclamation, requiring them to return to their obedience, with secret assurances of pardon. This expedient had its effect, the populace was dispersed, Mackrell and some of their leaders fell into the king's hands, and were executed. The greater part of the multitude retired peaceably to their usual occupations, a few of the more obstinate fled to the north, where they joined the insurrection that was raised in those parts. The northern rebels, as they were more numerous, were also on other accounts more formidable than those of Lincolnshire. Because the people were there more accustomed to arms, and because of their vicinity to the Scots, who might make advantage of these disorders. One Aske, a gentleman, had taken the command of them, and he possessed the art of governing the populace. Their enterprise they called the Pilgrimage of Grace. Some priests marched before in the habits of their order, carrying crosses in their hands. In their banners was woven a crucifix, with the representation of a chalice. And of the 5 wounds of Christ, they wore on their sleeve an emblem of the 5 wounds, with the name of Jesus wrought in the middle. They all took an oath that they had entered into the pilgrimage of grace from no other motive than their love to God, their care of the king's person and issue, their desire of purifying the nobility, of driving base-born persons from about the king, of restoring the church, and of suppressing heresy. Allured by these fair pretences, about 40,000 men from the counties of York, Durham, Lancaster, and those northern provinces, flocked to their standard, and their zeal, no less than their numbers, inspired the court with apprehensions. The Earl of Shrewsbury, moved by his regard for the king's service, raised forces, though at first without any commission, in order to oppose the rebels. The Earl of Cumberland repulsed them from his castle of Skipton. Sir Ralph Evers defended Scarborough Castle against them. Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, the king's cousin german, obeyed orders from court and levied troops. The Earls of Huntingdon, Derby, and Rutland imitated his example. The rebels, however, prevailed in taking both Hull and York. They had laid siege to Pomfret Castle, into which the Archbishop of York and Lord Darcy had thrown themselves. It was soon surrendered to them, and the prelate and noblemen, who secretly wished success to the insurrection, seemed to yield to the force imposed on them, and joined the rebels. The Duke of Norfolk was appointed general of the king's forces against the northern rebels. And as he headed the party at court which supported the ancient religion, he was also suspected of bearing some favor to the cause which he was sent to oppose. His prudent conduct, however, seems to acquit him of this imputation. He encamped near Doncaster, together with the Earl of Shrewsbury, and as his army was small, scarcely exceeding 5,000 men, he made choice of a post where he had a river in front, the ford of which he purposed to defend against the rebels. They had intended to attack him in the morning, but during the night there fell such violent rains as rendered the river utterly unpassable, and Norfolk wisely laid hold of the opportunity to enter into treaty with them. In order to open the door for negotiation, he sent them a herald, whom Aske, their leader, received with great ceremony, he himself sitting in a chair of state, with the Archbishop of York on one hand, and Lord Darcy on the other. It was agreed that 2 gentlemen should be dispatched to the king with proposals from the rebels. And Henry purposely delayed giving an answer, and allured them with hopes of entire satisfaction, in expectation that necessity would soon oblige them to disperse themselves. Being informed that his artifice had in a great measure succeeded, he required them instantly to lay down their arms, and submit to mercy, promising a pardon to all, except 6 whom he named, and 4 whom he reserved to himself the power of naming. But though the greater part of the rebels had gone home for want of substance, they had entered into the most solemn engagements to return to their standards in case the king's answer should not prove satisfactory. Norfolk, therefore, soon found himself in the same difficulty as before, and he opened again a negotiation with the leaders of the multitude. He engaged them to send 300 persons to Doncaster with proposals for an accommodation. And he hoped, by intrigue and separate interests, to throw dissension among so great a number. Aske himself had intended to be one of the deputies, and he required a hostage for his security, but the king, when consulted, replied, that he knew no gentleman, or other, whom he esteemed so little as to put him in pledge for such a villain. The demands of the rebels were so exorbitant, that Norfolk rejected them, and they prepared again to decide the contest by arms. They were as formidable as ever, both by their numbers and spirit. And notwithstanding the small river which lay between them and the royal army, Norfolk had great reason to dread the effects of their fury. But while they were preparing to pass the ford, rain fell a second time in such abundance, as made it impracticable for them to execute their design. And the populace, partly reduced to necessity by want of provisions, partly struck with superstition at being thus again disappointed by the same accident, suddenly dispersed themselves. The Duke of Norfolk, who had received powers for that end, forwarded the dispersion by the promise of a general amnesty, and the king ratified this act of clemency. He published, however, a manifesto against the rebels, and an answer to their complaints, in which he employed a very lofty style, suited to so haughty a monarch. He told them, that they ought no more to pretend giving a judgment with regard to government, that a blind man with regard to colours. And we, he added, with our whole council, think it right strange that ye, who be but brutes and inexpert folk, do take upon you to appoint us who be meet or not for our council. 1537. As this pacification was not likely to be of long continuance, Norfolk was ordered to keep his army together, and to march into the northern parts, in order to exact a general submission. Lord Darcy, as well as Aske, was sent for to court. And the former, upon his refusal or delay to appear, was thrown into prison. Every place was full of jealousy and complaints. A new insurrection broke out, headed by Musgrave and Tilby, and the rebels besieged Carlisle with 1,000 men. Being repulsed by that city, they were encountered in their retreat by Norfolk, who put them to flight. And having made prisoners of all their officers, except Musgrave, who escaped, he instantly put them to death by martial law, to the number of 70 persons. An attempt made by Sir Francis Bigot and Hallam to surprise Hull, met with no better success, and several other risings were suppressed by the vigilance of Norfolk. The king, enraged by these multiplied revolts, was determined not to adhere to the general pardon which he had granted, and from a movement of his usual violence he made the innocent suffer for the guilty. Norfolk, by command from his master, spread the royal banner, and, wherever he thought proper, executed martial law in the punishment of offenders. Besides Aske, leader of the first insurrection, Sir Robert Constable, Sir John Bulmer, Sir Thomas Piercy, Sir Stephen Hamilton, Nicholas Tempest, William Lumley, and many others, were thrown into prison, and most of them were condemned and executed. Lord Hussey was found guilty, as an accomplice in the insurrection of Lincolnshire, and was executed at Lincoln. Lord Darcy, though he pleaded compulsion, and appealed for his justification to a long life spent in the service of the Crown, was beheaded on Tower Hill. Before his execution, he accused Norfolk of having secretly encouraged the rebels. But Henry, either sensible of that nobleman's services, and convinced of his fidelity or afraid to offend one of such extensive power and great capacity, rejected the information. Being now satiated with punishing the rebels, he published anew a general pardon, to which he faithfully adhered, and he erected, by patent, a court of justice at York, for deciding lawsuits in the northern counties. A demand which had been made by the rebels. Soon after this prosperous success, an event happened which crowned Henry's joy, the birth of a son, who was baptized by the name of Edward. Yet was not his happiness without alloy, the Queen died 2 days after. But a son had so long been ardently wished for by Henry, and was now become so necessary, in order to prevent disputes with regard to the succession, after the acts declaring the 2 princesses illegitimate, that the king's affliction was drowned in his joy, and he expressed great satisfaction on the occasion. The prince, not 6 days old, was created Prince of Wales, Duke of Cornwall, and Earl of Chester. Sir Edward Seymour, the Queen's brother, formerly made Lord Beauchamp, was raised to the dignity of Earl of Hertford. Sir William Fitzwilliams, High Admiral, was created Earl of Southampton, Sir William Powlett, Lord St. John, Sir John Russell, Lord Russell. 1538. The suppression of the rebellion and the birth of a son, as they confirmed Henry's authority at home, increased his consideration among foreign princes, and made his alliance be courted by all parties. He maintained, however, a neutrality in the wars which were carried on with various success, and without any decisive event, between Charles and Francis. And though inclined more to favor the latter, he determined not to incur, without necessity, either hazard or expense on his account. A truce concluded about this time between these potentates, and afterwards prolonged for 10 years, freed him from all anxiety on account of his ally, and re-established the tranquility of Europe. Henry continued desirous of cementing a union with the German Protestants, and for that purpose he sent Christopher Mount to a congress which they held at Brunswick, but that minister made no great progress in his negotiation. The princes wished to know what were the articles in their confession which Henry disliked, and they sent new ambassadors to him, who had orders both to negotiate and to dispute. They endeavored to convince the king, that he was guilty of a mistake in administering the Eucharist in one kind only, in allowing private masses, and in requiring the celibacy of the clergy. Henry would by no means acknowledge any error in these particulars, and was displeased that they should pretend to prescribe rules to so great a monarch and theologian. He found arguments and syllogisms enough to defend his cause. And he dismissed the ambassadors without coming to any conclusion. Jealous, also, lest his own subjects should become such theologians as to question his tenets, he used great precaution in publishing that translation of the Scripture which was finished this year. He would only allow a copy of it to be deposited in some parish churches, where it was fixed by a chain, and he took care to inform the people by proclamation, that this indulgence was not the effect of his duty, but of his goodness and his liberality to them, who therefore should use it moderately, for the increase of virtue, not of strife, and he ordered that no man should read the Bible aloud, so as to disturb the priest while he sang Mass, nor presume to expound doubtful places without advice from the learned. In this measure, as in the rest, he still halted halfway between the Catholics and the Protestants. There was only one particular in which Henry was quite decisive. Because he was there impelled by his avarice, or, more properly speaking, his rapacity, the consequence of his profusion, this measure was the entire destruction of the monasteries. The present opportunity seemed favorable for that great enterprise, while the suppression of the late rebellion fortified and increased the royal authority. And as some of the abbots were suspected of having encouraged the insurrection, and of corresponding with the rebels, the king's resentment was further incited by that motive. A new visitation was appointed of all the monasteries in England. And a pretence only being wanted for their suppression, it was easy for a prince, possessed of such unlimited power, and seconding the present humor of a great part of the nation, to find or feign one. The abbots and monks knew the danger to which they were exposed. And having learned by the example of the lesser monasteries that nothing could withstand the king's will, they were most of them induced, in expectation of better treatment, to make a voluntary resignation of their houses. Where promises failed of effect, menaces and even extreme violence were employed, and as several of the abbots, since the breach with Rome, had been named by the court with a view to this event, the king's intentions were the more easily effected. Some, also, having secretly embraced the doctrine of the Reformation, were glad to be freed from their vows. And on the whole, the design was conducted with such success, that in less than 2 years the king had got possession of all the monastic revenues. In several places, particularly the county of Oxford, great interest was made to preserve some convents of women, who, as they lived in the most irreproachable manner, justly merited, it was thought, that their houses should be saved from the general destruction. There appeared, also, great difference between the case of nuns and that of friars, and the one institution might be laudable, while the other was exposed to much blame. The males of all ranks, if endowed with industry, might be of service to the public, and none of them could want employment suited to his station and capacity. But a woman of family who failed of a settlement in the married state, an accident to which such persons were more liable than women of lower station, had really no rank which she properly filled. And a convent was a retreat both honorable and agreeable, from the inutility, and often want, which attended her situation. But the king was determined to abolish monasteries of every denomination, and probably thought that these ancient establishments would be the sooner forgotten, if no remains of them of any kind were allowed to subsist in the kingdom. The better to reconcile the people to this great innovation, stories were propagated of the detestable lives of the friars in many of the convents, and great care was taken to defame those whom the court had determined to ruin. The relics also and other superstitions, which had so long been the object of the people's veneration, were exposed to their ridicule. And the religious spirit, now less bent on exterior observances and sensible objects, was encouraged in this new direction. It is needless to be prolix in an enumeration of particulars. Protestant historians mention on this occasion, with great triumph, the sacred repositories of convents, the parings of St. Edmund's toes, some of the coals that roasted St. Lawrence. The girdle of the Virgin shone in 11 several places, 2 or 3 heads of St. Ursula, the felt of St. Thomas of Lancaster, an infallible cure for the headache, part of St. Thomas of Canterbury's shirt, much reverenced by big-bellied women. Some relics, an excellent preventive against rain, others, a remedy to weeds in corn. But such fooleries, as they are to be found in all ages and nations, and even took place during the most refined periods of antiquity, form no particular or violent reproach to the Catholic religion. There were also discovered, or said to be discovered, in the monasteries some impostures of a more artificial nature. At Hales, in the county of Gloucester, there had been shown, during several ages, the blood of Christ, brought from Jerusalem. And it is easy to imagine the veneration with which such a relic was regarded. A miraculous circumstance also attended this miraculous relic: the sacred blood was not visible to any one in mortal sin, even when set before him. Until he had performed good works sufficient for his absolution, it would not deign to discover itself to him. At the dissolution of the monastery, the whole contrivance was detected. 2 of the monks, who were let into the secret, had taken the blood of a duck, which they renewed every week. They put it in a phial, one side of which consisted of thin and transparent crystal, the other of thick and opaque. When any rich pilgrim arrived, they were sure to show him the dark side of the phial, till masses and offerings had expiated his offences, and then, finding his money, or patience, or faith, nearly exhausted, they made him happy by turning the phial. A miraculous crucifix had been kept at Boxley, in Kent, and bore the appellation of the Rood of Grace. The lips, and eyes, and head of the image moved on the approach of its votaries. Hilsey, Bishop of Rochester, broke the crucifix at St. Paul's Cross, and showed to the whole people the springs and wheels by which it had been secretly moved. A great wooden idol, revered in Wales, called Darvel Gatherin, was also brought to London, and cut in pieces. And by a cruel refinement in vengeance, it was employed as fuel to burn Friar Forest, who was punished for denying the supremacy, and for some pretended heresies. A finger of St. Andrew, covered with a thin plate of silver, had been pawned by a convent for a debt of £40, but as the king's commissioners refused to pay the debt, people made themselves merry with the poor creditor on account of his pledge. But of all the instruments of ancient superstition, no one was so zealously destroyed as the shrine of Thomas à Becket, commonly called St. Thomas of Canterbury. This saint owed his canonization to the zealous defense which he had made for clerical privileges. And on that account also the monks had extremely encouraged the devotion of pilgrimages towards his tomb, and numberless were the miracles which they pretended his relics wrought in favor of his devout votaries. They raised his body once a year. And the day on which this ceremony was performed, which was called the day of his translation, was a general holiday. Every 50th year there was celebrated a jubilee to his honor, which lasted 15 days. Plenary indulgences were then granted to all that visited his tomb. And 100,000 pilgrims have been registered at a time in Canterbury. The devotion towards him had quite effaced in that place the adoration of the deity, nay, even that of the Virgin. At God's altar, for instance, there were offered in 1 year £3 2 shillings and 6 pence, at the Virgin's, £63 5 shillings and 6 pence, at St. Thomas's, £832 12 shillings and 3 pence. But next year the disproportion was still greater. There was not a penny offered at God's altar. The Virgin's gained only £4 1 shilling and 8 pence. But St. Thomas had got for his share £954 6 shillings and 3 pence. Louis VII. of France had made a pilgrimage to this miraculous tomb, and had bestowed on the shrine a jewel, esteemed the richest in Christendom. It is evident how obnoxious to Henry a saint of this character must appear, and how contrary to all his projects for degrading the authority of the court of Rome. He not only pillaged the rich shrine dedicated to St. Thomas, He made the saint himself be cited to appear in court, and be tried and condemned as a traitor. He ordered his name to be struck out of the calendar, the office for his festival to be expunged from all breviaries, his bones to be burned, and the ashes to be thrown in the air. On the whole, the king at different times suppressed 645 monasteries, of which 28 had abbots that enjoyed a seat in Parliament. 90 colleges were demolished in several counties, 2,374 chantries and free chapels, 110 hospitals. The whole revenue of these establishments amounted to £161,100. It is worthy of observation, that all the lands and possessions and revenue of England had, a little before this period, been rated at 4 millions a year. So that the revenues of the monks, even comprehending the lesser monasteries, did not exceed the 20th part of the national income, a sum vastly inferior to what is commonly apprehended. The lands belonging to the convents were usually let at very low rent, and the farmers, who regarded themselves as a species of proprietors, took always care to renew their leases before they expired. Great murmurs were everywhere excited on account of these violences. And men much questioned whether priors and monks, who were only trustees or tenants for life, could, by any deed, however voluntary, transfer to the king the entire property of their estates. In order to reconcile the people to such mighty innovations, they were told that the king would never thenceforth have occasion to levy taxes, but would be able, from the abbey lands alone, to bear, during war as well as peace, the whole charges of government. While such topics were employed to appease the populace, Henry took an effectual method of interesting the nobility and gentry in the success of his measures. He either made a gift of the revenues of convents to his favorites and courtiers, or sold them at low prices, or exchanged them for other lands on very disadvantageous terms. He was so profuse in these liberalities, that he is said to have given a woman the whole revenue of a convent, as a reward for making a pudding which happened to gratify his palate. He also settled pensions on the abbots and priors, proportioned to their former revenues or to their merits, and gave each monk a yearly pension of 8 marks. He erected 6 new bishoprics, Westminster, Oxford, Peterborough, Bristol, Chester, and Gloucester, of which 5 subsist at this day, and by all these means of expense and dissipation, the profit which the king reaped by the seizure of church lands fell much short of vulgar opinion. As the ruin of convents had been foreseen some years before it happened, the monks had taken care to secrete most of their stock, furniture, and plate, so that the spoils of the great monasteries bore not, in these respects, any proportion to those of the lesser. Besides the lands possessed by the monasteries, the regular clergy enjoyed a considerable part of the benefices of England, and of the tithes annexed to them. And these were also at this time transferred to the crown, and by that means passed into the hands of laymen, an abuse which many zealous churchmen regarded as the most criminal sacrilege. The monks were formerly much at their ease in England, and enjoyed revenues which exceeded the regular and stated expense of the house. We read of the Abbey of Chertsey, in Surrey, which possessed £744 a year, though it contained only 14 monks. That of Furness, in the county of Lincoln, was valued at £960 a year, and contained but 30. In order to dissipate their revenues, and support popularity, the monks lived in a hospitable manner. And besides the poor maintained from their offals, there were many decayed gentlemen who passed their lives in travelling from convent to convent, and were entirely subsisted at the tables of the friars. By this hospitality, as much as by their own inactivity, did the convents prove nurseries of idleness, but the king, not to give offence by too sudden an innovation, bound the new proprietors of abbey lands to support the ancient hospitality. But this engagement was fulfilled in very few places, and for a very short time. It is easy to imagine the indignation with which the intelligence of all these acts of violence was received at Rome, and how much the ecclesiastics of that court, who had so long kept the world in subjection by high-sounding epithets and by holy execrations, would now vent their rhetoric against the character and conduct of Henry. The Pope was at last incited to publish the bull which had been passed against that monarch, and in a public manner he delivered over his soul to the devil, and his dominions to the first invader. Libels were dispersed, in which he was anew compared to the most furious persecutors in antiquity, and the preference was now given to their side. He had declared war with the dead, whom the pagans themselves respected. Was at open hostility with heaven, and had engaged in professed enmity with the whole host of saints and angels. Above all, he was often reproached with his resemblance to the Emperor Julian, whom, it was said, he imitated in his apostasy in learning, though he fell short of him in morals. Henry could distinguish in some of these libels the style and animosity of his kinsman Pole, and he was thence incited to vent his rage, by every possible expedient, on that famous cardinal. Reginald de la Pole, or Reginald Pole, was descended from the royal family, being fourth son of the Countess of Salisbury, daughter of the Duke of Clarence. He gave in early youth indications of that fine genius and generous disposition by which, during his whole life, he was so much distinguished, and Henry, having conceived great friendship for him, intended to raise him to the highest ecclesiastical dignities. And, as a pledge of future favours, he conferred on him the deanery of Exeter, the better to support him in his education. Pole was carrying on his studies in the University of Paris at the time when the king solicited the suffrages of that learned body in favour of his divorce, but though applied to by the English agent, he declined taking any part in the affair. Henry bore this neglect with more temper than was natural to him. And he appeared unwilling, on that account, to renounce all friendship with a person whose virtues and talents, he hoped, would prove useful as well as ornamental to his court and kingdom. He allowed him still to possess his deanery, and gave him permission to finish his studies at Padua. He even paid him some court, in order to bring him into his measures. And wrote to him, while in that university, desiring him to give his opinion freely with regard to the late measures taken in England for abolishing the papal authority. Pole had now contracted an intimate friendship with all persons eminent for dignity or merit in Italy, Sadolet, Bembo, and other revivers of true taste and learning. And he was moved by these connections, as well as by religious zeal, to forget, in some respect, the duty which he owed to Henry, his benefactor and his sovereign. He replied by writing a treatise of the unity of the Church, in which he inveighed against the king's supremacy, his divorce, his second marriage. And he even exhorted the emperor to revenge on him the injury done to the imperial family and to the Catholic cause. Henry, though provoked beyond measure at this outrage, dissembled his resentment. And he sent a message to Pole, desiring him to return to England, in order to explain certain passages in his book which he found somewhat obscure and difficult. Pole was on his guard against this insidious invitation, and was determined to remain in Italy, where he was universally beloved. The Pope and Emperor thought themselves obliged to provide for a man of Pole's eminence and dignity, who, in support of their cause, had sacrificed all his pretensions to fortune in his own country. He was created a cardinal. And though he took not higher orders than those of a deacon, he was sent legate into Flanders about the year 1536. Henry was sensible that Pole's chief intention in choosing that employment, was to foment the mutinous disposition of the English Catholics. And he therefore remonstrated in so vigorous a manner with the Queen of Hungary, regent of the Low Countries, that she dismissed the legate, without allowing him to exercise his functions. The enmity which he bore to Pole was now as open as it was violent, and the cardinal, on his part, kept no further measures in his intrigues against Henry. He is even suspected of having aspired to the crown, by means of a marriage with the Lady Mary, and the king was every day more alarmed by informations which he received of the correspondence maintained in England by that fugitive. Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, had entered into a conspiracy with him, Sir Edward Neville, brother to the Lord Abergavenny, Sir Nicholas Carew, Master of Horse, and Knight of the Garter. Henry de la Pole, Lord Montacute, and Sir Geoffrey de la Pole, brothers to the cardinal. These persons were indicted, and tried, and convicted, before Lord Audley, who presided in the trial as High Steward. They were all executed, except Sir Geoffrey de la Pole, who was pardoned, and he owed this grace to his having first carried to the king's secret intelligence of the conspiracy. We know little concerning the justice or iniquity of the sentence pronounced against these men, we only know, that the condemnation of a man who was at that time prosecuted by the court, forms no presumption of his guilt. Though, as no historian of credit mentions in the present case any complaint occasioned by these trials, we may presume that sufficient evidence was produced against the Marquis of Exeter and his associates. Chapter 33. Henry VIII. 1538. The rough hand of Henry seemed well adapted for rending asunder those bands by which the ancient superstition had fastened itself on the kingdom. And though, after renouncing the Pope's supremacy and suppressing monasteries, most of the political ends of Reformation were already attained, few people expected that he would stop at those innovations. The spirit of opposition, it was thought, would carry him to the utmost extremities against the Church of Rome, and lead him to declare war against the whole doctrine and worship, as well as discipline, of that mighty hierarchy. He had formerly appealed from the Pope to a general council. But now, when a general council was summoned to meet at Mantua, he previously renounced all submission to it, as summoned by the Pope, and lying entirely under subjection to that spiritual usurper. He engaged his clergy to make a declaration to the like purpose, and he had prescribed to them many other deviations from ancient tenets and practices. Cranmer took advantage of every opportunity to carry him on in this course. And while Queen Jane lived, who favoured the reformers, he had, by means of her insinuation and address, been successful in his endeavours. After her death, Gardiner, who was returned from his embassy to France, kept the king more in suspense. And by feigning an unlimited submission to his will, was frequently able to guide him to his own purposes. Fox, Bishop of Hereford, had supported Cranmer in his schemes for a more thorough reformation. But his death had made way for the promotion of Bonner, who, though he had hitherto seemed a furious enemy to the court of Rome, was determined to sacrifice everything to present interest. And had joined the confederacy of Gardiner and the partisans of the old religion. Gardiner himself, it was believed, had secretly entered into measures with the Pope, and even with the Emperor, and in concert with these powers, he endeavoured to preserve, as much as possible, the ancient faith and worship. Henry was so much governed by passion, that nothing could have retarded his animosity and opposition against Rome, but some other passion, which stopped his career, and raised him new objects of animosity. Though he had gradually, since the commencement of his scruples with regard to his first marriage, been changing the tenets of that theological system in which he had been educated. He was no less positive and dogmatical in the few articles which remained to him, than if the whole fabric had continued entire and unshaken. And though he stood alone in his opinion, the flattery of courtiers had so inflamed his tyrannical arrogance, that he thought himself entitled to regulate, by his own particular standard, the religious faith of the whole nation. The point on which he chiefly rested his orthodoxy happened to be the real presence, that very doctrine, in which, among the numberless victories of superstition over common sense, her triumph is the most signal and egregious. All departure from this principle he held to be heretical and detestable. And nothing, he thought, would be more honourable for him, than, while he broke off all connections with the Roman pontiff, to maintain, in this essential article, the purity of the Catholic faith. There was one Lambert, a schoolmaster in London, who had been questioned and confined for unsound opinions by Archbishop Warham, but upon the death of that prelate, and the change of councils at court, he had been released. Not terrified with the danger which he had incurred, he still continued to promulgate his tenets, and having heard Dr. Taylor, afterwards Bishop of Lincoln, defend in a sermon the corporal presence, he could not forbear expressing to Taylor his dissent from that doctrine, and he drew up his objections under 10 several heads. Taylor communicated the paper to Dr. Barnes, who happened to be a Lutheran, and who maintained that though the substance of bread and wine remained, in the sacrament, yet the real body and blood of Christ were there also, and were, in a certain mysterious manner, incorporated with the material elements. By the present laws and practice Barnes was no less exposed to the stake than Lambert, yet such was the persecuting rage which prevailed, that he determined to bring this man to condign punishment. Because of their common departure from the ancient faith, he had dared to go one step farther than himself. He engaged Taylor to accuse Lambert before Cranmer and Latimer, who, whatever their private opinion might be on these points, were obliged to conform themselves to the standard of orthodoxy established by Henry. When Lambert was cited before these prelates, they endeavored to bend him to a recantation, and they were surprised when, instead of complying, he ventured to appeal to the king. The king, not displeased with an opportunity where he could at once exert his supremacy and display his learning, accepted the appeal, and resolved to mix, in a very unfair manner, the magistrate with the disputant. Public notice was given that he intended to enter the lists with the schoolmaster. Scaffolds were erected in Westminster Hall. For the accommodation of the audience, Henry appeared on his throne accompanied with all the ensigns of majesty. The prelates were placed on his right hand, the temporal peers on his left. The judges and most eminent lawyers had a place assigned them behind the bishops, the courtiers of greatest distinction behind the peers. And in the midst of this splendid assembly was produced the unhappy Lambert, who was required to defend his opinions against his royal antagonist. The Bishop of Chichester opened the conference, by saying, that Lambert, being charged with heretical pravity, had appealed from his bishop to the king. As if he expected more favor from this application, and as if the king could ever be induced to protect a heretic, that though his majesty had thrown off the usurpations of the see of Rome, had disincorporated some idle monks, who lived like drones in a beehive, had abolished the idolatrous worship of images, had published the Bible in English, for the instruction of all his subjects, and had made some lesser alterations, which every one must approve of, yet was he determined to maintain the purity of the Catholic faith, and to punish with the utmost severity all departure from it. And that he had taken the present opportunity, before so learned and grave an audience, of convincing Lambert of his errors. But if he still continued obstinate in them, he must expect the most condign punishment. After this preamble, which was not very encouraging, the king asked Lambert, with a stern countenance, what his opinion was of Christ's corporal presence in the sacrament of the altar. And when Lambert began his reply with some compliment to his majesty, he rejected the praise with disdain and indignation. He afterwards pressed Lambert with arguments drawn from Scripture and the schoolmen. The audience applauded the force of his reasoning, and the extent of his erudition. Cranmer seconded his proofs by some new topics. Gardiner entered the lists as a support to Cranmer. Tunstall took up the argument after Gardiner. Stokesley brought fresh aid to Tunstall. 6 bishops more appeared successively in the field after Stokesley. And the disputation, if it deserved the name, was prolonged for 5 hours, till Lambert, fatigued, confounded, browbeaten, and abashed, was at last reduced to silence. The king, then returning to the charge, asked him whether he were convinced. And he proposed, as a concluding argument, this interesting question, whether he were resolved to live or to die. Lambert, who possessed that courage which consists in obstinacy, replied, that he cast himself wholly on his majesty's clemency. The king told him that he would be no protector of heretics. And, therefore, if that were his final answer, he must expect to be committed to the flames. Cromwell, as vicegerent, pronounced the sentence against him. Lambert, whose vanity had probably incited him the more to persevere on account of the greatness of this public appearance, was not daunted by the terrors of the punishment to which he was condemned. His executioners took care to make the sufferings of a man who had personally opposed the king as cruel as possible. He was burned at a slow fire, his legs and thighs were consumed to the stumps. And when there appeared no end of his torments, some of the guards, more merciful than the rest, lifted him on their halberts and threw him into the flames, where he was consumed. While they were employed in this friendly office, he cried aloud several times, "None but Christ, none but Christ," and these words were in his mouth when he expired. Some few days before this execution, for Dutch Anabaptists, 3 men and a woman, had faggots tied to their backs at Paul's Cross, and were burned in that manner. Andaman and a woman of the same sect and country were burned in Smithfield. 1539. It was the unhappy fate of the English during this age, that, when they laboured under any grievance, they had not the satisfaction of expecting redress from Parliament. On the contrary, they had reason to dread each meeting of that assembly, and were then sure of having tyranny converted into law, and aggravated, perhaps, with some circumstance which the arbitrary prince and his ministers had not hitherto devised, or did not think proper of themselves to carry into execution. This abject servility never appeared more conspicuously than in a new Parliament which the king now assembled, and which, if he had been so pleased, might have been the last that ever sat in England. But he found them too useful instruments of dominion ever to entertain thoughts of giving them a total exclusion. The Chancellor opened the Parliament by informing the House of Lords, that it was His Majesty's earnest desire to extirpate from his kingdom all diversity of opinion in matters of religion. And as this undertaking was, he owned, important and arduous, he desired them to choose a committee from among themselves, who might draw up certain articles of faith, and communicate them afterwards to the Parliament. The Lords named the Vicar-General, Cromwell, now created peer, the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, the Bishops of Durham, Carlisle, Worcester, Bath and Wells, Bangor, and Ely. The House might have seen what a hopeful task they had undertaken. This small committee itself was agitated with such diversity of opinion, that it could come to no conclusion. The Duke of Norfolk then moved in the House, that, since there were no hopes of having a report from the committee, the articles of faith intended to be established should be reduced to 6. And a new committee be appointed to draw an act with regard to them. As this peer was understood to speak the sense of the king, his motion was immediately complied with. And, after a short prorogation, the bill of the 6 Articles, or the Bloody Bill, as the Protestants justly termed it, was introduced, and having passed the 2 houses, received the royal assent. In this law the doctrine of the real presence was established, the communion in one kind, the perpetual obligation of vows of chastity, the utility of private masses, the celibacy of the clergy, and the necessity of auricular confession. The denial of the first article, with regard to the real presence, subjected the person to death by fire, and to the same forfeiture as in cases of treason. And admitted not the privilege of abjuring, an unheard of severity, and unknown to the Inquisition itself. The denial of any of the other 5 articles, even though recanted, was punishable by the forfeiture of goods and chattels. An imprisonment during the king's pleasure, an obstinate adherence to error, or a relapse, was adjudged to be felony, and punishable with death. The marriage of priests was subjected to the same punishment. Their commerce with women was, on the first offence, forfeiture and imprisonment, on the second, death. The abstaining from confession, and from receiving the Eucharist at the accustomed times, subjected the person to fine, and to imprisonment during the king's pleasure. And if the criminal persevered after conviction, he was punishable by death and forfeiture. As in cases of felony, commissioners were to be appointed by the king for inquiring into these heresies and irregular practices. And the criminals were to be tried by a jury. The king in framing this law laid his oppressive hand on both parties. And even the Catholics had reason to complain, that the friars and nuns, though dismissed their convent, should be capriciously restrained to the practice of celibacy, but as the Protestants were chiefly exposed to the severity of the statute. The misery of adversaries, according to the usual maxims of party, was regarded by the adherents to the ancient religion as their own prosperity and triumph. Cranmer had the courage to oppose this bill in the House, and though the king desired him to absent himself, he could not be prevailed on to give this proof of compliance. Henry was accustomed to Cranmer's freedom and sincerity. And being convinced of the general rectitude of his intentions, gave him an unusual indulgence in this particular, and never allowed even a whisper against him. That prelate, however, was now obliged, in obedience to the statute, to dismiss his wife, the niece of Osiander, a famous divine of Nuremberg, and Henry, satisfied with this proof of submission, showed him his former countenance and favour. Latimer and Shaxton threw up their bishoprics on account of the law, and were committed to prison. The Parliament, having thus resigned all their religious liberties, proceeded to an entire surrender of their civil. And without scruple or deliberation they made, by one act, a total subversion of the English constitution. They gave to the king's proclamation the same force as to a statute enacted by Parliament. And to render the matter worse, if possible, they framed this law, as if it were only declaratory, and were intended to explain the natural extent of royal authority. The preamble contains, that the king had formerly set forth several proclamations which froward persons had wilfully contemned, not considering what a king, by his royal power, may do. That this license might encourage offenders not only to disobey the laws of Almighty God, but also to dishonor the king's most royal majesty, who may full ill bear it. That sudden emergencies often occur, which require speedy remedies, and cannot await the slow assembling and deliberations of Parliament. And that, though the king was empowered by his authority, derived from God, to consult the public good on these occasions, yet the opposition of refractory subjects might push him to extremity and violence, for these reasons the Parliament. That they might remove all occasion of doubt, ascertained by a statute this prerogative of the crown and enabled his majesty, with the advice of his council, to set forth proclamations enjoining obedience under whatever pains and penalties he should think proper. And these proclamations were to have the force of perpetual laws. What proves either a stupid or a wilful blindness in the Parliament, is, that they pretended, even after this statute, to maintain some limitations in the government. And they enacted, that no proclamation should deprive any person of his lawful possessions, liberties, inheritances, privileges, franchises, nor yet infringe any common law or laudable custom of the realm. They did not consider, that no penalty could be inflicted on the disobeying of proclamations, without invading some liberty or property of the subject. And that the power of enacting new laws, joined to the dispensing power then exercised by the crown, amounted to a full legislative authority. It is true, the kings of England had always been accustomed from their own authority to issue proclamations, and to exact obedience to them. And this prerogative was, no doubt, a strong symptom of absolute government, but still there was a difference between a power which was exercised on a particular emergence, and which must be justified by the present expedience or necessity, and an authority conferred by a positive statute, which could no longer admit of control or limitation. Could any act be more opposite to the spirit of liberty than this law, it would have been another of the same Parliament. They passed an act of attainder, not only against the Marquis of Exeter, the Lords Montacute, Darcy, Hussey, and others, who had been legally tried and condemned, but also against some persons of the highest quality, who had never been accused, or examined, or convicted. The violent hatred which Henry bore to Cardinal Pole had extended itself to all his friends and relations, and his mother in particular, the Countess of Salisbury, had on that account become extremely obnoxious to him. She was also accused of having employed her authority with her tenants, to hinder them from reading the new translation of the Bible, of having procured bulls from Rome, which, it is said, had been seen at Coudray, her country seat, and of having kept a correspondence with her son, the cardinal, but Henry found, either that these offences could not be proved, or that they would not by law be subjected to such severe punishments as he desired to inflict upon her. He resolved, therefore, to proceed in a more summary and more tyrannical manner. And for that purpose he sent Cromwell, who was but too obsequious to his will, to ask the judges, whether the Parliament could add in a person who was forthcoming, without giving him any trial, or citing him to appear before them. The judges replied, that it was a dangerous question, and that the High Court of Parliament ought to give the example to inferior courts, of proceeding according to justice. No inferior court could act in that arbitrary manner, and they thought that the Parliament never would. Being pressed to give a more explicit answer, they replied, that if a person were attainted in that manner, the attainder could never afterwards be brought in question, but must remain good in law. Henry learned by this decision, that such a method of proceeding, though directly contrary to all the principles of equity, was yet practicable, and this being all he was anxious to know, he resolved to employ it against the Countess of Salisbury. Cromwell showed to the House of Peers a banner, on which were embroidered the 5 wounds of Christ, the symbol chosen by the northern rebels, and this banner he affirmed, was found in the Countess's house. No other proof seems to have been produced in order to ascertain her guilt. The Parliament, without further inquiry, passed a bill of attainder against her. And they involved in the same bill, without any better proof, as far as appears, Gertrude Marchioness of Exeter, Sir Adrian Fortescue, and Sir Thomas Dingley. These 2 gentlemen were executed, the Marchioness was pardoned and survived the king. The Countess received a reprieve. The only beneficial act passed this session, was that by which the Parliament confirmed the surrender of the monasteries. Yet even this act contains much falsehood, much tyranny, and, were it not that all private rights must submit to public interest, much injustice and iniquity. The scheme of engaging the abbots to surrender their monasteries had been conducted, as may easily be imagined, with many invidious circumstances. Arts of all kinds had been employed. Every motive that could work on the frailty of human nature had been set before them. And it was with great difficulty that these dignified conventuals were brought to make a concession, which most of them regarded as destructive of their interests, as well as sacrilegious and criminal in itself. 3 abbots had shown more constancy than the rest, the abbots of Colchester, Reading, and Glastonbury. And in order to punish them for their opposition, and make them an example to others, means had been found to convict them of treason. They had perished by the hands of the executioner, and the revenue of the convents had been forfeited. Besides, though none of these violences had taken place, the king knew that a surrender made by men who were only tenants for life, would not bear examination. And he was therefore resolved to make all sure by his usual expedient, an Act of Parliament. In the preamble to this Act, the Parliament asserts, that all the surrenders made by the abbots had been, without constraint, of their own accord, and according to due course of common law. And in consequence, the 2 houses confirmed the surrenders, and secure the property of the abbey lands to the king and his successors forever. It is remarkable, that all the mitred abbots still sat in the House of Peers, and that none of them made any protests against this injurious statute. In this session, the rank of all the great officers of state was fixed. Cromwell, as vicegerent, had the precedency assigned him above all of them. It was thought singular, that a blacksmith's son, for he was no other, should have placed next the royal family, and that a man possessed of no manner of literature should be set at the head of the church. As soon as the Act of the 6 Articles had passed, the Catholics were extremely vigilant in informing against offenders, and no less than 500 persons were in a little time thrown into prison. But Cromwell, who had not had interest enough to prevent that act, was able for the present to elude its execution. Seconded by the Duke of Suffolk and Chancellor Audley, as well as by Cranmer, he remonstrated against the cruelty of punishing so many delinquents, and he obtained permission to set them at liberty. The uncertainty of the king's humour gave each party an opportunity of triumphing in its turn. No sooner had Henry passed this law, which seemed to inflict so deep a wound on the reformers, than he granted a general permission for every one to have the new translation of the Bible in his family. A concession regarded by that party as an important victory. But as Henry was observed to be much governed by his wives while he retained his fondness for them, the final prevalence of either party seemed much to depend on the choice of the future queen. Immediately after the death of Jane Seymour, the most beloved of all his wives, he began to think of a new marriage. He first cast his eye towards the Duchess Dowager of Milan, niece to the Emperor, and he made proposals for that alliance. But meeting with difficulties, he was carried by his friendship for Frances rather to think of a French princess. He demanded the Duchess Dowager of Longueville, daughter of the Duke of Guise, a prince of the House of Lorraine. But Frances told him, that the lady was already betrothed to the King of Scotland. The king, however, would not take a refusal. He had set his heart extremely on the match. The information which he had received of the Duchess's accomplishments and beauty, had prepossessed him in her favour. And having privately sent over Modis to examine her person, and get certain intelligence of her conduct, the accounts which that agent brought him served further to inflame his desires. He learned that she was big-made. And he thought her on that account the more proper match for him who was now become somewhat corpulent. The pleasure, too, of mortifying his nephew, whom he did not love, was a further incitement to his prosecution of this match. And he insisted that Francis should give him the preference to the King of Scots. But Francis, though sensible that the alliance of England was of much greater importance to his interests, would not affront his friend and ally. And to prevent further solicitation, he immediately sent the princess to Scotland. Not to shock, however, Henry's humour, Francis made him an offer of Mary of Bourbon, daughter of the Duke of Vendôme. But as the king was informed that James had formerly rejected this princess, he would not hear any further of such a proposal. The French monarch then offered him the choice of the 2 younger sisters of the Queen of Scots. And he assured him, that they were nowise inferior either in merit or size to their elder sister, and that one of them was even superior in beauty. The king was as scrupulous with regard to the person of his wives, as if his heart had been really susceptible of a delicate passion, and he was unwilling to trust any relations, or even pictures, with regard to this important particular. He proposed to Francis, that they should have a conference at Calais on pretence of business. And that this monarch should bring along with him the 2 princesses of Guise, together with the finest ladies of quality in France, that he might make a choice among them. But the gallant spirit of Francis was shocked with the proposal. He was impressed with too much regard, he said, for the fair sex, to carry ladies of the first quality like geldings to a market. There to be chosen or rejected by the humour of the purchaser. Henry would hearken to none of these niceties, but still insisted on his proposal, which, however, notwithstanding Francis's earnest desire of obliging him, was finally rejected. The king then began to turn his thoughts towards a German alliance. And as the princes of the Smalcaldic League were extremely disgusted with the emperor on account of his persecuting their religion, he hoped, by matching himself into one of their families, to renew a connection which he regarded as so advantageous to him. Cromwell joyfully seconded this intention, and proposed to him Anne of Cleves, whose father, the duke of that name, had great interest among the Lutheran princes, and whose sister, Sibylla, was married to the Elector of Saxony, the head of the Protestant League. A flattering picture of the princess, by Hans Holbein, determined Henry to apply to her father, and after some negotiation, the marriage, notwithstanding the opposition of the Elector of Saxony, was at last concluded. And then was sent over to England. The king, impatient to be satisfied with regard to the person of his bride, came privately to Rochester and got a sight of her. He found her big, indeed, and tall as he could wish, but utterly destitute both of beauty and grace, very unlike the pictures and representations which he had received. He swore she was a great Flanders mare, and declared that he never could possibly bear her any affection. The matter was worse when he found that she could speak no language but Dutch, of which he was entirely ignorant, and that the charms of her conversation were not likely to compensate for the homeliness of her person. He returned to Greenwich very melancholy, and he much lamented his hard fate to Cromwell, as well as to Lord Russell, Sir Anthony Browne, and Sir Anthony Denny. This last gentleman, in order to give him comfort, told him, that his misfortune was common to him with all kings, who could not, like private persons, choose for themselves, but must receive their wives from the judgment and fancy of others. It was the subject of debate among the king's councillors, whether the marriage could not yet be dissolved, and the princess be sent back to her own country. Henry's situation seemed at that time very critical. After the 10 years' truce concluded between the emperor and the king of France, a good understanding was thought to have taken place between these rival monarchs, and such marks of union appeared, as gave great jealousy to the court of England. The emperor, who knew the generous nature of Francis, even put a confidence in him which is rare to that degree among great princes. An insurrection had been raised in the Low Countries by the inhabitants of Ghent, and seemed to threaten the most dangerous consequences. Charles, who resided at that time in Spain, resolved to go in person to Flanders, in order to appease those disorders, but he found great difficulties in choosing the manner of his passing thither. The road by Italy and Germany was tedious, the voyage through the Channel dangerous. By reason of the English naval power, he asked Francis's permission to pass through his dominions. And he entrusted himself into the hands of a rival, whom he had so mortally offended. The French monarch received him at Paris with great magnificence and courtesy. And though prompted both by revenge and interest, as well as by the advice of his mistress and favourites, to make advantage of the present opportunity, he conducted the emperor safely out of his dominions and would not so much as speak to him of business during his abode in France, lest his demands should bear the air of violence upon his royal guest. Henry, who was informed of all these particulars, believed that an entire and cordial union had taken place between these princes, and that their religious zeal might prompt them to fall with combined arms upon England. An alliance with the German princes seemed now more than ever requisite for his interest and safety, and he knew that if he sent back the Princess of Cleves, such an affront would be highly resented by her friends and family. 1540. He was therefore resolved, notwithstanding his aversion to her, to complete the marriage, and he told Cromwell, that, since matters had gone so far, he must put his neck into the yoke. Cromwell, who knew how much his own interests were concerned in this affair, was very anxious to learn from the king, next morning after the marriage, whether he now liked his spouse any better. The king told him, that he hated her worse than ever. And that her person was more disgusting on a near approach. He was resolved never to meddle with her, and even suspected her not to be a true maid, a point about which he entertained an extreme delicacy. He continued, however, to be civil to Anne. He even seemed to repose his usual confidence in Cromwell, but though he exerted this command over himself, a discontent lay lurking in his breast, and was ready to burst out on the first opportunity. A session of Parliament was held. And none of the abbots were now allowed a place in the House of Peers. The king, by the mouth of the chancellor, complained to the Parliament of the great diversity of religions which still prevailed among his subjects. A grievance, he affirmed, which ought the less to be endured, because the Scriptures were now published in English, and ought universally to be the standard of belief to all mankind. But he had appointed, he said, some bishops and divines to draw up a list of tenets to which his people were to assent, and he was determined, that Christ, the doctrine of Christ, and the truth, should have the victory. The king seems to have expected more effect in ascertaining truth from this new book of his doctors, than had ensued from the publication of the Scriptures. Cromwell, as Vicar General, made also in the king's name a speech to the upper house. And the peers, in return, bestowed great flattery on him, and in particular said, that he was worthy, by his desert, to be Vicar General of the universe. That minister seemed to be no less in his master's good graces. He received, soon after the sitting of the Parliament, the title of Earl of Essex, and was installed Knight of the Garter. There remained only one religious order in England. The Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, or the Knights of Malta, as they are commonly called. This order, partly ecclesiastical, partly military, had by their valor done great service to Christendom. And had very much retarded, at Jerusalem, Rhodes, and Malta, the rapid progress of the barbarians. During the general surrender of the religious houses in England, they had exerted their spirit, and had obstinately refused to yield up their revenues to the king. And Henry, who would endure no society that professed obedience to the Pope, was obliged to have recourse to Parliament for the dissolution of this order. Their revenues were large, and formed an addition nowise contemptible to the many acquisitions which the king had already made. But he had very ill husbanded the great revenue acquired by the plunder of the church. His profuse generosity dissipated faster than his rapacity could supply. And the Parliament was surprised this session to find a demand made upon them of 4/10, and a subsidy of 1 shilling in the pound during 2 years, so ill were the public expectations answered. That the Crown was never more to require any supply from the people. The Commons, though lavish of their liberty, and of the blood of their fellow subjects, were extremely frugal of their money, and it was not without difficulty so small a grant could be obtained by this absolute and dreaded monarch. The Convocation gave the king 4 shillings in the pound to be levied in 2 years. The pretext for these grants was, the great expense which Henry had undergone for the defence of the realm, in building forts along the seacoast, and in equipping a navy. As he had at present no ally on the continent in whom he reposed much confidence, he relied only on his domestic strength, and was on that account obliged to be more expensive in his preparations against the danger of an invasion. The king's favour to Cromwell and his acquiescence in the marriage with Anne of Cleves, were both of them deceitful appearances. His aversion to the queen secretly increased every day. And having at last broken all restraint, it prompted him at once to seek the dissolution of a marriage so odious to him, and to involve his minister in ruin, who had been the innocent author of it. The fall of Cromwell was hastened by other causes. All the nobility hated a man who, being of such low extraction, had not only mounted above them by his station of Vicar General, but had engrossed many of the other considerable offices of the crown, besides enjoying that commission, which gave him a high and almost absolute authority over the clergy, and even over the laity. He was Privy Seal, Chamberlain, and Master of the Wards. He had also obtained the Order of the Garter, a dignity which had ever been conferred only on men of illustrious families, and which seemed to be profaned by its being communicated to so mean a person. The people were averse to him, as the supposed author of the violence on the monasteries, establishments which were still revered and beloved by the commonalty. The Catholics regarded him as the concealed enemy of their religion. The Protestants, observing his exterior concurrence with all the persecutions exercised against them, were inclined to bear him as little favor, and reproached him with the timidity, if not treachery, of his conduct. And the king, who found that great clamors had on all hands arisen against the administration, was not displeased to throw on Cromwell the load of public hatred. And he hoped, by making so easy a sacrifice, to regain the affections of his subjects. But there was another cause which suddenly set all these motives in action, and brought about an unexpected revolution in the ministry. The king had fixed his affection on Catherine Howard, niece to the Duke of Norfolk. And being determined to gratify this new passion, he could find no expedient, but by procuring a divorce from his present consort, to raise Catherine to his bed and throne. The Duke, who had long been engaged in enmity with Cromwell, made the same use of her insinuations to ruin this minister, that he had formerly done of and Bullens against Wolsey. And when all engines were prepared, he obtained a commission from the king to arrest Cromwell at the council table, on an accusation of high treason, and to commit him to the Tower. Immediately after a bill of attainder was framed against him. And the House of Peers thought proper, without trial, examination, or evidence, to condemn to death a man, whom a few days before they had declared worthy to be Vicar General of the universe. The House of Commons passed the bill, though not without some opposition. Cromwell was accused of heresy and treason, but the proofs of his treasonable practices are utterly improbable, and even absolutely ridiculous. The only circumstance of his conduct by which he seems to have merited this fate, was his being the instrument of the king's tyranny in conducting like iniquitous bills, in the preceding session, against the Countess of Salisbury and others. Cromwell endeavoured to soften the king by the most humble supplications, but all to no purpose. It was not the practice of that prince to ruin his ministers and favourites by halves. And though the unhappy prisoner once wrote to him in so moving a strain as even to draw tears from his eyes, he hardened himself against all movements of pity, and refused his pardon. The conclusion of Cromwell's letter ran in these words: I, a most woeful prisoner, am ready to submit to death when it shall please God and your Majesty, and yet the frail flesh incites me to call to your grace for mercy and pardon of mine offences. Written at the Tower, with the heavy heart and trembling hand of your Highness's most miserable prisoner and poor slave, Thomas Cromwell. And a little below, most gracious Prince, I cry for mercy, mercy, mercy. When brought to the place of execution, he avoided all earnest protestations of his innocence, and all complaints against the sentence pronounced upon him. He knew that Henry would resent on his son those symptoms of opposition to his will, and that his death alone would not terminate that monarch's vengeance. He was a man of prudence, industry, and abilities, worthy of a better master and of a better fate. Though raised to the summit of power from a low origin, he betrayed no insolence or contempt towards his inferiors, and was careful to remember all the obligations which, during his more humble fortune, he had owed to any one. He had served as a private sentinel in the Italian wars, when he received some good offices from a Lucchese merchant, who had entirely forgotten his person, as well as the service which he had rendered him. Cromwell, in his grandeur, happened at London to cast his eye on his benefactor, now reduced to poverty by misfortunes. He immediately sent for him, reminded him of their ancient friendship, and by his grateful assistance reinstated him in his former prosperity and opulence. The measures for divorcing Henry from Anne of Cleves were carried on at the same time with the bill of attainder against Cromwell. The House of Peers, in conjunction with the Commons, applied to the king by petition, desiring that he would allow his marriage to be examined, and orders were immediately given to lay the matter before the Convocation. Anne had formerly been contracted by her father to the Duke of Lorraine, but she, as well as the Duke, were at that time under age, and the contract had been afterwards annulled by consent of both parties. The king, however, pleaded this pre-contract as a ground of divorce, and he added 2 reasons more, which may seem a little extraordinary. That, when he espoused and he had not inwardly given his consent, and that he had not thought proper to consummate the marriage. The convocation was satisfied with these reasons, and solemnly annulled the marriage between the king and queen. The parliament ratified the decision of the clergy, and the sentence was soon after notified to the princess. And was blessed with a happy insensibility of temper, ever in the points which the most nearly affect her sex, and the king's aversion towards her, as well as his prosecution of the divorce, had never given her the least uneasiness. She willingly hearkened to terms of accommodation with him, and when he offered to adopt her as his sister, to give her place next the queen and his own daughter, and to make a settlement of £3,000 a year upon her, she accepted of the conditions, and gave her consent to the divorce. She even wrote to her brother, for her father was now dead, that she had been very well used in England, and desired him to live on good terms with the king. The only instance of pride which she betrayed was, that she refused to return to her own country after the affront which she had received, and she lived and died in England. Notwithstanding Anne's moderation, this incident produced a great coldness between the king and the German princes, but as the situation of Europe was now much altered, Henry was the more indifferent about their resentment. The close intimacy which had taken place between Francis and Charles had subsisted during a very short time. The dissimilarity of their characters soon renewed, with greater violence than ever, their former jealousy and hatred. While Charles remained at Paris, Francis had been imprudently engaged, by his open temper, and by that satisfaction which a noble mind naturally feels in performing generous actions, to make in confidence some dangerous discoveries to that interested monarch. And having now lost all suspicion of his rival, he hoped that the emperor and he, supporting each other, might neglect every other alliance. He not only communicated to his guest the state of his negotiations with Sultan Solomon and the Venetians. He also laid open the solicitations which he had received from the court of England to enter into a confederacy against him. Charles had no sooner reached his own dominions, than he showed himself unworthy of the friendly reception which he had met with. He absolutely refused to fulfill his promise, and put the Duke of Orleans in possession of the Milanese. He informed Solomon and the Senate of Venice of the treatment which they had received from their ally. And he took care that Henry should not be ignorant how readily Francis had abandoned his ancient friend, to whom he owed such important obligations, and had sacrificed him to a new confederate. He even poisoned and misrepresented many things which the unsuspecting heart of the French monarch had disclosed to him. Had Henry possessed true judgment and generosity, this incident alone had been sufficient to guide him in the choice of his ally. But his domineering pride carried him immediately to renounce the friendship of Francis, who had so unexpectedly given the preference to the emperor, and as Charles invited him to a renewal of ancient amity, he willingly accepted of the offer. And thinking himself secure in this alliance, he neglected the friendship both of France and of the German princes. The new turn which Henry had taken with regard to foreign affairs was extremely agreeable to his Catholic subjects. And as it had perhaps contributed, among other reasons, to the ruin of Cromwell, it made them entertain hopes of a final prevalence over their antagonists. The marriage of the king with Catherine Howard, which followed soon after his divorce from Anne of Cleves, was also regarded as a favourable incident to their party, and the subsequent events corresponded to their expectations. The king's counsels being now directed by Norfolk and Gardiner, a furious persecution commenced against the Protestants, and the law of the 6 Articles was executed with rigour. Dr. Barnes, who had been the cause of Lambert's execution, felt, in his turn, the severity of the persecuting spirit, and, by a bill which passed in Parliament, he was, without trial, condemned to the flames, together with Jerome and Gerard. He discussed theological questions even at the stake, and as the dispute between him and the sheriff turned upon the invocation of saints, he said, that he doubted whether the saints could pray for us. But if they could, he hoped in half an hour to be praying for the sheriff and all the spectators. He next entreated the sheriff to carry to the king his dying request, which he fondly imagined would have authority with that monarch who had sent him to the stake. The purport of his request was, that Henry, besides repressing superstitious ceremonies, should be extremely vigilant in preventing fornication and common swearing. While Henry was exerting this violence against the Protestants, he spared not the Catholics who denied his supremacy. And a foreigner, at that time in England, had reason to say, that those who were against the Pope were burned, and those who were for him were hanged. The king even displayed in an ostentatious manner this tyrannical impartiality, which reduced both parties to subjection, and infused terror into every breast. Barnes, Gerard, and Jerome had been carried to the place of execution on 3 hurdles. And along with them there was placed on each hurdle a Catholic, who was also executed for his religion. These Catholics were Abel, Featherstone, and Powell, who declared, that the most grievous part of their punishment was the being coupled to such heretical miscreants as suffered with them. Though the spirit of the English seemed to be totally sunk under the despotic power of Henry, there appeared some symptoms of discontent. An inconsiderable rebellion broke out in Yorkshire, headed by Sir John Neville. But it was soon suppressed, and Neville, with other ringleaders, was executed. The rebels were supposed to have been instigated by the intrigues of Cardinal Pole. And the king was instantly determined to make the Countess of Salisbury, who already lay under sentence of death, suffer for her son's offences. He ordered her to be carried to execution. And this venerable matron maintained still, in these distressful circumstances, the spirit of that long race of monarchs from whom she was descended. She refused to lay her head on the block, or submit to a sentence where she had received no trial. She told the executioner, that if he would have her head, he must win it the best way he could, and thus, shaking her venerable grey locks, she ran about the scaffold, and the executioner followed with his axe, aiming many fruitless blows at her neck, before he was able to give the fatal stroke. Thus perished the last of the line of Plantagenet, which, with great glory, but still greater crimes and misfortunes, had governed England for the space of 300 years. Lord Leonard Grey, a man who had formerly rendered service to the crown, was also beheaded for treason, soon after the Countess of Salisbury. We know little concerning the grounds of his prosecution. 1541. The insurrection in the north engaged Henry to make a progress thither, in order to quiet the minds of his people, to reconcile them to his government, and to abolish the ancient superstitions, to which those parts were much addicted. He had also another motive for this journey. He purposed to have a conference at York with his nephew the King of Scotland, and, if possible, to cement a close and indissoluble union with that kingdom. The same spirit of religious innovation which had seized other parts of Europe had made its way into Scotland, and had begun, before this period, to excite the same jealousies, fears, and persecutions. About the year 1527, Patrick Hamilton, a young man of a noble family, having been created abbot of Fene, was sent abroad for his education, but had fallen into company with some reformers. And he returned into his own country very ill disposed towards that church, on which his birth and his merit entitled him to attain the highest dignities. The fervor of youth and his zeal for novelty made it impossible for him to conceal his sentiments, and Campbell, prior of the Dominicans, who, under color of friendship, and as sympathy in opinion, had insinuated himself into his confidence, accused him before Beaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews. Hamilton was invited to St. Andrews, in order to maintain with some of the clergy a dispute concerning the controverted points. And after much reasoning with regard to justification, free will, original sin, and other topics of that nature, the conference ended with their condemning Hamilton to be burned for his errors. The young man, who had been deaf to the insinuations of ambition, was less likely to be shaken with the fears of death, while he proposed to himself, both the glory of bearing testimony to the truth, and the immediate reward attending his martyrdom. The people, who compassionate his youth, his virtue, and his noble birth, were much moved at the constancy of his end, and an incident which soon followed still more confirmed them in their favorable sentiments towards him. He had cited Campbell, who still insulted him at the stake, to answer before the judgment seat of Christ. And as that persecutor, either astonished with these events, or overcome with remorse, or perhaps seized casually with a distemper, soon after lost his senses, and fell into a fever, of which he died. The people regarded Hamilton as a prophet as well as a martyr. Among the disciples converted by Hamilton, was one Friar Forest, who became a zealous preacher, and who, though he did not openly discover his sentiments, was suspected to lean towards the new opinions. His diocesan, the Bishop of Dunkel, enjoined him, when he met with a good epistle or good gospel, which favoured the liberties of Holy Church, to preach on it, and let the rest alone. Forrest replied, that he had read both Old and New Testament, and had not found an ill epistle or ill gospel in any part of them. The extreme attachment to the Scriptures was regarded, in those days, as a sure characteristic of heresy. And Forrest was soon after brought to trial, and condemned to the flames. While the priests were deliberating on the place of his execution, a bystander advised them to burn him in a cellar, for that the smoke of Mr. Patrick Hamilton had infected all those on whom it blew. The clergy were at that time reduced to great difficulties, not only in Scotland, but all over Europe. As the reformers aimed at a total subversion of ancient establishments, which they represented as idolatrous, impious, detestable. The priests, who found both their honors and properties at stake, thought that they had a right to resist, by every expedient, these dangerous invaders. And that the same simple principles of equity which justified a man in killing a pirate or a robber, would acquit them for the execution of such heretics. A toleration, though it is never acceptable to ecclesiastics, might, they said, be admitted in other cases. But seemed an absurdity where fundamentals were shaken, and where the possessions and even the existence of the established clergy were brought in danger. But though the Church was thus carried by policy, as well as inclination, to kindle the fires of persecution, they found the success of this remedy very precarious. And observed, that the enthusiastic zeal of the reformers, inflamed by punishment, was apt to prove contagious on the compassionate minds of the spectators. The new doctrine, amidst all the dangers to which it was exposed, secretly spread itself everywhere, and the minds of men were gradually disposed to a revolution in religion. But the most dangerous symptom for the clergy in Scotland was, that the nobility, from the example of England, had cast a wishful eye on the church revenues, and hoped, if a reformation took place, to enrich themselves by the plunder of the ecclesiastics. James himself, who was very poor, and was somewhat inclined to magnificence, particularly in building, had been swayed by like motives, and began to threaten the clergy with the same fate that had attended them in a neighboring country. Henry also never ceased exhorting his nephew to imitate his example. And being moved, both by the pride of making proselytes, and the prospect of security, should Scotland embrace a close union with him, he solicited the King of Scots to meet him at York, and he obtained a promise to that purpose. The ecclesiastics were alarmed at this resolution of James, and they employed every expedient in order to prevent the execution of it. They represented the danger of innovation, the pernicious consequences of aggrandizing the nobility, already too powerful, the hazard of putting himself into the hands of the English, his hereditary enemies, the dependence on them which must ensue upon his losing the friendship of France, and of all foreign powers. To those considerations they added the prospect of immediate interest, by which they found the king to be much governed. They offered him a present gratuity of £50,000, they promised him that the Church should always be ready to contribute to his supply, and they pointed out to him the confiscation of heretics as the means of filling his exchequer, and of adding £100,000 a year to the crown revenues. The insinuations of his new queen, to whom youth, beauty, and address had given a powerful influence over him, seconded all these reasons. And James was at last engaged, first to delay his journey, then to send excuses to the King of England, who had already come to York in order to be present at the interview. Henry, vexed with the disappointment, and enraged at the affront, vowed vengeance against his nephew, and he began, by permitting piracies at sea and incursions at land, to put his threats in execution. But he received soon after, in his own family, an affront to which he was much more sensible, and which touched him in a point where he always showed an extreme delicacy. He had thought himself very happy in his new marriage, the agreeable person and disposition of Catherine had entirely captivated his affections, and he made no secret of his devoted attachment to her. He had even publicly, in his chapel, returned solemn thanks to heaven for the felicity which the conjugal state afforded him, and he directed the Bishop of Lincoln to compose a form of prayer for that purpose. But the queen's conduct very little merited this tenderness. One Lascellus brought intelligence of her dissolute life to Cranmer, and told him that his sister, formerly a servant in the family of the old Duchess of Norfolk, with whom Catherine was educated, had given him a particular account of her licentious manners. Derham and Mannock, both of them servants to the Duchess, had been admitted to her bed, and she had even taken little care to conceal her shame from the other servants of the family. The primate, struck with this intelligence, which it was equally dangerous to conceal or to discover, communicated the matter to the Earl of Hertford and to the Chancellor. They agreed that the matter should by no means be buried in silence. And the Archbishop himself seemed the most proper person to disclose it to the king. Cranmer, unwilling to speak on so delicate a subject, wrote a narrative of the whole, and conveyed it to Henry, who was infinitely astonished at the intelligence. So confident was he of the fidelity of his consort, that at first he gave no credit to the information, and he said to the Privy Seal, to Lord Russell, High Admiral, Sir Anthony Browne, and riotously, that he regarded the whole as a falsehood. Cranmer was now in a very perilous situation, and had not full proof been found, certain and inevitable destruction hung over him. The king's impatience, however, and jealousy prompted him to search the matter to the bottom. The Privy Seal was ordered to examine Lascellus, who persisted in the information he had given, and still appealed to his sister's testimony. That nobleman next made a journey, under pretence of hunting, and went to Sussex, where the woman at that time resided. He found her both constant in her former intelligence, and particular as to the facts. And the whole bore but too much the face of probability. Mannock and Derham, who were arrested at the same time, and examined by the Chancellor, made the Queen's guilt entirely certain by their confession, and discovered other particulars, which redounded still more to her dishonour. 3 maids of the family were admitted into her secrets, and some of them had even passed the night in bed with her and her lovers. All the examinations were laid before the king, who was so deeply affected, that he remained a long time speechless, and at last burst into tears. He found to his surprise, that his great skill in distinguishing a true maid, of which he boasted in the case of Anne of Cleves, had failed him in that of his present consort. The Queen, being next questioned, denied her guilt. But when informed that a full discovery was made, she confessed that she had been criminal before marriage, and only insisted that she had never been false to the king's bed. But as there was evidence that one Culpeper had passed the night with her alone since her marriage, and as it appeared that she had taken Derham, her old paramour, into her service, she seemed to deserve little credit in this asseveration. And the king, besides, was not of a humour to make any difference between these degrees of guilt. 1542. Henry found that he could not by any means so fully or expeditiously satiate his vengeance on all these criminals as by assembling a parliament, the usual instrument of his tyranny. The 2 houses, having received the Queen's confession, made an address to the king. They entreated him not to be vexed with this untoward accident, to which all men were subject, but to consider the frailty of human nature, and the mutability of human affairs, and from these views to derive a subject of consolation. They desired leave to pass a bill of attainder against the Queen and her accomplices. And they begged him to give his assent to this bill, not in person, which would renew his vexation, and might endanger his health, but by commissioners appointed for that purpose. And as there was a law in force making it treason to speak ill of the Queen as well as of the king, they craved his royal pardon if any of them should, on the present occasion, have transgressed any part of the statute. Having obtained a gracious answer to these requests, the Parliament proceeded to vote a bill of attainder for treason against the Queen, and the Viscountess of Rochford, who had conducted her secret amours. And in this bill Culpeper and Derham were also comprehended. At the same time they passed a bill of attainder for misprision of treason against the old Duchess of Norfolk, Catherine's grandmother. Her uncle, Lord William Howard, and his lady, together with the Countess of Bridgewater, and 9 persons more, because they knew the Queen's vicious course of life before her marriage, and had concealed it. This was an effect of Henry's usual extravagance, to expect that parents should so far forget the ties of natural affection, and the sentiments of shame and decency, as to reveal to him the most secret disorders of their family. He himself seems to have been sensible of the cruelty of this proceeding, for he pardoned the Duchess of Norfolk and most of the others condemned for misprision of treason. However, to secure himself for the future, as well as his successors, from this fatal accident, he engaged the Parliament to pass a law somewhat extraordinary. It was enacted, that anyone who knew, or vehemently suspected, any guilt in the Queen, might, within 20 days, disclose it to the King or Council, without incurring the penalty of any former law against defaming the Queen, but prohibiting every one at the same time, from spreading the matter abroad, or even privately whispering it to others. It was also enacted, that if the king married any woman who had been incontinent, taking her for a true maid, she should be guilty of treason, if she did not previously reveal her guilt to him. The people made merry with this singular clause, and said that the king must henceforth look out for a widow, for no reputed maid would ever be persuaded to incur the penalty of the statute. After all these laws were passed, the Queen was beheaded on Tower Hill, together with Lady Rochford. They behaved in a manner suitable to their dissolute life. And as Lady Rochford was known to be the chief instrument in bringing Anne Boleyn to her end, she died unpitied. And men were further confirmed, by the discovery of this woman's guilt, in the favourable sentiments which they had entertained of that unfortunate Queen. The king made no demand of any subsidy from this Parliament. But he found means of enriching his exchequer from another quarter. He took further steps towards the dissolution of colleges, hospitals, and other foundations of that nature. The courtiers had been practicing on the presidents and governors to make a surrender of their revenues to the king, and they had been successful with 8 of them. But there was an obstacle to their further progress. It had been provided by the local statutes of most of these foundations, that no president, or any number of fellows, could consent to such a deed without the unanimous vote of all the fellows. And this vote was not easily obtained. All such statutes were annulled by Parliament, and the revenues of these houses were now exposed to the rapacity of the king and his favourites. The Church had been so long their prey, that nobody was surprised at any new inroads made upon her. From the regular, Henry now proceeded to make devastations on the secular clergy. He extorted from many of the bishops a surrender of chapter lands. And by this device he pillaged the sees of Canterbury, York, and London, and enriched his greedy parasites and flatterers with their spoils. The clergy have been commonly so fortunate as to make a concern for their temporal interests go hand in hand with a jealousy for orthodoxy. And both these passions be regarded by the people, ignorant and superstitious, as proofs of zeal for religion, but the violent and headstrong character of Henry now disjoined these objects. His rapacity was gratified by plundering the Church, his bigotry and arrogance by persecuting heretics. Though he engaged the Parliament to mitigate the penalties of the 6 Articles, so far as regards the marriage of priests, which was now only subjected to a forfeiture of goods, chattels, and lands during life, he was still equally bent on maintaining a rigid purity in speculative principles. He had appointed a commission, consisting of the 2 archbishops and several bishops of both provinces, together with a considerable number of doctors of divinity. And by virtue of his ecclesiastical supremacy, he had given them in charge to choose a religion for his people. Before the commissioners had made any progress in this arduous undertaking, the Parliament, in 1541, had passed a law by which they ratified all the tenets which these divines should thereafter establish with the king's consent, and they were not ashamed of thus expressly declaring that they took their religion upon trust, and had no other rule, in spiritual as well as temporal concerns, than the arbitrary will of their master. There is only one clause of the statute which may seem at first sight to savour somewhat of the spirit of liberty. It was enacted, that the ecclesiastical commissioners should establish nothing repugnant to the laws and statutes of the realm. But in reality this proviso was inserted by the king to serve his own purposes. By introducing a confusion and contradiction into the laws, he became more master of everyone's life and property. And as the ancient independence of the Church still gave him jealousy, he was well pleased, under cover of such a clause, to introduce appeals from the spiritual to the civil courts. It was for a like reason that he would never promulgate a body of canon law, and he encouraged the judges on all occasions to interpose in ecclesiastical causes, wherever they thought the law of royal prerogative concerned. A happy innovation, though at first invented for arbitrary purposes. The king, armed by the authority of Parliament, or rather by their acknowledgement of that spiritual supremacy which he believed inherent in him, employed his commissioners to select a system of tenets for the assent and belief of the nation. A small volume was soon after published, called The Institution of a Christian Man, which was received by the Convocation, and voted to be the standard of orthodoxy. All the delicate points of justification, faith, free will, good works, and grace, are there defined, with a leaning towards the opinion of the Reformers. The sacraments, which a few years before were only allowed to be 3, were now increased to the number of 7, conformable to the sentiments of the Catholics. The king's caprice is discernible throughout the whole, and the book is in reality to be regarded as his composition. For Henry, while he made his opinion a rule for the nation, would tie his own hands by no canon or authority, not even by any which he himself had formerly established. The people had occasion soon after to see a further instance of the king's inconstancy. He was not long satisfied with his institution of a Christian man. He ordered a new book to be composed, called The Erudition of a Christian Man. And without asking the assent of the Convocation, he published, by his own authority and that of the Parliament, this new model of orthodoxy. It differs from the institution. But the king was no less positive in his new creed than he had been in the old, and he required the belief of the nation to veer about at his signal. In both these compositions, he was particularly careful to inculcate the doctrine of passive obedience, and he was equally careful to retain the nation in the practice. While the king was spreading his own books among the people, he seems to have been extremely perplexed, as were also the clergy, what course to take with the Scriptures. A review had been made by the Synod of the New Translation of the Bible. And Gardiner had proposed that, instead of employing English expressions throughout, several Latin words should still be preserved. Because they contained, as he pretended, such peculiar energy and significance, that they had no correspondent terms in the vulgar tongue. Among these were ecclesia, poenitentia, pontifex, contritus, holocausta, sacramentum, elementa, ceremonia, mysterium, presbyter, sacrificium, humilitas, satisfactio, peccatum, gratia, hostia, charitos, etc. But as this mixture would have appeared extremely barbarous, and was plainly calculated for no other purpose than to retain the people in their ancient ignorance, the proposal was rejected. The knowledge of the people, however, at least their disputative turn, seemed to be an inconvenience still more dangerous. And the king and Parliament, soon after the publication of the Scriptures, retracted the concession which they had formerly made, and prohibited all but gentlemen and merchants from perusing them. Even that liberty was not granted without an apparent hesitation, and a dread of the consequences. These persons were allowed to read, so it be done quietly and with good order. And the preamble to the act sets forth, that many seditious and ignorant persons had abused the liberty granted them of reading the Bible, and that great diversity of opinion, animosities, tumults, and schisms had been occasioned by perverting the sense of the Scriptures. It seemed very difficult to reconcile the king's model for uniformity with the permission of free inquiry. The Mass book also passed under the king's revisal. And little alteration was as yet made in it. Some doubtful or fictitious saints only were struck out, and the name of the Pope was erased. This latter precaution was likewise used with regard to every new book that was printed, or even old book that was sold. The word Pope was carefully omitted or blotted out. As if that precaution could abolish the term from the language, or as if such a persecution of it did not rather imprint it more strongly in the memory of the people. The king took care about this time to clear the churches from another abuse which had crept into them. Plays, interludes, and farces were there often acted in derision of the former superstitions. And the reverence of the multitude for ancient principles and modes of worship was thereby gradually effaced. We do not hear that the Catholics attempted to retaliate by employing this powerful engine against their adversaries, or endeavored by like arts to expose that fanatical spirit by which it appears the Reformers were frequently actuated. Perhaps the people were not disposed to relish a jest on that side, perhaps the greater simplicity and the more spiritual abstract worship of the Protestants gave less hold to ridicule, which is commonly founded on sensible representations. It was, therefore, a very agreeable concession which the king made to the Catholic party, to suppress entirely these religious comedies. Thus Henry labored incessantly by arguments, creeds, and penal statutes, to bring his subjects to a uniformity in their religious sentiments, but as he entered himself with the greatest earnestness into all those scholastic disputes, he encouraged the people by his example to apply themselves to the study of theology. And it was in vain afterwards to expect, however present fear might restrain their tongues or pens, that they would cordially agree in any set of tenets or opinions prescribed to them. Chapter 34. Henry VIII. 1542. Henry, being determined to avenge himself on the King of Scots for slighting the advances which he had made him, would gladly have obtained a supply from Parliament, in order to prosecute that enterprise. But as he did not think it prudent to discover his intentions, that assembly, conformably to their frugal maxims, would understand no hints, and the king was disappointed in his expectations. He continued, however, to make preparations for war. And as soon as he thought himself in a condition to invade Scotland, he published a manifesto, by which he endeavoured to justify hostilities. He complained of James's breach of word in declining the promised interview, which was the real ground of the quarrel, but in order to give a more specious colouring to the enterprise, he mentioned other injuries. Namely, that his nephew had granted protection to some English rebels and fugitives, and had detained some territory which, Henry pretended, belonged to England. He even revived the old claim to the vassalage of Scotland, and he summoned James to do homage to him as his liege lord and superior. He employed the Duke of Norfolk, whom he called the scourge of the Scots, to command in the war, and though James sent the Bishop of Aberdeen, and Sir James Learmont of D'Arcy, to appease his uncle, he would hearken to no terms of accommodation. While Norfolk was assembling his army at Newcastle, Sir Robert Bowes, attended by Sir Ralph Sadler, Sir Ralph Evers, Sir Brian Latown, and others, made an incursion into Scotland, and advanced towards Jedburgh, with an intention of pillaging and destroying that town. The Earl of Angus, and George Douglas, his brother, who had been many years banished their country, and had subsisted by Henry's bounty, joined the English army in this incursion, and the forces commanded by Bowes exceeded 4,000 men. James had not been negligent in his preparations for defence, and had posted a considerable body, under the command of the Earl of Huntly, for the protection of the borders. Lord Hume, at the head of his vassals, was hastening to join Huntly, when he met with the English army, and an action immediately ensued. During the engagement, the forces under Huntly began to appear. And the English, afraid of being surrounded and overpowered, took to flight, and were pursued by the enemy. Evers, Latown, and some other persons of distinction, were taken prisoners. A few only of small note fell in the skirmish. The Duke of Norfolk, meanwhile, began to move from his camp at Newcastle, and being attended by the Earls of Shrewsbury, Derby, Cumberland, Surrey, Hertford, Rutland, with many others of the nobility, he advanced to the borders. His forces amounted to above 20,000 men, and it required the utmost efforts of Scotland to resist such a formidable armament. James had assembled his whole military force at Fala and Sawtry, and was ready to advance as soon as he should be informed of Norfolk's invading his kingdom. The English passed the Tweed at Berwick, and marched along the banks of the river as far as Kelso, but hearing that James had collected near 30,000 men, they repassed the river at that village and retreated into their own country. The King of Scots, inflamed with a desire of military glory, and of revenge on his invaders, gave the signal for pursuing them and carrying the war into England. He was surprised to find that his nobility, who were in general disaffected on account of the preference which he had given to the clergy, opposed this resolution, and refused to attend him in his projected enterprise. Enraged at this mutiny, he reproached them with cowardice, and threatened vengeance, but still resolved, with the forces which adhered to him, to make an impression on the enemy. He sent 10,000 men to the western borders, who entered England at Solway Frith, and he himself followed them at a small distance, ready to join them upon occasion. Disgusted, however, at the refractory disposition of his nobles, he sent a message to the army depriving Lord Maxwell, their general, of his commission, and conferring the command on Oliver Sinclair, a private gentleman, who was his favorite. The army was extremely disgusted with this alteration, and was ready to disband, when a small body of English appeared, not exceeding 500 men, under the command of De Kers and Musgrave. A panic seized the Scots, who immediately took to flight, and were pursued by the enemy. Few were killed in this rout, for it was no action. But a great many were taken prisoners, and some of the principal nobility, among these, the Earls of Cassilis and Glencairn, the Lords Maxwell, Fleming, Somerville, Oliphant, Grey, who were all sent to London, and given in custody to different noblemen. The King of Scots, hearing of this disaster, was astonished, and being naturally of a melancholic disposition, as well as endowed with a high spirit, he lost all command of his temper on this dismal occasion. Rage against his nobility, who, he believed, had betrayed him, shame for a defeat by such unequal numbers, regret for the past, fear of the future. All these passions so wrought upon him, that he would admit of no consolation, but abandoned himself wholly to despair. His body was wasted by sympathy with his anxious mind, and even his life began to be thought in danger. He had no issue living. And hearing that his queen was safely delivered, he asked whether she had brought him a male or a female child. Being told the latter, he turned himself in his bed. The crown came with a woman, said he, and it will go with one. Many miseries await this poor kingdom. Henry will make it his own either by force of arms or by marriage. A few days after, he expired, in the flower of his age, a prince of considerable virtues and talents, well fitted, by his vigilance and personal courage, for repressing those disorders to which his kingdom, during that age, was so much exposed. He executed justice with impartiality and rigor, but as he supported the commonalty and the church against the rapine of the nobility, he escaped not the hatred of that order. The Protestants also, whom he opposed, have endeavored to throw many stains on his memory, but have not been able to fix any considerable imputation upon him. 1543. Henry was no sooner informed of his victory and of the death of his nephew, than he projected, as James had foreseen, the scheme of uniting Scotland to his own dominions by marrying his son Edward to the heiress of that kingdom. He called together the Scottish nobles who were his prisoners, and after reproaching them, in severe terms, for their pretended breach of treaty, he began to soften his tone, and proposed to them this expedient, by which, he hoped, those disorders so prejudicial to both states, would for the future be prevented. He offered to bestow on them their liberty without ransom, and only required of them engagements to favour the marriage of the Prince of Wales with their young mistress. They were easily prevailed on to give their assent to a proposal which seemed so natural and so advantageous to both kingdoms. And being conducted to Newcastle, they delivered to the Duke of Norfolk hostages for their return, in case the intended nuptials were not completed, and they thence proceeded to Scotland, where they found affairs in some confusion. The Pope, observing his authority in Scotland to be in danger from the spreading of the new opinions, had bestowed on Beaton, the primate, the dignity of cardinal, in order to confer more influence upon him. And that prelate had long been regarded as prime minister to James, and as the head of that party which defended the ancient privileges and property of the ecclesiastics. Upon the death of his master, this man, apprehensive of the consequences both to his party and to himself, endeavored to keep possession of power, and for that purpose he is accused of executing a deed which required a high degree of temerity. He forged, it is said, a will for the king, appointing himself and 3 noblemen more regents of the kingdom during the minority of the infant princess, at least, for historians are not well agreed in the circumstances of the fact. He had read to James a paper of that import, to which that monarch, during the delirium which preceded his death, had given an imperfect assent and approbation. By virtue of this will, Beaton had put himself in possession of the government, and having united his interests with those of the Queen Dowager, he obtained the consent of the Convention of States, and excluded the pretensions of the Earl of Arran. James, Earl of Arran, of the name of Hamilton, was next heir to the crown by his grandmother, daughter of James III, and on that account seemed best entitled to possess that high office into which the cardinal had intruded himself. The prospect also of his succession after a princess who was in such tender infancy, procured him many partisans. And though his character indicated little spirit, activity, or ambition, a propensity which he had discovered for the new opinions had attached to him all the zealous promoters of those innovations. By means of these adherents, joined to the vassals of his own family, he had been able to make opposition to the cardinal's administration. And the suspicion of Beaton's forgery, with the accession of the noblemen who had been prisoners in England, assisted too by some money sent from London, was able to turn the balance in his favour. The Earl of Angus and his brother, having taken the present opportunity of returning into their native country, opposed the cardinal with all the credit of that powerful family. And the majority of the convention had now embraced opposite interests to those which formerly prevailed. Arran was declared governor, the cardinal was committed to custody under the care of Lord Seton. And a negotiation was commenced with Sir Ralph Sadler, the English ambassador, for the marriage of the infant queen with the Prince of Wales. The following conditions were quickly agreed on: that the queen should remain in Scotland till she should be 10 years of age, that she should then be sent to England to be educated. That 6 Scottish noblemen should immediately be delivered as hostages to Henry, and that the kingdom, notwithstanding its union with England, should still retain its laws and privileges. By means of these equitable conditions, the war between the nations, which had threatened Scotland with such dismal calamities, seemed to be fully composed, and to be changed into perpetual concord and amity. But the cardinal primate, having prevailed on Seton to restore him to his liberty, was able, by his intrigues, to confound all these measures, which appeared so well concerted. He assembled the most considerable ecclesiastics. And having represented to them the imminent danger to which their revenues and privileges were exposed, he persuaded them to collect privately from the clergy a large sum of money, by which, if entrusted to his management, he engaged to overturn the schemes of their enemies. Besides the partisans whom he acquired by pecuniary motives, he roused up the zeal of those who were attached to the Catholic worship. And he represented the union with England as the sure forerunner of ruin to the Church and to the ancient religion. The nation's antipathy of the Scots to their southern neighbours was also an infallible engine by which the cardinal wrought upon the people. And though the terror of Henry's arms, and their own inability to make resistance, had procured a temporary assent to the alliance and marriage proposed, the settled habits of the nation produced an extreme aversion to those measures. The English ambassador and his retinue received many insults from persons whom the cardinal had instigated to commit those violences, in hopes of bringing on a rupture. But Sadler prudently dissembled the matter, and waited patiently till the day appointed for the delivery of the hostages. He then demanded of the regent the performance of that important article, but received for answer, that his authority was very precarious, that the nation had now taken a different impression, and that it was not in his power to compel any of the nobility to deliver themselves as hostages to the English. Sadler, foreseeing the consequence of this refusal, sent a summons to all those who had been prisoners in England, and required them to fulfill the promise which they had given of returning into custody. None of them showed so much sentiment of honour as to fulfill their engagements, except Gilbert Kennedy, Earl of Cassilis. Henry was so well pleased with the behaviour of this nobleman, that he not only received him graciously, but honoured him with presents, gave him his liberty, and sent him back to Scotland, with his 2 brothers, whom he had left as hostages. This behaviour of the Scottish nobles, though it reflected dishonour on the nation, was not disagreeable to the cardinal, who foresaw that all these persons would now be deeply interested to maintain their enmity and opposition to England. And as a war was soon expected with that kingdom, he found it necessary immediately to apply to France, and to crave the assistance of that ancient ally, during the present distresses of the Scottish nation. Though the French king was fully sensible of his interest in supporting Scotland, a demand of aid could not have been made on him at a more unseasonable juncture. His pretensions on the Milanese, and his resentment against Charles, had engaged him in a war with that potentate. And having made great, though fruitless efforts during the preceding campaign, he was the more disabled at present from defending his own dominions, much more from granting any succour to the Scots. Matthew Stewart, Earl of Lennox, a young nobleman of a great family, was at that time in the French court. And Francis, being informed that he was engaged in ancient and hereditary enmity with the Hamiltons, who had murdered his father, sent him over to his native country. as a support to the cardinal and the queen mother, and he promised that a supply of money, and, if necessary, even military succors, should soon be dispatched after him. Aaron, the governor, seeing all these preparations against him, assembled his friends, and made an attempt to get the person of the infant queen into his custody. But being repulsed, he was obliged to come to an accommodation with his enemies, and to entrust that precious charge to 4 neutral persons, the heads of potent families, the Grahams, Ereskines, Lindsays, and Livingstons. The arrival of Lennox, in the midst of these transactions, served to render the victory of the French party over the English still more undisputable. The opposition which Henry met with in Scotland from the French intrigues, excited his resentment, and further confirmed the resolution which he had already taken of breaking with France, and of uniting his arms with those of the Emperor. He had other grounds of complaint against the French king, which, though not of great importance, yet being recent, were able to overbalance those great injuries which he had formerly received from Charles. He pretended that Francis had engaged to imitate his example in separating himself entirely from the See of Rome, and that he had broken his promise in that particular. He was dissatisfied that James, his nephew, had been allowed to marry, first Magdalene of France, then a princess of the House of Guise. And he considered these alliances as pledges which Francis gave of his intentions to support the Scots against the power of England. He had been informed of some railleries which the French king had thrown out against his conduct with regard to his wives. He was disgusted that Francis, after so many obligations which he owed him, had sacrificed him to the emperor. And, in the confidence of friendship, had rashly revealed his secrets to that subtle and interested monarch. And he complained that regular payments were never made of the sums due to him by France, and of the pension which had been stipulated. Impelled by all these motives, he alienated himself from his ancient friend and confederate, and formed a league with the emperor, who earnestly courted his alliance. This league, besides stipulations for mutual defense, contained a plan for invading France, and the 2 monarchs agreed to enter Francis's dominions with an army, each of 25,000 men. And to require that prince to pay Henry all the sums which he owed him, and to consign Boulogne, Montreuil, Terouenne, and Ardres, as a security for the regular payment of his pension for the future, in case these conditions were rejected. The Confederate princes agreed to challenge, for Henry, the crown of France, or, in default of it, the duchies of Normandy, Aquitaine, and Guienne. For Charles the duchy of Burgundy, and some other territories. That they might have a pretense for enforcing these claims, they sent a message to Francis, requiring him to renounce his alliance with Sultan Solomon, and to make reparation for all the prejudice which Christendom had sustained from that unnatural confederacy. Upon the French king's refusal, war was declared against him by the Allies. It may be proper to remark, that the partisans of France objected to Charles's alliance with the heretical king of England, as no less obnoxious than that which Francis had contracted with Solomon, and they observed that this league was a breach of the solemn promise which he had given to Clement VII. Never to make peace or alliance with England. While the treaty with the emperor was negotiating, the king summoned a new session of Parliament, in order to obtain supplies for his projected war with France. The Parliament granted him a subsidy, to be paid in 3 years. It was levied in a peculiar manner, but exceeded not 3 shillings in the pound upon any individual. The convocation gave the king 6 shillings in the pound, to be levied in 3 years. Greater sums were always, even during the establishment of the Catholic religion, exacted from the clergy than from the laity. Which made the Emperor Charles say, when Henry dissolved the monasteries, and sold their revenues, or bestowed them on his nobility and courtiers, that he had killed the hen which brought him the golden eggs. The Parliament also facilitated the execution of the former law by which the king's proclamations were made equal to statutes. They appointed that any 9 councillors should form a legal court for punishing all disobedience to proclamations. The total abolition of juries in criminal causes, as well as on all parliaments, seemed, if the king had so pleased, the necessary consequence of this enormous law. He might issue a proclamation enjoining the execution of any penal statute, and afterwards try the criminals, not for breach of the statute, but for disobedience to his proclamation. It is remarkable, that Lord Mountjoy entered a protest against this law, and it is equally remarkable that that protest is the only one entered against any public bill during this whole reign. It was enacted this session, that any spiritual person who preached or taught contrary to the doctrine contained in the King's Book, the erudition of a Christian man, or contrary to any doctrine which he should thereafter promulgate, was to be admitted on the first conviction to renounce his error. On the second, he was required to carry a faggot, which if he refused to do, or fell into a third offence, he was to be burnt. But the laity, for the third offence, were only to forfeit their goods and chattels, and be liable to perpetual imprisonment. Indictments must be laid within a year after the offence, and the prisoner was allowed to bring witnesses for his exculpation. These penalties were lighter than those which were formerly imposed on a denial of the real presence. It was, however, subjoined in this statute, that the Act of the 6 Articles was still in force. But in order to make the king more entirely master of his people, it was enacted, that he might hereafter, at his pleasure, change this act, or any provision in it. By this clause, both parties were retained in subjection. So far as regarded religion, the king was invested, in the fullest manner, with the sole legislative authority in his kingdom. And all his subjects were, under the severest penalties, expressly bound to receive implicitly whatever doctrine he should please to recommend to them. The reformers began to entertain hopes that this great power of the crown might still be employed in their favour. The king married Catherine Parr, widow of Neville, Lord Latimer, a woman of virtue, and somewhat inclined to the new doctrine. By this marriage Henry confirmed what had formerly been foretold in jest, that he would be obliged to espouse a widow. The king's league with the emperor seemed a circumstance no less favourable to the Catholic party. And thus matters remained still nearly balanced between the factions. The advantages gained by this powerful confederacy between Henry and Charles were inconsiderable during the present year. The campaign was opened with a victory gained by the Duke of Cleves, Francis's ally, over the forces of the emperor. Francis, in person, took the field early, and made himself master, without resistance, of the whole Duchy of Luxembourg. He afterwards took Landrecy, and added some fortifications to it. Charles, having at last assembled a powerful army, appeared in the Low Countries. And after taking almost every fortress in the Duchy of Cleves, he reduced the Duke to accept of the terms which he was pleased to prescribe to him. Being then joined by a body of 6,000 English, he sat down before Landrecy, and covered the siege with an army of above 40,000 men. Francis advanced at the head of an army not much inferior, as if he intended to give the emperor battle, or oblige him to raise the siege. But while these two rival monarchs were facing each other, and all men were in expectation of some great event, the French king found means of throwing succor into Landrecy. And having thus effected his purpose, he skilfully made a retreat. Charles, finding the season far advanced, despaired of success in his enterprise, and found it necessary to go into winter quarters. The vanity of Henry was flattered by the figure which he made in the great transactions on the continent, but the interests of his kingdom were more deeply concerned in the event of affairs in Scotland. Arran, the governor, was of so indolent and unambitious a character, that, had he not been stimulated by his friends and dependents, he never had aspired to any share in the administration. And when he found himself overpowered by the party of the Queen Dowager, the Cardinal, and the Earl of Lennox, he was glad to accept of any terms of accommodation, however dishonourable. He even gave them a sure pledge of his sincerity, by renouncing the principles of the Reformers, and reconciling himself to the Romish communion in the Franciscan Church at Stirling. By this weakness and levity, he lost his credit with the whole nation, and rendered the Protestants, who were hitherto the chief support of his power, his mortal enemies. The Cardinal acquired an entire ascendant in the kingdom, the Queen Dowager placed implicit confidence in him, the governor was obliged to yield to him in every pretension, Lennox alone was become an obstacle to his measures, and reduced him to some difficulty. The inveterate enmity which had taken place between the families of Lennox and Arran, made the interests of these two noblemen entirely incompatible. And as the Cardinal and the French party, in order to engage Lennox the more in their cause, had flattered him with the hopes of succeeding to the crown after their infant sovereign, This rivalship had tended still further to rouse the animosity of the Hamiltons. Lennox, too, had been encouraged to aspire to the marriage of the Queen Dowager, which would have given him some pretensions to the regency. And as he was become assuming, on account of the services which he had rendered the party, the cardinal found that, since he must choose between the friendship of Lennox and that of Arran, the latter nobleman, who was more easily governed, and who was invested with present authority, was in every respect preferable. Lennox, finding that he was not likely to succeed in his pretensions to the Queen Dowager, and that Arran, favoured by the cardinal, had acquired the ascendant, retired to Dunbarton, the governor of which was entirely at his devotion. He entered into a secret correspondence with the English court, and he summoned his vassals and partisans to attend him. All those who were inclined to the Protestant religion, or were on any account discontented with the cardinal's administration, now regarded Lennox as the head of their party, and they readily made him a tender of their services. In a little time he had collected an army of 10,000 men, and he threatened his enemies with immediate destruction. The cardinal had no equal force to oppose to him. But as he was a prudent man, he foresaw that Lennox could not long subsist so great an army, and he endeavoured to gain time by opening a negotiation with him. He seduced his followers by various artifices. He prevailed on the Douglases to change party, he represented to the whole nation the danger of civil wars and commotions. And Lennox, observing the unequal contest in which he was engaged, was at last obliged to lay down his arms, and to accept of an accommodation with the governor and the cardinal. Present peace was restored. But no confidence took place between the parties. Lennox, fortifying his castles, and putting himself in a posture of defence, waited the arrival of English succours, from whose assistance alone he expected to obtain the superiority over his enemies. 1544. While the winter season restrained Henry from military operations, he summoned a new parliament, in which a law was passed, such as he was pleased to dictate, with regard to the succession of the crown. After declaring that the Prince of Wales, or any of the king's male issue, were first and immediate heirs to the crown, the Parliament restored the two princesses, Mary and Elizabeth, to their right of succession. This seemed a reasonable piece of justice, and corrected what the king's former violence had thrown into confusion. But it was impossible for Henry to do anything, how laudable soever, without betraying, in some circumstance, his usual extravagance and caprice, though he opened the way for these two princesses to mount the throne. He would not allow the acts to be reversed which had declared them illegitimate. He made the Parliament confer on him a power of still excluding them, if they refused to submit to any conditions which he should be pleased to impose. And he required them to enact, that, in default of his own issue, he might dispose of the crown as he pleased, by will or letters patent. He did not probably foresee that, in proportion as he degraded the Parliament, by rendering it the passive instrument of his variable and violent inclinations, he taught the people to regard all its acts as invalid, and thereby defeated even the purposes which he was so bent to attain. An act passed, declaring that the king's usual style should be, King of England, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, and on earth the supreme head of the Church of England and Ireland. It seemed a palpable inconsistency to retain the title of Defender of the Faith, which the court of Rome had conferred on him for maintaining its cause against Luther, and yet subjoin his ecclesiastical supremacy, in opposition to the claims of that court. An act also passed for the remission of the debt which the king had lately contracted by a general loan levied upon the people. It will easily be believed, that after the former act of this kind, the loan was not entirely voluntary. But there was a peculiar circumstance attending the present statute, which none but Henry would have thought of. Namely, that those who had already gotten payment, either in whole or in part, should refund the money to the exchequer. The oaths which Henry imposed for the security of his ecclesiastical model, were not more reasonable than his other measures. All his subjects of any distinction had already been obliged to renounce the Pope's supremacy, but as the clauses to which they swore had not been deemed entirely satisfactory, another oath was imposed. And it was added, that all those who had taken the former oaths should be understood to have taken the new one, a strange supposition to represent men as bound by an oath which they had never taken. The most commendable law to which the Parliament gave their sanction, was that by which they mitigated the law of the 6 Articles, and enacted that no person should be put to his trial upon an accusation concerning any of the offences comprised in that sanguinary statute, except on the oath of 12 persons before commissioners authorized for the purpose. And that no person should be arrested or committed to ward for any such offence before he was indicted. Any preacher accused of speaking in his sermon contrary to these articles, must be indicted within 40 days. The king always experienced the limits of his authority whenever he demanded subsidies, however moderate, from the Parliament. And therefore, not to hazard a refusal, he made no mention this session of a supply, but as his wars both in France and Scotland, as well as his usual prodigality, had involved him in great expense, he had recourse to other methods of filling his exchequer. Notwithstanding the former abolition of his debts, he yet required new loans from his subjects, and he enhanced gold from 45 shillings to 48 an ounce, and silver from 3 shillings and 9 pence to 4 shillings. His pretence for this innovation was, to prevent the money from being exported, as if that expedient could anywise serve the purpose. He even coined some base money, and ordered it to be current by proclamation. He named commissioners for levying a benevolence, and he extorted about £70,000 by this expedient. Reed, alderman of London, a man somewhat advanced in years, having refused to contribute, or not coming up to the expectation of the commissioners, was enrolled as a foot soldier in the Scottish wars, and was there taken prisoner. Roach, who had been equally refractory, was thrown into prison, and obtained not his liberty but by paying a large composition. These powers of the prerogative, which at that time passed unquestioned, the compelling of any man to serve in any office, and the imprisoning of any man during pleasure, not to mention the practice of extorting loans, rendered the sovereign in a manner absolute master of the person and property of every individual. Early this year the king sent a fleet and army to invade Scotland. The fleet consisted of near 200 vessels, and carried on board 10,000 men. Dudley, Lord Lisle, commanded the sea forces, the Earl of Hertford the land. The troops were disembarked near Leith, and after dispersing a small body which opposed them, they took that town without resistance, and then marched to Edinburgh. The gates were soon beaten down, for little or no resistance was made, and the English first pillaged, and then set fire to the city. The regent and cardinal were not prepared to oppose so great a force, and they fled to Stirling. Hertford marched eastward, and being joined by a new body under Evers, warden of the East Marches, he laid waste the whole country, burned and destroyed Haddington and Dunbar, then retreated into England, having lost only 40 men in the whole expedition. The Earl of Arran collected some forces, but finding that the English were already departed, he turned them against Lennox, who was justly suspected of a correspondence with the enemy. That nobleman, after making some resistance, was obliged to fly into England, where Henry settled a pension on him, and even gave him his niece, Lady Margaret Douglas, in marriage. In return, Lennox stipulated conditions, by which, had he been able to execute them, he must have reduced his country to total servitude. Henry's policy was blamed in this sudden and violent incursion, by which he inflamed the passions of the Scots, without subduing their spirit. And it was commonly said, that he did too much, if he intended to solicit an alliance, and too little, if he meant a conquest. But the reason of his recalling the troops so soon, was his eagerness to carry on a projected enterprise against France, in which he intended to employ the whole force of his kingdom. He had concerted a plan with the emperor, which threatened the total ruin of that monarchy, and must, as a necessary consequence, have involved the ruin of England. These two princes had agreed to invade France with forces amounting to above 100,000 men, Henry engaged to set out from Calais, Charles from the Low Countries. They were to enter on no siege, but leaving all the frontier towns behind them, to march directly to Paris, where they were to join their forces, and thence to proceed to the entire conquest of the kingdom. Francis could not oppose to these formidable preparations much above 40,000 men. Henry, having appointed the Queen Regent during his absence, passed over to Calais with 30,000 men, accompanied by the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, Fitzalan Earl of Arundel, Vere Earl of Oxford, the Earl of Surrey, Powlett Lord St. John, Lord Ferrers of Chartley, Lord Mountjoy, Lord Grey of Wilton, Sir Anthony Browne, Sir Francis Bryan, and the most flourishing nobility and gentry of his kingdom. The English army was soon joined by the Count de Buren, Admiral of Flanders, with 10,000 foot and 4,000 horse, and the whole composed an army which nothing on that frontier was able to resist. The chief force of the French armies was drawn to the side of Champagne, in order to oppose the Imperialists. The Emperor, with an army of near 60,000 men, had taken the field much earlier than Henry. And not to lose time while he waited for the arrival of his confederate, he sat down before Luxembourg, which was surrendered to him. He thence proceeded to Commercy, on the Meuse. Which he took. Ligny met with the same fate. He next laid siege to St. Dacier, on the Marne, which, though a weak place, made a brave resistance under the Count of Sancerre, the governor, and the siege was protracted beyond expectation. The Emperor was employed before this town at the time the English forces were assembled in Picardy. Henry, either tempted by the defenceless condition of the French frontier, or thinking that the Emperor had first broken his engagement by forming sieges, or, perhaps, foreseeing at last the dangerous consequences of entirely subduing the French power, instead of marching forward to Paris, sat down before Montreuil and Boulogne. The Duke of Norfolk commanded the army before Montreuil, the king himself that before Boulogne. Vervins was governor of the latter place, and under him Philip Corse, a brave old soldier, who encouraged the garrison to defend themselves to the last extremity against the English. He was killed during the course of the siege, and the town was immediately surrendered to Henry by the cowardice of Vervins, who was afterwards beheaded for this dishonorable capitulation. During the course of this siege, Charles had taken St. Dacier, and finding the season much advanced, he began to hearken to a treaty of peace with France, since all his schemes for subduing that kingdom were likely to prove abortive. In order to have a pretence for deserting his ally, he sent a messenger to the English camp, requiring Henry immediately to fulfill his engagements, and to meet him with his army before Paris. Henry replied, that he was too far engaged in the siege of Boulogne to raise it with honor, and that the Emperor himself had first broken the concert by besieging St. Dacier. This answer served Charles as a sufficient reason for concluding a peace with Francis at Crépy, where no mention was made of England. He stipulated to give Flanders as a dowry to his daughter, whom he agreed to marry to the Duke of Orleans, Francis's second son. And Francis, in return, withdrew his troops from Piedmont and Savoy, and renounced all claim to Milan, Naples, and other territories in Italy. This peace, so advantageous to Francis, was procured partly by the decisive victory obtained in the beginning of the campaign by the Count of Anguien over the Imperialists at Ceresales in Piedmont. Partly by the Emperor's great desire to turn his arms against the Protestant princes in Germany. Charles ordered his troops to separate from the English in Picardy, and Henry, finding himself obliged to raise the siege of Montreuil, returned into England. This campaign served to the populace as matter of great triumph. But all men of sense concluded, that the king had, as in all his former military enterprises, made, at a great expense, an acquisition which was of no importance. The war with Scotland, meanwhile, was conducted feebly and with various success. Sir Ralph Evers, now Lord Evers, and Sir Brian Latoun, made an inroad into that kingdom, and having laid waste the counties of Tiviotdale and the Merse, they proceeded to the Abbey of Coldingham, which they took possession of, and fortified. The governor assembled an army of 8,000 men, in order to dislodge them from this post, but he had no sooner opened his batteries before the place, than a sudden panic seized him. He left the army, and fled to Dunbar. He complained of the mutiny of his troops, and pretended apprehensions lest they should deliver him into the hands of the English, but his own unwarlike spirit was generally believed to have been the motive of this dishonorable flight. The Scottish army, upon the departure of their general, fell into confusion, and had not Angus, with a few of his retainers, brought off the cannon, and protected their rear, the English might have gained great advantages over them. Evers, elated with this success, boasted to Henry, that he had conquered all Scotland to the fourth, and he claimed a reward for this important service. The Duke of Norfolk, who knew with what difficulty such acquisitions would be maintained against a warlike enemy, advised the king to grant him, as his reward, the conquests of which he boasted so highly. The next inroad made by the English showed the vanity of Evers's hopes. 1545. This general led about 5,000 men into Tiviotdale, and was employed in ravaging that country. When intelligence was brought him that some Scottish forces appeared near the Abbey of Melross, Angus had roused the governor to more activity. And a proclamation being issued for assembling the troops of the neighbouring counties, a considerable body had repaired thither to oppose the enemy. Norman Leslie, son of the Earl of Rothes, had also joined the army with some volunteers from Fife. And he inspired courage into the whole, as well by this accession of force, as by his personal bravery and intrepidity. In order to bring their troops to the necessity of a steady defence, the Scottish leaders ordered all their cavalry to dismount, and they resolved to wait, on some high grounds near Ancram, the assault of the English. The English, whose past successes had taught them too much to despise the enemy, thought, when they saw the Scottish horses led off the field, that the whole army was retiring, and they hastened to attack them. The Scots received them in good order. And being favoured by the advantage of the ground, as well as by the surprise of the English, who expected no resistance, they soon put them to flight and pursued them with considerable slaughter. Evers and Latoun were both killed, and above 1,000 men were made prisoners. In order to support the Scots in this war, Francis some time after sent over a body of auxiliaries, to the number of 3,500 men, under the command of Montgomery, Lord of Lorges. Reinforced by these succours, the governor assembled an army of 15,000 men at Haddington, and marched thence to ravage the east borders of England. He laid all waste wherever he came. And having met with no considerable resistance, he retired into his own country, and disbanded his army. The Earl of Hertford, in revenge, committed ravages on the Middle and West Marches. And the war on both sides was signalized rather by the ills inflicted on the enemy, than by any considerable advantage gained by either party. The war likewise between France and England was not distinguished this year by any memorable event. Francis had equipped a fleet of above 200 sail, besides galleys, and having embarked some land forces on board, he sent them to make a descent in England. They sailed to the Isle of Wight, where they found the English fleet lying at anchor in St. Helens. It consisted not of above 100 sail. And the admiral thought it most advisable to remain in that road, in hopes of drawing the French into the narrow channels and the rocks, which were unknown to them. The two fleets cannonaded each other for 2 days. And except the sinking of the Mary Rose, one of the largest ships of the English fleet, the damage on both sides was inconsiderable. Francis's chief intention in equipping so great a fleet, was to prevent the English from throwing succours into Boulogne, which he resolved to besiege, and for that purpose he ordered a fort to be built, by which he intended to block up the harbour. After a considerable loss of time and money, the fort was found so ill constructed, that he was obliged to abandon it. And though he had assembled on that frontier an army of near 40,000 men, he was not able to effect any considerable enterprise. Henry, in order to defend his possessions in France, had levied 14,000 Germans who, having marched to Fleury-Ness, in the bishopric of Liege, found that they could advance no farther. The emperor would not allow them a passage through his dominions. They received intelligence of a superior army on the side of France ready to intercept them. Want of occupation and of pay soon produced a mutiny among them. And having seized the English commissaries as a security for arrears, they retreated into their own country. There seems to have been some want of foresight in this expensive armament. The great expense of these two wars maintained by Henry, obliged him to summon a new parliament. The Commons granted him a subsidy, payable in 2 years, of 2 shillings a pound on land. The Spirituality voted him 6 shillings a pound. But the Parliament, apprehensive lest more demands should be made upon them, endeavoured to save themselves by a very extraordinary liberality of other people's property. By 1 vote they bestowed on the king all the revenues of the universities, as well as of the chauntries, free chapels, and hospitals. Henry was pleased with this concession, as it increased his power. But he had no intention to rob learning of all her endowments, and he soon took care to inform the universities that he meant not to touch their revenues. Thus these ancient and celebrated establishments owe their existence to the generosity of the king, not to the protection of this servile and prostitute parliament. The prostitute spirit of the parliament further appeared in the preamble of a statute, in which they recognized the king to have always been, by the word of God, supreme head of the Church of England. And acknowledged that archbishops, bishops, and other ecclesiastical persons, have no manner of jurisdiction but by his royal mandate. To him alone, say they, and such persons as he shall appoint, full power and authority is given from above to hear and determine all manner of causes ecclesiastical, and to correct all manner of heresies, errors, vices, and sins whatsoever. No mention is here made of the concurrence of a convocation, or even of a parliament. His proclamations are in effect acknowledged to have not only the force of law, but the authority of revelation. And by his royal power he might regulate the actions of men, control their words, and even direct their inward sentiments and opinions. The king made in person a speech to the parliament on proroguing them, in which, after thanking them for their loving attachment to him, which, he said, equaled what was ever paid by their ancestors to any king of England, he complained of their dissensions, disputes, and animosities in religion. He told them, that the several pulpits were become a kind of batteries against each other. And that one preacher called another heretic and Anabaptist, which was retaliated by the opprobrious appellations of papist and hypocrite, that he had permitted his people the use of the Scriptures, not in order to furnish them with materials for disputing and railing, but that he might enable them to inform their consciences and instruct their children and families, that it grieved his heart to find how that precious jewel was prostituted. By being introduced into the conversation of every alehouse and tavern, and employed as a pretence for decrying the spiritual and legal pastors, and that he was sorry to observe, that the word of God, while it was the object of so much anxious speculation, had very little influence on their practice. And that, though an imaginary knowledge so much abounded, charity was daily going to decay. The king gave good advice. But his own example, by encouraging speculation and dispute, was ill-fitted to promote that peaceable submission of opinion which he recommended. 1546. Henry employed in military preparations the money granted by Parliament. And he sent over the Earl of Hertford and Lord Lisle, the Admiral, to Calais, with a body of 9,000 men, 2/3 of which consisted of foreigners. Some skirmishes of small moment ensued with the French, and no hopes of any considerable progress could be entertained by either party. Henry, whose animosity against Francis was not violent, had given sufficient vent to his humor by this short war. And finding that, from his great increase in corpulence and decay in strength, he could not hope for much longer life, he was desirous of ending a quarrel which might prove dangerous to his kingdom during a minority. Francis likewise, on his part, was not averse to peace with England, because, having lately lost his son, the Duke of Orleans, he revived his ancient claim upon Milan, and foresaw that hostilities must soon, on that account, break out between him and the emperor. Commissioners, therefore, having met at Camp, a small place between Arters and Gisons, the articles were soon agreed on, and the peace signed by them. The chief conditions were, that Henry should retain Boulogne during 8 years, or till the former debt due by Francis should be paid. This debt was settled at 2 millions of livres, besides a claim of 500,000 livres, which was afterwards to be adjusted. Francis took care to comprehend Scotland in the treaty. Thus all that Henry obtained by a war which cost him above £1,340,000 was a bad and a chargeable security for a debt, which was not 1/3 of the value. The king, now freed from all foreign wars, had leisure to give his attention to domestic affairs, particularly to the establishment of uniformity in opinion, on which he was so intent. Though he allowed an English translation of the Bible, he had hitherto been very careful to keep the Mass in Latin. But he was at last prevailed on to permit that the litany, a considerable part of the service, should be celebrated in the vulgar tongue. And by this innovation he excited anew the hopes of the Reformers, who had been somewhat discouraged by the severe law of the 6 Articles. One petition of the new litany was a prayer to save us from the tyranny of the Bishop of Rome, and from all his detestable enormities. Cranmer employed his credit to draw Henry into further innovations. And he took advantage of Gardiner's absence, who was sent on an embassy to the emperor, but Gardiner having written to the king, that, if he carried his opposition against the Catholic religion to greater extremities, Charles threatened to break off all commerce with him, the success of Cranmer's projects was for some time retarded. Cranmer lost this year the most sincere and powerful friend that he possessed at court, Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, the Queen Dowager of France, consort to Suffolk, had died some years before. This nobleman is one instance that Henry was not altogether incapable of a cordial and steady friendship, and Suffolk seems to have been worthy of the favour which, from his earliest youth, he had enjoyed with his master. The king was sitting in council when informed of Suffolk's death, and he took the opportunity both to express his own sorrow for the loss, and to celebrate the merits of the deceased. He declared, that during the whole course of their friendship, his brother-in-law had never made one attempt to injure an adversary, and had never whispered a word to the disadvantage of any person. Is there any of you, my lords, who can say as much? When the king subjoined these words, he looked round in all their faces, and saw that confusion which the consciousness of secret guilt naturally threw upon them. Cranmer himself, when bereaved of this support, was the more exposed to those cabals of the courtiers, which the opposition in party in religion, joined to the usual motives of interest, rendered so frequent among Henry's ministers and counsellors. The Catholics took hold of the king by his passion for orthodoxy. And they represented to him, that, if his laudable zeal for enforcing the truth met with no better success, it was altogether owing to the primate, whose example and encouragement were, in reality, the secret supports of heresy. Henry, seeing the point at which they aimed, feigned a compliance, and desired the council to make inquiry into Cranmer's conduct, promising that, if he were found guilty, he should be committed to prison, and brought to condign punishment. Everybody now considered the primate as lost, and his old friends, from interested views, as well as the opposite party from animosity, began to show him marks of neglect and disregard. He was obliged to stand several hours among the lackeys at the door of the council chamber before he could be admitted, and when he was at last called in, he was told that they had determined to send him to the Tower. Cranmer said, that he appealed to the king himself, and finding his appeal disregarded, he produced a ring, which Henry had given him as a pledge of favour and protection. The council were confounded. And when they came before the king, he reproved them in the severest terms, and told them, that he was well acquainted with Cranmer's merit, as well as with their malignity and envy. But he was determined to crush all their cabals, and to teach them by the severest discipline, since gentle methods were ineffectual, a more dutiful concurrence in promoting his service. Norfolk, who was Cranmer's capital enemy, apologized for their conduct and said, that their only intention was to set the primate's innocence in a full light, by bringing him to an open trial, and Henry obliged them all to embrace him, as a sign of their cordial reconciliation. The mild temper of Cranmer rendered this agreement more sincere on his part than is usual in such forced compliances. But though Henry's favour for Cranmer rendered fruitless all accusations against him, his pride and peevishness, irritated by his declining state of health, impelled him to punish with fresh severity all others who presumed to entertain a different opinion from himself, particularly in the capital point of the real presence. And Askew, a young woman of merit as well as beauty, who had great connections with the chief ladies at court, and with the Queen herself, was accused of dogmatizing on that delicate article. And Henry, instead of showing indulgence to the weakness of her sex and age, was but the more provoked, that a woman should dare to oppose his theological sentiments. She was prevailed on by Bonner's menaces to make a seeming recantation. But she qualified it with some reserves, which did not satisfy that zealous prelate. She was thrown into prison, and she there employed herself in composing prayers and discourses, by which she fortified her resolution to endure the utmost extremity rather than relinquish her religious principles. She even wrote to the king, and told him, that as to the Lord's Supper, she believed as much as Christ himself had said of it, and as much of his divine doctrine as the Catholic Church had required, but while she could not be brought to acknowledge an assent to the king's explications, this declaration availed her nothing, and was rather regarded as a fresh insult. The Chancellor, Wriothesley, who had succeeded Audley, and who was much attached to the Catholic party, was sent to examine her with regard to her patrons at court. And the great ladies who were in correspondence with her, but she maintained a laudable fidelity to her friends, and would confess nothing. She was put to the torture in the most barbarous manner, and continued still resolute in preserving secrecy. Some authors add an extraordinary circumstance. That the Chancellor, who stood by, ordered the Lieutenant of the Tower to stretch the rack still farther, but that officer refused compliance. The Chancellor menaced him, but met with a new refusal. Upon which that magistrate, who was otherwise a person of merit, but intoxicated with religious zeal, put his own hand to the rack, and drew it so violently that he almost tore her body asunder. Her constancy still surpassed the barbarity of her persecutors, and they found all their efforts to be baffled. She was then condemned to be burned alive. And being so dislocated by the rack that she could not stand, she was carried to the stake in a chair. Together with her were conducted Nicholas Belenian, a priest, John Lascelles, of the king's household, and John Adams, a tailor, who had been condemned for the same crime to the same punishment. They were all tied to the stake. And in that dreadful situation the Chancellor sent to inform them, that their pardon was ready drawn and signed, and should instantly be given them if they would merit it by a recantation. They only regarded this offer as a new ornament to their crown of martyrdom, and they saw with tranquillity the executioner kindle the flames which consumed them. Wriothesley did not consider, that this public and noted situation interested their honor the more to maintain a steady perseverance. Though the secrecy and fidelity of an Askew saved the Queen from this peril, that princess soon after fell into a new danger, from which she narrowly escaped. An ulcer had broken out in the king's leg, which, added to his extreme corpulency and his bad habit of body, began both to threaten his life and to render him even more than usually peevish and passionate. The Queen attended him with the most tender and dutiful care, and endeavored, by every soothing art and compliance, to allay those gusts of humor to which he was become so subject. His favorite topic of conversation was theology. And Catherine, whose good sense enabled her to discourse on any subject, was frequently engaged in the argument, and being secretly inclined to the principles of the Reformers, she unwarily betrayed too much of her mind on these occasions. Henry, highly provoked that she should presume to differ from him, complained of her obstinacy to Gardiner, who gladly laid hold of the opportunity to inflame the quarrel. He praised the king's anxious concern for preserving the orthodoxy of his subjects, and represented, that the more elevated the person was who was chastised, and the more near to his person, the greater terror would the example strike into every one, and the more glorious would the sacrifice appear to posterity. The Chancellor, being consulted, was engaged by religious zeal to second these topics. And Henry, hurried on by his own impetuous temper, and encouraged by his counsellors, went so far as to order articles of impeachment to be drawn up against his consort. Wriothesley executed his commands, and soon after brought the paper to him to be signed, for, as it was high treason to throw slander upon the Queen, he might otherwise have been questioned for his temerity. By some means this important paper fell into the hands of one of the Queen's friends, who immediately carried the intelligence to her. She was sensible of the extreme danger to which she was exposed, but did not despair of being able, by her prudence and address, still to elude the efforts of her enemies. She paid her usual visit to the king, and found him in a more serene disposition than she had reason to expect. He entered on the subject which was so familiar to him, and he seemed to challenge her to an argument in divinity. She gently declined the conversation, and remarked, that such profound speculations were ill-suited to the natural imbecility of her sex. Women, she said, by their first creation, were made subject to men, the male was created after the image of God, the female after the image of the male, it belonged to the husband to choose principles for his wife. The wife's duty was, in all cases, to adopt implicitly the sentiments of her husband, and as to herself, it was doubly her duty. Being blessed with a husband who was qualified by his judgment and learning not only to choose principles for his own family, but for the most wise and knowing of every nation. Not so. By Saint Mary, replied the king, you are now become a doctor, Kate, and better fitted to give than receive instruction. She meekly replied, that she was sensible how little she was entitled to these praises. That though she usually declined not any conversation, however sublime, when proposed by his majesty, she well knew that her conceptions could serve to no other purpose than to give him a little momentary amusement. That she found the conversation apt to languish when not revived by some opposition, and she had ventured sometimes to feign a contrariety of sentiments, in order to give him the pleasure of refuting her. And that she also purposed, by this innocent artifice, to engage him into topics, whence she had observed, by frequent experience, that she reaped profit and instruction. And is it so, sweetheart? Replied the king, then are we perfect friends again. He embraced her with great affection, and sent her away with assurances of his protection and kindness. Her enemies, who knew nothing of this sudden change, prepared next day to convey her to the Tower, pursuant to the king's warrant. Henry and Catherine were conversing amicably in the garden, when the Chancellor appeared with 40 of the pursuivants. The king spoke to him at some distance from her, and seemed to expostulate with him in the severest manner. She even overheard the appellations of knave, fool, and beast, which he liberally bestowed upon that magistrate, and then ordered him to depart his presence. She afterwards interposed to mitigate his anger. He said to her, poor soul, you know not how ill entitled this man is to your good offices. Thenceforth the queen, having narrowly escaped so great a danger, was careful not to offend Henry's humour by any contradiction, and Gardiner, whose malice had endeavoured to widen the breach, could never afterwards regain his favour and good opinion. But Henry's tyrannical disposition, soured by ill health, burst out soon after to the destruction of a man who possessed a much superior rank to that of Gardiner. The Duke of Norfolk and his father, during this whole reign, and even a part of the foregoing, had been regarded as the greatest subjects in the kingdom, and had rendered considerable service to the crown. The Duke himself had in his youth acquired reputation by naval enterprises. He had much contributed to the victory gained over the Scots at Flodden. He had suppressed a dangerous rebellion in the north. And he had always done his part with honor in all the expeditions against France. Fortune seemed to conspire with his own industry in raising him to the greatest elevation. From the favors heaped on him by the crown he had acquired an immense estate. The king had successively been married to 2 of his nieces, and the king's natural son, the Duke of Richmond, had married his daughter. Besides his descent, from the ancient family of the Mowbrays, by which he was allied to the throne, he had espoused a daughter of the Duke of Buckingham, who was descended by a female from Edward III. And as he was believed still to adhere secretly to the ancient religion, he was regarded, both abroad and at home, as the head of the Catholic party. But all these circumstances, in proportion as they exalted the Duke, provoked the jealousy of Henry. And he foresaw danger, during his son's minority, both to the public tranquillity, and to the new ecclesiastical system, from the attempts of so potent a subject. But nothing tended more to expose Norfolk to the king's displeasure, than the prejudices which Henry had entertained against the Earl of Surrey, son of that nobleman. Surrey was a young man of the most promising hopes, and had distinguished himself by every accomplishment which became a scholar, a courtier, and a soldier. He excelled in all the military exercises which were then in request. He encouraged the fine arts by his patronage and example. He had made some successful attempts in poetry. And being smitten with the romantic gallantry of the age, he celebrated the praises of his mistress by his pen and his lance, in every masque and tournament. His spirit and ambition were equal to his talents and his quality. And he did not always regulate his conduct by the caution and reserve which his situation required. He had been left governor of Boulogne when that town was taken by Henry. But though his personal bravery was unquestioned, he had been unfortunate in some rencontres with the French. The king, somewhat displeased with his conduct, had sent over Hertford to command in his place. And Surrey was so imprudent as to drop some menacing expressions against the ministers, on account of this affront which was put upon him. And as he had refused to marry Hertford's daughter, and even waived every other proposal of marriage, Henry imagined that he had entertained views of espousing the Lady Mary. And he was instantly determined to repress, by the most severe expedients, so dangerous an ambition. Actuated by all these motives, and perhaps influenced by that old disgust with which the ill conduct of Catherine Howard had inspired him against her whole family, he gave private orders to arrest Norfolk and Surrey. And they were on the same day confined in the Tower. Surrey being a commoner, his trial was the more expeditious. And as to proofs, neither parliaments nor juries seem ever to have given the least attention to them in any cause of the crown during this whole reign. 1547. He was accused of entertaining in his family some Italians who were suspected to be spies. A servant of his had paid a visit to Cardinal Pole in Italy, whence he was suspected of holding a correspondence with that obnoxious prelate. He had quartered the arms of Edward the Confessor on his scutcheon, which made him be suspected of aspiring to the crown, though both he and his ancestors had openly, during the course of many years, maintained that practice. And the heralds had even justified it by their authority. These were the crimes for which a jury, notwithstanding his eloquent and spirited defence, condemned the Earl of Surrey for high treason, and their sentence was soon after executed upon him. The innocence of the Duke of Norfolk was still, if possible, more apparent than that of his son, and his services to the crown had been greater. His Duchess, with whom he lived on bad terms, had been so base as to carry intelligence to his enemies of all she knew against him. Elizabeth Holland, a mistress of his, had been equally subservient to the designs of the court. Yet with all these advantages, his accusers discovered no greater crime than his once saying, that the king was sickly, and could not hold out long, and the kingdom was likely to fall into disorders, through the diversity of religious opinions. He wrote a pathetic letter to the king, pleading his past services and protesting his innocence. Soon after, he embraced a more proper expedient for appeasing Henry, by making a submission and confession, such as his enemies required. But nothing could mollify the unrelenting temper of the king. He assembled a parliament, as the surest and most expeditious instrument of his tyranny. And the House of Peers, without examining the prisoner, without trial or evidence, passed a bill of attainder against him, and sent it down to the Commons. Cranmer, though engaged for many years in an opposite party to Norfolk, and though he had received many and great injuries from him, would have no hand in so unjust a prosecution, and he retired to his seat at Croydon. The king was now approaching fast towards his end. And fearing lest Norfolk should escape him, he sent a message to the Commons, by which he desired them to hasten the bill, on pretence that Norfolk enjoyed the dignity of Earl Marshal, and it was necessary to appoint another, who might officiate at the ensuing ceremony of installing his son Prince of Wales. The obsequious Commons obeyed his directions, though founded on so frivolous a pretence. And the king, having affixed the royal assent to the bill by commissioners, issued orders for the execution of Norfolk on the morning of the 29th of January. But news being carried to the Tower that the king himself had expired that night, the lieutenant deferred obeying the warrant. And it was not thought advisable by the council to begin a new reign by the death of the greatest nobleman in the kingdom, who had been condemned by a sentence so unjust and tyrannical. The king's health had long been in a declining state. But for several days all those near him plainly saw his end approaching. He was become so froward, that no one durst inform him of his condition. And as some persons during this reign had suffered as traitors for foretelling the king's death, every one was afraid lest, in the transports of his fury, he might on this pretence punish capitally the author of such friendly intelligence. At last Sir Anthony Denny ventured to disclose to him the fatal secret, and exhorted him to prepare for the fate which was awaiting him. He expressed his resignation, and desired that Cranmer might be sent for. But before the prelate arrived, he was speechless, though he still seemed to retain his senses. Cranmer desired him to give some sign of his dying in the faith of Christ. He squeezed the prelate's hand, and immediately expired, after a reign of 37 years and 9 months, and in the 56th year of his age. The king had made his will near a month before his demise, in which he confirmed the destination of Parliament, by leaving the crown first to Prince Edward, then to the Lady Mary, next to the Lady Elizabeth. The two princesses he obliged, under the penalty of forfeiting their title to the crown, not to marry without consent of the council which he appointed for the government of his minor son. After his own children, he settled the succession on Frances Brandon, Marchioness of Dorset, eldest daughter of his sister, the French Queen. Then on Eleanor, Countess of Cumberland, the second daughter. In passing over the posterity of the Queen of Scots, his eldest sister, he made use of the power obtained from Parliament, but as he subjoined that, after the failure of the French Queen's posterity, the crown should descend to the next lawful heir, it afterwards became a question, whether these words could be applied to the Scottish line. It was thought that these princes were not the next heirs after the House of Suffolk, but before that house, and that Henry, by expressing himself in this manner, meant entirely to exclude them. The late injuries which he had received from the Scots, had irritated him extremely against that nation, and he maintained to the last that character of violence and caprice by which his life had been so much distinguished. Another circumstance of his will may suggest the same reflection with regard to the strange contrarieties of his temper and conduct. He left money for masses to be said for delivering his soul from purgatory. And though he destroyed all those institutions established by his ancestors and others for the benefit of their souls, and had even left the doctrine of purgatory doubtful in all the articles of faith which he promulgated during his later years, he was yet determined, when the hour of death was approaching, to take care at least of his own future repose, and to adhere to the safer side of the question. It is difficult to give a just summary of this prince's qualities. He was so different from himself in different parts of his reign, that, as is well remarked by Lord Herbert, his history is his best character and description. The absolute, uncontrolled authority which he maintained at home, and the regard which he acquired among foreign nations, are circumstances which entitle him, in some degree, to the appellation of a great prince, while his tyranny and barbarity exclude him from the character of a good one. He possessed, indeed, great vigor of mind, which qualified him for exercising dominion over men, courage, intrepidity, vigilance, inflexibility. And though these qualities lay not always under the guidance of a regular and solid judgment, they were accompanied with good parts and an extensive capacity. And every one dreaded a contest with a man who was known never to yield or to forgive, and who, in every controversy, was determined either to ruin himself or his antagonist. A catalogue of his vices would comprehend many of the worst qualities incident to human nature: violence, cruelty, profusion, rapacity, injustice, obstinacy, arrogance, bigotry, presumption, caprice. But neither was he subject to all these vices in the most extreme degree, nor was he, at intervals, altogether destitute of virtues. He was sincere, open, gallant, liberal, and capable at least of a temporary friendship and attachment. In this respect he was unfortunate, that the incidents of his reign served to display his faults in their full light. The treatment which he met with from the court of Rome provoked him to violence. The danger of a revolt from his superstitious subjects seemed to require the most extreme severity. But it must at the same time be acknowledged, that his situation tended to throw an additional luster on what was great and magnanimous in his character. The emulation between the emperor and the French king rendered his alliance, notwithstanding his impolitic conduct, of great importance in Europe. The extensive powers of his prerogative, and the submissive, not to say slavish, disposition of his parliaments, made it the more easy for him to assume and maintain that entire dominion by which his reign is so much distinguished in the English history. It may seem a little extraordinary, that, notwithstanding his cruelty, his extortion, his violence, his arbitrary administration, this prince not only acquired the regard of his subjects, but never was the object of their hatred. He seems even, in some degree, to have possessed to the last their love and affection. His exterior qualities were advantageous, and fit to captivate the multitude. His magnificence and personal bravery rendered him illustrious in vulgar eyes. And it may be said with truth, that the English in that age were so thoroughly subdued, that, like Eastern slaves, they were inclined to admire those acts of violence and tyranny which were exercised over themselves, and at their own expense. With regard to foreign states, Henry appears long to have supported an intercourse of friendship with Francis, more sincere and disinterested than usually takes place between neighboring princes. Their common jealousy of the Emperor Charles, and some resemblance in their characters, though the comparison sets the French monarch in a very superior and advantageous light, served as the cement of their mutual amity. Francis is said to have been affected with the king's death, and to have expressed much regret for the loss. His own health began to decline, he foretold that he should not long survive his friend, and he died in about 2 months after him. There were 10 parliaments summoned by Henry VIII, and 23 sessions held. The whole time in which these parliaments sat during this long reign, exceeded not 3 years and a half. It amounted not to a 12-month during the first 20 years. The innovations in religion obliged the king afterwards to call these assemblies more frequently. But though these were the most important transactions that ever fell under the cognizance of Parliament, their devoted submission to Henry's will, added to their earnest desire of soon returning to their country seats, produced a quick dispatch of the bills, and made the sessions of short duration. All the king's caprices were indeed blindly complied with, and no regard was paid to the safety or liberty of the subject. Besides the violent prosecution of whatever he was pleased to term heresy, the laws of treason were multiplied beyond all former precedent. Even words to the disparagement of the king, queen, or royal issue, were subjected to that penalty. And so little care was taken in framing these rigorous statutes, that they contain obvious contradictions, insomuch that, had they been strictly executed, every man, without exception, must have fallen under the penalty of treason. By one statute, for instance, it was declared treason to assert the validity of the king's marriage either with Catherine of Aragon or Anne Boleyn. By another, it was treason to say anything to the disparagement or slander of the princesses Mary and Elizabeth, and to call them spurious would, no doubt, have been construed to their slander. Nor would even a profound silence with regard to these delicate points be able to save a person from such penalties. For by the former statute, whoever refused to answer upon oath to any point contained in that act, was subjected to the pains of treason. The king, therefore, needed only propose to any one a question with regard to the legality of either of his first marriages. If the person were silent, he was a traitor by law; if he answered either in the negative or in the affirmative, he was no less a traitor. So monstrous were the inconsistencies which arose from the furious passions of the king and the slavish submission of his parliaments. It is hard to say whether these contradictions were owing to Henry's precipitancy, or to a formed design of tyranny. It may not be improper to recapitulate whatever is memorable in the statutes of this reign, whether with regard to government or commerce. Nothing can better show the genius of the age than such a review of the laws. The abolition of the ancient religion much contributed to the regular execution of justice. While the Catholic superstition subsisted, there was no possibility of punishing any crime in the clergy. The Church would not permit the magistrate to try the offences of her members, and she could not herself inflict any civil penalties upon them. But Henry restrained these pernicious immunities. The privilege of clergy was abolished for the crimes of petty treason, murder, and felony, to all under the degree of a subdeacon. But the former superstition not only protected crimes in the clergy. It exempted also the laity from punishment, by affording them shelter in the churches and sanctuaries. The Parliament abridged these privileges. It was first declared, that no sanctuaries were allowed in cases of high treason. Next, in those of murder, felony, rapes, burglary, and petty treason, and it limited them in other particulars. The further progress of the Reformation removed all distinction between the clergy and other subjects, and also abolished entirely the privileges of sanctuaries. These consequences were implied in the neglect of the canon law. The only expedient employed to support the military spirit during this age, was the reviving and extending of some old laws enacted for the encouragement of archery, on which the defence of the kingdom was supposed much to depend. Every man was ordered to have a bow, butts were ordered to be erected in every parish, and every bowyer was ordered, for each bough of yew which he made, to make 2 of elm or wych, for the service of the common people. The use of crossbows and handguns was also prohibited. What rendered the English bowmen more formidable was, that they carried halberts with them, by which they were enabled, upon occasion, to engage in close fight with the enemy. Frequent musters or arrays were also made of the people, even during time of peace, and all men of substance were obliged to have a complete suit of armor or harness, as it was called. The martial spirit of the English, during that age, rendered this precaution, it was thought, sufficient for the defense of the nation. And as the king had then an absolute power of commanding the service of all his subjects, he could instantly, in case of danger, appoint new officers, and levy regiments, and collect an army as numerous as he pleased. When no faction or division prevailed among the people, there was no foreign power that ever thought of invading England. The city of London alone could muster 15,000 men. Discipline, however, was an advantage wanting to those troops. Though the garrison of Calais was a nursery of officers, and Tournai first, Boulogne afterwards, served to increase the number. Every one who served abroad was allowed to alienate his lands without paying any fees. A general permission was granted to dispose of land by will. The Parliament was so little jealous of its privileges, which indeed were, at that time, scarcely worth preserving, that there is an instance of one Strode, who, because he had introduced into the lower house some bill regarding tin, was severely treated by the stanary courts in Cornwall. Heavy fines were imposed on him. And upon his refusal to pay, he was thrown into a dungeon, loaded with irons, and used in such a manner as brought his life in danger. Yet all the notice which the Parliament took of this enormity, even in such a paltry court, was to enact that no man could afterwards be questioned for his conduct in Parliament. This prohibition, however, must be supposed to extend only to the inferior courts, for as to the King, and Privy Council, and Star Chamber, they were scarcely bound by any law. There is a bill of tonnage and poundage, which shows what uncertain ideas the Parliament had formed both of their own privileges and of the rights of the sovereign. This duty had been voted to every king since Henry IV. During the term of his own life only, yet Henry VIII had been allowed to levy it 6 years, without any law. And though there had been 4 parliaments assembled during that time, no attention had been given either to grant it to him regularly, or restrain him from levying it. At last the Parliament resolved to give him that supply. But even in this concession, they plainly show themselves at a loss to determine whether they grant it, or whether he has a right of himself to levy it. They say, that the imposition was made to endure during the natural life of the late king, and no longer. They yet blame the merchants who had not paid it to the present king. They observe, that the law for tonnage and poundage was expired. Yet make no scruple to call that imposition the king's due. They affirm, that he had sustained great and manifold losses by those who had defrauded him of it, and to provide a remedy, they vote him that supply during his lifetime, and no longer. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding this last clause, all his successors for more than a century persevered in the like irregular practice, if a practice may deserve that epithet, in which the whole nation acquiesced, and which gave no offence. But when Charles I attempted to continue in the same course which had now received the sanction of many generations, so much were the opinions of men altered, that a furious tempest was excited by it. And historians, partial or ignorant, still represent this measure as a most violent and unprecedented enormity in that unhappy prince. The king was allowed to make laws for Wales without consent of Parliament. It was forgotten that, with regard both to Wales and England, the limitation was abolished by the statute which gave to the royal proclamations the force of laws. The foreign commerce of England during this age was mostly confined to the Netherlands. The inhabitants of the Low Countries bought the English commodities, and distributed them into other parts of Europe. Hence the mutual dependence of those countries on each other, and the great loss sustained by both in case of a rupture. During all the variations of politics, the sovereigns endeavored to avoid coming to this extremity. And though the king usually bore a greater friendship to Francis, the nation always leaned towards the emperor. In 1528, hostilities commenced between England and the Low Countries, and the inconvenience was soon felt on both sides. While the Flemings were not allowed to purchase cloth in England, the English merchants could not buy it from the clothiers, and the clothiers were obliged to dismiss their workmen, who began to be tumultuous for want of bread. The cardinal, to appease them, sent for the merchants, and ordered them to buy cloth as usual, they told him that they could not dispose of it as usual, and, notwithstanding his menaces, he could get no other answer from them. An agreement was at last made to continue the commerce between the states, even during war. It was not till the end of this reign that any salads, carrots, turnips, or other edible roots were produced in England. The little of these vegetables that was used, was formerly imported from Holland and Flanders. Queen Catherine, when she wanted a salad, was obliged to dispatch a messenger thither on purpose. The use of hops, and the planting of them, was introduced from Flanders about the beginning of this reign, or end of the preceding. Foreign artificers, in general, much surpassed the English in dexterity, industry, and frugality, hence the violent animosity which the latter on many occasions expressed against any of the former who were settled in England. They had the assurance to complain, that all their customers went to foreign tradesmen, and in the year 1517, being moved by the seditious sermons of one Dr. Bellay, and the intrigues of Lincoln, a broker, they raised an insurrection. The apprentices, and others of the poorer sort, in London, began by breaking open the prisons, where some persons were confined for insulting foreigners. They next proceeded to the house of Mudas, a Frenchman, much hated by them, where they committed great disorders, killed some of his servants, and plundered his goods. The mayor could not appease them, nor Sir Thomas More, late under sheriff, though much respected in the city. They also threatened Cardinal Wolsey with some insult, and he thought it necessary to fortify his house, and put himself on his guard. Tired at last with these disorders, they dispersed themselves. And the Earls of Shrewsbury and Surrey seized some of them. A proclamation was issued, that women should not meet together to babble and talk, and that all men should keep their wives in their houses. Next day the Duke of Norfolk came into the city, at the head of 1,300 armed men, and made inquiry into the tumult. Bellay and Lincoln, and several others, were sent to the Tower, and condemned for treason. Lincoln and 13 more were executed. The other criminals, to the number of 400, were brought before the king with ropes about their necks, fell upon their knees, and cried for mercy. Henry knew at that time how to pardon. He dismissed them without further punishment. So great was the number of foreign artisans in the city, that at least 15,000 Flemings alone were at one time obliged to leave it, by an order of council, when Henry became jealous of their favour for Queen Catherine. Henry himself confesses, in an edict of the Star Chamber, printed among the statutes, that the foreigners starved the natives, and obliged them from idleness to have recourse to theft, murder, and other enormities. He also asserts, that the vast multitude of foreigners raised the price of grain and bread. And to prevent an increase of the evil, all foreign artificers were prohibited from having above 2 foreigners in their house, either journeymen or apprentices. A like jealousy arose against the foreign merchants. And to appease it, a law was enacted obliging all denizens to pay the duties imposed upon aliens. The Parliament had done better to have encouraged foreign merchants and artisans to come over in greater numbers to England, which might have excited the emulation of the natives, and have improved their skill. The prisoners in the kingdom for debts and crimes are asserted, in an Act of Parliament, to be 60,000 persons and above, which is scarcely credible. Harrison asserts, that 72,000 criminals were executed during this reign for theft and robbery, which would amount nearly to 2,000 a year. He adds, that, in the latter end of Elizabeth's reign, there were not punished capitally 400 in a year. It appears that, in all England, there are not at present 50 executed for those crimes. If these facts be just, there has been a great improvement in morals since the reign of Henry VIII. And this improvement has been chiefly owing to the increase of industry and of the arts, which have given maintenance, and what is almost of equal importance, occupation to the lower classes. There is a remarkable clause in a statute passed near the beginning of this reign, by which we might be induced to believe that England was extremely decayed from the flourishing condition which it had attained in preceding times. It had been enacted in the reign of Edward II, that no magistrate in town or borough, who by his office ought to keep assize, should, during the continuance of his magistracy, sell, either in wholesale or retail, any wine or victuals. This law seemed equitable, in order to prevent fraud or private views in fixing the assize, yet the law is repealed in this reign. The reason assigned is, that, since the making of that statute and ordinance, many and the most part of all the cities, boroughs, and towns corporate, within the realm of England, are fallen in ruin and decay, and are not inhabited by merchants. And men of such substance as at the time of making that statute, for at this day the dwellers and inhabitants of the same cities and boroughs are commonly bakers, vintners, fishmongers, and other victuallers. And there remain few others to bear the offices. Men have such a propensity to exalt past times above the present, that it seems dangerous to credit this reasoning of the Parliament without further evidence to support it. So different are the views in which the same object appears, that some may be inclined to draw an opposite inference from this fact. A more regular police was established in the reign of Henry VIII than in any former period, and a stricter administration of justice, an advantage which induced the men of landed property to leave the provincial towns, and to retire into the country. Cardinal Wolsey, in a speech to Parliament, represented it as a proof of the increase of riches, that the customs had increased beyond what they were formerly. But if there were really a decay of commerce, and industry, and populousness in England, the statutes of this reign, except by abolishing monasteries and retrenching holydays, circumstances of considerable moment, were not in other respects well calculated to remedy the evil. The fixing of the wages of artificers was attempted, luxury in apparel was prohibited by repeated statutes, and probably without effect. The Chancellor and other ministers were empowered to fix the price of poultry, cheese, and butter. A statute was even passed to fix the price of beef, pork, mutton, and veal. Beef and pork were ordered to be sold at a halfpenny a pound, mutton and veal at a halfpenny half a farthing, money of that age. The preamble of the statute says, that these 4 species of butcher's meat were the food of the poorer sort. This ace was afterwards repealed. The practice of depopulating the country by abandoning tillage, and throwing the lands into pasturage, still continued, as appears by the new laws which were from time to time enacted against that practice. The king was entitled to half the rents of the land, where any farm-houses were allowed to fall to decay. The unskilful husbandry was probably the cause why the proprietors found no profit in tillage. The number of sheep allowed to be kept in one flock, was restrained to 2,000. Sometimes, says the statute, one proprietor or farmer would keep a flock of 24,000. It is remarkable, that the Parliament ascribes the increasing price of mutton to this increase of sheep, because, say they, the commodity being gotten into few hands, the price of it is raised at pleasure. It is more probable, that the effect proceeded from the daily increase of money, for it seems almost impossible that such a commodity could be engrossed. In the year 1544, it appears that an acre of good land in Cambridgeshire was let at a shilling, or about 15 pence of our present money. This is 10 times cheaper than the usual rent at present. But commodities were not above 4 times cheaper, a presumption of the bad husbandry in that age. Some laws were made with regard to beggars and vagrants. One of the circumstances in government, which humanity would most powerfully recommend to a benevolent legislator, which seems, at first sight, the most easily adjusted, and which is yet the most difficult to settle in such a manner as to attain the end without destroying industry. The convents formerly were a support to the poor, but at the same time tended to encourage idleness and beggary. In 1546, a law was made for fixing the interest of money at 10%, the first legal interest known in England. Formerly all loans of that nature were regarded as usurious. The preamble of this very law treats the interest of money as illegal and criminal, and the prejudices still remain so strong, that the law permitting interest was repealed in the following reign. This reign, as well as many of the foregoing and even subsequent reigns, abounds with monopolizing laws, confining particular manufactures to particular towns, or excluding the open country in general. There remain still too many traces of similar absurdities. In the subsequent reign, the corporations which had been opened by a former law, and obliged to admit tradesmen of different kinds, were again shut up by Act of Parliament. And every one was prohibited from exercising any trade who was not of the corporation. Henry, as he possessed himself some talent for letters, was an encourager of them in others. He founded Trinity College in Cambridge, and gave it ample endowments. Wolsey founded Christ Church in Oxford, and intended to call it Cardinal College, but upon his fall, which happened before he had entirely finished his scheme, the king seized all the revenues. And this violence, above all the other misfortunes of that minister, is said to have given him the greatest concern. But Henry afterwards restored the revenues of the college, and only changed the name. The cardinal founded in Oxford the first chair for teaching Greek, and this novelty rent that university into violent factions, which frequently came to blows. The students divided themselves into parties, which bore the names of Greeks and Trojans, and sometimes fought with as great animosity as was formerly exercised by those hostile nations. A new and more correct method of pronouncing Greek being introduced, it also divided the Grecians themselves into parties, and it was remarked that the Catholics favored the former pronunciation, the Protestants gave countenance to the new. Gardiner employed the authority of the king and council to suppress innovations in this particular, and to preserve the corrupt sound of the Greek alphabet. So little liberty was then allowed of any kind. The penalties inflicted upon the new pronunciation were no less than whipping, degradation, and expulsion. And the bishop declared, that rather than permit the liberty of innovating in the pronunciation of the Greek alphabet, it were better that the language itself were totally banished the universities. The introduction of the Greek language into Oxford excited the emulation of Cambridge. Wolsey intended to have enriched the library of his college at Oxford with copies of all the manuscripts that were in the Vatican. The countenance given to letters by this king and his ministers contributed to render learning fashionable in England. Erasmus speaks with great satisfaction of the general regard paid by the nobility and gentry to men of knowledge. It is needless to be particular in mentioning the writers of this reign or of the preceding. There is no man of that age who has the least pretension to be ranked among our classics. Sir Thomas More, though he wrote in Latin, seems to come the nearest to the character of a classical author. Chapter 35. Edward VI. 1547. The late king, by the regulations which he imposed on the government of his infant son, as well as by the limitations of the succession, had projected to reign even after his decease. And he imagined that his ministers, who had always been so obsequious to him during his lifetime, would never afterwards depart from the plan which he had traced out to them. He fixed the majority of the prince at the completion of his 18th year, and as Edward was then only a few months past 9, he appointed 16 executors, to whom, during the minority, he entrusted the government of the king and kingdom. Their names were, Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Wriothesley, Chancellor, Lord St. John, Great Master, Lord Russell, Privy Seal, the Earl of Hertford, Chamberlain, Viscount Lisle, Admiral, Tunstall, Bishop of Durham. Sir Anthony Browne, Master of Horse, Sir William Paget, Secretary of State, Sir Edward North, Chancellor of the Court of Augmentations, Sir Edward Montague, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas. Judge Bromley, Sir Anthony Denny, and Sir William Herbert, Chief Gentleman of the Privy Chamber, Sir Edward Wotton, Treasurer of Calais, Dr. Wotton, Dean of Canterbury. To these executors, with whom was entrusted the whole regal authority, were appointed 12 councillors, who possessed no immediate power, and could only assist with their advice when any affair was laid before them. The council was composed of the Earls of Arundel and Essex, Sir Thomas Cheney, Treasurer of the Household, Sir John Gage, Comptroller, Sir Anthony Wingfield, Vice-Chamberlain, Sir William Petre, Secretary of State. Sir Richard Rich, Sir John Baker, Sir Ralph Sadler, Sir Thomas Seymour, Sir Richard Southwell, and Sir Edmund Peckham. The usual caprice of Henry appears somewhat in this nomination. While he appointed several persons of inferior station among his executors, and gave only the place of councillor to a person of such high rank as the Earl of Arundel, and to Sir Thomas Seymour, the king's uncle. But the first act of the executors and councillors was to depart from the destination of the late king in a material article. No sooner were they met, than it was suggested that the government would lose its dignity for want of some head who might represent the royal majesty, who might receive addresses from foreign ambassadors, to whom dispatches from English ministers abroad might be carried, and whose name might be employed in all orders and proclamations, and as the kings will seem to labor under a defect in this particular. It was deemed necessary to supply it by choosing a protector, who, though he should possess all the exterior symbols of royal dignity, should yet be bound, in every act of power, to follow the opinion of the executors. This proposal was very disagreeable to Chancellor Wriothesley. That magistrate, a man of an active spirit and high ambition, found himself by his office entitled to the first rank in the regency after the primate. And as he knew that this prelate had no talent or inclination for state affairs, he hoped that the direction of public business would, of course, devolve in a great measure upon himself. He opposed, therefore, the proposal of choosing a protector, and represented that innovation as an infringement of the late king's will, which, being corroborated by Act of Parliament, ought in everything to be a law to them, and could not be altered but by the same authority which had established it. But he seems to have stood alone in the opposition. The executors and councillors were mostly courtiers who had been raised by Henry's favour, not men of high birth or great hereditary influence. And as they had been sufficiently accustomed to submission during the reign of the late monarch, and had no pretensions to govern the nation by their own authority, they acquiesced the more willingly in a proposal which seemed calculated for preserving public peace and tranquillity. It being therefore agreed to name a protector, the choice fell, of course, on the Earl of Hertford, who, as he was the king's maternal uncle, was strongly interested in his safety, and possessing no claims to inherit the crown, could never have any separate interest which might lead him to endanger Edward's person or his authority. The public was informed by proclamation of this change in the administration, and dispatches were sent to all foreign courts to give them intimation of it. All those who were possessed of any office resigned their former commissions, and accepted new ones in the name of the young king. The bishops themselves were constrained to make a like submission. Care was taken to insert in their new commissions, that they held their office during pleasure, and it is there expressly affirmed, that all manner of authority in jurisdiction, as well ecclesiastical as civil, is originally derived from the crown. The executors, in their next measure, showed a more submissive deference to Henry's will, because many of them found their account in it. The late king had intended, before his death, to make a new creation of nobility, in order to supply the place of those peerages which had fallen by former attainders, or the failure of issue. And that he might enable the new peers to support their dignity, he had resolved either to bestow estates on them, or advance them to higher offices. He had even gone so far as to inform them of this resolution. And in his will he charged his executors to make good all his promises. That they might ascertain his intentions in the most authentic manner, Sir William Paget, Sir Anthony Denny, and Sir William Herbert, with whom Henry had always conversed in a familiar manner, were called before the Board of Regency. And having given evidence of what they knew concerning the king's promises, their testimony was relied on, and the executors proceeded to the fulfilling of these engagements. Hertford was created Duke of Somerset, Mareschal, and Lord Treasurer. Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton, the Earl of Essex, Marquis of Northampton, Viscount Lisle, Earl of Warwick, Sir Thomas Seymour, Lord Seymour of Sudley, and Admiral. Sir Richard Rich, Sir William Willoughby, Sir Edward Sheffield accepted the title of Baron. Several, to whom the same dignity was offered, refused it. Because the other part of the king's promise, the bestowing of estates on these new noblemen, was deferred till a more convenient opportunity. Some of them, however, as also Somerset, the Protector, were, in the meantime, endowed with spiritual preferments, deaneries, and prebends. For, among many other invasions of ecclesiastical privileges and property, this irregular practice of bestowing spiritual benefices on laymen began now to prevail. The Earl of Southampton had always been engaged in an opposite party to Somerset. And it was not likely that factions which had secretly prevailed even during the arbitrary reign of Henry, should be suppressed in the weak administration that usually attends a minority. The former nobleman, that he might have the greater leisure for attending to public business, had, of himself and from his own authority, put the Great Seal in commission, and had empowered 4 lawyers Southwell, Tregonell, Oliver, and Bellasis, to execute in his absence the office of Chancellor. This measure seemed very exceptionable, and the more so, as, two of the commissioners being canonists, the lawyers suspected that, by this nomination, the Chancellor had intended to discredit the common law. Complaints were made to the council, who, influenced by the Protector, gladly laid hold of the opportunity to depress Southampton. They consulted the judges with regard to so unusual a case, and received for answer, that the commission was illegal, and that the Chancellor, by his presumption in granting it, had justly forfeited the Great Seal, and was even liable to punishment. The council summoned him to appear before them. He maintained that he held his office by the late King's will, founded on an Act of Parliament, and could not lose it without a trial in Parliament. That if the commission which he had granted were found illegal, it might be cancelled, and all the ill consequences of it be easily remedied. And that the depriving him of his office for an error of this nature, was a precedent by which any other innovation might be authorized. But the council, notwithstanding these topics of defense, declared that he had forfeited the Great Seal. That a fine should be imposed upon him, and that he should be confined to his own house during pleasure. The removal of Southampton increased the Protector's authority, as well as tended to suppress faction in the Regency. Yet was not Somerset contented with this advantage, his ambition carried him to seek still further acquisitions. On pretence that the vote of the executors choosing his Protector, was not a sufficient foundation for his authority, he procured a patent from the young king, by which he entirely overturned the will of Henry VIII. Produced a total revolution in the government, and may seem even to have subverted all the laws of the kingdom. He named himself Protector with full regal power, and appointed a council, consisting of all the former councillors, and all the executors, except Southampton. He reserved a power of naming any other councillors at pleasure. And he was bound to consult with such only as he thought proper. The Protector and his council were likewise empowered to act at discretion, and to execute whatever they deemed for the public service, without incurring any penalty or forfeiture from any law, statute, proclamation, or ordinance whatsoever. Even had this patent been more moderate in its concessions, and had it been drawn by directions from the executors appointed by Henry, its legality might justly be questioned. Since it seems essential to a trust of this nature to be exercised by the persons entrusted, and not to admit of a delegation to others, but as the patent, by its very tenor, where the executors are not so much as mentioned, appears to have been surreptitiously obtained from a minor king, the protectorship of Somerset was a plain usurpation, which it is impossible by any arguments to justify. The connivance, however, of the executors, and their present acquiescence in the new establishment, made it be universally submitted to. And as the young king discovered an extreme attachment to his uncle, who was also, in the main, a man of moderation and probity, no objections were made to his power and title. All men of sense, likewise, who saw the nation divided by the religious zeal of the opposite sex, deemed it the more necessary to entrust the government to one person, who might check the exorbitancies of faction, and ensure the public tranquillity. And though some clauses of the patent seem to imply a formal subversion of all limited government, so little jealousy was then usually entertained on that head, that no exception was ever taken at bare claims or pretensions of this nature, advanced by any person possessed of sovereign power. The actual exercise alone of arbitrary administration, and that in many, and great, and flagrant, and unpopular instances, was able sometimes to give some umbrage to the nation. The extensive authority and imperious character of Henry had retained the partisans of both religions in subjection. But upon his demise, the hopes of the Protestants and the fears of the Catholics began to revive, and the zeal of these parties produced everywhere disputes and animosities, the usual preludes to more fatal divisions. The Protector had long been regarded as a secret partisan of the Reformers. And being now freed from restraint, he scrupled not to discover his intention of correcting all abuses in the ancient religion, and of adopting still more of the Protestant innovations. He took care that all persons entrusted with the king's education should be attached to the same principles. And as the young prince discovered a zeal for every kind of literature, especially the theological, far beyond his tender years, all men foresaw, in the course of his reign, the total abolition of the Catholic faith in England. And they early began to declare themselves in favor of those tenets, which were likely to become in the end entirely prevalent. After Southampton's fall, few members of the council seemed to retain any attachment to the Romish communion. And most of the councillors appeared even sanguine in forwarding the progress of the Reformation. The riches which most of them had acquired from the spoils of the clergy, induced them to widen the breach between England and Rome. And by establishing a contrariety of speculative tenets, as well as of discipline and worship, to render a coalition with the Mother Church altogether impracticable. Their rapacity also, the chief source of their reforming spirit, was excited by the prospect of pillaging the secular, as they had already done the regular clergy. And they knew that while any share of the old principles remained, or any regard to the ecclesiastics, they could never hope to succeed in that enterprise. The numerous and burdensome superstitions with which the Romish Church was loaded had thrown many of the reformers by the spirit of opposition, into an enthusiastic strain of devotion. And all rites, ceremonies, pomp, order, and exterior observances were zealously proscribed by them, as hindrances to their spiritual contemplations, and obstructions to their immediate converse with heaven. Many circumstances concurred to inflame this daring spirit. The novelty itself of their doctrines, the triumph of making proselytes, the furious persecutions to which they were exposed, their animosity against the ancient tenets and practices, and the necessity of procuring the concurrence of the laity by depressing the hierarchy, and by tendering to them the plunder of the ecclesiastics. Wherever the Reformation prevailed over the opposition of civil authority, this genius of religion appeared in its full extent, and was attended with consequences, which, though less durable, were, for some time, not less dangerous than those which were connected with the ancient superstition. But as the magistrate took the lead in England, the transition was more gradual. Much of the ancient religion was still preserved, and a reasonable degree of subordination was retained in discipline, as well as some pomp, order, and ceremony in public worship. The Protector, in his schemes for advancing the Reformation, had always recourse to the counsels of Cranmer, who, being a man of moderation and prudence, was averse to all violent changes, and determined to bring over the people, by insensible innovations, to that system of doctrine and discipline which he deemed the most pure and perfect. He probably also foresaw, that a system which carefully avoided the extremes of Reformation, was likely to be most lasting. And that a devotion, merely spiritual, was fitted only for the first fervors of a new sect, and upon the relaxation of these naturally gave place to the inroads of superstition. He seems therefore to have intended the establishment of a hierarchy, which, being suited to a great and settled government, might stand as a perpetual barrier against Rome, and might retain the reverence of the people, even after their enthusiastic zeal was diminished, or entirely evaporated. The person who opposed with greatest authority any further advances towards Reformation, was Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, who, though he had not obtained a place in the Council of Regency, on account of late disgusts which he had given to Henry, was entitled, by his age, experience, and capacity, to the highest trust and confidence of his party. This prelate still continued to magnify the great wisdom and learning of the late king, which, indeed, were generally and sincerely revered by the nation. And he insisted on the prudence, of persevering, at least till the young king's majority, in the ecclesiastical model established by that great monarch. He defended the use of images, which were now openly attacked by the Protestants. And he represented them as serviceable in maintaining a sense of religion among the illiterate multitude. He even deigned to write an apology for holy water, which Bishop Ridley had decried in a sermon. And he maintained that, by the power of the Almighty, it might be rendered an instrument of doing good, as much as the shadow of St. Peter, the hem of Christ's garment, or the spittle and clay laid upon the eyes of the blind. Above all, he insisted that the laws ought to be observed, that the Constitution ought to be preserved inviolate, and that it was dangerous to follow the will of the sovereign, in opposition to an act of Parliament. But though there remained at that time in England an idea of laws and a constitution, sufficient at least to furnish a topic of argument to such as were discontented with any immediate exercise of authority, this plea could scarcely, in the present case, be maintained with any plausibility by Gardiner. An Act of Parliament had invested the Crown with a legislative power, and royal proclamations, even during a minority, were armed with the force of laws. The Protector, finding himself supported by this statute, was determined to employ his authority in favor of the reformers. And having suspended, during the interval, the jurisdiction of the bishops, he appointed a general visitation to be made in all the dioceses of England. The visitors consisted of a mixture of clergy and laity, and had 6 circuits assigned them. The chief purport of their instructions was, besides correcting immoralities and irregularities in the clergy, to abolish the ancient superstitions, and to bring the discipline and worship somewhat nearer the practice of the Reformed churches. The moderation of Somerset and Cranmer is apparent in the conduct of this delicate affair. The visitors were enjoined to retain for the present all images which had not been abused to idolatry, and to instruct the people not to despise such ceremonies as were not yet abrogated, but only to beware of some particular superstitions, such as the sprinkling of their beds with holy water, and the ringing of bells, or using of consecrated candles, in order to drive away the devil. But nothing required more the correcting hand of authority than the abuse of preaching, which was now generally employed throughout England in defending the ancient practices and superstitions. The Court of Augmentation, in order to ease the exchequer of the annuities paid to monks, had commonly placed them in the vacant churches. And these men were led by interest, as well as by inclination, to support those principles which had been invented for the profit of the clergy. Orders therefore were given to restrain the topics of theft sermons. 12 homilies were published, which they were enjoined to read to the people, and all of them were prohibited, without express permission, from preaching anywhere but in their parish churches. The purpose of this injunction was to throw a restraint on the Catholic divines, while the Protestant, by the grant of particular licenses, should he allowed unbounded liberty. Bonner made some opposition to these measures, but soon after retracted and acquiesced. Gardiner was more high-spirited and more steady. He represented the peril of perpetual innovations, and the necessity of adhering to some system. "'Tis a dangerous thing," said he, "to use too much freedom in researches of this kind. If you cut the old canal, the water is apt to run farther than you have a mind to. If you indulge the humor of novelty, you cannot put a stop to people's demands, nor govern their indiscretions at pleasure. For my part," said he, on another occasion, "my sole concern is, to manage the third and last act of my life with decency, and to make a handsome exit off the stage. Provided this point is secured, I am not solicitous about the rest. I am already by nature condemned to death. No man can give me a pardon from this sentence, nor so much as procure me a reprieve. To speak my mind, and to act as my conscience directs, are 2 branches of liberty which I can never part with. Sincerity in speech, and integrity in action, are entertaining qualities. They will stick by a man when everything else takes its leave, and I must not resign them upon any consideration. The best on it is, if I do not throw them away myself, no man can force them from me, but if I give them up, then am I ruined by myself and deserve to lose all my preferments." This opposition of Gardiner drew on him the indignation of the council, and he was sent to the Fleet, where he was used with some severity. One of the chief objections urged by Gardiner against the new homilies was, that they defined with the most metaphysical precision the doctrines of grace, and of justification by faith. Points, he thought, which it was superfluous for any man to know exactly, and which certainly much exceeded the comprehension of the vulgar. A famous martyrologist calls Gardiner, on account of this opinion, an insensible ass, and one that had no feeling of God's Spirit in the matter of justification. The meanest Protestant imagined, at that time, that he had a full comprehension of all those mysterious doctrines. And he heartily despised the most learned and knowing person of the ancient religion, who acknowledged his ignorance with regard to them. It is indeed certain, that the Reformers were very fortunate in their doctrine of justification, and might venture to foretell its success, in opposition to all the ceremonies, shows, and superstitions of popery. By exalting Christ and his sufferings, and renouncing all claim to independent merit in ourselves, it was calculated to become popular, and coincided with those principles of panegyric and of self-abasement which generally have place in religion. Tunstall, Bishop of Durham, having, as well as Gardiner, made some opposition to the new regulations, was dismissed by the council, but no further severity was for the present exercised against him. He was a man of great moderation, and of the most unexceptionable character in the kingdom. The same religious zeal which engaged Somerset to promote the Reformation at home, led him to carry his attention to foreign countries, where the interests of the Protestants were now exposed to the most imminent danger. The Roman pontiff, with much reluctance, and after long delays, had at last summoned a general council, which was assembled at Trent, and was employed both in correcting the abuses of the Church, and in ascertaining her doctrines. The emperor, who desired to repress the power of the court of Rome, as well as gain over the Protestants, promoted the former object of the council. The Pope, who found his own greatness so deeply interested, desired rather to employ them in the latter. He gave instructions to his legates, who presided in the council, to protract the debates, and to engage the theologians in argument, and altercation, and dispute concerning the nice points of faith canvassed before them. A policy so easy to be executed, that the legates soon found it rather necessary to interpose, in order to appease the animosity of the divines, and bring them at last to some decision. The more difficult task for the legates was, to moderate or divert the zeal of the council for reformation, and to repress the ambition of the prelates, who desired to exalt the episcopal authority on the ruins of the sovereign pontiff. Finding this humor become prevalent, the legates, on pretence that the plague had broken out at Trent, transferred of a sudden the council to Bologna, where they hoped it would be more under the direction of His Holiness. The emperor, no less than the Pope, had learned to make religion subservient to his ambition and policy. He was resolved to employ the imputation of heresy as a pretense for subduing the Protestant princes, and oppressing the liberties of Germany. But found it necessary to cover his intentions under deep artifice, and to prevent the combination of his adversaries. He separated the Palatine and the Elector of Brandenburg from the Protestant Confederacy. He took arms against the Elector of Saxony and the Landgrave of Hesse. By the fortune of war he made the former prisoner. He employed treachery and prevarication against the latter, and detained him captive, by breaking a safe conduct which he had granted him. He seemed to have reached the summit of his ambition, and the German princes, who were astonished with his success, were further discouraged by the intelligence which they had received of the death, first of Henry VIII, then of Francis I. Their usual resources in every calamity. Henry II, who succeeded to the crown of France, was a prince of vigor and abilities, but less hasty in his resolutions than Francis, and less inflamed with rivalship and animosity against the Emperor Charles. Though he sent ambassadors to the princes of the Smalcaldic League, and promised them protection, he was unwilling, in the commencement of his reign, to hurry into a war with so great a power as that of the Emperor. And he thought that the alliance of those princes was a sure resource, which he could at any time lay hold of. He was much governed by the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine. And he hearkened to their counsel, in choosing rather to give immediate assistance to Scotland, his ancient ally, which, even before the death of Henry VIII, had loudly claimed the protection of the French monarchy. The hatred between the two factions, the partisans of the ancient and those of the new religion, became every day more violent in Scotland. And the resolution which the Cardinal Primate had taken, to employ the most rigorous punishments against the reformers, brought matters to a quick decision. There was one Wishart, a gentleman by birth, who employed himself with great zeal in preaching against the ancient superstitions, and began to give alarm to the clergy, who were justly terrified with the danger of some fatal revolution in religion. This man was celebrated for the purity of his morals, and for his extensive learning, but these praises cannot be much depended on, because we know that, among the reformers, severity of manners supplied the place of many virtues. And the age was in general so ignorant, that most of the priests in Scotland imagined the New Testament to be a composition of Luther's, and asserted that the Old alone was the Word of God. But however the case may have stood with regard to those estimable qualities ascribed to Wishart, he was strongly possessed with the desire of innovation. And he enjoyed those talents which qualified him for becoming a popular preacher, and for seizing the attention and affections of the multitude. The magistrates of Dundee, where he exercised his mission, were alarmed with his progress. And being unable or unwilling to treat him with rigor, they contented themselves with denying him the liberty of preaching, and with dismissing him the bounds of their jurisdiction. Wishart, moved with indignation that they had dared to reject him, together with the word of God, menaced them, in imitation of the ancient prophets, with some imminent calamity. And he withdrew to the west country, where he daily increased the number of his proselytes. Meanwhile, a plague broke out in Dundee. And all men exclaimed, that the town had drawn down the vengeance of heaven by banishing the pious preacher, and that the pestilence would never cease, till they made him atonement for their offence against him. No sooner did Wishart hear of this change in their disposition, than he returned to them, and made them a new tender of his doctrine, but lest he should spread the contagion by bringing them together, he erected his pulpit on the top of a gate. The infected stood within, the others without. And the preacher failed not, in such a situation, to take advantage of the immediate terrors of the people, and to enforce his evangelical mission. The assiduity and success of Wishart became an object of attention to Cardinal Beatoun, and he resolved, by the punishment of so celebrated a preacher, to strike a terror into all other innovators. He engaged the Earl of Bothwell to arrest him, and to deliver him into his hands, contrary to a promise given by Bothwell to that unhappy man, and being possessed of his prey, he conducted him to St. Andrews, where, after a trial, he condemned him to the flames for heresy. Arran, the governor, was irresolute in his temper. And the cardinal, though he had gained him over to his party, found that he would not concur in the condemnation and execution of Wishart. He determined, therefore, without the assistance of the secular arm, to bring that heretic to punishment. And he himself beheld from his window the dismal spectacle. Wishart suffered with the usual patience, but could not forbear remarking the triumph of his insulting enemy. He foretold that, in a few days, he should, in the very same place, lie as low as now he was exalted aloft in opposition to true piety and religion. This prophecy was probably the immediate cause of the event which it foretold. The disciples of this martyr, enraged at the cruel execution, formed a conspiracy against the cardinal. And having associated to them Norman Leslie, who was disgusted on account of some private quarrel, they conducted their enterprise with great secrecy and success. Early in the morning, they entered the cardinal's palace, which he had strongly fortified, and though they were not above 16 persons, they thrust out 100 tradesmen and 50 servants, whom they seized separately, before any suspicion arose of their intentions. And having shut the gates, they proceeded very deliberately to execute their purpose on the cardinal. That prelate had been alarmed with the noise which he heard in the castle, and had barricadoed the door of his chamber. But finding that they had brought fire in order to force their way, and having obtained, as is believed, a promise of life, he opened the door, and reminding them that he was a priest, he conjured them to spare him. 2 of the assassins rushed upon him with drawn swords. But a third, James Melville, more calm and more considerate in villainy, stopped their career, and bade them reflect, that this sacrifice was the work and judgment of God, and ought to be executed with becoming deliberation and gravity. Then turning the point of his sword towards Beatoun, he called to him, Repent thee, thou wicked cardinal, of all thy sins and iniquities, especially of the murder of Wishart. That instrument of God for the conversion of these lands, it is his death which now cries vengeance upon thee, we are sent by God to inflict the deserved punishment. For here, before the Almighty, I protest that it is neither hatred of thy person, nor love of thy riches, nor fear of thy power, which moves me to seek thy death. But only because thou hast been, and still remainest, an obstinate enemy to Christ Jesus and his holy gospel. Having spoken these words, without giving Beatoun time to finish that repentance to which he exhorted him, he thrust him through the body. And the cardinal fell dead at his feet. This murder was executed on the 28th of May, 1546. The assassins, being reinforced by their friends to the number of 140 persons, prepared themselves for the defence of the castle, and sent a messenger to London craving assistance from Henry. That prince, though Scotland was comprehended in his peace with France, would not forego the opportunity of disturbing the government of a rival kingdom, and he promised to take them under his protection. It was the peculiar misfortune of Scotland, that 5 short reigns had been followed successively by as many long minorities. And the execution of justice, which the prince was beginning to introduce, had been continually interrupted by the cabals, factions, and animosities of the great. But besides these inveterate and ancient evils, a new source of disorder had arisen, the disputes and contentions of theology which were sufficient to disturb the most settled government. And the death of the cardinal, who was possessed of abilities and vigor, seemed much to weaken the hands of the administration. But the Queen Dowager was a woman of uncommon talents and virtue. And she did as much to support the government, and supply the weakness of Aaron, the governor, as could be expected in her situation. The Protector of England, as soon as the state was brought to some composure, made preparations for war with Scotland. And he was determined to execute, if possible, that project of uniting the two kingdoms by marriage, on which the late king had been so intent, and which he had recommended with his dying breath to his executors. He levied an army of 18,000 men, and equipped a fleet of 60 sail, one half of which were ships of war, the other laden with provisions and ammunition. He gave the command of the fleet to Lord Clinton. He himself marched at the head of the army, attended by the Earl of Warwick. These hostile measures were covered with a pretence of revenging some depredations committed by the borderers, but besides that Somerset revived the ancient claim of the superiority of the English crown over that of Scotland. He refused to enter into negotiation on any other condition than the marriage of the young queen with Edward. The Protector, before he opened the campaign, published a manifesto, in which he enforced all the arguments for that measure. He said, that nature seemed originally to have intended this island for one empire, and having cut it off from all communication with foreign states, and guarded it by the ocean, she had pointed out to the inhabitants the road to happiness and to security. That the education and customs of the people concurred with nature. And, by giving them the same language, and laws, and manners, had invited them to a thorough union and coalition, that fortune had at last removed all obstacles, and had prepared an expedient by which they might become one people. Without leaving any place for that jealousy either of honor or of interest, to which rival nations are naturally exposed, that the crown of Scotland had devolved on a female. That of England on a male. And happily the two sovereigns, as of a rank, were also of an age the most suitable to each other, that the hostile dispositions which prevailed between the nations, and which arose from past injuries, would soon be extinguished. After a long and secure peace had established confidence between them, that the memory of former miseries, which at present inflamed their mutual animosity, would then serve only to make them cherish with more passion a state of happiness and tranquillity so long unknown to their ancestors, that when hostilities had ceased between the kingdoms, the Scottish nobility, who were at present obliged to remain perpetually in a warlike posture, would learn to cultivate the arts of peace, and would soften their minds to a love of domestic order and obedience, that as this situation was desirable to both kingdoms, so particularly to Scotland, which had been exposed to the greatest miseries from intestine and foreign wars, and saw herself every moment in danger of losing her independency by the efforts of a richer and more powerful people, that though England had claims of superiority, she was willing to resign every pretension for the sake of future peace, and desired a union which would be the more secure, as it would be concluded on terms entirely equal, and that, besides all these motives, positive engagements had been taken for completing this alliance. And the honor and good faith of the nation were pledged to fulfill what her interest and safety so loudly demanded. Somerset soon perceived that these remonstrances would have no influence, and that the Queen Dowager's attachment to France and to the Catholic religion would render ineffectual all negotiations for the intended marriage. He found himself, therefore, obliged to try the force of arms, and to constrain the Scots by necessity to submit to a measure for which they seemed to have entertained the most incurable aversion. He passed the borders at Berwick, and advanced towards Edinburgh, without meeting any resistance for some days, except from some small castles, which he obliged to surrender at discretion. The Protector intended to have punished the governor and garrison of one of these castles for their temerity in resisting such unequal force, but they eluded his anger by asking only a few hours' respite, till they should prepare themselves for death. After which they found his ears more open to their applications for mercy. The governor of Scotland had summoned together the whole force of the kingdom. And his army, double in number to that of the English, had taken post on advantageous ground, guarded by the banks of the Esk, about 4 miles from Edinburgh. The English came within sight of them at Fawside. And after a skirmish between the horse, where the Scots were worsted, and Lord Hume dangerously wounded, Somerset prepared himself for a more decisive action. But having taken a view of the Scottish camp with the Earl of Warwick, he found it difficult to make an attempt upon it with any probability of success. He wrote, therefore, another letter to Arran, and offered to evacuate the kingdom, as well as to repair all the damages which he had committed, provided the Scots would stipulate not to contract the Queen to any foreign prince, but to detain her at home till she reached the age of choosing a husband for herself. So moderate a demand was rejected by the Scots merely on account of its moderation. And it made them imagine that the Protector must either be reduced to great distress, or be influenced by fear, that he was now contented to abate so much of his former pretensions. Inflamed also by their priests, who had come to the camp in great numbers, they believed that the English were detestable heretics, abhorred of God, and exposed to divine vengeance, and that no success could ever crown their arms. They were confirmed in this fond conceit when they saw the Protector change his ground, and move towards the sea. Nor did they any longer doubt that he intended to embark his army, and make his escape on board the ships which at that very time moved into the bay opposite to him. Determined therefore to cut off his retreat, they quitted their camp, and passing the river Esk, advanced into the plain. They were divided into 3 bodies, Angus commanded the vanguard, Arran the main body, Huntley the rear. Their cavalry consisted only of light horse, which were placed on their left flank, strengthened by some Irish archers whom Argyle had brought over for this service. Somerset was much pleased when he saw this movement of the Scottish army, and as the English had usually been superior in pitched battles, he conceived great hopes of success. He ranged his van on the left, farthest from the sea, and ordered them to remain on the high grounds on which he placed them, till the enemy should approach. He placed his main battle and his rear towards the right. And beyond the van he posted Lord Grey at the head of the men-at-arms, and ordered him to take the Scottish van in flank, but not till they should be engaged in close fight with the van of the English. While the Scots were advancing on the plain, they were galled with the artillery from the English ships, the eldest son of Lord Graham was killed, the Irish archers were thrown into disorder, and even the other troops began to stagger. When Lord Grey, perceiving their situation, neglected his orders, left his ground, and at the head of his heavy-armed horse made an attack on the Scottish infantry, in hopes of gaining all the honour of the victory. On advancing, he found a slough and ditch in his way. And behind were ranged the enemy armed with spears, and the field on which they stood was fallow ground, broken with ridges which lay across their front, and disordered the movements of the English cavalry. From all these accidents, the shock of this body of horse was feeble and irregular. And as they were received on the points of the Scottish spears, which were longer than the lances of the English horsemen, they were in a moment pierced, overthrown, and discomfited. Grey himself was dangerously wounded. Lord Edward Seymour, son of the Protector, had his horse killed under him, the standard was near being taken, and had the Scots possessed any good body of cavalry, who could have pursued the advantage. The whole English army had been exposed to great danger. The Protector, meanwhile, assisted by Sir Ralph Sadler and Sir Ralph Vane, employed himself with diligence and success in rallying the cavalry. Warwick showed great presence of mind in maintaining the ranks of the foot, on which the horse had recoiled. He made Sir Peter Mudda's advance, captain of the foot harquebusiers, and Sir Peter Gamboa, captain of some Italian and Spanish harquebusiers on horseback, and ordered them to ply the Scottish infantry with their shot. They marched to the slough, and discharged their pieces full in the face of the enemy. The ships galled them from the flank, the artillery, planted on a height, infested them from the front, the English archers poured in a shower of arrows upon them, and the vanguard, descending from the hill, advanced leisurely and in good order towards them. Dismayed with all these circumstances, the Scottish van began to retreat, the retreat soon changed into a flight, which was begun by the Irish archers. The panic of the van communicated itself to the main body, and passing thence to the rear, rendered the whole field a scene of confusion, terror, flight, and consternation. The English army perceived from the heights the condition of the Scots, and began the pursuit with loud shouts and acclamations, which added still more to the dismay of the vanquished. The horse in particular, eager to revenge the affront which they had received in the beginning of the day, did the most bloody execution on the flying enemy. And from the field of battle to Edinburgh, for the space of 5 miles, the whole ground was strowed with dead bodies. The priests, above all, and the monks, received no quarter. And the English made sport of slaughtering men who, from their extreme zeal and animosity, had engaged in an enterprise so ill-befitting their profession. Few victories have been more decisive, or gained with smaller loss to the conquerors. There fell not 200 of the English, and according to the most moderate computation, there perished above 10,000 of the Scots. About 1,500 were taken prisoners. This action was called the Battle of Pinkie, from a nobleman's seat of that name in the neighborhood. The Queen Dowager and Arran fled to Stirling, and were scarcely able to collect such a body of forces as could check the incursions of small parties of the English. About the same time, the Earl of Lennox and Lord Wharton entered the West Marches, at the head of 5,000 men, and after taking and plundering Annan, they spread devastation over all the neighbouring counties. Had Somerset prosecuted his advantages, he might have imposed what terms he pleased on the Scottish nation, but he was impatient to return to England, where, he heard, some councillors, and even his own brother, the Admiral, were carrying on cabals against his authority. Having taken the castles of Hume, Dunglass, Eyemouth, Fastcastle, Roxburgh, and some other small places, and having received the submission of some counties on the borders, he retired from Scotland. The fleet, besides destroying all the shipping along the coast, took Brodie, in the Frith of Tay, and having fortified it, they there left a garrison. Arran desired leave to send commissioners in order to treat of a peace. And Somerset, having appointed Berwick for the place of conference, left Warwick with full powers to negotiate, but no commissioners from Scotland ever appeared. The overture of the Scots was an artifice, to gain time till succours should arrive from France. The Protector, on his arrival in England, summoned a parliament, and being somewhat elated with his success against the Scots, he procured from his nephew a patent, appointing him to sit on the throne, upon a stool or bench at the right hand of the king, and to enjoy the same honours and privileges that had usually been possessed by any prince of the blood, or uncle of the kings of England. In this patent the king employed his dispensing power, by setting aside the statute of precedency enacted during the former reign. But if Somerset gave offence by assuming too much state, he deserves great praise on account of the laws passed this session, by which the rigour of former statutes was much mitigated, and some security given to the freedom of the Constitution. All laws were repealed which extended the crime of treason beyond the statute of the 25th of Edward III, all laws enacted during the late reign extending the crime of felony. All the former laws against lawlessness or heresy, together with the statute of the 6 Articles. None were to be accused for words, but within a month after they were spoken. By these repeals several of the most rigorous laws that ever had passed in England were annulled, and some dawn, both of civil and religious liberty, began to appear to the people. Heresy, however, was still a capital crime by the common law, and was subjected to the penalty of burning. Only there remained no precise standard by which that crime could be defined or determined. A circumstance which might either be advantageous or hurtful to public security, according to the disposition of the judges. A repeal also passed of that law, the destruction of all laws, by which the king's proclamation was made of equal force with a statute. That other law, likewise, was mitigated, by which the king was empowered to annul every statute passed before the 24th year of his age, he could prevent their future execution, but could not recall any past effects which had ensued from them. It was also enacted, that all who denied the king's supremacy, or asserted the Pope's, should, for the first offence, forfeit their goods and chattels, and suffer imprisonment during pleasure. For the second offence, should incur the penalty of a praemunire, and for the third, be a tainthead of treason. But if any, after the 1st of March ensuing, endeavored, by writing, printing, or any overt act or deed, to deprive the king of his estate or titles, particularly of his supremacy, or to confer them on any other, he was to be adjudged guilty of treason. If any of the heirs of the crown should usurp upon another, or endeavor to break the order of succession, it was declared treason in them, their aiders and abettors. These were the most considerable acts passed during this session. The members in general discovered a very passive disposition with regard to religion. Some few appeared zealous for the Reformation, others secretly harbored a strong propensity to the Catholic faith, but the greater part appeared willing to take any impression which they should receive from interest authority, or the reigning fashion. The Convocation met at the same time with the Parliament, and as it was found that their debates were at first cramped by the rigorous statute of the 6 Articles, the King granted them a dispensation from that law, before it was repealed by Parliament. The lower House of Convocation applied to have liberty of sitting with the Commons in Parliament. Or if this privilege were refused them, which they claimed as their ancient right, they desired that no law regarding religion might pass in Parliament without their consent and approbation. But the principles which now prevailed were more favourable to the civil than to the ecclesiastical power, and this demand of the Convocation was rejected. 1548. The Protector had assented to the repeal of that law which gave to the King's proclamations the authority of statutes. But he did not intend to renounce that arbitrary or discretionary exercise of power, in issuing proclamations, which had ever been assumed by the Crown, and which it is difficult to distinguish exactly from a full legislative power. He even continued to exert this authority in some particulars, which were then regarded as the most momentous. Orders were issued by Council, that candles should no longer be carried about on Candlemas Day, ashes on Ash Wednesday, palms on Palm Sunday. These were ancient religious practices, now termed superstitions. Though it is fortunate for mankind, when superstition happens to take a direction so innocent and inoffensive. The severe disposition which naturally attends all reformers prompted likewise the Council to abolish some gay and showy ceremonies which belonged to the ancient religion. An order was also issued by Council for the removal of all images from the churches, an innovation which was much desired by the reformers, and which alone, with regard to the populace, amounted almost to a total change of the established religion. An attempt had been made to separate the use of images from their abuse, the reverence from the worship of them, but the execution of this design was found, upon trial, very difficult, if not wholly impracticable. As private masses were abolished by law, it became necessary to compose a new communion service, and the Council went so far, in the preface which they prefixed to this work, as to leave the practice of auricular confession wholly indifferent. This was a prelude to the entire abolition of that invention, one of the most powerful engines that ever was contrived for degrading the laity, and giving their spiritual guides an entire ascendant over them. And it may justly be said, that, though the priest's absolution, which attends confession, serves somewhat to ease weak minds from the immediate agonies of superstitious terror, it operates only by enforcing superstition itself, and thereby preparing the mind for a more violent relapse into the same disorders. The people were at that time extremely distracted by the opposite opinions of their preachers. And as they were totally unable to judge of the reasons advanced on either side, and naturally regarded everything which they heard at church as of equal authority, a great confusion and fluctuation resulted from this uncertainty. The Council had first endeavored to remedy the inconvenience by laying some restraints on preaching. But finding this expedient ineffectual, they imposed a total silence on the preachers, and thereby put an end at once to all the polemics of the pulpit. By the nature of things, this restraint could only be temporary. For in proportion as the ceremonies of public worship, its shows and exterior observances, were retrenched by the reformers, the people were inclined to contract a stronger attachment to sermons, whence alone they received any occupation or amusement. The ancient religion, by giving its votaries something to do, freed them from the trouble of thinking. Sermons were delivered only in the principal churches, and at some particular fasts and festivals, and the practice of haranguing the populace, which, if abused, is so powerful an incitement to faction and sedition, had much less scope and influence during those ages. The greater progress was made towards a reformation in England, the farther did the Protector find himself from all prospect of completing the union with Scotland. And the Queen Dowager, as well as the clergy, became the more averse to all alliance with a nation which had so far departed from all ancient principles. Somerset, having taken the town of Haddington, had ordered it to be strongly garrisoned and fortified by Lord Grey. He also erected some fortifications at Lauder. And he hoped that these two places, together with Broughty and some smaller fortresses which were in the hands of the English, would serve as a curb on Scotland, and would give him access into the heart of the country. Arran, being disappointed in some attempts on Broughty, relied chiefly on the succours expected from France for the recovery of these places, and they arrived at last in the Frith, to the number of 6,000 men, half of them Germans. They were commanded by Des, and under him by Andelot, Strozzi, Meilleraye, and Count Ringrave. The Scots were at that time so sunk by their misfortunes, that 500 English horse were able to ravage the whole country without resistance, and make inroads to the gates of the capital, but on the appearance of the French succours, they collected more courage. And having joined Des with a considerable reinforcement, they laid siege to Haddington. This was an undertaking for which they were by themselves totally unfit. And even with the assistance of the French, they placed their chief hopes of success in starving the garrison. After some vain attempts to take the place by a regular siege, the blockade was formed, and the garrison was repulsed with loss in several sallies which they made upon the besiegers. The hostile attempts which the late King and the Protector had made against Scotland, not being steady, regular, nor pushed to the last extremity, had served only to imitate the nation, and to inspire them with the strongest aversion to that union which was courted in so violent a manner. Even those who were inclined to the English alliance were displeased to have it imposed on them by force of arms, and the Earl of Huntly in particular said, pleasantly, that he disliked not the match, but he hated the manner of wooing. The Queen Dowager, finding these sentiments to prevail, called a parliament in an abbey near Haddington. And it was there proposed that the young queen, for her greater security, should be sent to France, and be committed to the custody of that ancient ally. Some objected that this measure was desperate, allowed no resource in case of miscarriage, exposed the Scots to be subjected by foreigners, involved them in perpetual war with England, and left them no expedient by which they could conciliate the friendship of that powerful nation. It was answered, on the other hand, that the Queen's presence was the very cause of war with England, that nation would desist when they found that their views of forcing a marriage had become altogether impracticable, and that Henry, being engaged by so high a mark of confidence, would take their sovereign under his protection, and use his utmost efforts to defend the kingdom. These arguments were aided by French gold, which was plentifully distributed among the nobles. The governor had a pension conferred on him of 12,000 livres a year, received the title of Duke of Châtelherault, and obtained for his son the command of 100 men at arms. And as the clergy dreaded the consequences of the English alliance, they seconded this measure with all the zeal and industry which either principle or interest could inspire. It was accordingly determined to send the Queen to France, and, what was understood to be the necessary consequence, to marry her to the Dauphin. Villegagnon, commander of 4 French galleys lying in the Frith of Forth, set sail as if he intended to return home. But when he reached the open sea he turned northwards, passed by the Orkneys, and came in on the west coast at Dunbarton, an extraordinary voyage for ships of that fabric. The young Queen was there committed to him, and, being attended by the Lords Ereskine and Livingstone, she put to sea, and, after meeting with some tempestuous weather, arrived safely at Brest, whence she was conducted to Paris, and soon after she was betrothed to the Dauphin. Somerset, pressed by many difficulties at home and despairing of success in his enterprise against Scotland, was desirous of composing the differences with that kingdom, and he offered the Scots a 10 years' truce. But as they insisted on his restoring all the places which he had taken, the proposal came to nothing. The Scots recovered the fortresses of Hume and Fast Castle by surprise, and put the garrisons to the sword. They repulsed with loss the English, who, under the command of Lord Seymour, made a descent, first in Fife, then at Montrose, in the former action, James Stuart, natural brother to the Queen, acquired honour. In the latter, Erskine of Dun. An attempt was made by Sir Robert Bowes and Sir Thomas Palmer, at the head of a considerable body, to throw relief into Haddington, but these troops, falling into an ambuscade, were almost wholly cut in pieces. And though a small body of 200 men escaped all the vigilance of the French, and arrived safely in Haddington with some ammunition and provisions, the garrison was reduced to such difficulties that the Protector found it necessary to provide more effectually for their relief. He raised an army of 18,000 men, and adding 3,000 Germans, who, on the dissolution of the Protestant alliance, had offered their service to England, he gave the command of the whole to the Earl of Shrewsbury. Des raised the blockade on the approach of the English, and with great difficulty made good his retreat to Edinburgh, where he posted himself advantageously. Shrewsbury, who had lost the opportunity of attacking him on his march, durst not give him battle in his present situation, and contenting himself with the advantage already gained of supplying Haddington, he retired into England. Though the protection of France was of great consequence to the Scots in supporting them against the invasions of England, they reaped still more benefit from the distractions and divisions which have crept into the councils of this latter kingdom. Even the two brothers, the Protector and Admiral, not content with the high stations which they severally enjoyed, and the great eminence to which they had risen, had entertained the most violent jealousy of each other. And they divided the whole court and kingdom by their opposite cabals and pretensions. Lord Seymour was a man of insatiable ambition, arrogant, assuming, implacable. And though esteemed of superior capacity to the Protector, he possessed not to the same degree the confidence and regard of the people. By his flattery and address, he had so insinuated himself into the good graces of the Queen Dowager, that, forgetting her usual prudence and decency, she married him immediately upon the demise of the late king. Insomuch that, had she soon proved pregnant, it might have been doubtful to which husband the child belonged. The credit and riches of this alliance supported the ambition of the admiral, but gave umbrage to the Duchess of Somerset, who, uneasy that the younger brother's wife should have the precedency, employed all her credit with her husband. Which was too great, first to create, then to widen the breach between the two brothers. The first symptoms of this misunderstanding appeared when the Protector commanded the army in Scotland. Secretary Paget, a man devoted to Somerset, remarked that Seymour was forming separate intrigues among the councillors, was corrupting by presents the king's servants, and even endeavouring, by improper indulgences and liberalities, to captivate the affections of the young monarch. Paget represented to him the danger of this conduct, desired him to reflect on the numerous enemies whom the sudden elevation of their family had created, and warned him, that any dissension between him and the Protector would be greedily laid hold of to effect the ruin of both. Finding his remonstrances neglected, he conveyed intelligence of the danger to Somerset, and engaged him to leave the enterprise upon Scotland unfinished, in order to guard against the attempts of his domestic enemies. In the ensuing Parliament, the Admiral's projects appeared still more dangerous to public tranquillity, and as he had acquired many partisans, he made a direct attack upon his brother's authority. He represented to his friends, that formerly, during a minority, the office of Protector of the Kingdom had been kept separate from that of Governor of the King's person, and that the present union of these two important trusts conferred on Somerset an authority which could not safely be lodged in any subject. The young king was even prevailed on to write a letter to the Parliament desiring that Seymour might be appointed his governor, and that nobleman had formed a party in the two houses, by which he hoped to effect his purpose. The design was discovered before its execution, and some common friends were sent to remonstrate with him, but had so little influence, that he threw out many menacing expressions, and rashly threatened that, if he were thwarted in his attempt, he would make this Parliament the blackest that ever sat in England. The council sent for him to answer for his conduct, but he refused to attend. They then began to threaten in their turn, and informed him that the king's letter, instead of availing him anything to the execution of his views, would be imputed to him as a criminal enterprise, and be construed as a design to disturb the government, by forming a separate interest with a child and minor. They even let fall some menaces of sending him to the Tower for his temerity, and the admiral, finding himself prevented in his design, was obliged to submit, and to desire a reconciliation with his brother. The mild and moderate temper of Somerset made him willing to forget these enterprises of the admiral, but the ambition of that turbulent spirit could not be so easily appeased. His spouse, the Queen Dowager, died in childbed. But so far from regarding this event as a check to his aspiring views, he founded on it the scheme of a more extraordinary elevation. He made his addresses to the Lady Elizabeth, then in the 16th year of her age. And that princess, whom even the hurry of business and the pursuits of ambition could not, in her more advanced years, disengage entirely from the tender passions, seems to have listened to the insinuations of a man who possessed every talent proper to captivate the affections of the fair. But as Henry VIII had excluded his daughters from all hopes of succession if they married without the consent of his executors, which Seymour could never hope to obtain, it was concluded that he meant to effect his purpose by expedients still more rash and more criminal. All the other measures of the admiral tended to confirm this suspicion. He continued to attack, by presents, the fidelity of those who had more immediate access to the king's person. He endeavored to seduce the young prince into his interest. He found means of holding a private correspondence with him. He openly decried his brother's administration, and asserted that, by enlisting Germans and other foreigners, he intended to form a mercenary army, which might endanger the king's authority and the liberty of the people. By promises and persuasion he brought over to his party many of the principal nobility, and had extended his interest all over England. He neglected not even the most popular persons of inferior rank, and had computed that he could, on occasion, muster an army of 10,000 men, composed of his servants, tenants, and retainers. He had already provided arms for their use, and having engaged in his interest Sir John Sherrington, a corrupt man, master of the mint at Bristol, he flattered himself that money would not be wanting. Somerset was well apprised of all these alarming circumstances, and endeavored, by the most friendly expedients, by entreaty, reason, and even by heaping new favours upon the admiral, to make him desist from his dangerous counsels. But finding all endeavours ineffectual, he began to think of more severe remedies. The Earl of Warwick was an ill instrument between the brothers, and had formed the design, by inflaming the quarrel, to raise his own fortune on the ruins of both. Dudley, Earl of Warwick, was the son of that Dudley, minister to Henry VII, who, having, by rapine, extortion, and perversion of law, incurred the hatred of the public, had been sacrificed to popular animosity in the beginning of the subsequent reign. The late king, sensible of the iniquity, at least illegality, of the sentence, had afterwards restored young Dudley's blood by Act of Parliament. And finding him endowed with abilities, industry, and activity, he had entrusted him with many important commands, and had ever found him successful in his undertakings. He raised him to the dignity of Viscount Lisle, conferred on him the office of Admiral, and gave him by his will a place among his executors. Dudley made still further progress during the minority, and having obtained the title of Earl of Warwick, and undermined the credit of Southampton, he bore the chief rank among the Protector's councillors. The victory gained at Pinkie was much ascribed to his courage and conduct, and he was universally regarded as a man equally endowed with the talents of peace and of war. But all these virtues were obscured by still greater vices. An exorbitant ambition, an insatiable avarice, a neglect of decency, a contempt of justice, and as he found that Lord Seymour, whose abilities and enterprising spirit he chiefly dreaded, was involving himself in ruin by his rash counsels, he was determined to push him on the precipice, and thereby remove the chief obstacle to his own projected greatness. When Somerset found that the public peace was endangered by his brother's seditious, not to say rebellious schemes, he was the more easily persuaded by Warwick to employ the extent of royal authority against him. And after depriving him of the office of Admiral, he signed a warrant for committing him to the Tower. Some of his accomplices were also taken into custody, and 3 privy councillors, being sent to examine them, made a report, that they had met with very full and important discoveries. Yet still the Protector suspended the blow, and showed a reluctance to ruin his brother. He offered to desist from the prosecution, if Seymour would promise him a cordial reconciliation, and, renouncing all ambitious hopes, be contented with a private life, and retire into the country. But as Seymour made no other answer to these friendly offers than menaces and defiances, he ordered a charge to be drawn up against him, consisting of 33 articles, and the whole to be laid before the Privy Council. It is pretended, that every particular was so incontestably proved, both by witnesses and his own handwriting, that there was no room for doubt. Yet did the council think proper to go in a body to the Tower, in order more fully to examine the prisoner. He was not daunted by the appearance, he boldly demanded a fair trial, required to be confronted with the witnesses. Desired that the charge might be left with him, in order to be considered, and refused to answer any interrogatories by which he might accuse himself. It is apparent that, notwithstanding what is pretended, there must have been some deficiency in the evidence against Seymour, when such demands, founded on the plainest principles of law and equity, were absolutely rejected. We shall indeed conclude, if we carefully examine the charge, that many of the articles were general, and scarcely capable of any proof, many of them, if true, susceptible of a more favorable interpretation. And that though, on the whole, Seymour appears to have been a dangerous subject, he had not advanced far in those treasonable projects imputed to him. The chief part of his actual guilt seems to have consisted in some unwarrantable practices in the Admiralty, by which pirates were protected and illegal impositions laid upon the merchants. But the administration had at that time an easy instrument of vengeance, to wit, the Parliament. And needed not to give themselves any concern with regard either to the guilt of the persons whom they prosecuted, or the evidence which could be produced against them. A session of Parliament being held, it was resolved to proceed against Seymour by bill of attainder, and the young king being induced, after much solicitation, to give his consent to it, a considerable weight was put on his approbation. The matter was first laid before the Upper House, and several peers, rising up in their places, gave an account of what they knew concerning Lord Seymour's conduct, and his criminal words or actions. 1549. These narratives were received as undoubted evidence. And though the prisoner had formerly engaged many friends and partisans among the nobility, no one had either the courage or equity to move, that he might be heard in his defense, that the testimony against him should be delivered in a legal manner, and that he should be confronted with the witnesses. A little more scruple was made in the House of Commons. There were even some members who objected against the whole method of proceeding by bill of attainder passed in absence, and insisted, that a formal trial should be given to every man before his condemnation. But when a message was sent by the king, enjoining the House to proceed, and offering that the same narratives should be laid before them which had satisfied the peers, they were easily prevailed on to acquiesce. The bill passed in a full House. Near 400 voted for it, not above 9 or 10 against it. The sentence was soon after executed, and the prisoner was beheaded on Tower Hill. The warrant was signed by Somerset, who was exposed to much blame, on account of the violence of these proceedings. The attempts of the admiral seem chiefly to have been levelled against his brother's usurped authority. And though his ambitious, enterprising character, encouraged by a marriage with the Lady Elizabeth, might have endangered the public tranquillity, the prudence of foreseeing evils at such a distance was deemed too great. And the remedy was plainly illegal. It could only be said, that this bill of attainder was somewhat more tolerable than the preceding ones, to which the nation had been inured, for here, at least, some shadow of evidence was produced. All the considerable business transacted this session, besides the attainder of Lord Seymour, regarded ecclesiastical affairs, which were now the chief object of attention throughout the nation. A committee of bishops and divines had been appointed by the council to compose a liturgy, and they had executed the work committed to them. They proceeded with moderation in this delicate undertaking. They retained as much of the ancient Mass as the principles of the Reformers would permit, they indulged nothing to the spirit of contradiction, which so naturally takes place in all great innovations, and they flattered themselves that they had established a service in which every denomination of Christians might without scruple concur. The Mass had always been celebrated in Latin. A practice which might have been deemed absurd, had it not been found useful to the clergy, by impressing the people with an idea of some mysterious unknown virtue in those rites, and by checking all their pretensions to be familiarly acquainted with their religion. But as the reformers pretended in some few particulars to encourage private judgment in the laity, the translation of the liturgy, as well as of the scriptures, into the vulgar tongue, seemed more conformable to the genius of their sect. And this innovation, with the retrenching of prayers to saints, and of some superstitious ceremonies, was the chief difference between the old Mass and the new liturgy. The Parliament established this form of worship in all the churches, and ordained a uniformity to be observed in all the rites and ceremonies. There was another material act which passed this session. The former canons had established the celibacy of the clergy. And though this practice is usually ascribed to the policy of the court of Rome, who thought that the ecclesiastics would be more devoted to their spiritual head, and less dependent on the civil magistrate, when freed from the powerful tie of wives and children, yet was this institution much forwarded by the principles of superstition inherent in human nature. These principles had rendered the panegyrics on an inviolate chastity so frequent among the ancient fathers, long before the establishment of celibacy. And even this Parliament, though they enacted a law permitting the marriage of priests, yet confess in the preamble, that it were better for priests and the ministers of the Church to live chaste and without marriage. And it were much to be wished they would of themselves abstain. The inconveniences which had arisen from the compelling of chastity and the prohibiting of marriage, are the reasons assigned for indulging a liberty in this particular. The ideas of penance also were so much retained in other particulars, that an Act of Parliament passed, forbidding the use of flesh meat during Lent and other times of abstinence. The principal tenets and practices of the Catholic religion were now abolished, and the Reformation, such as it is enjoyed at present, was almost entirely completed in England. But the doctrine of the real presence, though tacitly condemned by the new communion service, and by the abolition of many ancient rites, still retained some hold on the minds of men, and it was the last doctrine of popery that was wholly abandoned by the people. The great attachment of the late king to that tenet might, in part, be the ground of this obstinacy, but the chief cause was really the extreme absurdity of the principle itself, and the profound veneration, which, of course, it impressed on the imagination. The priests, likewise, were much inclined to favor an opinion which attributed to them so miraculous a power. And the people, who believed that they participated of the very body and blood of their Saviour, were loath to renounce so extraordinary, and, as they imagined, so salutary a privilege. The general attachment to this dogma was so violent, that the Lutherans, notwithstanding their separation from Rome, had thought proper, under another name, still to retain it. And the Catholic preachers in England, when restrained in all other particulars, could not forbear, on every occasion, inculcating that tenet. Bonner, for this offence among others, had been tried by the council, had been deprived of his see, and had been committed to custody. Gardiner, also, who had recovered his liberty, appeared anew refractory to the authority which established the late innovations. And he seemed willing to countenance that opinion, much favoured by all the English Catholics, that the king was indeed supreme head of the Church, but not the council during a minority. Having declined to give full satisfaction on this head, he was sent to the Tower, and threatened with further effects of the council's displeasure. These severities, being exercised on men possessed of office and authority, seemed in that age a necessary policy, in order to enforce a uniformity in public worship and discipline. But there were other instances of persecution, derived from no origin but the bigotry of theologians, a malady which seems almost incurable. Though the Protestant divines had ventured to renounce opinions deemed certain during many ages, they regarded, in their turn, the new system as so certain, that they would suffer no contradiction with regard to it. And they were ready to burn in the same flames from which they themselves had so narrowly escaped, every one that had the assurance to differ from them. A commission, by act of council, was granted to the primate and some others, to examine and search after all Anabaptists, heretics, or contemners of the Book of Common Prayer. The commissioners were enjoined to reclaim them, if possible, to impose penance on them, and to give them absolution. Or, if these criminals were obstinate, to excommunicate and imprison them, and to deliver them over to the secular arm, and in the execution of this charge, they were not bound to observe the ordinary methods of trial. The forms of law were dispensed with, and if any statutes happened to interfere with the powers in the commission, they were overruled and abrogated by the council. Some tradesmen in London were brought before these commissioners, and were accused of maintaining, among other opinions, that a man regenerate could not sin, and that, though the outward man might offend, the inward was incapable of all guilt. They were prevailed on to abjure, and were dismissed. But there was a woman accused of heretical pravity, called Joan Bocher, or Joan of Kent, who was so pertinacious, that the commissioners could make no impression upon her. Her doctrine was, that Christ was not truly incarnate of the Virgin, whose flesh, being the outward man, was sinfully begotten, and born in sin, and, consequently, he could take none of it. But the Word, by the consent of the inward man of the Virgin, was made flesh. This opinion, it would seem, is not orthodox, and there was a necessity for delivering the woman to the flames for maintaining it. But the young king, though in such tender years, had more sense than all his counsellors and preceptors, and he long refused to sign the warrant for her execution. Cranmer was employed to persuade him to compliance. And he said, that there was a great difference between errors in other points of divinity, and those which were in direct contradiction to the Apostles' Creed. These latter were impieties against God, which the prince, being God's deputy, ought to repress, in like manner, as inferior magistrates were bound to punish offences against the king's person. Edward, overcome by importunity, at last submitted, though with tears in his eyes, and he told Cranmer, that if any wrong were done, the guilt should lie entirely on his head. The primate, after making a new effort to reclaim the woman from her errors, and finding her obstinate against all his arguments, at last committed her to the flames. Some time after, a Dutchman, called Van Paris, accused of the heresy which has received the name of Arianism, was condemned to the same punishment. He suffered with so much satisfaction, that he hugged and caressed the faggots that were consuming him, a species of frenzy of which there is more than one instance among the martyrs of that age. These rigorous methods of proceeding soon brought the whole nation to a conformity, seeming or real, with the new doctrine and the new liturgy. The Lady Mary alone continued to adhere to the Mass, and refused to admit the established modes of worship. When pressed and menaced on this head, she applied to the Emperor, who, using his interest with Sir Philip Hobby, the English ambassador, procured her a temporary connivance from the council. Chapter 36. Edward VI. 1549. There is no abuse so great in civil society, as not to be attended with a variety of beneficial consequence. And in the beginnings of Reformation, the loss of these advantages is always felt very sensibly, while the benefit, resulting from the change is the slow effect of time, and is seldom perceived by the bulk of a nation. Scarce any institution can be imagined less favorable, in the main, to the interests of mankind than that of monks and friars. Yet was it followed by many good effects, which, having ceased by the suppression of monasteries, were much regretted by the people of England. The monks, always residing in their convents, in the centre of their estates, spent their money in the provinces and among their tenants, afforded a ready market for commodities, were a sure resource to the poor and indigent. And though their hospitality and charity gave but too much encouragement to idleness, and prevented the increase of public riches, yet did it provide to many a relief from the extreme pressures of want and necessity. It is also observable, that as the friars were limited by the rules of their institution to a certain mode of living, they had not equal motives for extortion with other men, and they were acknowledged to have been in England, as they still are in Roman Catholic countries, the best and most indulgent landlords. The abbots and priors were permitted to give leases at an undervalue, and to receive in return a large present from the tenant, in the same manner as is still practiced by the bishops and colleges. But when the abbey lands were distributed among the principal nobility and courtiers, they fell under a different management. The rents of farms were raised, while the tenants found not the same facility in disposing of the produce. The money was often spent in the capital, and the farmers, living at a distance, were exposed to oppression from their new masters, or to the still greater rapacity of the stewards. These grievances of the common people were at that time heightened by other causes. The arts of manufacture were much more advanced in other European countries than in England. And even in England these arts had made greater progress than the knowledge of agriculture, a profession which of all mechanical employments, requires the most reflection and experience. A great demand arose for wool both abroad and at home. Pasturage was found more profitable than unskillful tillage, whole estates were laid waste by enclosures, the tenants, regarded as a useless burden, were expelled their habitations. Even the cottagers, deprived of the commons on which they formerly fed their cattle, were reduced to misery, and a decay of people, as well as a diminution of the former plenty, was remarked in the kingdom. This grievance was now of an old date, and Sir Thomas More, alluding to it, observes in his Utopia, that a sheep had become in England a more ravenous animal than a lion or wolf, and devoured whole villages, cities, and provinces. The general increase, also, of gold and silver in Europe, after the discovery of the West Indies, had a tendency to inflame these complaints. The growing demand in the more commercial countries had heightened everywhere the price of commodities, which could easily be transported thither. But in England, the labor of men, who could not so easily change their habitation, still remained nearly at the ancient rates, and the poor complained that they could no longer gain a subsistence by their industry. It was by an addition alone of toil and application they were enabled to procure a maintenance. And though this increase of industry was at last the effect of the present situation, and an effect beneficial to society, yet was it difficult for the people to shake off their former habits of indolence. And nothing but necessity could compel them to such an exertion of their faculties. It must also be remarked, that the profusion of Henry VIII had reduced him, notwithstanding his rapacity, to such difficulties, that he had been obliged to remedy a present necessity by the pernicious expedient of debasing the coin. And the wars in which the Protector had been involved, had induced him to carry still further the same abuse. The usual consequences ensued, the good specie was hoarded or exported. Base metal was coined at home, or imported from abroad in great abundance. The common people, who received their wages in it, could not purchase commodities at the usual rates. A universal diffidence and stagnation of commerce took place. And loud complaints were heard in every part of England. The Protector, who loved popularity, and pitied the condition of the people, encouraged these complaints by his endeavors to redress them. He appointed a commission for making inquiry concerning enclosures, and issued a proclamation, ordering all late enclosures to be laid open by a day appointed. The populace, meeting with such countenance from government, began to rise in several places, and to commit disorders, but were quieted by remonstrances and persuasion. In order to give them greater satisfaction, Somerset appointed new commissioners, whom he sent everywhere, with an unlimited power to hear and determine all causes about enclosures, highways, and cottages. As this commission was disagreeable to the gentry and nobility, they stigmatized it as arbitrary and illegal. And the common people, fearing it would be eluded, and being impatient for immediate redress, could no longer contain their fury, but sought for a remedy by force of arms. The rising began at once in several parts of England, as if a universal conspiracy had been formed by the commonalty. The rebels in Wiltshire were dispersed by Sir William Herbert, those in the neighbouring counties, Oxford and Gloucester, by Lord Grey, of Wilton. Many of the rioters were killed in the field, others were executed by martial law. The commotions in Hampshire, Sussex, Kent, and other counties, were quieted by gentler expedients, but the disorders in Devonshire and Norfolk threatened more dangerous consequences. The commonalty in Devonshire began with the usual complaints against enclosures and against oppressions from the gentry, but the parish priest of Stamford Courtenay had the address to give their discontent a direction towards religion. And the delicacy of the subject, in the present emergency, made the insurrection immediately appear formidable. In other counties, the gentry had kept closely united with government. But here many of them took part with the populace, among others, Humphrey Arundel, governor of St. Michael's Mount. The rioters were brought into the form of a regular army, which amounted to the number of 10,000. Lord Russell had been sent against them at the head of a small force, but finding himself too weak to encounter them in the field, he kept at a distance, and began to negotiate with them. In hopes of eluding their fury by delay, and of dispersing them by the difficulty of their subsisting in a body. Their demands were, that the Mass should be restored, half of the abbey lands resumed, the law of the 6 Articles executed, holy water and holy bread respected, and all other particular grievances redressed. The council, to whom Russet transmitted these demands, sent a haughty answer, commanded the rebels to disperse, and promised them pardon upon their immediate submission. Enraged at this disappointment, they marched to Exeter, carrying before them crosses, banners, holy water, candlesticks, and other implements of ancient superstition, together with the host, which they covered with a canopy. The citizens of Exeter shut their gates, and the rebels, as they had no cannon, endeavored to take the place, first by scalade, then by mining, but were repulsed in every attempt. Russell meanwhile lay at Huntingdon, till reinforced by Sir William Herbert and Lord Grey with some German horse, and some Italian arquebusiers under Battista Spinola. He then resolved to attempt the relief of Exeter, which was now reduced to extremities. He attacked the rebels, drove them from all their posts, did great execution upon them, both in the action and pursuit, and took many prisoners. Arundel and the other leaders were sent to London, tried, and executed. Many of the inferior sort were put to death by martial law, the Vicar of St. Thomas, one of the principal incendiaries, was hanged on the top of his own steeple, arrayed in his popish weeds, with his beads at his girdle. The insurrection in Norfolk rose to a still greater height, and was attended with greater acts of violence. The populace were at first excited, as in other places, by complaints against enclosures. But finding their numbers amount to 20,000, they grew insolent, and proceeded to more exorbitant pretensions. They required the suppression of the gentry, the placing of new councillors about the king, and the re-establishment of the ancient rights. One Kett, a tanner, had assumed the government over them. And he exercised his authority with the utmost arrogance and outrage. Having taken possession of Mousehold Hill near Norwich, he erected his tribunal under an old oak, thence called the Oak of Reformation. And summoning the gentry to appear before him, he gave such decrees as might be expected from his character and situation. The Marquis of Northampton was first ordered against him, but met with a repulse in an action, where Lord Sheffield was killed. The Protector affected popularity, and cared not to appear in person against the rebels. He therefore sent the Earl of Warwick at the head of 6,000 men, levied for the wars against Scotland, and he thereby afforded his mortal enemy an opportunity of increasing his reputation and character. Warwick, having tried some skirmishes with the rebels, at last made a general attack upon them, and put them to flight. 2,000 fell in the action and pursuit. Kett was hanged at Norwich Castle, 9 of his followers on the boughs of the Oak of Reformation, and the insurrection was entirely suppressed. Some rebels in Yorkshire, learning the fate of their companions, accepted the offers of pardon, and threw down their arms. A general indemnity was soon after published by the Protector. But though the insurrections were thus quickly subdued in England, and no traces of them seemed to remain, they were attended with bad consequences to the foreign interests of the nation. The forces of the Earl of Warwick, which might have made a great impression on Scotland, were diverted from that enterprise, and the French general had leisure to reduce the country to some settlement and composure. He took the fortress of Brodie, and put the garrison to the sword. He straitened the English at Haddington. And though Lord de Kers was enabled to throw relief into the place, and to reinforce the garrison, it was found at last very chargeable, and even impracticable, to keep possession of that fortress. The whole country in the neighbourhood was laid waste by the inroads both of the Scots and English, and could afford no supply to the garrison. The place lay above 30 miles from the borders. So that a regular army was necessary to escort any provisions thither, and as the plague had broken out among the troops, they perished daily, and were reduced to a state of great weakness. For these reasons, orders were given to dismantle Haddington, and to convey the artillery and garrison to Berwick, and the Earl of Rutland, now created Warden of the East Marches, executed the orders. The King of France also took advantage of the distractions among the English, and made an attempt to recover Boulogne and that territory which Henry VIII had conquered from France. On other pretenses, he assembled an army, and falling suddenly upon the Boulognais, took the castles of Seliquet, Blackness, and Ambleteuse, though well supplied with garrisons, ammunition, and provisions. He endeavored to surprise Bolingbroke, and was repulsed, but the garrison, not thinking the place tenable after the loss of the other fortresses, destroyed the works, and retired to Boulogne. The rains, which fell in great abundance during the autumn, and a pestilential distemper which broke out in the French camp, deprived Henry of all hopes of success against Boulogne itself, and he retired to Paris. He left the command of the army to Gaspar de Coligny, Lord of Chatillon, so famous afterwards by the name of Admiral Coligny, and he gave him orders to form the siege early in the spring. The active disposition of this general engaged him to make, during the winter, several attempts against the place, but they all proved unsuccessful. Strozzi, who commanded the French fleet and galleys, endeavored to make a descent on Jersey. But meeting there with an English fleet, he commenced an action, which seems not to have been decisive, since the historians of the two nations differ in their account of the event. As soon as the French war broke out, the Protector endeavored to fortify himself with the alliance of the Emperor. And he sent over Secretary Paget to Brussels, where Charles then kept court, in order to assist Sir Philip Hobby, the resident ambassador, in this negotiation. But that prince had formed a design of extending his dominions by acting the part of champion for the Catholic religion. And though extremely desirous of accepting the English alliance against France, his capital enemy, he thought it unsuitable to his other pretensions to enter into strict confederacy with a nation which had broken off all connections with the Church of Rome. He therefore declined the advances of friendship from England, and eluded the applications of the ambassadors. An exact account is preserved of this negotiation in a letter of Hobby's. And it is remarkable, that the Emperor, in a conversation with the English ministers, asserted, that the prerogatives of a King of England were more extensive than those of a King of France. Burnet, who preserves this letter, subjoins, as a parallel instance, that one objection which the Scots made to marrying their queen with Edward was, that all their privileges would be swallowed up by the great prerogative of the kings of England. Somerset, despairing of assistance from the Emperor, was inclined to conclude a peace with France and Scotland. And besides that he was not in a condition to maintain such ruinous wars, he thought that there no longer remained any object of hostility. The Scots had sent away their queen, and could not, if ever so much inclined, complete the marriage contracted with Edward, and as Henry VIII had stipulated to restore Boulogne in 1554, it seemed a matter of small moment to anticipate a few years the execution of the treaty. But when he proposed these reasons to the council, he met with strong opposition from his enemies, who, seeing him unable to support the war, were determined, for that very reason, to oppose all proposals for a pacification. The factions ran high in the court of England, and matters were drawing to an issue fatal to the authority of the Protector. After Somerset obtained the patent investing him with regal authority, he no longer paid any attention to the opinion of the other executors and councillors. And being elated with his high dignity, as well as with his victory at Pinkie, he thought that every one ought, in everything, to yield to his sentiments. All those who were not entirely devoted to him were sure to be neglected. Whoever opposed his will received marks of anger or contempt, and while he showed a resolution to govern everything, his capacity appeared not in any respect proportioned to his ambition. Warwick, more subtle and artful, covered more exorbitant views under fairer appearances, and having associated himself with Southampton, who had been readmitted into the council, he formed a strong party who were determined to free themselves from the slavery imposed on them by the Protector. The male-content councillors found the disposition of the nation favourable to their designs. The nobility and gentry were in general displeased with the preference which Somerset seemed to have given to the people. And as they ascribed all the insults to which they had been lately exposed to his procrastination, and to the countenance shown to the multitude, they apprehended a renewal of the same disorders from his present affectation of popularity. He had erected a court of requests in his own house for the relief of the people, and he interposed with the judges in their behalf. A measure which might be deemed illegal, if any exertion of prerogative at that time could with certainty deserve that appellation. And this attempt, which was a stretch of power, seemed the more impolitic, because it disgusted the nobles, the surest support of monarchical authority. But though Somerset courted the people, the interest which he had formed with them was in no degree answerable to his expectations. The Catholic party who retained influence with the lower ranks, were his declared enemies, and took advantage of every opportunity to decry his conduct. The attainder and execution of his brother bore an odious aspect. The introduction of foreign troops into the kingdom was represented in invidious colours, the great estate which he had suddenly acquired at the expense of the church and of the crown rendered him obnoxious. And the palace which he was building in the Strand, served by its magnificence, and still more by other circumstances which attended it, to expose him to the censure of the public. The parish church of St. Mary, with 3 bishops' houses, was pulled down, in order to furnish ground and materials for this structure. Not content with that sacrilege, an attempt was made to demolish St. Margaret's Westminster, and to employ the stones to the same purpose, but the parishioners rose in a tumult, and chased away the Protector's tradesmen. He then laid his hands on a chapel in St. Paul's churchyard, with a cloister and charnel house belonging to it, and these edifices, together with a church of St. John of Jerusalem, were made use of to raise his palace. What rendered the matter more odious to the people was, that the tombs and other monuments of the dead were defaced, and the bones, being carried away, were buried in unconsecrated ground. All these imprudences were remarked by Somerset's enemies, who resolved to take advantage of them. Lord St. John President of the Council, the Earls of Warwick, Southampton and Arundel, with 5 members more, met at Ely House and, assuming to themselves the whole power of the Council, began to act independently of the Protector, whom they represented as the author of every public grievance and misfortune. They wrote letters to the chief nobility and gentry in England, informing them of the present measures, and requiring their assistance. They sent for the mayor and aldermen of London, and enjoined them to obey their orders, without regard to any contrary orders which they might receive from the Duke of Somerset. They laid the same injunctions on the Lieutenant of the Tower, who expressed his resolution to comply with them. Next day, Rich, Lord Chancellor, the Marquis of Northampton, the Earl of Shrewsbury, Sir Thomas Cheney, Sir John Gage, Sir Ralph Sadler, and Chief Justice Montague, joined the malcontent councillors. And everything bore a bad aspect for the Protector's authority. Secretary Petre, whom he had sent to treat with the council, rather chose to remain with them. The Common Council of the city, being applied to, declared with one voice their approbation of the new measures, and their resolution of supporting them. As soon as the Protector heard of the defection of the councillors, he removed the king from Hampton Court, where he then resided, to the castle of Windsor. And arming his friends and servants, seemed resolute to defend himself against all his enemies. But finding that no man of rank, except Cranmer and Paget, adhered to him, that the people did not rise at his summons, that the city and Tower had declared against him, that even his best friends had deserted him, he lost all hopes of success, and began to apply to his enemies for pardon and forgiveness. No sooner was this despondency known, than Lord Russell, Sir John Baker, Speaker of the House of Commons, and 3 councillors more, who had hitherto remained neuters, joined the party of Warwick, whom every one now regarded as master. The council informed the public, by proclamation, of their actions and intentions. They wrote to the princesses Mary and Elizabeth to the same purpose. And they made addresses to the king, in which, after the humblest protestations of duty and submission, they informed him that they were the council appointed by his father for the government of the kingdom during his minority. That they had chosen the Duke of Somerset Protector, under the express condition that he should guide himself by their advice and direction, that he had usurped the whole authority, and had neglected, and even in everything opposed, their counsel. That he had proceeded to that height of presumption, as to levy forces against them and place these forces about his Majesty's person, they therefore begged that they might be admitted to his royal presence. That he would be pleased to restore them to his confidence, and that Somerset's servants might be dismissed. Their request was complied with. Somerset capitulated only for gentle treatment, which was promised him. He was, however, sent to the Tower, with some of his friends and partisans, among whom was Cecil, afterwards so much distinguished. Articles of indictment were exhibited against him, of which the chief, at least the best founded, is his usurpation of the government, and his taking into his own hands the whole administration of affairs. The clause of his patent, which invested him with absolute power, unlimited by any law, was never objected to him. Plainly because, according to the sentiments of those times, that power was in some degree involved in the very idea of regal authority. The Catholics were extremely elated with this revolution. And as they had ascribed all the late innovations to Somerset's authority, they hoped that his fall would prepare the way for the return of the ancient religion. But Warwick, who now bore chief sway in the council, was entirely indifferent with regard to all these points of controversy. And finding that the principles of the Reformation had sunk deeper into Edward's mind than to be easily eradicated, he was determined to comply with the young prince's inclinations, and not to hazard his new acquired power by any dangerous enterprise. He took care very early to express his intentions of supporting the Reformation. And he threw such discouragements on Southampton, who stood at the head of the Romanists, and whom he considered as a dangerous rival, that high-spirited nobleman retired from the council, and soon after died from vexation and disappointment. The other councillors, who had concurred in the revolution, received their reward by promotions and new honours. Russell was created Earl of Bedford, the Marquis of Northampton obtained the office of Great Chamberlain. And Lord Wentworth, besides the office of Chamberlain of the Household, got 2 large manors, Stepney and Hackney, which were torn from the See of London. A council of regency was formed. Not that which Henry's will had appointed for the government of the kingdom, and which, being founded on an Act of Parliament, was the only legal one, but composed chiefly of members who had formerly been appointed by Somerset, and who derived their seat from an authority which was now declared usurped and illegal. But such niceties were, during that age, little understood, and still less regarded, in England. A session of Parliament was held. And as it was the usual maxim of that assembly to acquiesce in every administration which was established, the council dreaded no opposition from that quarter, and had more reason to look for a corroboration of their authority. Somerset had been prevailed on to confess, on his knees, before the council, all the articles of charge against him, and he imputed these misdemeanours to his own rashness, folly, and indiscretion, not to any malignity of intention. He even subscribed this confession. And the paper was given into Parliament, who, after sending a committee to examine him, and hear him acknowledge it to be genuine, passed a vote, by which they deprived him of all his offices, and fined him £2,000 a year in land. Lord St. John was created Treasurer in his place, and Warwick Earl Marshal. The prosecution against him was carried no further. His fine was remitted by the king, he recovered his liberty, and Warwick, thinking that he was now sufficiently humbled, and that his authority was much lessened by his late tame and abject behaviour, readmitted him into the council, and even agreed to an alliance between their families, by the marriage of his own son, Lord Dudley, with the Lady Jane Seymour, daughter of Somerset. During this session, a severe law was passed against riots. It was enacted, that if any, to the number of 12 persons, should meet together for any matter of state, and being required by a lawful magistrate, should not disperse, it should be treason. And if any broke hedges, or violently pulled up pales about enclosures, without lawful authority, it should be felony. Any attempt to kill a privy councillor was subjected to the same penalty. The bishops had made an application, complaining that they were deprived of all their power by the encroachments of the civil courts, and the present suspension of the canon law. That they could summon no offender before them, punish no vice, or exert the discipline of the Church, from which diminution of their authority, they pretended, immorality had everywhere received great encouragement and increase. The design of some was to revive the penitentiary rules of the primitive Church. But others thought, that such an authority committed to the bishops would prove more oppressive than confession, penance, and all the clerical inventions of the Romish superstition. The Parliament, for the present, contented themselves with empowering the king to appoint 32 commissioners to compile a body of canon laws, which were to be valid, though never ratified by Parliament. Such implicit trust did they repose in the crown, without reflecting that all their liberties and properties might be affected by these canons. The king did not live to affix the royal sanction to the new canons. Sir John Sherrington, whose crimes and malversations had appeared so egregious at the condemnation of Lord Seymour, obtained from Parliament a reversal of his attainder. This man sought favour with the more zealous reformers. And Bishop Latimer affirmed that, though formerly he had been a most notorious knave, he was now so penitent that he had become a very honest man. 1550. When Warwick and the Council of Regency began to exercise their power, they found themselves involved in the same difficulties that had embarrassed the Protector. The wars with France and Scotland could not be supported by an exhausted exchequer. Seemed dangerous to a divided nation, and were now acknowledged not to have any object which even the greatest and most uninterrupted success could attain. The project of peace entertained by Somerset had served them as a pretence for clamour against his administration. Yet, after sending Sir Thomas Cheney to the Emperor, and making again a fruitless effort to engage him in the protection of Boulogne, they found themselves obliged to listen to the advances which Henry made them, by the canal of Guidotti. A Florentine merchant. The Earl of Bedford, Sir John Mason, Paget, and Petre, were sent over to Boulogne, with full powers to negotiate. The French king absolutely refused to pay the 2 millions of crowns, which his predecessor had acknowledged to be due to the Crown of England as arrears of pensions. And said, that he never would consent to render himself tributary to any prince, but he offered a sum for the immediate restitution of Boulogne. And 400,000 crowns were at last agreed on, one half to be paid immediately, the other in August following. 6 hostages were given for the performance of this article. Scotland was comprehended in the treaty, the English stipulated to restore Lauder and Dunglass, and to demolish the fortresses of Roxburgh and Eyemouth. No sooner was peace concluded with France, than a project was entertained of a close alliance with that kingdom, and Henry willingly embraced a proposal so suitable both to his interests and his inclinations. An agreement some time after was formed for a marriage between Edward and Elizabeth, a daughter of France, and all the articles were, after a little negotiation, fully settled, but this project never took effect. The intention of marrying the king to a daughter of Henry, a violent persecutor of the Protestants, was nowise acceptable to that party in England, but in all other respects the council was steady in promoting the Reformation, and in enforcing the laws against the Romanists. Several prelates were still addicted to that communion. And though they made some compliances, in order to save their bishoprics, they retarded, as much as they safely could, the execution of the new laws, and gave countenance to such incumbents as were negligent or refractory. A resolution was therefore taken to seek pretenses for depriving those prelates. And the execution of this intention was the more easy, as they had all of them been obliged to take commissions, in which it was declared, that they held their sees during the king's pleasure only. It was thought proper to begin with Gardiner, in order to strike a terror into the rest. The method of proceeding against him was violent, and had scarcely any colour of law or justice. Injunctions had been given him to inculcate in a sermon the duty of obedience to a king, even during his minority. And because he had neglected this topic, he had been thrown into prison, and had been there detained during 2 years, without being accused of any crime except disobedience to this arbitrary command. The Duke of Somerset, Secretary Petre, and some others of the council, were now sent, in order to try his temper, and endeavour to find some grounds for depriving him. He professed to them his intention of conforming to the government, of supporting the king's laws, and of officiating by the new liturgy. This was not the disposition which they expected or desired. A new deputation was therefore sent, who carried him several articles to subscribe. He was required to acknowledge his former misbehaviour, and to confess the justice of his confinement. He was likewise to own, that the king was supreme head of the church, that the power of making and dispensing with holydays was part of the prerogative, that the Book of Common Prayer was a godly and commendable form, that the king was a complete sovereign in his minority, that the law of the 6 Articles was justly repealed, and that the king had full authority to correct and reform what was amiss in ecclesiastical discipline, government, or doctrine. The bishop was willing to set his hand to all the articles except the first. He maintained his conduct to have been inoffensive, and declared that he would not own himself guilty of faults which he had never committed. The council, finding that he had gone such lengths, were determined to prevent his full compliance by multiplying the difficulties upon him, and sending him new articles to subscribe. A list was selected of such points as they thought would be the hardest of digestion, and, not content with this rigor, they also insisted on his submission, and his acknowledgment of past errors. To make this subscription more mortifying, they demanded a promise, that he would recommend and publish all these articles from the pulpit, but Gardiner, who saw that they intended either to ruin or dishonor him, or perhaps both, determined not to gratify his enemies by any further compliance, he still maintained his innocence, desired a fair trial, and refused to subscribe more articles till he should recover his liberty. For this pretended offence his bishopric was put under sequestration for 3 months. And as he then appeared no more compliant than before, a commission was appointed to try, or, more properly speaking, to condemn him. 1551. The commissioners were, the primate, the bishops of London, Ely, and Lincoln, Secretary Petre, Sir James Hales, and some other lawyers. Gardiner objected to the legality of the commission, which was not founded on any statute or precedent. And he appealed from the commissioners to the king. His appeal was not regarded, sentence was pronounced against him, he was deprived of his bishopric, and committed to close custody, his books and papers were seized. He was secluded from all company, and it was not allowed him either to send or receive any letters or messages. Gardiner, as well as the other prelates, had agreed to hold his office during the king's pleasure, but the council, unwilling to make use of a concession which had been so illegally and arbitrarily extorted, chose rather to employ some forms of justice. A resolution which led them to commit still greater iniquities and severities. But the violence of the reformers did not stop here. Day, Bishop of Chichester, Heath of Worcester, and Voysey of Exeter, were deprived of their bishoprics, on pretence of disobedience. Even Kitchen of Llandaff, Capon of Salisbury, and Samson of Coventry, though they had complied in everything, yet, not being supposed cordial in their obedience, were obliged to seek protection by sacrificing the most considerable revenues of their see to the rapacious courtiers. These plunderers neglected not even smaller profits. An order was issued by council for purging the library at Westminster of all missals, legends, and other superstitious volumes, and delivering their garniture to Sir Anthony Aucher. Many of these books were plated with gold and silver, and curiously embossed, and this finery was probably the superstition that condemned them. Great havoc was likewise made on the libraries at Oxford. Books and manuscripts were destroyed without distinction, the volumes of divinity from the council books suffered for their rich binding, those of literature were condemned as useless, those of geometry and astronomy were supposed to contain nothing but necromancy. The university had not power to oppose these barbarous violences, they were in danger of losing their own revenues, and expected every moment to be swallowed up by the Earl of Warwick and his associates. Though every one besides yielded to the authority of the council, the Lady Mary could never be brought to compliance, and she still continued to adhere to the Mass, and to reject the new liturgy. Her behavior was, during some time, connived at. But at last her 2 chaplains, Mallet and Berkeley, were thrown into prison, and remonstrances were made to the princess herself on account of her disobedience. The council wrote her a letter, by which they endeavored to make her change her sentiments, and to persuade her that her religious faith was very ill-grounded. They asked her what warrant there was in Scripture for prayers in an unknown tongue, the use of images, or offering up the sacrament for the dead, and they desired her to peruse St. Austin, and the other ancient doctors, who would convince her of the errors of the Romish superstition, and prove that it was founded merely on false miracles and lying stories. The Lady Mary remained obstinate against all this advice, and declared herself willing to endure death rather than relinquish her religion. She only feared, she said, that she was not worthy to suffer martyrdom in so holy a cause, and as for Protestant books, she thanked God, that as she never had, so she hoped never to read any of them. Dreading further violence, she endeavored to make an escape to her kinsman Charles, but her design was discovered and prevented. The emperor remonstrated in her behalf, and even threatened hostilities if liberty of conscience were refused her, but though the council, sensible that the kingdom was in no condition to support with honor such a war, was desirous to comply, they found great difficulty to overcome the scruples of the young king. He had been educated in such a violent abhorrence of the Mass and other popish rites, which he regarded as impious and idolatrous, that he should participate, he thought, in the sin. If he allowed its commission, and when at last the importunity of Cranmer, Ridley, and Poynott prevailed somewhat over his opposition, he burst into tears. Lamenting his sister's obstinacy, and bewailing his own hard fate, that he must suffer her to continue in such an abominable mode of worship. The great object, at this time, of antipathy among the Protestant sects was Popery, or, more properly speaking, the Papists. These they regarded as the common enemy, who threatened every moment to overwhelm the evangelical faith, and destroy its partisans by fire and sword. They had not as yet had leisure to attend to the other minute differences among themselves, which afterwards became the object of such furious quarrels and animosities, and threw the whole kingdom into combustion. Several Lutheran divines, who had reputation in those days, Bucer, Peter Martyr, and others, were induced to take shelter in England, from the persecutions which the emperor exercised in Germany, and they received protection and encouragement. John Alasko, a Polish nobleman, being expelled his country by the rigors of the Catholics, settled during some time at Emden in East Friesland, where he became preacher to a congregation of the Reformed. Foreseeing the persecutions which ensued, he removed to England, and brought his congregation along with him. The council, who regard them as industrious, useful people, and desired to invite over others of the same character, not only gave them the Church of Augustine friars for the exercise of their religion, but granted them a charter, by which they were erected into a corporation, consisting of a superintendent and 4 assisting ministers. This ecclesiastical establishment was quite independent of the Church of England, and differed from it in some rites and ceremonies. These differences among the Protestants were matter of triumph to the Catholics, who insisted, that the moment men departed from the authority of the Church, they lost all criterion of truth and falsehood in matters of religion, and must be carried away by every wind of doctrine. The continual variations of every sect of Protestants afforded them the same topic of reasoning. The Book of Common Prayer suffered in England a new revisal, and some rites and ceremonies which had given offence were omitted. The speculative doctrines, or the metaphysics of religion, were also reduced to 42 articles. These were intended to obviate further divisions and variations, and the compiling of them had been postponed till the establishment of the liturgy, which was justly regarded as a more material object to the people. The eternity of hell torments is asserted in this confession of faith. And care is also taken to inculcate, not only that no heathen, how virtuous soever, can escape an endless state of the most exquisite misery, but also that every one who presumes to maintain that any pagan can possibly be saved, is himself exposed to the penalty of eternal perdition. The theological zeal of the council, though seemingly fervent, went not so far as to make them neglect their own temporal concerns, which seem to have ever been uppermost in their thoughts. They even found leisure to attend to the public interest, nay, to the commerce of the nation, which was at that time very little the object of general study or attention. The trade of England had anciently been carried on altogether by foreigners, chiefly the inhabitants of the Hanse towns, or Easterlings, as they were called. And in order to encourage these merchants to settle in England, they had been erected into a corporation by Henry VIII, had obtained a patent, were endowed with privileges, and were exempted from several heavy duties paid by other aliens. So ignorant were the English of commerce, that this company, usually denominated the merchants of the Still Yard, engrossed, even down to the reign of Edward, almost the whole foreign trade of the kingdom. And as they naturally employed the shipping of their own country, the navigation of England was also in a very languishing condition. It was therefore thought proper by the council to seek pretenses for annulling the privileges of this corporation, privileges which put them nearly on an equal footing with Englishmen in the duties which they paid. And as such patents were, during that age, granted by the absolute power of the king, men were the less surprised to find them revoked by the same authority. Several remonstrances were made against this innovation by Lübeck, Hamburg, and other Hanse towns, but the council persevered in their resolution, and the good effects of it soon became visible to the nation. The English merchants, by their very situation as natives, had advantages above foreigners in the purchase of cloth, wool, and other commodities. Though these advantages had not hitherto been sufficient to rouse then industry, or engage them to become rivals to this opulent company, but when aliens' duty was also imposed upon all foreigners indiscriminately, the English were tempted to enter into commerce. And a spirit of industry began to appear in the kingdom. About the same time a treaty was made with Gustavus Ericsson, King of Sweden, by which it was stipulated, that if he sent bullion into England, he might export English commodities without paying custom. That he should carry bullion to no other prince, that if he sent osimus, steel, copper, etc., he should pay custom for English commodities as an Englishman. And that if he sent other merchandise, he should have free intercourse, paying custom as a stranger. The bullion sent over by Sweden, though it could not be in great quantity, set the mint to work, good specie was coined, and much of the base metal formerly issued was recalled, a circumstance which tended extremely to the encouragement of commerce. But all these schemes for promoting industry were likely to prove abortive by the fear of domestic convulsions, arising from the ambition of Warwick. That nobleman, not contented with the station which he had attained, carried further his pretensions, and had gained partisans who were disposed to second him in every enterprise. The last Earl of Northumberland died without issue. And as Sir Thomas Percy, his brother, had been attainted on account of the share which he had in the Yorkshire insurrection during the late reign, the title was at present extinct, and the estate was vested in the crown. Warwick now procured to himself a grant of those ample possessions, which lay chiefly in the north, the most warlike part of the kingdom, and was dignified with the title of Duke of Northumberland. His friend Powlet, Lord St. John, the treasurer, was created, first, Earl of Wiltshire, then Marquis of Winchester. Sir William Herbert obtained the title of Earl of Pembroke. But the ambition of Northumberland made him regard all increase of possessions and titles, either to himself or his artisans, as steps only to further acquisitions. Finding that Somerset, though degraded from his dignity, and even lessened in the public opinion by his spiritless conduct, still enjoyed a considerable share of popularity, he determined to ruin the man whom he regarded as the chief obstacle to the attainment of his hopes. The alliance which had been contracted between the families had produced no cordial union, and only enabled Northumberland to compass with more certainty the destruction of his rival. He secretly gained many of the friends and servants of that unhappy nobleman. He sometimes terrified him by the appearance of danger, sometimes provoked him by ill usage. The unguarded Somerset often broke out into menacing expressions against Northumberland, at other times he formed rash projects, which he immediately abandoned. His treacherous confidants carried to his enemy every passionate word which dropped from him. They revealed the schemes which they themselves had first suggested, and Northumberland, thinking that the proper season was now come, began to act in an open manner against him. In one night, the Duke of Somerset, Lord Grey, David and John Seymour, Hammond, and Newdigate, two of the Duke's servants, Sir Ralph Vane, and Sir Thomas Palmer, were arrested and committed to custody. Next day, the Duchess of Somerset, with her favourites Crane and his wife, Sir Miles Partridge, Sir Michael Stanhope, Bannister, and others, was thrown into prison. Sir Thomas Palmer, who had all along acted as a spy upon Somerset, accused him of having formed a design to raise an insurrection in the north, to attack the gens d'armes on a muster day, to secure the Tower, and to raise a rebellion in London. But what was the only probable accusation? He asserted that Somerset had once laid a project for murdering Northumberland, Northampton, and Pembroke at a banquet which was to be given them by Lord Paget. Crane and his wife confirmed Palmer's testimony with regard to this last design. And it appears that some rash scheme of that nature had really been mentioned, though no regular conspiracy had been formed, or means prepared for its execution. Hammond confessed that the Duke had armed men to guard him one night in his house at Greenwich. Somerset was brought to his trial before the Marquis of Winchester, created High Steward. 27 peers composed the jury, among whom were Northumberland, Pembroke, and Northampton, whom decency should have hindered from acting as judges in the trial of a man that appeared to be their capital enemy. Somerset was accused of high treason, on account of the projected insurrections, and of felony in laying a design to murder privy councillors. We have a very imperfect account of all state trials during that ago, which is a sensible defect in our history. But it appears that some more regularity was observed in the management of this prosecution than had usually been employed in like cases. The witnesses were at least examined by the Privy Council. And though they were neither produced in court, nor confronted with the prisoner, circumstances required by the strict principles of equity, their depositions were given in to the jury. The proof seems to have been lame with regard to the treasonable part of the charge. And Somerset's defence was so satisfactory, that the peers gave verdict in his favour. The intention alone of assaulting the privy councillors was supported by tolerable evidence, and the jury brought him in guilty of felony. The prisoner himself confessed that he had expressed his intention of murdering Northumberland and the other lords, but had not formed any resolution on that head, and when he received sentence, he asked pardon of those peers for the designs which he had hearkened to against them. The people, by whom Somerset was beloved, hearing the first part of his sentence, by which he was acquitted from treason, expressed their joy by loud acclamations, but their satisfaction was suddenly damped on finding that he was condemned to death for felony. 1552. Care had been taken by Northumberland's emissaries to prepossess the young king against his uncle. And lest he should relent, no access was given to any of Somerset's friends, and the prince was kept from reflection by a continued series of occupations and amusements. At last the prisoner was brought to the scaffold on Tower Hill, amidst great crowds of spectators, who bore him such sincere kindness, that they entertained to the last moment the fond hopes of his pardon. Many of them rushed in to dip their handkerchiefs in his blood, which they long preserved as a precious relic. And some of them soon after, when Northumberland met with a like doom, upbraided him with this cruelty, and displayed to him these symbols of his crime. Somerset indeed, though many actions of his life were exceptionable, seems in general to have merited a better fate, and the faults which he committed were owing to weakness, not to any bad intention. His virtues were better calculated for private than for public life, and by his want of penetration and firmness, he was ill-fitted to extricate himself from those cabals and violences to which that age was so much addicted. Sir Thomas Arundel, Sir Michael Stanhope, Sir Miles Partridge, and Sir Ralph Vane, all of them Somerset's friends, were brought to their trial, condemned, and executed. Great injustice seems to have been used in their prosecution. Lord Paget, Chancellor of the Duchy, was on some pretence tried in the Star Chamber, and condemned in a fine of £6,000, with the loss of his office. To mortify him the more, he was degraded from the Order of the Garter. As unworthy, on account of his mean birth, to share that honour, Lord Rich, Chancellor, was also compelled to resign his office, on the discovery of some marks of friendship which he had shown to Somerset. The day after the execution of Somerset, a session of Parliament was held, in which further advances were made towards the establishment of the Reformation. The new liturgy was authorized, and penalties were enacted against all those who absented themselves from public worship. To use the Mass had already been prohibited under severe penalties. So that the Reformers, it appears, whatever scope they had given to their own private judgment, in disputing the tenets of the ancient religion, were resolved not to allow the same privilege to others, and the practice, nay the very doctrine of toleration, was at that time equally unknown to all sects and parties. To dissent from the religion of the magistrate, was universally conceived to be as criminal as to question his title, or rebel against his authority. A law was enacted against usury, that is, against taking any interest for money. This act was the remains of ancient superstition, but being found extremely iniquitous in itself, as well as prejudicial to commerce, it was afterwards repealed in the 12th of Elizabeth. The common rate of interest, notwithstanding the law, was at this time 14%. A bill was introduced by the Ministry into the House of Lords, renewing those rigorous statutes of treason which had been abrogated in the beginning of this reign. And though the peers, by their high station, stood most exposed to these tempests of state, yet had they so little regard to public security, or even to their own true interest, that they passed the bill with only one dissenting voice. But the Commons rejected it, and prepared a new bill, that passed into a law, by which it was enacted, that whoever should call the king, or any of his heirs named in the statute of the 35th of the last reign, heretic, schismatic, tyrant, infidel, or usurper of the crown, should forfeit, for the first offence, their goods and chattels, and be imprisoned during pleasure. For the second, should incur a praemunire, for the third, should be attainted for treason. But if any should unadvisedly utter such a slander in writing, printing, painting, carving, or graving, he was, for the first offence, to be held a traitor. It may be worthy of notice, that the king and his next heir, the Lady Mary, were professedly of different religions. And religions which threw on each other the imputation of heresy, schism, idolatry, profaneness, blasphemy, wickedness, and all the opprobrious epithets that religious zeal has invented. It was almost impossible, therefore, for the people, if they spoke at all on these subjects, not to fall into the crimes so severely punished by the statute. And the jealousy of the Commons for liberty, though it led them to reject the bill of treason sent to them by the Lords, appears not to have been very active, vigilant, or clear-sighted. The Commons annexed to this bill a clause, which was of more importance than the bill itself, that no one should be convicted of any kind of treason, unless the crime were proved by the oaths of 2 witnesses, confronted with the prisoner. The Lords for some time scrupled to pass this clause, though conformable to the most obvious principles of equity. But the members of that House trusted for protection to their present personal interest and power, and neglected the noblest and most permanent security, that of laws. The House of Peers passed a bill, whose object was, making a provision for the poor, but the Commons, not choosing that a money bill should begin in the upper house, framed a new act to the same purpose. By this act the churchwardens were empowered to collect charitable contributions, and if any refused to give, or dissuaded others from that charity, the bishop of the diocese was empowered to proceed against them. Such large discretionary powers entrusted to the prelates seem as proper an object of jealousy as the authority assumed by the peers. There was another occasion in which the Parliament reposed an unusual confidence in the bishops. They empowered them to proceed against such as neglected the Sundays and holy day. But these were unguarded concessions granted to the Church. The general humor of the age rather led men to bereave the ecclesiastics of all power, and even to pillage them of their property. Many clergymen, about this time, were obliged for a subsistence to turn carpenters or tailors, and some kept alehouses. The bishops themselves were generally reduced to poverty, and held both their revenues and spiritual office by a very precarious and uncertain tenure. Tunstall, Bishop of Durham, was one of the most eminent prelates of that age, still less for the dignity of his see, than for his own personal merit, his learning, moderation, humanity, and beneficence. He had opposed, by his vote and authority, all innovations in religion, but as soon as they were enacted, he had always submitted, and had conformed to every theological system which had been established. His known probity had made this compliance be ascribed, not to an interested or time-serving spirit, but to a sense of duty, which led him to think that all private opinion ought to be sacrificed to the great concern of public peace and tranquillity. The general regard paid to his character had protected him from any severe treatment during the administration of Somerset, but when Northumberland gained the ascendant, he was thrown into prison. And as that rapacious nobleman had formed a design of seizing the revenues of the See of Durham, and of acquiring to himself a principality in the northern counties, he was resolved, in order to effect his purpose, to deprive Tunstall of his bishopric. A bill of attainder, therefore, on pretence of misprision of treason, was introduced into the House of Peers against the prelate. And it passed with the opposition only of Lord Stourton, a zealous Catholic, and of Cranmer, who always bore a cordial and sincere friendship to the Bishop of Durham. But when the bill was sent down to the Commons, they required that witnesses should be examined, that Tunstall should be allowed to defend himself, and that he should be confronted with his accusers. And when these demands were refused, they rejected the bill. This equity, so unusual in the Parliament during that age, was ascribed, by Northumberland and his partisans, not to any regard for liberty and justice, but to the prevalence of Somerset's faction in a House of Commons which, being chosen during the administration of that nobleman, had been almost entirely filled with his creatures. They were confirmed in this opinion, when they found that a bill, ratifying the attainder of Somerset and his accomplices, was also rejected by the Commons, though it had passed the upper house. A resolution was therefore taken to dissolve the Parliament, which had sitten during this whole reign, and soon after to summon a new one. Northumberland, in order to ensure to himself a House of Commons entirely obsequious to his will, ventured on an expedient which could not have been practiced, or even imagined, in an age when there was any idea or comprehension of liberty. He engaged the king to write circular letters to all the sheriffs, in which he enjoined them to inform the freeholders, that they were required to choose men of knowledge and experience for their representatives. After this general exhortation, the king continued in these words, "And yet, nevertheless, our pleasure is, that where our privy council, or any of them, shall, in our behalf, recommend within their jurisdiction men of learning and wisdom. In such cases their directions shall be regarded and followed, as tending to the same end which we desire, that is, to have this assembly composed of the persons in our realm the best fitted to give advice and good counsel." Several letters were sent from the king, recommending members to particular counties, Sir Richard Cotton to Hampshire, Sir William Fitzwilliams and Sir Henry Neville to Berkshire, Sir William Drury and Sir Henry Benningfield to Suffolk, etc. But though some counties only received this species of congé d'élire from the king, the recommendations from the Privy Council and the councillors, we may fairly presume, would extend to the greater part, if not the whole, of the kingdom. It is remarkable, that this attempt was made during the reign of a minor king, when the royal authority is usually weakest, that it was patiently submitted to, and that it gave so little umbrage as scarcely to be taken notice of by any historian. The painful and laborious collector above cited, who never omits the most trivial matter, is the only person that has thought this memorable letter worthy of being transmitted to posterity. 1553. The Parliament answered Northumberland's expectations. As Tunstall had been in the interval deprived of his bishopric in an arbitrary manner, by the sentence of lay commissioners appointed to try him, the see of Durham was, by Act of Parliament, divided into 2 bishoprics, which had certain portions of the revenue assigned them. The regalities of the see, which included the jurisdiction of a Count Palatine, were given by the king to Northumberland. Nor is it to be doubted but that noblemen had also purposed to make rich plunder of the revenue, as was then usual with the courtiers whenever a bishopric became vacant. The Commons gave the ministry another mark of attachment, which was at that time the most sincere of any, the most cordial, and the most difficult to be obtained. They granted a supply of 2 subsidies and 2/15. To render this present the more acceptable, they voted a preamble, containing a long accusation of Somerset, for involving the king in wars, wasting his treasure, engaging him in much debt, embasing the coin, and giving occasion for a most terrible rebellion. The debts of the crown were at this time considerable. The king had received from France 400,000 crowns on delivering Boulogne. He had reaped profit from the sale of some chantry lands. The churches had been spoiled of all their plate and rich ornaments, which, by a decree of council, without any pretence of law or equity, had been converted to the king's use, yet such had been the rapacity of the courtiers, that the crown owed about £300,000, and great dilapidations were at the same time made of the royal domains. The young prince showed, among other virtues, a disposition to frugality, which, had he lived, would soon have retrieved these losses. But as his health was declining very fast, the present emptiness of the exchequer was a sensible obstacle to the execution of those projects which the ambition of Northumberland had founded on the prospect of Edward's approaching end. That nobleman represented to the prince, whom youth and an infirm state of health made susceptible of any impression, that his 2 sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, had both of them been declared illegitimate by Act of Parliament. And though Henry by his will had restored them to a place in the succession, the nation would never submit to see the throne of England filled by a bastard, that they were the king's sisters by the half-blood only. and even if they were legitimate, could not enjoy the crown as his heirs and successors, that the Queen of Scots stood excluded by the late king's will, and being an alien, had lost by law all right of inheriting. Not to mention that, as she was betrothed to the Dauphin, she would, by her succession, render England, as she had already done Scotland, a province to France, that the certain consequence of his sister Mary's succession, or that of the Queen of Scots, was the abolition of the Protestant religion, and the repeal of the laws enacted in favour of the Reformation, and the re-establishment of the usurpation and idolatry of the Church of Rome, that, fortunately for England, the same order of succession which justice required, was also the most conformable to public interest. And there was not on any side any just ground for doubt or deliberation, that when these three princesses were excluded by such solid reasons, the succession devolved on the Marchioness of Dorset, elder daughter of the French Queen and the Duke of Suffolk, that the next heir of the Marchioness was the Lady Jane Grey, a lady of the most amiable character, accomplished by the best education, both in literature and religion, and every way worthy of a crown. And that even if her title by blood were doubtful, which there was no just reason to pretend, the king was possessed of the same power that his father enjoyed, and might leave her the crown by letters patent. These reasonings made impression on the young prince, and above all, his zealous attachment to the Protestant religion made him apprehend the consequences if so bigoted a Catholic as his sister Mary should succeed to the throne. And though he bore a tender affection to the Lady Elizabeth, who was liable to no such objection, means were found to persuade him that he could not exclude the one sister, on account of illegitimacy, without giving also an exclusion to the other. Northumberland, finding that his arguments were likely to operate on the king, began to prepare the other parts of his scheme. Two sons of the Duke of Suffolk by a second venter having died this season of the sweating sickness, that title was extinct, and Northumberland engaged the king to bestow it on the Marquis of Dorset. By means of this favour, and of others which he conferred upon him, he persuaded the new Duke of Suffolk and the Duchess, to give their daughter, the Lady Jane, in marriage to his fourth son, the Lord Guilford Dudley. In order to fortify himself by further alliances, he negotiated a marriage between the Lady Catherine Grey, second daughter of Suffolk, and Lord Herbert, eldest son of the Earl of Pembroke. He also married his own daughter to Lord Hastings, eldest son of the Earl of Huntingdon. These marriages were solemnized with great pomp and festivity. And the people, who hated Northumberland, could not forbear expressing their indignation at seeing such public demonstrations of joy during the languishing state of the young prince's health. Edward had been seized in the foregoing year, first with the measles, then with the smallpox, but having perfectly recovered from both these distempers, the nation entertained hopes that they would only serve to confirm his health. And he had afterwards made a progress through some parts of the kingdom. It was suspected that he had there overheated himself in exercise. He was seized with a cough, which proved obstinate, and gave way neither to regimen nor medicines. Several fatal symptoms of consumption appeared. And though it was hoped that, as the season advanced, his youth and temperance might get the better of the malady, men saw with great concern his bloom and vigour insensibly decay. The general attachment to the young prince, joined to the hatred borne the Dudleys, made it be remarked, that Edward had every moment declined in health. From the time that Lord Robert Dudley had been put about him in quality of gentleman of the bedchamber. The languishing state of Edward's health made Northumberland the more intent on the execution of his project. He removed all, except his own emissaries, from about the king. He himself attended him with the greatest assiduity. He pretended the most anxious concern for his health and welfare, and by all these artifices he prevailed on the young prince to give his final consent to the settlement projected. Sir Edward Montague, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, Sir John Baker and Sir Thomas Bromley, two judges, with the Attorney and Solicitor General, were summoned to the council, where, after the minutes of the intended deed were read to them, the king required them to draw them up in the form of letters patent. They hesitated to obey, and desired time to consider of it. The more they reflected, the greater danger they found in compliance. The settlement of the crown by Henry VIII had been made in consequence of an Act of Parliament. And by another Act, passed in the beginning of this reign, it was declared treason in any of the heirs, their aiders or abettors, to attempt on the right of another, or change the order of succession. The judges pleaded these reasons before the council. They urged, that such a patent as was intended would be entirely invalid, that it would subject, not only the judges who drew it, but every councillor who signed it, to the pains of treason. And that the only proper expedient, both for giving sanction to the new settlement, and freeing its partisans from danger, was to summon a parliament, and to obtain the consent of that assembly. The king said, that he intended afterwards to follow that method, and would call a parliament in which he purposed to have his settlement ratified. But in the meantime he required the judges, on their allegiance, to draw the patent in the form required. The council told the judges, that their refusal would subject all of them to the pains of treason. Northumberland gave to Montague the appellation of traitor, and said that he would in his shirt fight any man in so just a cause as that of Lady Jane's succession. The judges were reduced to great difficulties between the dangers from the law, and those which arose from the violence of present power and authority. The arguments were canvassed in several different meetings between the council and the judges, and no solution could be found of the difficulties. At last, Montague proposed an expedient, which satisfied both his brethren and the councillors. He desired that a special commission should be passed by the king and council, requiring the judges to draw a patent for the new settlement of the crown. And that a pardon should immediately after be granted them for any offence which they might have incurred by their compliance. When the patent was drawn, and brought to the Bishop of Ely, Chancellor, in order to have the Great Seal affixed to it, this prelate required that all the judges should previously sign it. Gosnold at first refused. And it was with much difficulty that he was prevailed on, by the violent menaces of Northumberland to comply. But the constancy of Sir James Hales, who, though a zealous Protestant, preferred justice on this occasion to the prejudices of his party, could not be shaken by any expedient. The Chancellor next required, for his greater security, that all the privy councillors should set their hands to the patent. The intrigues of Northumberland, or the fears of his violence, were so prevalent that the councillors complied with this demand. Cranmer alone hesitated during some time, but at last yielded to the earnest and pathetic entreaties of the king. Cecil, at that time Secretary of State, pretended afterwards that he only signed as witness to the king's subscription. And thus, by the king's letters patent, the two princesses, Mary and Elizabeth, were set aside, and the crown was settled on the heirs of the Duchess of Suffolk, for the Duchess herself was content to give place to her daughters. After this settlement was made, with so many inauspicious circumstances, Edward visibly declined every day, and small hopes were entertained of his recovery. To make matters worse, his physicians were dismissed by Northumberland's advice, and by an order of council, and he was put into the hands of an ignorant woman, who undertook in a little time to restore him to his former state of health. After the use of her medicines, all the bad symptoms increased to the most violent degree. He felt a difficulty of speech and breathing. His pulse failed, his legs swelled, his color became livid, and many other symptoms appeared of his approaching end. He expired at Greenwich, in the 16th year of his age, and the 7th of his reign. All the English historians dwell with pleasure on the excellent qualities of this young prince, whom the flattering promises of hope, joined to many real virtues, had made an object of tender affection to the public. He possessed mildness of disposition, application to study and business, a capacity to learn and judge, and an attachment to equity in justice. He seems only to have contracted, from his education, and from the genius of the age in which he lived, too much of a narrow prepossession in matters of religion, which made him incline somewhat to bigotry and persecution, but as the bigotry of Protestants, less governed by priests, lies under more restraints than that of Catholics. The effects of this malignant quality were the less to be apprehended if a longer life had been granted to young Edward. Chapter 37. Mary. 1553. The title of the Princess Mary, after the demise of her brother, was not exposed to any considerable difficulty, and the objections started by the Lady Jane's partisans were new and unheard of by the nation. Though all the Protestants, and even many of the Catholics, believed the marriage of Henry VIII. with Catherine of Aragon to be unlawful and invalid. Yet, as it had been contracted by the parties without any criminal intention, had been avowed by their parents, recognized by the nation, and seemingly founded on those principles of law and religion which then prevailed. Few imagined that their issue ought on that account to be regarded as illegitimate. A declaration to that purpose had indeed been extorted from Parliament by the usual violence and caprice of Henry. But as that monarch had afterwards been induced to restore his daughter to the right of succession, her title was now become as legal and parliamentary as it was ever esteemed just and natural. The public had long been familiarized to these sentiments. During all the reign of Edward, the princess was regarded as his lawful successor. And though the Protestants dreaded the effects of her prejudices, the extreme hatred universally entertained against the Dudleys, who, men foresaw, would, under the name of Jane, be the real sovereigns, was more than sufficient to counterbalance. Even with that party, the attachment to religion. This last attempt to violate the order of succession had displayed Northumberland's ambition and injustice in a full light, and when the people reflected on the long train of fraud, iniquity, and cruelty, by which that project had been conducted. That the lives of the two Seymours, as well as the title of the princesses, had been sacrificed to it, they were moved by indignation to exert themselves in opposition to such criminal enterprises. The general veneration also paid to the memory of Henry VIII. Prompted the nation to defend the rights of his posterity. And the miseries of the ancient civil wars were not so entirely forgotten, that men were willing, by a departure from the lawful heir, to incur the danger of like bloodshed and confusion. Northumberland, sensible of the opposition which he must expect, had carefully concealed the destination made by the king. And in order to bring the two princesses into his power, he had had the precaution to engage the council, before Edward's death, to write to them in that prince's name, desiring their attendance. On pretence that his infirm state of health required the assistance of their counsel and the consolation of their company. Edward expired before their arrival, but Northumberland, in order to make the princesses fall into the snare, kept the king's death still secret, and the Lady Mary had already reached Hoddesdon, within half a day's journey of the court. Happily, the Earl of Arundel sent her private intelligence, both of her brother's death, and of the conspiracy formed against her. She immediately made haste to retire. And she arrived, by quick journeys, first at Kenning Hall in Norfolk, then at Framlingham in Suffolk, where she purposed to embark and escape to Flanders, in case she should find it impossible to defend her right of succession. She wrote letters to the nobility and most considerable gentry in every county in England, commanding them to assist her in the defence of her crown and person. And she dispatched a message to the council, by which she notified to them, that her brother's death was no longer a secret to her, promised them pardon for past offences, and required them immediately to give orders for proclaiming her in London. Northumberland found that further dissimulation was fruitless. He went to Shown House, accompanied by the Duke of Suffolk, the Earl of Pembroke, and others of the nobility. And he approached the Lady Jane, who resided there, with all the respect usually paid to the sovereign. Jane was in a great measure ignorant of these transactions, and it was with equal grief and surprise that she received intelligence of them. She was a lady of an amiable person, an engaging disposition, accomplished parts. And being of an equal age with the late king, she had received all her education with him, and seemed even to possess greater facility in acquiring every part of manly and polite literature. She had attained a familiar knowledge of the Roman and Greek languages, besides modern tongues, had passed most of her time in an application to learning, and expressed a great indifference for other occupations and amusements usual with her sex and station. Roger Ascham, tutor to the Lady Elizabeth, having one day paid her a visit, found her employed in reading Plato, while the rest of the family were engaged in a party of hunting in the park. And on his admiring the singularity of her choice, she told him, that she received more pleasure from that author than the others could reap from all their sport and gaiety. Her heart, full of this passion for literature and the elegant arts, and of tenderness towards her husband, who was deserving of her affections, had never opened itself to the flattering allurements of ambition. And the intelligence of her elevation to the throne was nowise agreeable to her. She even refused to accept of the present, pleaded the preferable title of the two princesses. Expressed her dread of the consequences attending an enterprise so dangerous, not to say so criminal, and desired to remain in the private station in which she was born. Overcome at last by the entreaties, rather than the reasons, of her father and father-in-law, and above all of her husband, she submitted to their will, and was prevailed on to relinquish her own judgment. It was then usual for the kings of England, after their accession, to pass the first days in the Tower, and Northumberland immediately conveyed thither the new sovereign. All the councillors were obliged to attend her to that fortress, and by this means became, in reality, prisoners in the hands of Northumberland, whose will they were necessitated to obey. Orders were given by the council to proclaim Jane throughout the kingdom. But these orders were executed only in London and the neighbourhood. No applause ensued, the people heard the proclamation with silence and concern, some even expressed their scorn and contempt. And one Pot, a vintner's apprentice, was severely punished for this offence. The Protestant teachers themselves, who were employed to convince the people of Jane's title, found their eloquence fruitless. And Ridley, Bishop of London, who preached a sermon to that purpose, wrought no effect upon his audience. The people of Suffolk, meanwhile, paid their attendance on Mary. As they were much attached to the Reformed communion, they could not forbear, amidst their tenders of duty, expressing apprehensions for their religion. But when she assured them that she never meant to change the laws of Edward, they enlisted themselves in her cause with zeal and affection. The nobility and gentry daily flocked to her, and brought her reinforcement. The Earls of Bath and Sussex, the eldest sons of Lord Wharton and Lord Mordaunt, Sir William Drury, Sir Henry Benningfield, Sir Henry Jerningham, persons whose interest lay in the neighbourhood, appeared at the head of their tenants and retainers. Sir Edward Hastings, brother to the Earl of Huntingdon, having received a commission from the council to make levies for the Lady Jane in Buckinghamshire, carried over his troops, which amounted to 4,000 men, and joined Mary. Even a fleet which had been sent by Northumberland to lie off the coast of Suffolk, being forced into Yarmouth by a storm, was engaged to declare for that princess. Northumberland, hitherto blinded by ambition, saw at last the danger gather round him, and knew not to what hand to turn himself. He had levied forces, which were assembled at London. But dreading the cabals of the courtiers and councillors, whose compliance, he knew, had been entirely the result of fear or artifice, he was resolved to keep near the person of the Lady Jane, and send Suffolk to command the army. But the councillors, who wished to remove him, working on the filial tenderness of Jane, magnified to her the danger to which her father would be exposed, and represented that Northumberland, who had gained reputation by formerly suppressing a rebellion in those parts, was more proper to command in that enterprise. The Duke himself, who knew the slender capacity of Suffolk, began to think that none but himself was able to encounter the present danger, and he agreed to take on him the command of the troops. The councillors attended on him at his departure with the highest protestations of attachment, and none more than Arundel, his mortal enemy. As he went along, he remarked the disaffection of the people, which foreboded a fatal issue to his ambitious hopes. "Many," said he to Lord Grey, "come out to look at us, but I find not one who cries, 'God speed you.'" The Duke had no sooner reached St. Edmundsbury, than he found his army, which did not exceed 6,000 men, too weak to encounter the Queen's, which amounted to double the number. He wrote to the council, desiring them to send him a reinforcement, and the councillors immediately laid hold of the opportunity to free themselves from confinement. They left the Tower, as if they meant to execute Northumberland's commands. But being assembled in Baynard's Castle, a house belonging to Pembroke, they deliberated concerning the method of shaking off his usurped tyranny. Arundel began the conference, by representing the injustice and cruelty of Northumberland, the exorbitancy of his ambition, the criminal enterprise which he had projected, and the guilt in which he had involved the whole council. And he affirmed, that the only method of making atonement for their past offences, was by a speedy return to the duty which they owed to their lawful sovereign. This motion was seconded by Pembroke, who, clapping his hand to his sword, swore he was ready to fight any man that expressed himself of a contrary sentiment. The mayor and aldermen of London were immediately sent for, who discovered great alacrity in obeying the orders they received to proclaim Mary. The people expressed their approbation by shouts of applause. Even Suffolk, who commanded in the Tower, finding resistance fruitless, opened the gates, and declared for the Queen. The Lady Jane, after the vain pageantry of wearing a crown during 10 days, returned to a private life with more satisfaction than she felt when the royalty was tendered to her, and the messengers who were sent to Northumberland with orders to lay down his arms, found that he had despaired of success, was deserted by all his followers, and had already proclaimed the Queen, with exterior marks of joy and satisfaction. The people everywhere, on the Queen's approach to London, gave sensible expressions of their loyalty and attachment. And the Lady Elizabeth met her at the head of 1,000 horse, which that princess had levied in order to support their joint title against the usurper. The Queen gave orders for taking into custody the Duke of Northumberland, who fell on his knees to the Earl of Arundel, that arrested him, and abjectly begged his life. At the same time were committed the Earl of Warwick, his eldest son, Lord Ambrose and Lord Henry Dudley, 2 of his younger sons, Sir Andrew Dudley, his brother, the Marquis of Northampton, the Earl of Huntingdon, Sir Thomas Palmer, and Sir John Gates. The Queen afterwards confined the Duke of Suffolk, Lady Jane Grey, and Lord Guilford Dudley. But Mary was desirous, in the beginning of her reign, to acquire popularity by the appearance of clemency. And because the councillors pleaded constraint as an excuse for their treason, she extended her pardon to most of them. Suffolk himself recovered his liberty. And he owed this indulgence, in a great measure, to the contempt entertained of his capacity. But the guilt of Northumberland was too great, as well as his ambition and courage too dangerous, to permit him to entertain any reasonable hopes of life. When brought to his trial, he only desired permission to ask 2 questions of the peers appointed to sit on his jury, whether a man could be guilty of treason that obeyed orders given him by the council under the Great Seal, and whether those who were involved in the same guilt with himself could sit as his judges. Being told that the Great Seal of a usurper was no authority, and that persons not lying under any sentence of attainder were still innocent in the eye of the law, and might be admitted on any jury, he acquiesced, and pleaded guilty. At his execution, he made profession of the Catholic religion, and told the people that they never would enjoy tranquility till they returned to the faith of their ancestors, whether that such were his real sentiments, which he had formerly disguised from interest and ambition, or that he hoped by this declaration to render the Queen more favourable to his family. Sir Thomas Palmer and Sir John Gates suffered with him, and this was all the blood spilled on account of so dangerous and criminal an enterprise against the rights of the sovereign. Sentence was pronounced against the Lady Jane and Lord Guilford, but without any present intention of putting it in execution. The youth and innocence of the persons, neither of whom had reached their 17th year, pleaded sufficiently in their favour. When Mary first arrived in the Tower, the Duke of Norfolk, who had been detained prisoner during all the last reign, Courtenay, son of the Marquis of Exeter, who, without being charged with any crime, had been subjected to the same punishment ever since his father's attainder. Gardiner, Tunstall, and Bonner, who had been confined for their adhering to the Catholic cause, appeared before her, and implored her clemency and protection. They were all of them restored to their liberty, and immediately admitted to her confidence and favour. Norfolk's attainder, notwithstanding that it had passed in Parliament, was represented as null and invalid, because, among other informalities, no special matter had been alleged against him, except wearing a coat of arms which he and his ancestors, without giving any offence, had always made use of, in the face of the court and of the whole nation. Courtenay soon after received the title of Earl of Devonshire. And though educated in such close confinement that he was altogether unacquainted with the world, he soon acquired all the accomplishments of a courtier and a gentleman, and made a considerable figure during the few years which he lived after he recovered his liberty. Besides performing all those popular acts, which, though they only affected individuals, were very acceptable to the nation, the Queen endeavoured to ingratiate herself with the public by granting a general pardon, though with some exceptions, and by remitting the subsidy voted to her brother by the last Parliament. The joy arising from the succession of the lawful heir, and from the gracious demeanour of the sovereign, hindered not the people from being agitated with great anxiety concerning the state of religion. And as the bulk of the nation inclined to the Protestant communion, the apprehensions entertained concerning the principles and prejudices of the new queen were pretty general. The legitimacy of Mary's birth had appeared to be somewhat connected with the papal authority. And that princess being educated with her mother, had imbibed the strongest attachment to the Catholic communion, and the highest aversion to those new tenets, whence, she believed, all the misfortunes of her family had originally sprung. The discouragements which she lay under from her father, though at last they brought her to comply with his will, tended still more to increase her disgust to the reformers. And the vexations which the Protector and the Council gave her during Edward's reign, had no other effect than to confirm her further in her prejudices. Naturally of a sour and obstinate temper, and irritated by contradiction and misfortunes, she possessed all the qualities fitted to compose a bigot. And her extreme ignorance rendered her utterly incapable of doubt in her own belief, or of indulgence to the opinions of others. The nation, therefore, had great reason to dread, not only the abolition, but the persecution of the established religion from the zeal of Mary, and it was not long ere she discovered her intentions. Gardiner, Bonner, Tunstall, Day, Heath, and Vesey, were reinstated in their sees either by a direct act of power, or, what is nearly the same, by the sentence of commissioners appointed to review their trial and condemnation. Though the bishopric of Durham had been dissolved by authority of Parliament, the Queen erected it anew by letters patent, and replaced Tunstall in his regalities as well as in his revenue. On pretence of discouraging controversy, she silenced, by an act of prerogative, all the preachers throughout England, except such as should obtain a particular license. And it was easy to foresee, that none but Catholics would be favoured with this privilege. Holgate, Archbishop of York, Coverdale, Bishop of Exeter, Ridley of London, and Hooper of Gloucester, were thrown into prison. Whither old Latimer also was sent soon after. The zealous bishops and priests were encouraged in their forwardness to revive the Mass, though contrary to the present laws. Judge Hales, who had discovered such constancy in defending the Queen's title, lost all his merit by an opposition to those illegal practices. And being committed to custody, was treated with such severity, that he fell into frenzy, and killed himself. The men of Suffolk were browbeaten because they presumed to plead the promise which the Queen, when they enlisted themselves in her service, had given them of maintaining the reformed religion. One in particular was set in the pillory, because he had been too peremptory in recalling to her memory the engagements which she had taken on that occasion. And though the Queen still promised in a public declaration before the Council, to tolerate those who differed from her, men foresaw that this engagement, like the former, would prove but a feeble security when set in opposition to religious prejudices. The merits of Cranmer towards the Queen during the reign of Henry had been considerable. And he had successfully employed his good offices in mitigating the severe prejudices which that monarch had entertained against her. But the active part which he had borne in promoting her mother's divorce, as well as in conducting the Reformation, had made him the object of her hatred. And though Gardiner had been equally forward in soliciting and defending the divorce, he had afterwards made sufficient atonement, by his sufferings in defence of the Catholic cause. The primate, therefore, had reason to expect little favour during the present reign, but it was by his own indiscreet zeal, that he brought on himself the first violence and persecution. A report being spread that Cranmer, in order to pay court to the Queen, had promised to officiate in the Latin service, the Archbishop, to wipe off this aspersion, published a manifesto in his own defence. Among other expressions, he there said, that as the devil was a liar from the beginning, and the father of lies, he had at this time stirred up his servants to persecute Christ and his true religion, that this infernal spirit now endeavoured to restore the Latin satisfactory masses, a thing of his own invention and device. And in order to effect his purpose, had falsely made use of Cranmer's name and authority, and that the Mass is not only without foundation, either in the Scriptures or in the practice of the primitive Church, but likewise discovers a plain contradiction to antiquity and the inspired writings, and is besides replete with many horrid blasphemies. On the publication of this inflammatory paper Cranmer was thrown into prison, and was tried for the part which he had acted in concurring with the Lady Jane, and opposing the Queen's accession. Sentence of high treason was pronounced against him, and though his guilt was shared with the whole Privy Council and was even less than that of the greater part of them, this sentence, however severe, must be allowed entirely legal. The execution of it, however, did not follow, and Cranmer was reserved for a more cruel punishment. Peter Martyr, seeing a persecution gathering against the reformers, desired leave to withdraw. And while some zealous Catholics moved for his commitment, Gardiner both pleaded that he had come over by an invitation from the government, and generously furnished him with supplies for his journey, but his bigoted zeal still increased. His wife's body, which had been interred at Oxford, was afterwards dug up by public orders, and buried in a dunghill. The bones of Bucer and Fagius, two foreign reformers, were about the same time committed to the flames at Cambridge. John Alasco was first silenced, then ordered to depart the kingdom with his congregation. The greater part of the foreign Protestants followed him, and the nation thereby lost many useful hands for arts and manufactures. Several English Protestants also took shelter in foreign parts. And everything bore a dismal aspect for the Reformation. During this revolution of the court, no protection was expected by Protestants from the Parliament which was summoned to assemble. A zealous reformer pretends that great violence and iniquity were used in the elections. But, besides that the authority of this writer is inconsiderable, that practice, as the necessities of government seldom required it, had not hitherto been often employed in England. There still remain such numbers devoted by opinion or affection to many principles of the ancient religion, that the authority of the Crown was able to give such candidates the preference in most elections. And all those who hesitated to comply with the court religion, rather declined taking a seat, which, while it rendered them obnoxious to the Queen, could afterwards afford them no protection against the violence of prerogative. It soon appeared, therefore, that a majority of the Commons would be obsequious to Mary's designs, and as the peers were mostly attached to the court from interest or expectations, little opposition was expected from that quarter. In opening the Parliament, the court showed a contempt of the laws, by celebrating, before the two houses, a Mass of the Holy Ghost in the Latin tongue, attended with all the ancient rites and ceremonies, though abolished by Act of Parliament. Taylor, Bishop of Lincoln, having refused to kneel at this service, was severely handled, and was violently thrust out of the house. The Queen, however, still retained the title of Supreme Head of the Church of England. And it was generally pretended, that the intention of the court was only to restore religion to the same condition in which it had been left by Henry. But that the other abuses of popery, which were the most grievous to the nation, would never be revived. The first bill passed by the Parliament was of a popular nature, and abolished every species of treason not contained in the statute of Edward III, and every species of felony that did not subsist before the first of Henry VIII. The Parliament next declared the Queen to be legitimate, ratified the marriage of Henry with Catherine of Aragon, and annulled the divorce pronounced by Cranmer, whom they greatly blamed on that account. No mention, however, is made of the Pope's authority, as any ground of the marriage. All the statutes of King Edward with regard to religion were repealed by one vote. The attainder of the Duke of Norfolk was reversed. And this act of justice was more reasonable than the declaring of that attainder invalid without further authority. Many clauses of the Riot Act, passed in the late reign, were revived, a step which eluded in a great measure the popular statute enacted at the first meeting of Parliament. Notwithstanding the compliance of the two houses with the Queen's inclinations, they had still a reserve in certain articles. And her choice of a husband, in particular, was of such importance to national interest, that they were determined not to submit tamely, in that respect, to her will and pleasure. There were 3 marriages concerning which it was supposed that Mary had deliberated after her accession. The first person proposed to her was Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire, who, being an Englishman nearly allied to the crown, could not fail of being acceptable to the nation. And as he was of an engaging person and address, he had visibly gained on the Queen's affections, and hints were dropped him of her favourable dispositions towards him. But that nobleman neglected these overtures, and seemed rather to attach himself to the Lady Elizabeth, whose youth and agreeable conversation he preferred to all the power and grandeur of her sister. This choice occasioned a great coldness in Mary towards Devonshire. and made her break out in a declared animosity against Elizabeth. The ancient quarrel between their mothers had sunk deep into the malignant heart of the Queen. And after the declaration made by Parliament in favour of Catherine's marriage, she wanted not a pretence for representing the birth of her sister as illegitimate. The attachment of Elizabeth to the Reformed religion offended Mary's bigotry. And as the young princess had made some difficulty in disguising her sentiments, violent menaces had been employed to bring her to compliance. But when the Queen found that Elizabeth had obstructed her views in a point which, perhaps, touched her still more nearly, her resentment, excited by pride, no longer knew any bounds, and the princess was visibly exposed to the greatest danger. Cardinal Pole, who had never taken priest's orders, was another party proposed to the Queen, and there appeared many reasons to induce her to make choice of this prelate. The high character of Pole for virtue and humanity. The great regard paid him by the Catholic Church, of which he had nearly reached the highest dignity on the death of Paul III, the Queen's affection for the Countess of Salisbury, his mother, who had once been her governess. The violent animosity to which he had been exposed on account of his attachment to the Romish communion, all these considerations had a powerful influence on Mary. But the cardinal was now in the decline of life. And having contracted habits of study and retirement, he was represented to her as unqualified for the bustle of a court and the hurry of business. The Queen, therefore, dropped all thoughts of that alliance, but as she entertained a great regard for Pole's wisdom and virtue, she still intended to reap the benefit of his counsel in the administration of her government. She secretly entered into a negotiation with Commendone, an agent of Cardinal Dandino, legate at Brussels. She sent assurances to the Pope, then Julius III, of her earnest desire to reconcile herself and her kingdoms to the Holy See. And she desired that Pole might be appointed legate for the performance of that pious office. These two marriages being rejected, the Queen cast her eye towards the Emperor's family, from which her mother was descended, and which, during her own distresses, had always afforded her countenance and protection. Charles V, who a few years before was almost absolute master of Germany, had exercised his power in such an arbitrary manner, that he gave extreme disgust to the nation. Who apprehended the total extinction of their liberties from the encroachments of that monarch. Religion had served him as a pretence for his usurpations, and from the same principle he met with that opposition which overthrew his grandeur, and dashed all his ambitious hopes. Maurice, Elector of Saxony, enraged that the Landgrave of Hesse, who, by his advice, and on his assurances, had put himself into the Emperor's hands, should be unjustly detained a prisoner, formed a secret conspiracy among the Protestant princes. And, covering his intentions with the most artful disguises, he suddenly marched his forces against Charles, and narrowly missed becoming master of his person. The Protestants flew to arms in every quarter. And their insurrection, aided by an invasion from France, reduced the Emperor to such difficulties, that he was obliged to submit to terms of peace which ensured the independency of Germany. To retrieve his honor, he made an attack on France. And laying siege to Metz with an army of 100,000 men, he conducted the enterprise in person, and seemed determined, at all hazards, to succeed in an undertaking which had fixed the attention of Europe. But the Duke of Guise, who defended Metz with a garrison composed of the bravest nobility of France, exerted such vigilance, conduct, and valor, that the siege was protracted to the depth of winter. And the Emperor found it dangerous to persevere any longer. He retired with the remains of his army into the Low Countries, much dejected with that reverse of fortune which in his declining years, had so fatally overtaken him. No sooner did Charles hear of the death of Edward, and the accession of his kinswoman Mary to the crown of England, than he formed the scheme of acquiring that kingdom to his family. And he hoped by this incident to balance all the losses which he had sustained in Germany. His son Philip was a widower. And though he was only 27 years of age, 11 years younger than the Queen, this objection, it was thought, would be overlooked, and there was no reason to despair of her still having a numerous issue. The Emperor, therefore, immediately sent over an agent to signify his intentions to Mary, who, pleased with the support of so powerful an alliance, and glad to unite herself more closely with her mother's family, to which she was ever strongly attached, readily embraced the proposal. Norfolk, Arundel, and Paget gave their advice for the match, and Gardiner, who was become Prime Minister, and who had been promoted to the office of Chancellor, finding how Mary's inclinations lay, seconded the project of the Spanish alliance. At the same time he represented, both to her and the Emperor, the necessity of stopping all further innovations in religion, till the completion of the marriage. He observed, that the Parliament amidst all their compliances had discovered evident symptoms of jealousy, and seemed at present determined to grant no further concessions in favour of the Catholic religion, that though they might make a sacrifice to their sovereign of some speculative principles which they did not well comprehend, or of some rights which seemed not of any great moment, they had imbibed such strong prejudices against the pretended usurpations and exactions of the court of Rome, that they would with great difficulty be again brought to submit to its authority, that the danger of resuming the abbey lands would alarm the nobility and gentry, and induce them to encourage the prepossessions, which were but too general among the people, against the doctrine and worship of the Catholic Church, that much pains had been taken to prejudice the nation against the Spanish alliance. And if that point were urged at the same time with further changes in religion, it would hazard a general revolt and insurrection, that the marriage being once completed would give authority to the Queen's measures, and enable her afterwards to forward the pious work in which she was engaged, and that it was even necessary previously to reconcile the people to the marriage, by rendering the conditions extremely favourable to the English, and such as would seem to ensure to them their independency, and the entire possession of their ancient laws and privileges. The Emperor, well acquainted with the prudence and experience of Gardiner, assented to all these reasons, and he endeavoured to temper the zeal of Mary, by representing the necessity of proceeding gradually in the great work of converting the nation. Hearing that Cardinal Pole, more sincere in his religious opinions, and less guided by the maxims of human policy, after having sent contrary advice to the Queen, had set out on his journey to England, where he was to exercise his legate in commission, he thought proper to stop him at Dillingham, a town on the Danube. And he afterwards obtained Mary's consent for this detention. The negotiation for the marriage meanwhile proceeded apace, and Mary's intentions of espousing Philip became generally known to the nation. The Commons, who hoped that they had gained the Queen by the concessions which they had already made, were alarmed to hear that she was resolved to contract a foreign alliance, and they sent a committee to remonstrate in strong terms against that dangerous measure. To prevent further applications of the same kind, she thought proper to dissolve the Parliament. A convocation had been summoned at the same time with the Parliament, and the majority here also appeared to be of the court religion. An offer was very frankly made by the Romanists, to dispute concerning the points controverted between the two communions. And as transubstantiation was the article which of all others they deemed the clearest, and founded on the most irresistible arguments, they chose to try their strength by defending it. The Protestants pushed the dispute as far as the clamour and noise of their antagonists would permit. And they fondly imagined that they had obtained some advantage, when, in the course of the debate, they obliged the Catholics to avow that, according to their doctrine, Christ had in his Last Supper held himself in his hand, and had swallowed and eaten himself. This triumph, however, was confined only to their own party. The Romanists maintained, that their champions had clearly the better of the day, that their adversaries were blind and obstinate heretics, that nothing but the most extreme depravity of heart could induce men to contest such self-evident principles, and that the severest punishments were due to their perverse wickedness. So pleased were they with their superiority in this favourite point, that they soon after renewed the dispute at Oxford. And, to show that they feared no force of learning or abilities, where reason was so evident on their side, they sent thither Cranmer, Latimer, and Ridley, under a guard, to try whether these renowned controversialists could find any appearance of argument to defend their baffled principles. The issue of the debate was very different from what it appeared to be a few years before, in a famous conference held at the same place during the reign of Edward. 1554. After the Parliament and Convocation were dismissed, the new laws with regard to religion, though they had been anticipated in most places by the zeal of the Catholics, countenanced by government, were still more openly put in execution. The Mass was everywhere re-established. And marriage was declared to be incompatible with any spiritual office. It has been asserted by some writers, that 3/4 of the clergy were at this time deprived of their livings. Though other historians, more accurate, have estimated the number of sufferers to be far short of this proportion. A visitation was appointed, in order to restore more perfectly the Mass and the ancient rites. Among other articles, the commissioners were enjoined to forbid the oath of supremacy to be taken by the clergy on their receiving any benefice. It is to be observed, that this oath had been established by the laws of Henry VIII, which were still in force. This violent and sudden change of religion inspired the Protestants with great discontent, and even affected indifferent spectators with concern, by the hardships to which so many individuals were on that account exposed. But the Spanish match was a point of more general concern, and diffused universal apprehension for the liberty and independence of the nation. To obviate all clamor, the articles of marriage were drawn as favorable as possible for the interests and security, and even grandeur of England. It was agreed, that though Philip should have the title of king, the administration should be entirely in the Queen, that no foreigner should be capable of enjoying any office in the kingdom, that no innovation should be made in the English laws, customs, and privileges, that Philip should not carry the Queen abroad without her consent, nor any of her children without the consent of the nobility, that £60,000 a year should be settled as her jointure, that the male issue of this marriage should inherit, together with England, both Burgundy and the Low Countries, and that if Don Carlos, Philip's son by his former marriage, should die, and his line be extinct, the Queen's issue, whether male or female, should inherit Spain, Sicily, Milan, and all the other dominions of Philip. Such was the treaty of marriage signed by Count Egmont and 3 other ambassadors, sent over to England by the Emperor. These articles, when published, gave no satisfaction to the nation. It was universally said, that the Emperor, in order to get possession of England, would verbally agree to any terms, and a greater advantage there appeared in the conditions which he granted. The more certainly might it be concluded that he had no serious intention of observing them, that the usual fraud and ambition of that monarch might assure the nation of such a conduct, and his son Philip, while he inherited these vices from his father, added to them tyranny, sullenness, pride, and barbarity, more dangerous vices of his own, that England would become a province, and a province to a kingdom which usually exercised the most violent authority over all her dependent dominions, that the Netherlands, Milan, Sicily, Naples, groaned under the burden of Spanish tyranny. And throughout all the new conquests in America there had been displayed scenes of unrelenting cruelty, hitherto unknown in the history of mankind, that the Inquisition was a tribunal invented by that tyrannical nation, and would infallibly, with all their other laws and institutions, be introduced into England. And that the divided sentiments of the people with regard to religion would subject multitudes to this iniquitous tribunal, and would reduce the whole nation to the most abject servitude. These complaints being diffused everywhere, prepared the people for a rebellion, and had any foreign power given them encouragement, or any great man appeared to head them, the consequence might have proved fatal to the Queen's authority. But the King of France, though engaged in hostilities with the Emperor, refused to concur in any proposal for an insurrection, lest he should afford Mary a pretence for declaring war against him. And the more prudent part of the nobility thought that, as the evils of the Spanish alliance were only dreaded at a distance, matters were not yet fully prepared for a general revolt. Some persons, however, more turbulent than the rest, believed that it would be safer to prevent than to redress grievances. And they formed a conspiracy to rise in arms, and declare against the Queen's marriage with Philip. Sir Thomas Wyatt purposed to raise Kent, Sir Peter Carew, Devonshire, and they engaged the Duke of Suffolk, by the hopes of recovering the crown for the Lady Jane, to attempt raising the Midland counties. Carew's impatience or apprehensions engaged him to break the concert, and to rise in arms before the day appointed. He was soon suppressed by the Earl of Bedford, and constrained to fly into France. On this intelligence, Suffolk, dreading an arrest, suddenly left the town with his brothers, Lord Thomas and Lord Leonard Grey, and endeavoured to raise the people in the counties of Warwick and Leicester, where his interest lay. But he was so closely pursued by the Earl of Huntingdon, at the head of 300 horse, that he was obliged to disperse his followers, and being discovered in his concealment, he was carried prisoner to London. Wyatt was at first more successful in his attempt. And having published a declaration, at Maidstone in Kent, against the Queen's evil counsellors, and against the Spanish match, without any mention of religion, the people began to flock to his standard. The Duke of Norfolk, with Sir Henry Jerningham, was sent against him, at the head of the Guards and some other troops, reinforced with 500 Londoners commanded by Brett, and he came within sight of the rebels at Rochester, where they had fixed their headquarters. Sir George Harper here pretended to desert from them. But having secretly gained Brett, these two malcontents so wrought on the Londoners, that the whole body deserted to Wyatt, and declared that they would not contribute to enslave their native country. Norfolk, dreading the contagion of the example, immediately retreated with his troops, and took shelter in the city. After this proof of the disposition of the people, especially of the Londoners, who were mostly Protestants, Wyatt was encouraged to proceed. He led his forces to Southwark, where he required of the Queen that she should put the Tower into his hands, should deliver 4 councillors as hostages, and in order to ensure the liberty of the nation, should immediately marry an Englishman. Finding that the bridge was secured against him, and that the city was overawed, he marched up to Kingston, where he passed the river with 4,000 men. And returning towards London, hoped to encourage his partisans who had engaged to declare for him. He had imprudently wasted so much time at Southwark, and in his march from Kingston, that the critical season, on which all popular commotions depend, was entirely lost, though he entered Westminster without resistance. His followers, finding that no person of note joined him, insensibly fell off, and he was at last seized near Temple Bar by Sir Maurice Berkeley. 400 persons are said to have suffered for this rebellion, 400 more were conducted before the Queen with ropes about their necks, and falling on their knees, received a pardon, and were dismissed. Wyatt was condemned and executed, as it had been reported that, on his examination, he had accused the Lady Elizabeth and the Earl of Devonshire as accomplices. He took care, on the scaffold, before the whole people, fully to acquit them of having any share in his rebellion. The Lady Elizabeth had been, during some time, treated with great harshness by her sister, and many studied instances of discouragement and disrespect had been practiced against her. She was ordered to take place at court after the Countess of Lennox and the Duchess of Suffolk, as if she were not legitimate. Her friends were discountenanced on every occasion, and while her virtues, which were now become eminent, drew to her the attendance of all the young nobility, and rendered her the favourite of the nation. The malevolence of the Queen still discovered itself every day by fresh symptoms, and obliged the princess to retire into the country. Mary seized the opportunity of this rebellion, and hoping to involve her sister in some appearance of guilt, sent for her under a strong guard, committed her to the Tower, and ordered her to be strictly examined by the council. But the public declaration made by Wyatt rendered it impracticable to employ against her any false evidence which might have offered, and the princess made so good a defence, that the Queen found herself under a necessity of releasing her. In order to send her out of the kingdom, a marriage was offered her with the Duke of Savoy, and when she declined the proposal, she was committed to custody under a strong guard at Wodestoke. The Earl of Devonshire, though equally innocent, was confined in Fotheringay Castle. But this rebellion proved still more fatal to the Lady Jane Grey, as well as to her husband. The Duke of Suffolk's guilt was imputed to her. And though the rebels and malcontents seemed chiefly to rest their hopes on the Lady Elizabeth and the Earl of Devonshire, the Queen, incapable of generosity or clemency, determined to remove every person from whom the least danger could be apprehended. Warning was given the Lady Jane to prepare for death, a doom which she had long expected, and which the innocence of her life, as well as the misfortunes to which she had been exposed, rendered nowise unwelcome to her. The Queen's zeal, under colour of tender mercy to the prisoner's soul, induced her to send divines, who harassed her with perpetual disputation. And even a reprieve for 3 days was granted her, in hopes that she would be persuaded during that time to pay, by a timely conversion, some regard to her eternal welfare. The Lady Jane had presence of mind, in those melancholy circumstances, not only to defend her religion by all the topics then in use, but also to write a letter to her sister in the Greek language. in which, besides sending her a copy of the Scriptures in that tongue, she exhorted her to maintain, in every fortune, a like steady perseverance. On the day of her execution, her husband, Lord Guilford, desired permission to see her. But she refused her consent, and informed him by a message, that the tenderness of their parting would overcome the fortitude of both, and would too much unbend their minds from that constancy which their approaching end required of them. Their separation, she said, would be only for a moment, and they would soon rejoin each other in a scene where their affections would be forever united, and where death, disappointment, and misfortunes, could no longer have access to them or disturb their eternal felicity. It had been intended to execute the Lady Jane and Lord Guilford together on the same scaffold at Tower Hill. But the council, dreading the compassion of the people for their youth, beauty, innocence, and noble birth, changed their orders, and gave directions that she should be beheaded within the verge of the tower. She saw her husband led to execution, and having given him from the window some token of her remembrance, she waited with tranquillity till her own appointed hour should bring her to a like fate. She even saw his headless body carried back in a cart, and found herself more confirmed by the reports which she heard of the constancy of his end, than shaken by so tender and melancholy a spectacle. Sir John Gage, Constable of the Tower, when he led her to execution, desired her to bestow on him some small present, which he might keep as a perpetual memorial of her. She gave him her table book, on which she had just written 3 sentences on seeing her husband's dead body. One in Greek, another in Latin, a third in English. The purport of them was, that human justice was against his body, but divine mercy would be favorable to his soul. That if her fault deserved punishment, her youth at least, and her imprudence, were worthy of excuse, and that God and posterity, she trusted, would show her favor. On the scaffold she made a speech to the bystanders, in which the mildness of her disposition led her to take the blame wholly on herself, without uttering one complaint against the severity with which she had been treated. She said, that her offence was not the having laid her hand upon the crown, but the not rejecting it with sufficient constancy. That she had less erred through ambition than through reverence to her parents, whom she had been taught to respect and obey, that she willingly received death, as the only satisfaction which she could now make to the injured state. And though her infringement of the laws had been constrained, she would show, by her voluntary submission to their sentence, that she was desirous to atone for that disobedience into which too much filial piety had betrayed her, that she had justly deserved this punishment for being made the instrument, though the unwilling instrument, of the ambition of others. And that the story of her life, she hoped, might at least be useful, by proving that innocence excuses not great misdeeds, if they tend anywise to the destruction of the Commonwealth. After uttering these words, she caused herself to be disrobed by her women, and with a steady serene countenance submitted herself to the executioner. The Duke of Suffolk was tried, condemned, and executed soon after, and would have met with more compassion, had not his temerity been the cause of his daughter's untimely end. Lord Thomas Grey lost his life for the same crime. Sir Nicholas Throgmorton was tried in Guildhall, but there appearing no satisfactory evidence against him, he was able, by making an admirable defence, to obtain a verdict of the jury in his favour. The Queen was so enraged at this disappointment, that, instead of releasing him as the law required, she recommitted him to the Tower, and kept him in close confinement during some time. But her resentment stopped not here. The jury, being summoned before the council, were all sent to prison, and afterwards fined, some of them £1,000, others 2,000 apiece. This violence proved fatal to several. Among others to Sir John Throgmorton, brother to Sir Nicholas, who was condemned on no better evidence than had formerly been rejected. The Queen filled the Tower and all the prisons with nobility and gentry, whom their interest with the nation, rather than any appearance of guilt, had made the objects of her suspicion. And finding that she was universally hated, she determined to disable the people from resistance, by ordering general musters, and directing the commissioners to seize their arms, and lay them up in forts and castles. Though the government laboured under so general an odium, the Queen's authority had received such an increase from the suppression of Wyatt's rebellion, That the ministry hoped to find a compliant disposition in the new parliament which was summoned to assemble. The emperor also, in order to facilitate the same end, had borrowed no less a sum than 400,000 crowns, which he had sent over to England to be distributed in bribes and pensions among the members, a pernicious practice, of which there had not hitherto been any instance in England. And not to give the public any alarm with regard to the church lands, the Queen, notwithstanding her bigotry, resumed her title of supreme head of the church, which she had dropped 3 months before. Gardiner, the Chancellor, opened the session by a speech, in which he asserted the Queen's hereditary title to the crown, maintained her right of choosing a husband for herself, observed how proper a use she had made of that right, by giving the preference to an old ally, descended from the House of Burgundy, and remarked the failure of Henry VIII's posterity, of whom there now remained none but the Queen and the Lady Elizabeth. He added, that, in order to obviate the inconveniencies which might arise from different pretenders, it was necessary to invest the Queen, by law, with a power of disposing of the crown, and of appointing her successor, a power, he said, which was not to be thought unprecedented in England, since it had formerly been conferred on Henry VIII. The Parliament was much disposed to gratify the Queen in all her desires, but when the liberty, independency, and very being of the nation were in such visible danger, they could not by any means be brought to compliance. They knew both the inveterate hatred which she bore to the Lady Elizabeth, and her devoted attachment to the House of Austria. They were acquainted with her extreme bigotry, which would lead her to postpone all considerations of justice or national interest to the establishment of the Catholic religion. They remarked that Gardiner had carefully avoided in his speech the giving to Elizabeth the appellation of the Queen's sister. And they thence concluded that a design was formed of excluding her as illegitimate. They expected that Mary, if invested with such a power as she required, would make a will in her husband's favor, and thereby render England forever a province to the Spanish monarchy. And they were the more alarmed with these projects, as they heard that Philip's descent from the House of Lancaster was carefully insisted on, and that he was publicly represented as the true and only heir by right of inheritance. The Parliament, therefore, aware of their danger, were determined to keep at a distance from the precipice which lay before them. They could not avoid ratifying the articles of marriage, which were drawn very favourable for England. But they declined the passing of any such law as the Chancellor pointed out to them. They would not so much as declare it treason to imagine or attempt the death of the Queen's husband while she was alive. And a bill introduced for that purpose was laid aside after the first reading. The more effectually to cut off Philip's hopes of possessing any authority in England, they passed a law in which they declared, that Her Majesty, as their only Queen, should solely, and as a sole Queen, enjoy the crown and sovereignty of her realms, with all the preeminences, dignities, and rights thereto belonging, in as large and ample a manner after her marriage as before, without any title or claim accruing to the Prince of Spain, either as tenant by courtesy of the realm, or by any other means. A law passed in this Parliament for re-erecting the bishopric of Durham, which had been dissolved by the last Parliament of Edward. The Queen had already, by an exertion of her power, put Tunstall in possession of that see, but though it was usual at that time for the Crown to assume authority which might seem entirely legislative, it was always deemed more safe and satisfactory to procure the sanction of Parliament. Bills were introduced for suppressing heterodox opinions contained in books, and for reviving the law of the 6 Articles, together with those against the Lollards, and against heresy and erroneous preaching. But none of these laws could pass the 2 houses, a proof that the Parliament had reserves even in their concessions with regard to religion, about which they seem to have been less scrupulous. The Queen, therefore, finding that they would not serve all her purposes, finished the session by dissolving them. Mary's thoughts were now entirely employed about receiving Don Philip, whose arrival she hourly expected. This princess, who had lived so many years in a very reserved and private manner, without any prospect or hopes of a husband, was so smitten with affection for her young consort, whom she had never seen, that she waited with the utmost impatience for the completion of the marriage. And every obstacle was to her a source of anxiety and discontent. She complained of Philip's delays as affected, and she could not conceal her vexation, that, though she brought him a kingdom as her dowry, he treated her with such neglect that he had never yet favored her with a single letter. Her fondness was but the more increased by this supercilious treatment. And when she found that her subjects had entertained the greatest aversion for the event to which she directed her fondest wishes, she made the whole English nation the object of her resentment. A squadron, under the command of Lord Effingham, had been fitted out to convoy Philip from Spain, where he then resided. But the admiral informing her that the discontents ran very high among the seamen, and that it was not safe for Philip to entrust himself in their hands, she gave orders to dismiss them. She then dreaded lest the French fleet, being masters of the sea, might intercept her husband, and every rumor of danger, every blast of wind, threw her into panics and convulsions. Her health, and even her understanding, were visibly hurt by this extreme impatience, and she was struck with a new apprehension lest her person, impaired by time and blasted by sickness, should prove disagreeable to her future consort. Her glass discovered to her how haggard she was become, and when she remarked the decay of her beauty, she knew not whether she ought more to desire or apprehend the arrival of Philip. At last came the moment so impatiently expected. And news was brought the Queen of Philip's arrival at Southampton, a few days after they were married in Westminster. And having made a pompous entry into London, where Philip displayed his wealth with great ostentation, she carried him to Windsor, the palace in which they afterwards resided. The prince's behavior was ill calculated to remove the prejudices which the English nation had entertained against him. He was distant and reserved in his address, took no notice of the salutes even of the most considerable noblemen, and so entrenched himself in form and ceremony that he was in a manner inaccessible, but this circumstance rendered him the more acceptable to the Queen, who desired to have no company but her husband's, and who was impatient when she met with any interruption to her fondness. The shortest absence gave her vexation, and, when he showed civilities to any other woman, she could not conceal her jealousy and resentment. Mary soon found that Philip's ruling passion was ambition, and that the only method of gratifying him and securing his affections was to render him master of England. The interest and liberty of her people were considerations of small moment in comparison of her obtaining this favorite point. She summoned a new parliament, in hopes of finding them entirely compliant. And, that she might acquire the greater authority over them, she imitated the precedent of the former reign, and wrote circular letters, directing a proper choice of members. The zeal of the Catholics, the influence of Spanish gold, the powers of prerogative, the discouragement of the gentry, particularly of the Protestants. All these causes, seconding the intrigues of Gardiner, had procured her a House of Commons which was in a great measure to her satisfaction. And it was thought, from the disposition of the nation, that she might now safely omit, on her assembling the Parliament, the title of Supreme Head of the Church, though inseparably annexed by law to the Crown of England. Cardinal Pole had arrived in Flanders, invested with legatine powers from the Pope. In order to prepare the way for his arrival in England, the Parliament passed an act reversing his attainder and restoring his blood. And the Queen, dispensing with the old statute of provisors, granted him permission to act as legate. The Cardinal came over, and, after being introduced to the King and Queen, he invited the Parliament to reconcile themselves and the kingdom to the Apostolic See, from which they had been so long and so unhappily divided. This message was taken in good part, and both houses voted an address to Philip and Mary, acknowledging that they had been guilty of a most horrible defection from the true Church, professing a sincere repentance of their past transgressions, declaring their resolution to repeal all laws enacted in prejudice of the Church of Rome, and praying their Majesties, that, since they were happily uninfected with that criminal schism, they would intercede with the Holy Father for the absolution and forgiveness of their penitent subjects. The request was easily granted. The legate, in the name of His Holiness, gave the Parliament and kingdom absolution, freed them from all censures, and received them again into the bosom of the Church. The Pope, then Julius III, being informed of these transactions, said that it was an unexampled instance of his felicity to receive thanks from the English for allowing them to do what he ought to give them thanks for performing. Notwithstanding the extreme zeal of those times for and against popery, the object always uppermost with the nobility and gentry was their money and estates, they were not brought to make these concessions in favor of Rome till they had received repeated assurances, from the Pope as well as the Queen, that the plunder which they had made on the ecclesiastics should never be inquired into, and that the abbey and church lands should remain with the present possessors. But not trusting altogether to these promises, the Parliament took care, in the law itself by which they repealed the former statutes enacted against the Pope's authority, to insert a clause, in which, besides bestowing validity on all marriages celebrated during the schism, and fixing the right of incumbents to their benefices, they gave security to the possessors of church lands, and freed them from all danger of ecclesiastical censures. The Convocation also, in order to remove apprehensions on that head, were induced to present a petition to the same purpose, and the legate, in his master's name, ratified all these transactions. It now appeared that, notwithstanding the efforts of the Queen and King, the power of the papacy was effectually suppressed in England, and invincible barriers fixed against its re-establishment. For though the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastics was for the present restored, their property, on which their power much depended, was irretrievably lost, and no hopes remained of recovering it. Even these arbitrary, powerful, and bigoted princes, while the transactions were yet recent, could not regain to the Church her possessions so lately ravished from her. And no expedients were left to the clergy for enriching themselves but those which they had at first practiced, and which had required many ages of ignorance, barbarism, and superstition to produce their effect on mankind. The Parliament, having secured their own possessions, were more indifferent with regard to religion, or even to the lives of their fellow citizens. They revived the old sanguinary laws against heretics, which had been rejected in the former Parliament. They also enacted several statutes against seditious words and rumors. And they made it treason to imagine or attempt the death of Philip during his marriage with the Queen. Each Parliament hitherto had been induced to go a step farther than their predecessors. But none of them had entirely lost all regard to national interests. Their hatred against the Spaniards, as well as their suspicion of Philip's pretensions, still prevailed. And though the Queen attempted to get her husband declared presumptive heir of the crown, and to have the administration put into his hands, she failed in all her endeavours, and could not so much as procure the Parliament's consent to his coronation. All attempts likewise to obtain subsidies from the Commons, in order to support the Emperor in his war against France, proved fruitless. The usual animosity and jealousy of the English against that kingdom seemed to have given place, for the present, to like passions against Spain. Philip, sensible of the prepossessions entertained against him, endeavoured to acquire popularity by procuring the release of several prisoners of distinction. Lord Henry Dudley, Sir George Harper, Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, Sir Edmund Warner, Sir William St. Low, Sir Nicholas Arnold, Harrington, Tremaine, who had been confined from the suspicions or resentment of the court. But nothing was more agreeable to the nation than his protecting the Lady Elizabeth from the spite and malice of the Queen, and restoring her to liberty. This measure was not the effect of any generosity in Philip, a sentiment of which he was wholly destitute, but of a refined policy, which made him foresee that, if that princess were put to death, the next lawful heir was the Queen of Scots, whose succession would forever annex England to the crown of France. The Earl of Devonshire also reaped some benefit from Philip's affectation of popularity, and recovered his liberty, but that nobleman, finding himself exposed to suspicion, begged permission to travel. And he soon after died at Padua from poison, as is pretended, given him by the Imperialists. He was the 11th and last Earl of Devonshire of that noble family, one of the most illustrious in Europe. The Queen's extreme desire of having issue had made her fondly give credit to any appearance of pregnancy, and when the legate was introduced to her, she fancied that she felt the embryo stir in her womb. Her flatterers compared this motion of the infant to that of John the Baptist, who leaped in his mother's belly at the salutation of the Virgin. Dispatches were immediately sent to inform foreign courts of this event, orders were issued to give public thanks, great rejoicings were made, the family of the young prince was already settled. For the Catholics held themselves assured that the child was to be a male, and Bonner, Bishop of London, made public prayers be said, that heaven would please to render him beautiful, vigorous, and witty. But the nation still remained somewhat incredulous, and men were persuaded that the queen labored under infirmities which rendered her incapable of having children. Her infant proved only the commencement of a dropsy, which the disordered state of her health had brought upon her. The belief, however, of her pregnancy was upheld with all possible care, and was one artifice by which Philip endeavored to support his authority in the kingdom. 1555. The Parliament passed a law, which, in case of the Queen's demise, appointed him protector during the minority. And the King and Queen, finding they could obtain no further concessions, came unexpectedly to Westminster and dissolved them. There happened an incident this session which must not be passed over in silence. Several members of the lower house, dissatisfied with the measures of the Parliament, but finding themselves unable to prevent them, made a secession, in order to show their disapprobation, and refused any longer to attend the House. For this instance of contumacy they were indicted in the King's Bench. After the dissolution of Parliament, 6 of them submitted to the mercy of the court, and paid their fines, the rest traversed. And the Queen died before the affair was brought to an issue. Judging of the matter by the subsequent claims of the House of Commons, and, indeed, by the true principles of free government, this attempt of the Queen's ministers must be regarded as a breach of privilege. But it gave little umbrage at the time, and was never called in question by any House of Commons which afterwards sat during this reign. The Count of Noailles, the French ambassador, says that the Queen threw several members into prison for their freedom of speech. Chapter 38. Mary. 1555. The success which Gardiner, from his cautious and prudent conduct, had met with in governing the Parliament, and engaging them to concur both in the Spanish match and in the re-establishment of the ancient religion, 2 points to which, it was believed, they bore an extreme aversion, had so raised his character for wisdom and policy that his opinion was received as an oracle in the council. And his authority, as it was always great in his own party, no longer suffered any opposition or control. Cardinal Pole himself, though more beloved on account of his virtue and candor, and though superior in birth and station, had not equal weight in public deliberations. And while his learning, piety, and humanity were extremely respected, he was represented more as a good man than a great minister. A very important question was frequently debated before the Queen and Council by these 2 ecclesiastics. Whether the laws lately revived against heretics should be put in execution, or should only be employed to restrain by terror the bold attempts of these zealots. Pole was very sincere in his religious principles. And though his moderation had made him be suspected at Rome of a tendency towards Lutheranism, he was seriously persuaded of the Catholic doctrines, and thought that no consideration of human policy ought ever to come in competition with such important interests. Gardiner, on the contrary, had always made his religion subservient to his schemes of safety or advancement. And by his unlimited complaisance to Henry, he had shown that, had he not been pushed to extremity under the late minority, he was sufficiently disposed to make a sacrifice of his principles to the established theology. This was the well-known character of these 2 great counsellors, yet such is the prevalence of temper above system, that the benevolent disposition of Pole led him to advise a toleration of the heretical tenets which he highly blamed, while the severe manners of Gardiner inclined him to support by persecution that religion which, at the bottom, he regarded with great indifference. This circumstance of public conduct was of the highest importance. And from being the object of deliberation in the council, it soon became the subject of discourse throughout the nation. We shall relate, in a few words, the topics by which each side supported, or might have supported, their scheme of policy. And shall display the opposite reasons which have been employed, with regard to an argument that ever has been, and ever will be, so much canvassed. The practice of persecution, said the defenders of Pole's opinion, is the scandal of all religion. And the theological animosity, so fierce and violent, far from being an argument of men's conviction in their opposite sects, is a certain proof that they have never reached any serious persuasion with regard to these remote and sublime subjects. Even those who are the most impatient of contradiction in other controversies, are mild and moderate in comparison of polemical divines. And wherever a man's knowledge and experience give him a perfect assurance in his own opinion, he regards with contempt, rather than anger, the opposition and mistakes of others. But while men zealously maintain what they neither clearly comprehend nor entirely believe, they are shaken in their imagined faith by the opposite persuasion, or even doubts, of other men, and vent on their antagonists that impatience which is the natural result of so disagreeable a state of the understanding. They then easily embrace any pretense for representing opponents as impious and profane. And if they can also find a color for connecting this violence with the interests of civil government, they can no longer be restrained from giving uncontrolled scope to vengeance and resentment. But surely never enterprise was more unfortunate than that of founding persecution upon policy, or endeavoring, for the sake of peace, to settle an entire uniformity of opinion in questions which, of all others, are least subjected to the criterion of human reason. The universal and uncontradicted prevalence of one opinion in religious subjects can be owing, at first, to the stupid ignorance alone and barbarism of the people, who never indulged themselves in any speculation or inquiry. And there is no expedient for maintaining that uniformity so fondly sought after, but by banishing forever all curiosity, and all improvement in science and cultivation. It may not indeed appear difficult to check, by a steady severity, the first beginnings of controversy. But besides that this policy exposes forever the people to all the abject terrors of superstition, and the magistrate to the endless encroachments of ecclesiastics, it also renders men so delicate that they can never endure to hear of opposition. And they will some time pay dearly for that false tranquillity in which they have been so long indulged. As healthful bodies are ruined by too nice a regimen, and are thereby rendered incapable of bearing the unavoidable incidents of human life. A people who never were allowed to imagine that their principles could be contested fly out into the most outrageous violence when any event, and such events are common, produces a faction among their clergy, and gives rise to any difference in tenet or opinion. But whatever may be said in favor of suppressing, by persecution, the first beginnings of heresy, no solid argument can be alleged for extending severity towards multitudes, or endeavoring, by capital punishments, to extirpate an opinion which has diffused itself among men of every rank and station. Besides the extreme barbarity of such an attempt, it commonly proves ineffectual to the purpose intended, and serves only to make men more obstinate in their persuasion, and to increase the number of their proselytes. The melancholy with which the fear of death, torture, and persecution inspires the sectaries, is the proper disposition for fostering religious zeal. The prospect of eternal rewards, when brought near, overpowers the dread of temporal punishments. The glory of martyrdom stimulates all the more furious zealots, especially the leaders and preachers, where a violent animosity is excited by oppression. Men naturally pass from hating the persons of their tyrants to a more violent abhorrence of their doctrines, and the spectators, moved with pity towards the supposed martyrs, are easily seduced to embrace those principles which can inspire men with a constancy that appears almost supernatural. Open the door to toleration, mutual hatred relaxes among the sectaries, their attachment to their particular modes of religion decays, the common occupations and pleasures of life succeed to the acrimony of disputation. And the same man who, in other circumstances, would have braved flames and tortures, is induced to change his sect from the smallest prospect of favor and advancement, or even from the frivolous hope of becoming more fashionable in his principles. If any exception can be admitted to this maxim of toleration, it will only be where a theology altogether new, nowise connected with the ancient religion of the state, is imported from foreign countries, and may easily, at one blow, be eradicated, without leaving the seeds of future innovation. But as this exception would imply some apology for the ancient pagan persecutions, or for the extirpation of Christianity in China and Japan, it ought surely, on account of this detested consequence, to be rather buried in eternal silence and oblivion. Though these arguments appear entirely satisfactory, yet such is the subtlety of human wit, that Gardiner and the other enemies to toleration were not reduced to silence, and they still found topics on which to maintain the controversy. The doctrine, said they, of liberty of conscience, is founded on the most flagrant impiety, and supposes such an indifference among all religions, such an obscurity in theological doctrines, as to render the church and magistrate incapable of distinguishing with certainty the dictates of heaven from the mere fictions of human imagination. If the divinity reveals principles to mankind, he will surely give a criterion by which they may be ascertained. And a prince who knowingly allows these principles to be perverted or adulterated, is infinitely more criminal than if he gave permission for the vending of poison, under the shape of food, to all his subjects. Persecution may, indeed, seem better calculated to make hypocrites than converts, but experience teaches us, that the habits of hypocrisy often turn into reality. And the children, at least, ignorant of the dissimulation of their parents, may happily be educated in more orthodox tenets. It is absurd, in opposition to considerations of such unspeakable importance, to plead the temporal and frivolous interests of civil society. And if matters be thoroughly examined, even that topic will not appear so universally certain in favor of toleration as by some it is represented. Where sects arise whose fundamental principle on all sides is to execrate, and abhor, and damn, and extirpate each other, what choice has the magistrate left but to take part, and by rendering one sect entirely prevalent, restore, at least for a time, the public tranquility? The political body, being here sickly, must not be treated as if it were in a state of sound health. And an affected neutrality in the prince, or even a cool preference, may serve only to encourage the hopes of all the sects, and keep alive their animosity. The Protestants, far from tolerating the religion of their ancestors, regard it as an impious and detestable idolatry. And during the late minority, when they were entirely masters, they enacted very severe, though not capital, punishments against all exercise of the Catholic worship, and even against such as barely abstained from their profane rites and sacraments. Nor are instances wanting of their endeavors to secure an imagined orthodoxy by the most rigorous executions. Calvin has burned Servetus at Geneva, Cranmer brought Arians and Anabaptists to the stake. And if persecution of any kind be admitted, the most bloody and violent will surely be allowed the most justifiable, as the most effectual. Imprisonments, fines, confiscations, whippings, serve only to irritate the sects, without disabling them from resistance, but the stake, the wheel, and the gibbet must soon terminate in the extirpation or banishment of all the heretics inclined to give disturbance, and in the entire silence and submission of the rest. The arguments of Gardiner, being more agreeable to the cruel bigotry of Mary and Philip, were better received. And though Pole pleaded, as is affirmed, the advice of the emperor, who recommended it to his daughter-in-law not to exercise violence against the Protestants, and desired her to consider his own example, who, after endeavoring through his whole life to extirpate heresy, had in the end reaped nothing but confusion and disappointment, the scheme of toleration was entirely rejected. It was determined to let loose the laws in their full vigor against the reformed religion. And England was soon filled with scenes of horror, which have ever since rendered the Catholic religion the object of general detestation and which prove, that no human depravity can equal revenge and cruelty covered with the mantle of religion. The persecutors began with Rogers, prebendary of St. Paul's, a man eminent in his party for virtue as well as for learning. Gardiner's plan was first to attack men of that character, whom, he hoped, terror would bend to submission, and whose example, either of punishment or recantation, would naturally have influence on the multitude, but he found a perseverance and courage in Rogers, which it may seem strange to find in human nature, and of which all ages and all sects do nevertheless furnish many examples. Rogers, beside the care of his own preservation, lay under other powerful temptations to compliance. He had a wife whom he tenderly loved, and 10 children. Yet such was his serenity after his condemnation, that the jailers, it is said, waked him from a sound sleep when the hour of his execution approached. He had desired to see his wife before he died. But Gardiner told him that he was a priest, and could not possibly have a wife, thus joining insult to cruelty. Rogers was burned in Smithfield. Hooper, Bishop of Gloucester, had been tried at the same time with Rogers, but was sent to his own diocese to be executed. This circumstance was contrived to strike the greater terror into his flock. But it was a source of consolation to Hooper, who rejoiced in giving testimony, by his death, to that doctrine which he had formerly preached among them. When he was tied to the stake, a stool was set before him, and the Queen's pardon laid upon it, which it was still in his power to merit by a recantation. But he ordered it to be removed, and cheerfully prepared himself for that dreadful punishment to which he was sentenced. He suffered it in its full severity. The wind, which was violent, blew the flame of the reeds from his body, the faggots were green, and did not kindle easily. All his lower parts were consumed before his vitals were attacked. One of his hands dropped off, with the other he continued to beat his breast. He was heard to pray, and to exhort the people, till his tongue, swollen with the violence of his agony, could no longer permit him utterance. He was 3/4 of an hour in torture, which he bore with inflexible constancy. Sanders was burned at Coventry. A pardon was also offered him, but he rejected it, and embraced the stake, saying, "Welcome the cross of Christ, welcome everlasting life." Taylor, parson of Hadley, was punished by fire in that place, surrounded by his ancient friends and parishioners. When tied to the stake, he rehearsed a psalm in English. One of his guards struck him on the mouth, and bade him speak Latin. Another, in a rage, gave him a blow on the head with his halberd, which happily put an end to his torments. There was one Philpot, Archdeacon of Winchester, inflamed with such zeal for orthodoxy, that having been engaged in dispute with an Arian, he spit in his adversary's face, to show the great detestation which he had entertained against that heresy. He afterwards wrote a treatise to justify this unmannerly expression of zeal. He said, that he was led to it in order to relieve the sorrow conceived from such horrid blasphemy, and to signify how unworthy such a miscreant was of being admitted into the society of any Christian. Philpot was a Protestant, and falling now into the hands of people as zealous as himself, but more powerful, he was condemned to the flames, and suffered at Smithfield. It seems to be almost a general rule, that in all religions, except the true, no man will suffer martyrdom who would not also inflict it willingly on all that differ from him. The same zeal for speculative opinions is the cause of both. The crime for which almost all the Protestants were condemned, was their refusal to acknowledge the real presence. Gardiner, who had vainly expected that a few examples would strike a terror into the reformers, finding the work daily multiply upon him, devolved the invidious office on others, chiefly on Bonner, a man of profligate manners, and of a brutal character, who seemed to rejoice in the torments of the unhappy sufferers. He sometimes whipped the prisoners with his own hands, till he was tired with the violence of the exercise. He tore out the beard of a weaver who refused to relinquish his religion. And that he might give him a specimen of burning, he held his hand to the candle till the sinews and veins shrunk and burst. It is needless to be particular in enumerating all the cruelties practiced in England during the course of 3 years that these persecutions lasted, the savage barbarity on the one hand, and the patient constancy on the other, are so similar in all those martyrdoms, that the narrative, little agreeable in itself, would never be relieved by any variety. Human nature appears not on any occasion so detestable, and at the same time so absurd, as in these religious persecutions, which sink men below infernal spirits in wickedness, and below the beasts in folly. A few instances only may be worth preserving, in order, if possible, to warn zealous bigots forever to avoid such odious and such fruitless barbarity. Farrer, Bishop of St. David's, was burned in his own diocese, and his appeal to Cardinal Pole was not attended to. Ridley, Bishop of London, and Latimer, formerly Bishop of Worcester, 2 prelates celebrated for learning and virtue, perished together in the same flames at Oxford, and supported each other's constancy by their mutual exhortations. Latimer, when tied to the stake, called to his companion, "Be of good cheer, brother, we shall this day kindle such a torch in England, as, I trust in God, shall never be extinguished." The executioners had been so merciful, for that clemency may more naturally be ascribed to them than to the religious zealots, as to tie bags of gunpowder about these prelates. In order to put a speedy period to their tortures, the explosion immediately killed Latimer, who was in extreme old age. Ridley continued alive during some time in the midst of the flames. One Hunter, a young man of 19, an apprentice, having been seduced by a priest into a dispute, had unwarily denied the real presence. Sensible of his danger, he immediately absconded, but Bonner, laying hold of his father, threatened him with the greatest severities if he did not produce the young man to stand his trial. Hunter, hearing of the vexations to which his father was exposed, voluntarily surrendered himself to Bonner, and was condemned to the flames by that barbarous prelate. Thomas Hawkes, when conducted to the stake, agreed with his friends, that, if he found the torture tolerable, he would make them a signal to that purpose in the midst of the flames. His zeal for the cause in which he suffered so supported him that he stretched out his arms, the signal agreed on, and in that posture he expired. This example, with many others of like constancy, encouraged multitudes not only to suffer, but even to court and aspire to martyrdom. The tender sex itself, as they have commonly greater propensity to religion, produced many examples of the most inflexible courage in supporting the profession of it against all the fury of the persecutors. One execution in particular was attended with circumstances which, even at that time, excited astonishment by reason of their unusual barbarity. A woman in Guernsey, being near the time of her labor when brought to the stake, was thrown into such agitation by the torture, that her belly burst, and she was delivered in the midst of the flames. One of the guards immediately snatched the infant from the fire, and attempted to save it. But a magistrate who stood by ordered it to be thrown back, being determined, he said, that nothing should survive which sprang from so obstinate and heretical a parent. The persons condemned to these punishments were not convicted of teaching, or dogmatizing, contrary to the established religion, they were seized merely on suspicion. And articles being offered them to subscribe, they were immediately, upon their refusal, condemned to the flames. These instances of barbarity, so unusual in the nation, excited horror. The constancy of the martyrs was the object of admiration. And as men have a principle of equity engraven in their minds, which even false religion is not able totally to obliterate, they were shocked to see persons of probity, of honor, of pious dispositions, exposed to punishments more severe than were inflicted on the greatest ruffians for crimes subversive of civil society. To exterminate the whole Protestant party was known to be impossible, and nothing could appear more iniquitous, than to subject to torture the most conscientious and courageous among them, and allow the cowards and hypocrites to escape. Each martyrdom, therefore, was equivalent to 100 sermons against popery, and men either avoided such horrid spectacles, or returned from them full of a violent, though secret, indignation against the persecutors. Repeated orders were sent from the council to quicken the diligence of the magistrates in searching out heretics, and in some places the gentry were constrained to countenance by their presence those barbarous executions. These acts of violence tended only to render the Spanish government daily more odious. And Philip, sensible of the hatred which he incurred, endeavored to remove the reproach from himself by a very gross artifice. He ordered his confessor to deliver, in his presence, a sermon in favor of toleration. A doctrine somewhat extraordinary in the mouth of a Spanish friar. But the court, finding that Bonner, however shameless and savage, would not bear alone the whole infamy, soon threw off the mask. And the unrelenting temper of the Queen, as well as of the King, appeared without control. A bold step was even taken towards introducing the Inquisition into England. As the bishops' courts, though extremely arbitrary, and not confined by any ordinary forms of law, appeared not to be invested with sufficient power, a commission was appointed, by authority of the Queen's prerogative, more effectually to extirpate heresy. 21 persons were named, but any 3 were armed with the powers of the whole. The commission runs in these terms, that since many false rumors were published among the subjects, and many heretical opinions were also spread among them, the commissioners were to inquire into those, either by presentments, by witnesses, or any other political way they could devise, and to search after all heresies. The bringers in, the sellers, the readers of all heretical books, they were to examine and punish all misbehaviors or negligences in any church or chapel, and to try all priests that did not preach the sacrament of the altar. All persons that did not hear Mass, or come to their parish church to service, that would not go in processions, or did not take holy bread or holy water. And if they found any that did obstinately persist in such heresies, they were to put them into the hands of their ordinaries, to be punished according to the spiritual laws. giving the commissioners full power to proceed as their discretions and consciences should direct them, and to use all such means as they would invent for the searching of the premises. Empowering them also to call before them such witnesses as they pleased, and to force them to make oath of such things as might discover what they sought after. Some civil powers were also given the commissioners to punish vagabonds and quarrelsome persons. To bring the methods of proceeding in England still nearer to the practice of the Inquisition, letters were written to Lord North and others, enjoining them to put to the torture such obstinate persons as would not confess, and there to order them at their discretion. Secret spies, also, and informers were employed, according to the practice of that iniquitous tribunal. Instructions were given to the justices of peace, that they should call secretly before them 1 or 2 honest persons within their limits, or more, at their discretion, and command them by oath, or otherwise, that they shall secretly learn and search out such persons as shall evil behave themselves in church, or idly, or shall despise openly by words the king's or queen's proceedings, or go about to make any commotion, or tell any seditious tales or news. And also that the same persons, so to be appointed, shall declare to the same justices of peace the ill behavior of lewd disordered persons, whether it shall be for using unlawful games, and such other light behavior of such suspected persons. And that the same information shall be given secretly to the justices, and the same justices shall call such accused persons before them, and examine them, without declaring by whom they were accused. And that the same justices shall, upon their examination, punish the offenders according as their offences shall appear, upon the accusement and examination, by their discretion, either by open punishment or by good bearing. In some respects this tyrannical edict even exceeded the oppression of the Inquisition, by introducing into every part of government the same iniquities which that tribunal practices for the extirpation of heresy only, and which are in some measure necessary, wherever that end is earnestly pursued. But the court had devised a more expeditious and summary method of supporting orthodoxy than even the Inquisition itself. They issued a proclamation against books of heresy, treason, and sedition, and declared, that whosoever had any of these books, and did not presently burn them, without reading them or showing them to any other person, should be esteemed rebels, and without any further delay be executed by martial law. From the state of the English government during that period, it is not so much the illegality of these proceedings, as their violence and their pernicious tendency, which ought to be the object of our censure. We have thrown together almost all the proceedings against heretics, though carried on during a course of 3 years, that we may be obliged as little as possible to return to such shocking violences and barbarities. It is computed that in that time 277 persons were brought to the stake, besides those who were punished by imprisonment, fines, and confiscations. Among those who suffered by fire were 5 bishops, 21 clergymen, 8 lay gentlemen, 84 tradesmen, 100 husbandmen, servants, and laborers, 55 women, and 4 children. This persevering cruelty appears astonishing. Yet is it much inferior to what has been practiced in other countries. A great author computes that, in the Netherlands alone, from the time that the Edict of Charles V was promulgated against the reformers, there had been 50,000 persons hanged, beheaded, buried alive, or burnt, on account of religion, and that in France the number had also been considerable. Yet in both countries, as the same author subjoins, the progress of the new opinions instead of being checked, was rather forwarded by these persecutions. The burning of heretics was a very natural method of reconciling the kingdom to the Romish communion, and little solicitation was requisite to engage the Pope to receive the strayed flock, from which he reaped such considerable profit. Yet was there a solemn embassy sent to Rome, consisting of Sir Anthony Browne, created Viscount Montacute, the Bishop of Ely, and Sir Edward Carne, in order to carry the submissions of England, and begged to be readmitted into the bosom of the Catholic Church. Paul IV, after a short interval, now filled the papal chair, the most haughty pontiff that during several ages had been elevated to that dignity. He was offended that Mary still retained among her titles that of Queen of Ireland. And he affirmed that it belonged to him alone, as he saw cause either to erect new kingdoms or abolish the old. But to avoid all dispute with the new converts, he thought proper to erect Ireland into a kingdom, and he then admitted the title, as if it had been assumed from his concession. This was a usual artifice of the popes, to give allowance to what they could not prevent, and afterwards pretend that princes, while they exercised their own powers, were only acting by authority from the papacy. And though Paul had at first intended to oblige Mary formally to recede from this title before he would bestow it upon her, he found it prudent to proceed in a less haughty manner. Another point in discussion between the Pope and the English ambassadors was not so easily terminated. Paul insisted that the property and possessions of the Church should be restored to the uttermost farthing. That whatever belonged to God could never, by any law, be converted to profane uses, and every person who detained such possessions was in a state of eternal damnation. That he would willingly, in consideration of the humble submissions of the English, make them a present of these ecclesiastical revenues. But such a concession exceeded his power, and the people might be certain that so great a profanation of holy things would be a perpetual anathema upon them, and would blast all their future felicity. That if they would truly show their filial piety, they must restore all the privileges and emoluments of the Romish Church, and Peter's pence among the rest. Nor could they expect that this apostle would open to them the gates of paradise, while they detained from him his patrimony on earth. These earnest remonstrances being transmitted to England, though they had little influence on the nation, operated powerfully on the Queen, who was determined, in order to ease her conscience, to restore all the church lands which were still in the possession of the crown. And the more to display her zeal, she erected anew some convents and monasteries, notwithstanding the low condition of the exchequer. When this measure was debated in council, some members objected, that if such a considerable part of the revenue were dismembered, the dignity of the crown would fall to decay. But the Queen replied, that she preferred the salvation of her soul to 10 such kingdoms as England. These imprudent measures would not probably have taken place so easily, had it not been for the death of Gardiner, which happened about this time. The Great Seal was given to Heath, Archbishop of York, that an ecclesiastic might still be possessed of that high office, and be better enabled by his authority to forward the persecutions against the Reformed. These persecutions were now become extremely odious to the nation, and the effects of the public discontent appeared in the new Parliament, summoned to meet at Westminster. A bill was passed restoring to the Church the tenths and firstfruits, and all the impropriations which remained in the hands of the Crown. But though this matter directly concerned none but the Queen herself, great opposition was made to the bill in the House of Commons. An application being made for a subsidy during 2 years, and for 2/15, the latter was refused by the Commons, and many members said, that while the Crown was thus despoiling itself of its revenue, it was in vain to bestow riches upon it. The Parliament rejected a bill for obliging the exiles to return under certain penalties, and another for incapacitating such as were remiss in the prosecution of heresy from being justices of peace. The Queen, finding the intractable humour of the Commons, thought proper to dissolve the Parliament. The spirit of opposition which began to prevail in Parliament was the more likely to be vexatious to Mary, as she was otherwise in very bad humour on account of her husband's absence, who, tired of her importunate love and jealousy, and finding his authority extremely limited in England, had laid hold of the first opportunity to leave her, and had gone over last summer to the Emperor in Flanders. The indifference and neglect of Philip, added to the disappointment in her imagined pregnancy, threw her into deep melancholy. And she gave vent to her spleen by daily enforcing the persecutions against the Protestants, and even by expressions of rage against all her subjects, by whom she knew herself to be hated, and whose opposition, in refusing an entire compliance with Philip was the cause, she believed, why he had alienated his affections from her, and afforded her so little of his company. The less return her love met with, the more it increased. And she passed most of her time in solitude, where she gave vent to her passion, either in tears, or in writing fond epistles to Philip, who seldom returned her any answer, and scarcely deigned to pretend any sentiment of love or even of gratitude towards her. The chief part of government to which she attended, was the extorting of money from her people, in order to satisfy his demands, and as the Parliament had granted her but a scanty supply, she had recourse to expedients very violent and irregular. She levied a loan of £60,000 upon 1,000 persons, of whose compliance, either on account of their riches or their affections to her, she held herself best assured, but that sum not sufficing. She exacted a general loan on every one who possessed £20 a year. This imposition lay heavy on the gentry, who were obliged, many of them, to retrench their expenses and dismiss their servants, in order to enable them to comply with her demands, and as these servants, accustomed to idleness, and having no means of subsistence, commonly betook themselves to theft and robbery, the Queen published a proclamation, by which she obliged their former masters to take them back to their service. She levied 60,000 marks on 7,000 yeomen who had not contributed to the former loan, and she exacted £36,000 more from the merchants. In order to engage some Londoners to comply more willingly with her multiplied extortions, she passed an edict prohibiting for 4 months the exporting of any English cloths or kerseys to the Netherlands. An expedient which procured a good market for such as had already sent any quantity of cloth thither. Her rapaciousness engaged her to give endless disturbance and interruption to commerce. The English company settled in Antwerp having refused her a loan of £40,000, she dissembled her resentment till she found that they had bought and shipped great quantities of cloth for Antwerp fair, which was approaching. She then laid an embargo on the ships, and obliged the merchants to grant her a loan of the £40,000 at first demanded, to engage for the payment of £20,000 more at a limited time, and to submit to an arbitrary imposition of 20 shillings on each piece. Some time after, she was informed that the Italian merchants had shipped above 40,000 pieces of cloth for the Levant, for which they were to pay her a crown apiece. The usual imposition, she struck a bargain with the merchant adventurers in London, prohibited the foreigners from making any exportation, and received from the English merchants, in consideration of this iniquity, the sum of £50,000, and an imposition of 4 crowns on each piece of cloth which they should export. She attempted to borrow great sums abroad, but her credit was so low, that though she offered 14% to the city of Antwerp for a loan of £30,000, she could not obtain it till she compelled the city of London to be surety for her. All these violent expedients were employed while she herself was in profound peace with all the world, and had visibly no occasion for money but to supply the demands of a husband who gave attention only to his own convenience, and showed himself entirely indifferent about her interests. Philip was now become master of all the wealth of the New World, and of the richest and most extensive dominions in Europe, by the voluntary resignation of the Emperor Charles V, who, though still in the vigor of his age, had taken a disgust to the world, and was determined to seek, in the tranquillity of retreat, for that happiness which he had in vain pursued amidst the tumults of war and the restless projects of ambition. He summoned the states of the Low Countries and seating himself on the throne for the last time, explained to his subjects the reasons of his resignation, absolved them from all oaths of allegiance, and, devolving his authority on Philip, told him that his paternal tenderness made him weep when he reflected on the burden which he imposed upon him. He inculcated on him the great and only duty of a prince, the study of his people's happiness, and represented how much preferable it was to govern by affection, rather than by fear, the nation subjected to his dominion. The cool reflections of age now discovered to him the emptiness of his former pursuits, and he found that the vain schemes of extending his empire had been the source of endless opposition and disappointment, and kept himself, his neighbors, and his subjects, in perpetual inquietude, and had frustrated the sole end of government, the felicity of the nations committed to his care. An object which meets with less opposition, and which, if steadily pursued, can alone convey a lasting and solid satisfaction. 1556. A few months after, he resigned to Philip his other dominions, and embarking on board a fleet, sailed to Spain, and took his journey to St. Just, a monastery in Estremadura, which, being situated in a happy climate, and amidst the greatest beauties of nature, he had chosen for the place of his retreat. When he arrived at Burgos, he found, by the thinness of his court, and the negligent attendance of the Spanish grandees, that he was no longer emperor. And though this observation might convince him still more of the vanity of the world, and make him more heartily despise what he had renounced, he sighed to find that all former adulation and obeisance had been paid to his fortune, not to his person. With better reason was he struck with the ingratitude of his son Philip, who obliged him to wait a long time for the payment of the small pension which he had reserved, and this disappointment in his domestic enjoyments gave him a sensible concern. He pursued, however, his resolution with inflexible constancy. And shutting himself up in his retreat, he exerted such self-command, that he restrained even his curiosity from any inquiry concerning the transactions of the world which he had entirely abandoned. The fencing against the pains and infirmities under which he labored occupied a great part of his time. And during the intervals he employed his leisure either in examining the controversies of theology, with which his age had been so much agitated, and which he had hitherto considered only in a political light, or in imitating the works of renowned artists, particularly in mechanics, of which he had always been a great admirer and encourager. He is said to have here discovered a propensity to the new doctrines, and to have frequently dropped hints of this unexpected alteration in his sentiments. Having amused himself with the construction of clocks and watches, he thence remarked, how impracticable the object was in which he had so much employed himself during his grandeur. And how impossible that he, who never could frame two machines that would go exactly alike, could ever be able to make all mankind concur in the same belief and opinion. He survived his retreat 2 years. The Emperor Charles had very early in the beginning of his reign found the difficulty of governing such distant dominions. And he had made his brother Ferdinand be elected King of the Romans, with a view to his inheriting the imperial dignity, as well as his German dominions. But having afterwards enlarged his schemes, and formed plans of aggrandizing his family, he regretted that he must dismember such considerable states, and he endeavored to engage Ferdinand, by the most tempting offers, and most earnest solicitations, to yield up his pretensions in favor of Philip. Finding his attempts fruitless, he had resigned the imperial crown with his other dignities, and Ferdinand, according to common form, applied to the Pope for his coronation. The arrogant pontiff refused the demand, and pretended that, though on the death of an emperor he was obliged to crown the prince elected, yet, in the case of a resignation, the right devolved to the Holy See, and it belonged to the Pope alone to appoint an emperor. The conduct of Paul was in everything conformable to these lofty pretensions. He thundered always in the ears of all ambassadors, that he stood in no need of the assistance of any prince, that he was above all potentates on the earth, that he would not accustom monarchs to pretend to a familiarity or equality with him, that it belonged to him to alter and regulate kingdoms, that he was successor of those who had deposed kings and emperors, and that, rather than submit to anything below his dignity, he would set fire to the four corners of the world. He went so far as, at table, in the presence of many persons, and even openly, in a public consistory, to say, that he would not admit any kings for his companions. They were all his subjects, and he would hold them under these feet. So saying, he stamped on the ground with his old and infirm limbs, for he was now past 80 years of age. The world could not forbear making a comparison between Charles V, a prince who, though educated amidst wars and intrigues of state, had prevented the decline of age, and had descended from the throne, in order to set apart an interval for thought and reflection. And a priest who, in the extremity of old age, exulted in his dominion, and from restless ambition and revenge was throwing all nations into combustion. Paul had entertained the most inveterate animosity against the House of Austria. And though a truce of 5 years had been concluded between France and Spain, he excited Henry by his solicitations to break it, and promised to assist him in recovering Naples, and the dominions to which he laid claim in Italy. A project which had ever proved hurtful to the predecessors of that monarch. He himself engaged in hostilities with the Duke of Alva, Viceroy of Naples. And Guise being sent with forces to support him, the renewal of war between the two crowns seemed almost inevitable. Philip, though less warlike than his father, was no less ambitious. And he trusted that, by the intrigues of the cabinet, where, he believed, his caution, and secrecy, and prudence gave him the superiority, he should be able to subdue all his enemies, and extend his authority and dominion. For this reason, as well as from the desire of settling his new empire, he wished to maintain peace with France. But when he found that, without sacrificing his honor, it was impossible for him to overlook the hostile attempts of Henry, he prepared for war with great industry. In order to give himself the more advantage, he was desirous of embarking England in the quarrel. And though the Queen was of herself extremely averse to that measure, he hoped that the devoted fondness which, notwithstanding repeated instances of his indifference, she still bore to him, would effectually second his applications. Had the matter indeed depended solely on her, she was incapable of resisting her husband's commands, but she had little weight with her council, still less with her people. And her government, which was every day becoming more odious, seemed unable to maintain itself, even during the most profound tranquillity, much more if a war were kindled with France, and, what seemed an inevitable consequence, with Scotland. Supported by that powerful kingdom. An act of barbarity was this year exercised in England, which, added to many other instances of the same kind, tended to render the government extremely unpopular. Cranmer had long been detained prisoner. But the Queen now determined to bring him to punishment, and in order the more fully to satiate her vengeance, she resolved to punish him for heresy, rather than for treason. He was cited by the Pope to stand his trial at Rome. And though he was known to be kept in close custody at Oxford, he was, upon his not appearing, condemned as contumacious. Bonner, Bishop of London, and Thirlby of Ely, were sent to degrade him. And the former executed the melancholy ceremony with all the joy and exultation which suited his savage nature. The implacable spirit of the Queen, not satisfied with the eternal damnation of Cranmer, which she believed inevitable, and with the execution of that dreadful sentence to which he was condemned, prompted her also to seek the ruin of his honor and the infamy of his name. Persons were employed to attack him, not in the way of disputation, against which he was sufficiently armed, but by flattery, insinuation, and address, by representing the dignities to which his character still entitled him, if he would merit them by a recantation. By giving hopes of long enjoying those powerful friends, whom his beneficent disposition had attached to him during the course of his prosperity. Overcome by the fond love of life, terrified by the prospect of those tortures which awaited him, he allowed, in an unguarded hour, the sentiments of nature to prevail over his resolution. And he agreed to subscribe the doctrines of the papal supremacy and of the real presence. The court, equally perfidious and cruel, were determined that this recantation should avail him nothing. And they sent orders that he should be required to acknowledge his errors in church before the whole people, and that he should thence be immediately carried to execution. Cranmer, whether that he had received a secret intimation of their design, or had repented of his weakness, surprised the audience by a contrary declaration. He said, that he was well apprised of the obedience which he owed to his sovereign and the laws. But this duly extended no further than to submit patiently to their commands, and to bear without resistance whatever hardships they should impose upon him, that a superior duty, the duty which he owed to his Maker, obliged him to speak truth on all occasions, and not to relinquish, by a base denial, the holy doctrine which the Supreme Being had revealed to mankind, that there was one miscarriage in his life, of which, above all others, he severely repented. The insincere declaration of faith, to which he had the weakness to consent, and which the fear of death alone had extorted from him, that he took this opportunity of atoning for his error, by a sincere and open recantation. And was willing to seal with his blood that doctrine which he firmly believed to be communicated from heaven. And that as his hand had erred by betraying his heart, it should first be punished by a severe but just doom, and should first pay the forfeit of its offences. He was thence led to the stake amidst the insults of the Catholics. And having now summoned up all the force of his mind, he bore their scorn, as well as the torture of his punishment, with singular fortitude. He stretched out his hand, and without betraying, either by his countenance or motions, the least sign of weakness, or even of feeling, he held it in the flames till it was entirely consumed. His thoughts seemed wholly occupied with reflections on his former fault, and he called aloud several times, "This hand has offended." Satisfied with that atonement, he then discovered a serenity in his countenance, and when the fire attacked his body, he seemed to be quite insensible of his outward sufferings. And by the force of hope and resolution to have collected his mind altogether within itself, and to repel the fury of the flames. It is pretended, that after his body was consumed, his heart was found entire and untouched amidst the ashes, an event which, as it was the emblem of his constancy, was fondly believed by the zealous Protestants. He was undoubtedly a man of merit. Possessed of learning and capacity, and adorned with candor, sincerity, and beneficence, and all those virtues which were fitted to render him useful and amiable in society. His moral qualities procured him universal respect. And the courage of his martyrdom, though he fell short of the rigid inflexibility observed in many, made him the hero of the Protestant party. After Cranmer's death, Cardinal Pole, who had now taken priest's orders, was installed in the See of Canterbury, and was thus, by this office, as well as by his commission of legate, placed at the head of the Church of England. But though he was averse to all sanguinary methods of converting heretics, and deemed the reformation of the clergy the more effectual, as the more laudable expedient for that purpose, he found his authority too weak to oppose the barbarous and bigoted disposition of the Queen and of her councillors. He himself, he knew, had been suspected of Lutheranism. And as Paul, the reigning pope, was a furious persecutor, and his personal enemy, he was prompted, by the modesty of his disposition, to reserve his credit for other occasions, in which he had a greater probability of success. 1557. The great object of the Queen was to engage the nation in the war which was kindled between France and Spain, and Cardinal Pole, with many other councillors, openly and zealously opposed this measure. Besides insisting on the marriage articles, which provided against such an attempt, they represented the violence of the domestic factions in England, and the disordered state of the finances. And they foreboded, that the tendency of all these measures was to reduce the kingdom to a total dependence on Spanish counsels. Philip had come to London, in order to support his partisans. And he told the Queen that, if he were not gratified in so reasonable a request, he never more would set foot in England. This declaration extremely heightened her zeal for promoting his interests, and overcoming the inflexibility of her council. After employing other menaces of a more violent nature, she threatened to dismiss all of them, and to appoint councillors more obsequious, yet could she not procure a vote for declaring war with France. At length, one Stafford, and some other conspirators, were detected in a design of surprising Scarborough, and a confession being extorted from them, that they had been encouraged by Henry in the attempt, the Queen's importunity prevailed. And it was determined to make this act of hostility, with others of a like secret and doubtful nature, the ground of the quarrel. War was accordingly declared against France, and preparations were everywhere made for attacking that kingdom. The revenue of England at that time little exceeded £300,000. Any considerable supplies could scarcely be expected from Parliament, considering the present disposition of the nation. And as the war would sensibly diminish that branch arising from the customs, the finances, it was foreseen, would fall short even of the ordinary charges of government, and must still more prove unequal to the expenses of war. But though the Queen owed great arrears to all her servants, besides the loans extorted from her subjects, these considerations had no influence with her. And in order to support her warlike preparations, she continued to levy money in the same arbitrary and violent manner which she had formerly practiced. She obliged the City of London to supply her with £60,000 on her husband's entry. She levied before the legal time the second year's subsidy voted by Parliament. She issued anew many privy seals, by which she procured loans from her people. And having equipped a fleet, which she could not victual by reason of the dearness of provisions, she seized all the corn she could find in Suffolk and Norfolk, without paying any price to the owners. By all these expedients, assisted by the power of pressing, she levied an army of 10,000 men, which she sent over to the Low Countries, under the command of the Earl of Pembroke. Meanwhile, in order to prevent any disturbance at home, many of the most considerable gentry were thrown into the Tower. And lest they should be known, the Spanish practice was followed. They either were carried thither in the night time, or were hoodwinked and muffled by the guards who conducted them. The King of Spain had assembled an army, which, after the junction of the English, amounted to above 60,000 men, conducted by Philibert, Duke of Savoy, one of the greatest captains of the age. The Constable Montmorency, who commanded the French army, had not half the number to oppose to him. The Duke of Savoy, after menacing Marienburg and Rocroi, suddenly sat down before St. Quintin, and as the place was weak, and ill-provided with a garrison, he expected in a few days to become master of it. But Admiral Coligny, governor of the province, thinking his honor interested to save so important a fortress, threw himself into St. Quintin, with some troops of French and Scottish gendarmerie. And by his exhortations and example animated the soldiers to a vigorous defense. He dispatched a messenger to his uncle Montmorency, desiring a supply of men. And the constable approached the place with his whole army, in order to facilitate the entry of these succors. But the Duke of Savoy, falling on the reinforcement, did such execution upon them, that not above 500 got into the place. He next made an attack on the French army, and put them to total rout, killing 4,000 men, and dispersing the remainder. In this unfortunate action many of the chief nobility of France were either slain or taken prisoners. Among the latter was the old constable himself, who, fighting valiantly, and resolute to die rather than survive his defeat, was surrounded by the enemy, and thus fell alive into their hands. The whole kingdom of France was thrown into consternation. Paris was attempted to be fortified in a hurry, and had the Spaniards presently marched thither, it could not have failed to fall into their hands. But Philip was of a cautious temper. And he determined first to take St. Quintin, in order to secure a communication with his own dominions. A very little time, it was expected, would finish this enterprise. But the bravery of Coligny still prolonged the siege 17 days, which proved the safety of France. Some troops were levied and assembled. Couriers were sent to recall the Duke of Guise and his army from Italy, and the French, having recovered from their first panic, put themselves in a posture of defense. Philip, after taking Ham and Catelet, found the season so far advanced, that he could attempt no other enterprise. He broke up his camp, and retired to winter quarters. But the vigilant activity of Guise, not satisfied with securing the frontiers, prompted him, in the depth of winter, to plan an enterprise which France, during her greatest successes, had always regarded as impracticable, and had never thought of undertaking. Calais was in that age deemed an impregnable fortress, and as it was known to be the favorite of the English nation, by whom it could easily be succored, the recovery of that place by France was considered as totally desperate. But Coligny had remarked, that as the town of Calais was surrounded with marshes, which during the winter were impassable, except over a dike guarded by two castles, St. Agatha and Newnham Bridge, the English were of late accustomed, on account of the lowness of their finances, to dismiss a great part of the garrison at the end of autumn, and to recall them in the spring. At which time alone they judged their attendance necessary. On this circumstance he had founded the design of making a sudden attack on Calais. He had caused the place to be secretly viewed by some engineers. And a plan of the whole enterprise being found among his papers, it served, though he himself was made prisoner on the taking of St. Quintin, to suggest the project of that undertaking, and to direct the measures of the Duke of Guise. Several bodies of troops defiled towards the frontiers on various pretenses, and the whole, being suddenly assembled, formed an army, with which Guise made an unexpected march towards Calais. At the same time, a great number of French ships, being ordered into the Channel, under color of cruising on the English, composed a fleet which made an attack by sea on the fortifications. The French assaulted St. Agatha with 3,000 arquebusiers, and the garrison, though they made a vigorous defense, were soon obliged to abandon the place, and retreat to Newnham Bridge. The siege of this latter place was immediately undertaken, and at the same time the fleet battered the Risbank, which guarded the entrance of the harbour, and both these castles seemed exposed to imminent danger. The governor, Lord Wentworth, was a brave officer. But finding that the greater part of his weak garrison was enclosed in the castle of Newnham Bridge and the Risbank, he ordered them to capitulate and to join him in Calais, which, without their assistance, he was utterly unable to defend. The garrison of Newnham Bridge was so happy as to effect this purpose, but that of the Risbank could not obtain such favourable conditions, and were obliged to surrender at discretion. 1558. The Duke of Guise, now holding Calais blockaded by sea and land, thought himself secure of succeeding in his enterprise, but in order to prevent all accident, be delayed not a moment the attack of the place. He planted his batteries against the castle, where he made a large breach, and having ordered Endelot, Coligny's brother, to drain the fosse, he commanded an assault, which succeeded, and the French made a lodgment in the castle. On the night following, Wentworth attempted to recover this post, but having lost 200 men in a furious attack which he made upon it, he found his garrison so weak, that he was obliged to capitulate. Ham and Gisons fell soon after. And thus the Duke of Guise, in 8 days, during the depth of winter, made himself master of this strong fortress, that had cost Edward III a siege of 11 months, at the head of a numerous army, which had that very year been victorious in the Battle of Crécy. The English had held it above 200 years. And as it gave them an easy entrance into France, it was regarded as the most important possession belonging to the crown. The joy of the French was extreme, as well as the glory acquired by Guise, who, at the time when all Europe imagined France to be sunk by the unfortunate Battle of Asti, Quintin, had, in opposition to the English, and their allies the Spaniards, acquired possession of a place which no former king of France, even during the distractions of the civil wars between the houses of York and Lancaster, had ever ventured to attempt. The English, on the other hand, bereaved of this valuable fortress, murmured loudly against the improvidence of the Queen and her council, who, after engaging in a fruitless war for the sake of foreign interests, had thus exposed the nation to so severe a disgrace. A treasury exhausted by expenses, and burdened with debts, a people divided and dejected. A sovereign negligent of her people's welfare, were circumstances which, notwithstanding the fair offers and promises of Philip, gave them small hopes of recovering Calais. And as the Scots, instigated by French counsels, began to move on the borders, they were now necessitated rather to look to their defence at home, than to think of foreign conquests. After the peace which, in consequence of King Edward's treaty with Henry, took place between Scotland and England, the Queen Dowager, on pretence of visiting her daughter and her relations, made a journey to France. And she carried along with her the Earls of Huntly, Sutherland, Marischal, and many of the principal nobility. Her secret design was, to take measures for engaging the Earl of Arran to resign to her the government of the kingdom. And as her brothers, the Duke of Guise, the Cardinal of Lorraine, and the Duke of Aumerle, had uncontrolled influence in the court of France, she easily persuaded Henry, and by his authority the Scottish nobles, to enter into her measures. Having also gained Carnegie of Kinnaird, Panter, Bishop of Ross, and Gavin Hamilton, Commendator of Kilwinning, 3 creatures of the governors, she persuaded him, by their means, to consent to this resignation. And when everything was thus prepared for her purpose, she took a journey to Scotland, and passed through England in her way thither. Edward received her with great respect and civility, though he could not forbear attempting to renew the old treaty for his marriage with her daughter. A marriage, he said, so happily calculated for the tranquillity, interest, and security of both kingdoms, and the only means of ensuring a durable peace between them. For his part, he added, he never could entertain a cordial amity for any other husband whom she should choose. Nor was it easy for him to forgive a man who, at the same time that he disappointed so natural an alliance, had bereaved him of a bride to whom his affections, from his earliest infancy, had been entirely engaged. The Queen Dowager eluded these applications, by telling him, that if any measures had been taken disagreeable to him, they were entirely owing to the imprudence of the Duke of Somerset, who, instead of employing courtesy, caresses, and gentle offices, the proper means of gaining a young princess, had recourse to arms and violence, and had constrained the Scottish nobility to send their sovereign into France, in order to interest that kingdom in protecting their liberty and independence. When the Queen Dowager arrived in Scotland, she found the governor very unwilling to fulfill his engagements, and it was not till after many delays that he could be persuaded to resign his authority. But finding that the majority of the young princess was approaching, and that the Queen Dowager had gained the affections of all the principal nobility, he thought it more prudent to submit. And having stipulated that he should be declared next heir to the crown, and should be freed from giving any account of his past administration, he placed her in possession of the power, and she thenceforth assumed the name of regent. It was a usual saying of this princess, that, provided she could render her friends happy, and could ensure to herself a good reputation, she was entirely indifferent what befell her. And though this sentiment is greatly censured by the zealous reformers, as being founded wholly on secular motives, it discovers a mind well calculated for the government of kingdoms. Doisel, a Frenchman, celebrated for capacity, had attended her as ambassador from Henry, but in reality to assist her with his counsels in so delicate an undertaking as the administration of Scotland. And this man had formed a scheme for laying a general tax on the kingdom, in order to support a standing military force, which might at once repel the inroads of foreign enemies, and check the turbulence of the Scottish nobles. But though some of the courtiers were gained over to this project, it gave great and general discontent to the nation. And the Queen Regent, after ingenuously confessing that it would prove pernicious to the kingdom, had the prudence to desist from it, and to trust entirely for her security to the goodwill and affections of her subjects. This laudable purpose seemed to be the chief object of her administration, yet was she sometimes drawn from it by her connections with France, and by the influence which her brothers had acquired over her. When Mary commenced hostilities against that kingdom, Henry required the Queen Regent to take part in the quarrel, and she summoned a convention of states at New Bottle, and requested them to concur in a declaration of war against England. The Scottish nobles, who were become as jealous of French as the English were of Spanish influence, refused their assent, and the Queen was obliged to have recourse to stratagem in order to effect her purpose. She ordered Doisel to begin some fortifications at Eyemouth, a place which had been dismantled by the last treaty with Edward. And when the garrison of Berwick, as she foresaw, made an inroad to prevent the undertaking, she effectually employed this pretence to inflame the Scottish nation, and to engage them in hostilities against England. The enterprises, however, of the Scots proceeded no farther than some inroads on the borders, when Doisel of himself conducted artillery and troops to besiege the castle of Werka. He was recalled, and sharply rebuked by the council. In order to connect Scotland more closely with France, and to increase the influence of the latter kingdom, it was thought proper by Henry to celebrate the marriage between the young queen and the Dauphin. And a deputation was sent by the Scottish Parliament to assist at the ceremony, and to settle the terms of the contract. The close alliance between France and Scotland threatened very nearly the repose and security of Mary. And it was foreseen, that though the factions and disorders which might naturally be expected in the Scottish government during the absence of the sovereign, would make its power less formidable, that kingdom would at least afford to the French a means of invading England. The Queen, therefore, found it necessary to summon a parliament, and to demand of them some supplies to her exhausted exchequer. As such an emergency usually gives great advantage to the people. And as the parliaments during this reign had shown that, where the liberty and independency of the kingdom were menaced with imminent danger, they were not entirely overawed by the court. We shall naturally expect that the late arbitrary methods of extorting money should at least be censured, and perhaps some remedy be for the future provided against them. The Commons, however, without making any reflections on the past, voted, besides a 15th, a subsidy of 4 shillings in the pound on land, and 2 shillings and 8 pence on goods. The clergy granted 8 shillings in the pound, payable, as was also the subsidy of the laity, in 4 years by equal portions. The Parliament also passed an act, confirming all the sales and grants of crown lands, which either were already made by the Queen, or should be made during the 7 ensuing years. It was easy to foresee that, in Mary's present disposition and situation, this power would be followed by a great alienation of the royal domains. And nothing could be more contrary to the principles of good government, than to establish a prince with very extensive authority, yet permit him to be reduced to beggary. This act met with opposition in the House of Commons. One Copley expressed his fears lest the Queen, under colour of the power there granted, might alter the succession, and alienate the crown from the lawful heir. But his words were thought irreverent to Her Majesty. He was committed to the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms, and though he expressed sorrow for his offence, he was not released till the Queen was applied to for his pardon. The English nation, during this whole reign, were under great apprehensions with regard not only to the succession, but the life of the Lady Elizabeth. The violent hatred which the queen bore to her broke out on every occasion. And it required all the authority of Philip, as well as her own great prudence, to prevent the fatal effects of it. The princess retired into the country, and knowing that she was surrounded with spies, she passed her time wholly in reading and study, intermeddled in no business, and saw very little company. While she remained in this situation, which for the present was melancholy, but which prepared her mind for those great actions by which her life was afterwards so much distinguished, proposals of marriage were made to her by the Swedish ambassador, in his master's name. As her first question was, whether the queen had been informed of these proposals, the ambassador told her, that his master thought, as he was a gentleman, it was his duty first to make his addresses to herself, and having obtained her consent, he would next, as a king, apply to her sister. But the princess would allow him to proceed no further, and the queen, after thanking her for this instance of duty, desired to know how she stood affected to the Swedish proposals. Elizabeth, though exposed to many present dangers and mortifications, had the magnanimity to reserve herself for better fortune. And she covered her refusal with professions of a passionate attachment to a single life, which, she said, she infinitely preferred before any other. The princess showed like prudence in concealing her sentiments of religion, in complying with the present modes of worship, and in eluding all questions with regard to that delicate subject. The money granted by Parliament enabled the Queen to fit out a fleet of 140 sail, which, being joined by 30 Flemish ships, and carrying 6,000 land forces on board, was sent to make an attempt on the coast of Brittany. The fleet was commanded by Lord Clinton, the land forces by the Earls of Huntingdon and Rutland. But the equipment of the fleet and army was so dilatory that the French got intelligence of the design, and were prepared to receive them. The English found Brest so well guarded as to render an attempt on that place impracticable. But, landing at Conquet, they plundered and burnt the town, with some adjacent villages, and were proceeding to commit greater disorders, when Cursiman, a Breton gentleman, at the head of some militia, fell upon them, put them to rout, and drove them to their ships with considerable loss. But a small squadron of 10 English ships had an opportunity of amply revenging this disgrace upon the French. The Mareschal de Thermes, governor of Calais, had made an irruption into Flanders, with an army of 14,000 men, and, having forced a passage over the river Aa, had taken Dunkirk and Berg St. Winnock, and had advanced as far as Newport. But Count Egmont coming suddenly upon him with superior forces, he was obliged to retreat, and being overtaken by the Spaniards near Gravelines, and finding a battle inevitable, he chose very skilfully his ground for the engagement. He fortified his left wing with all the precautions possible, and posted his right along the river Aa, which, he reasonably thought, gave him full security from that quarter. But the English ships, which were accidentally on the coast, being drawn by the noise of the firing, sailed up the river, and, flanking the French, did such execution by their artillery that they put them to flight. And the Spaniards gained a complete victory. Meanwhile the principal army of France under the Duke of Guise, and that of Spain under the Duke of Savoy, approached each other on the frontiers of Picardy. And as the two kings had come into their respective camps, attended by the flower of their nobility, men expected that some great and important event would follow from the emulation of these warlike nations. But Philip, though actuated by the ambition, possessed not the enterprising genius of a conqueror, and he was willing, notwithstanding the superiority of his numbers, and the two great victories which he had gained at St. Quentin and Gravelines, to put a period to the war by treaty. Negotiations were entered into for that purpose. And as the terms offered by the two monarchs were somewhat wide of each other, the armies were put into winter quarters till the princes could come to better agreement. Among other conditions, Henry demanded the restitution of Navarre to its lawful owner, Philip, that of Calais and its territory to England, but in the midst of these negotiations, news arrived of the death of Mary. And Philip, no longer connected with England, began to relax in his firmness on that capital article. This was the only circumstance that could have made the death of that princess be regretted by the nation. Mary had long been in a declining state of health, and having mistaken her dropsy for a pregnancy, she had made use of an improper regimen, and her malady daily augmented. Every reflection now tormented her. The consciousness of being hated by her subjects, the prospect of Elizabeth's succession, apprehensions of the danger to which the Catholic religion stood exposed, dejection for the loss of Calais, concern for the ill state of her affairs, and, above all, anxiety for the absence of her husband, who, she knew, intended soon to depart for Spain, and to settle there during the remainder of his life. All these melancholy reflections preyed upon her mind, and threw her into a lingering fever, of which she died, after a short and unfortunate reign of 5 years 4 months and 11 days. It is not necessary to employ many words in drawing the character of this princess. She possessed few qualities either estimable or amiable, and her person was as little engaging as her behavior and address. Obstinacy, bigotry, violence, cruelty, malignity, revenge, tyranny, every circumstance of her character took a tincture from her bad temper and narrow understanding. And amidst that complication of vices which entered into her composition, we shall scarcely find any virtue but sincerity, a quality which she seems to have maintained throughout her whole life. Except in the beginning of her reign, when the necessity of her affairs obliged her to make some promises to the Protestants, which she certainly never intended to perform. But in these cases a weak, bigoted woman, under the government of priests, easily finds casuistry sufficient to justify to herself the violation of a promise. She appears, also, as well as her father, to have been susceptible of some attachments of friendship, and that without the caprice and inconstancy which were so remarkable in the conduct of that monarch. To which we may add, that in many circumstances of her life she gave indications of resolution and vigor of mind, a quality which seems to have been inherent in her family. Cardinal Pole had long been sickly from an intermitting fever, and he died the same day with the Queen, about 16 hours after her. The benign character of this prelate, the modesty and humanity of his deportment, made him be universally beloved. Insomuch that in a nation where the most furious persecution was carried on, and where the most violent religious factions prevailed, entire justice, even by most of the reformers, has been done to his merit. The haughty pontiff, Paul IV, had entertained some prejudices against him, and when England declared war against Henry, the ally of that pope, he seized the opportunity of revenge. And revoking Pole's legate in commission, appointed in his room Cardinal Pato, an observantine friar, and confessor to the Queen. But Mary would never permit the new legate to act upon the commission. And Paul was afterwards obliged to restore Cardinal Pole to his authority. There occur few general remarks, besides what have already been made in the course of our narration, with regard to the general state of the kingdom during this reign. The naval power of England was then so inconsiderable, that £14,000 being ordered to be applied to the fleet, both for repairing and victualling it, it was computed that £10,000 a year would afterwards answer all necessary charges. The arbitrary proceedings of the Queen above mentioned, joined to many monopolies granted by this princess, as well as by her father, checked the growth of commerce. And so much the more, as all other princes in Europe either were not permitted, or did not find it necessary, to proceed in so tyrannical a manner. Acts of Parliament, both in the last reign and in the beginning of the present, had laid the same impositions on the merchants of the Still-yard as on other aliens. Yet the Queen, immediately after her marriage, complied with the solicitations of the Emperor, and by her prerogative suspended those laws. Nobody in that age pretended to question this exercise of prerogative. The historians are entirely silent with regard to it, and it is only by the collection of public papers that it is handed down to us. An absurd law had been made in the preceding reign, by which every one was prohibited from making cloth unless he had served an apprenticeship of 7 years. The law was repealed in the first year of the Queen. And this plain reason given, that it had occasioned the decay of the woolen manufacture, and had ruined several towns. It is strange that Edward's law should have been revived during the reign of Elizabeth. And still more strange that it should still subsist. A passage to Archangel had been discovered by the English during the last reign, and a beneficial trade with Muscovy had been established. A solemn embassy was sent by the Tsar to Queen Mary. The ambassadors were shipwrecked on the coast of Scotland, but being hospitably entertained there, they proceeded on the journey, and were received at London with great pomp and solemnity. This seems to have been the first intercourse which that empire had with any of the western potentates of Europe. A law was passed in this reign, by which the number of horses, arms and furniture, was fixed which each person, according to the extent of his property, should be provided with for the defence of the kingdom. A man of £1,000 a year, for instance, was obliged to maintain at his own charge 6 horses fit for demi-lances, of which 3 at least to be furnished with sufficient harness, steel saddles, and weapons proper for the demi-lances. And 10 horses fit for light horsemen, with furniture and weapons proper for them. He was obliged to have 40 corslets furnished, 50 almain rivets, or, instead of them, 40 coats of plate, course, etc., or brigandines furnished. 40 pikes, 30 long bows, 30 sheafs of arrows, 30 steel caps or skulls, 20 black bills or halberts, 20 harquebuts, and 20 morions or sallets. We may remark that a man of 1,000 marks of stock was rated equal to one of £200 a year, a proof that few or none at that time lived on their stock in money, and that great profits were made by the merchants in the course of trade. There is no class above £1,000 a year. We form a notion of the little progress made in arts and refinement about this time, from one circumstance, a man of no less rank than the comptroller of Edward VI's household paid only 30 shillings a year of our present money for his house in Channel Row, yet labour and provisions, and consequently houses, were only about a third of the present price. Erasmus ascribes the frequent plagues in England to the nastiness, and dirt, and slovenly habits among the people. The floors, says he, are commonly of clay, strewed with rushes, under which lies unmolested an ancient collection of beer, grease, fragments, bones, spittle, excrements of dogs and cats, and everything that is nasty. Holingt, who lived in Queen Elizabeth's reign, gives a very curious account of the plain, or rather rude way of living of the preceding generation. There scarcely was a chimney to the houses, even in considerable towns. The fire was kindled by the wall, and the smoke sought its way out at the roof, or door, or windows. The houses were nothing but waddling plastered over with clay. The people slept on straw pallets, and had a good round log under their head for a pillow, and almost all the furniture and utensils were of wood. In this reign we find the first general law with regard to highways, which were appointed to be repaired by parish duty all over England.